as Jesus for the last time went out of the temple. Luke has not this circumstance, and his disciples, Luke says indefinitely, some admiringly, drew 583, his attention to the magnificent building. He assured them that all which they then looked on would be destroyed from its foundations. Matt Roman 24:2. Parallel on the question of the disciples when this would happen, and what would be the sign of the Messiah's coming, which in their idea was associated with such a crisis. Roman 5. Jesus warns them not to be deceived by persons falsely giving themselves out to be the Messiah, and by the notion that the expected catastrophe must follow immediately on the first prognostics for wars and rumors of war, risings of nation against nation and kingdom against kingdom, famine, pestilence, and earthquakes in divers places, would be only the beginning of the sorrows which were to precede the advent of the Messiah. Roman 58. They themselves, his adherents, must first suffer hatred, persecution, and the sword, perfidy, treachery, deception by false prophets, lukewarmness, and general corruption of morals would prevail among men. But at the same time, the news of the Messiah's kingdom must be promulgated through the whole world. Only after all this could the end of the present period of the world arrive, until when he who would partake of the blessedness of the future must endure with constancy. Roman 514. A nearer presage of this catastrophe would be the fulfillment of the oracle of Daniel. Roman 9. The standing of the abomination of desolation in the holy place according to Luke. Roman 21. The encompassing of Jerusalem with armies. When this should take place, it would be high time for the most precipitate flight, according to Luke, because the devastation of Jerusalem would be at hand, an event which he more nearly particularizes in the address of Jesus to the city. Roman 19. If thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee and compass thee round, and keep thee in on every side, and shall lay thee even with the ground and thy children within thee, and they shall not leave in thee one stone upon another. At this juncture all who should have hindrances to rapid departure would be deserving of compassion, and it would be in the highest degree desirable that the recommended flight should not fall in an unfavorable season, for then would commence unexampled tribulation, according to Luke. Roman 5, consisting chiefly in many of the people of Israel perishing by the sword, in others being carried away captive, and in Jerusalem being trodden down of the Gentiles for a predetermined period, a tribulation which only the merciful abridgment of its duration by God for the sake of the elect could render supportable. Roman 522. At this time would arise false prophets and messiahs seeking to delude by miracles and signs, and promising to show the Messiah in this or that place, whereas a Messiah who was concealed anywhere, and must be sought out, could not be the true one, for his advent would be like the lightning, a sudden and universal revelation of which the central point would be Jerusalem, the object of punishment on account of its sin. Roman 528. Immediately after this time of tribulation, the darkening of the sun and moon, the falling of the stars, and the shaking of all the powers of heaven would usher in the appearance of the Messiah, who to the dismay of the dwellers on the earth would come with great glory in the clouds of heaven, and immediately send forth his angels to gather together his elect from all the corners of the earth. Roman 530. 1. By the forenamed signs, the approach of the described catastrophe would be as certainly discernible as the approach of summer by the budding of the fig tree. The existing generation would by all that was true live to witness it, though its more precise period was known to God only. Roman 536. But after the usual manner of mankind, what follows Mark and Luke partly have not at all, partly not. In this connection they would allow the advent of the Messiah, as formerly the deluge, to overtake them in thoughtless security. Roman 539. And yet it would be an extremely critical period, in which those who stood in the closest 584 relation to each other would be delivered over to entirely opposite destinies. Roman 541. Hence watchfulness would be requisite, as in all cases where the period of a decisive issue is uncertain, an admonition, which is then illustrated by the image of the master of the house, and the thief. Roman 544. Of the servant, to whom his lord, when about to travel, entrusted the rule of his house. Roman 551. Of the wise and foolish virgins. Roman 25:13. And lastly of the talents. Roman 530. Hereupon follows a description of the solemn judgment which the Messiah would hold over all nations, and in which, according as the duties of humanity were observed or neglected, he would award blessedness or misery. Roman 54,664. Thus in these discourses Jesus announces that shortly. Roman 24. After that calamity, which especially according to the representation in Luke's Gospel, we must identify with the destruction of Jerusalem and its temple, and within the term of the contemporary generation Roman 5 he would visibly make his second advent in the clouds, and terminate the existing dispensation now as it will soon be 18 centuries, since the destruction of Jerusalem, and an equally long period, since the generation contemporary with Jesus disappeared from the earth, while his visible return and the end of the world, which he associated with it have not taken place. The announcement of Jesus appears so far to have been erroneous already in the first age of Christianity, when the return of Christ was delayed longer than had been anticipated. There arose, according to 2 Peter Roman 3f, scoffers, asking, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue, as they were from the beginning of the creation in modern times. The inference which may apparently be drawn from the above consideration to the disadvantage of Jesus and the apostles has been by no one more pointedly expressed than by the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist. No promise throughout the whole scriptures, he thinks, is on the one hand more definitely expressed, and on the other has turned out more flagrantly false than this, which yet forms one of the main pillars of Christianity, and he does not see in this a mere error, but a premeditated deception on the part of the apostles, to whom, and not to Jesus himself, he attributes that promise and the discourses in which it is contained, a deception induced by the necessity of alluring the people, on whose contributions they wished to subsist, by the promise of a speedy reward, and discernible, by the boldness of their attempts, to evade the doubts springing from the protracted delay of the return of Christ. Paul, for example, in the second epistle to the Thessalonians, sheltering himself in obscure phrases, and Peter in his second epistle, resorting to the preposterous expedient of appealing to the divine mode of reckoning time, in which 1,000 years are equal to 1 day. Such inferences from the discourse before us would inflict a fatal wound on 585 Christianity. Hence, it is natural that exegetists should endeavor by all means to obviate them. And as the whole difficulty consists in Jesus having apparently placed an event, now long past, in immediate chronological connection with one still future, 3 expedients are possible: either to deny that Jesus in part spoke of something now past, and to allege that he spoke solely of what is still future, or to deny that a part of his discourse relates to something still future, and thus to refer the entire prediction to what is already lying in the past, or lastly, to admit that the discourse of Jesus does indeed partly refer to something which is still future to us, but either to deny that he places the 2 series of events in immediate chronological succession, or to maintain that he has also noticed what is intermediate. Some of the fathers of the Church, as Irenaeus and Hilariot, living in the primitive expectation of the return of Christ, and at the same time not so practiced in regular exegesis as to be incapable of overlooking certain difficulties attendant on a desirable interpretation, referred the entire prediction from its commencement in Matt Roman 24 to its end in Matt Roman 25 to the still future return of Christ to judgment. But as this interpretation admits that Jesus in the commencement of his discourse uses the destruction of Jerusalem as a type of the final catastrophe, it virtually nullifies itself, for what does that admission signify? But that the discourse of Jesus in the first instance produces the impression that he spoke of the destruction of Jerusalem, Roman 1e, of something now past, and that only more extended reflection and combination can give it a relation to something still lying in futurity. To modern rationalism, based as it was on naturalistic principles, the hope of the second advent of Christ was in every form annihilated. Hence, not scrupling at any exegetical violence for the sake of removing from Scripture what was discordant with its preconceived system, it threw itself on the opposite side, and hazarded the attempt to refer the discourses in question in their entire tenor solely to the destruction of Jerusalem, and the events which immediately preceded and followed it. According to this interpretation, the end spoken of is only the cessation of the Judeo-Gentile economy of the world. What is said of the advent of Christ in the clouds is only a figurative description of the promulgation and triumph of his doctrine. The assembling of the nations to judgment, and the sending of some into blessedness and others into condemnation, is an image of the happy consequences which would result from embracing the doctrine and cause of Jesus, and the evil consequences attendant on indifference or hostility to them. But in this explanation, there is a want of similarity between the symbols and the ideas represented, which is not only unprecedented in itself, but particularly inconceivable in this case, since Jesus is here addressing minds of Jewish culture, and must therefore be aware that what he said of the Messiah's advent in the clouds of the judgment, and the end of the existing period of the world, would be understood in the most literal sense. It thus appears that the discourse of Jesus will not as a whole admit of being referred either to the destruction of the Jewish state or to the events at the end of the world. It would therefore be necessarily referred to something distinct from both if this twofold impassibility adhered alike to all its parts. But the case is not so, for while on the one hand what is said, Matt Roman 24:3-15 ff of the devastation of the temple, cannot be referred to the end of the 586 world, on the other hand, what is predicted Roman 25 ff of the judgment to be held by the Son of Man will not suit the destruction of Jerusalem, as according to this in the earlier part of the discourse of Jesus, the destruction of Jerusalem is the predominant subject, but in the subsequent part, the end of all things, it is possible to make a division, so as to refer the former to the more proximate event, the latter to the more remote one. This is the middle path which has been taken by the majority of modern exegetists, and here the only question is where is the partition to be made, as it must present a space of time within which the whole period from the destruction of Jerusalem to the last day may be supposed to fall, and which therefore would include many centuries. It must, one would think, be plainly indicated, so as to be easily and unanimously found. It is no good augury for the plan that this unanimity does not exist, that, on the contrary, the required division is made in widely different parts of the discourse of Jesus. Thus much on the one hand appeared to be decided that at least the close of the 25th chapter from Roman 5, with its description of the solemn tribunal, which the Messiah surrounded by his angels would hold over all nations, cannot be referred to the time of the destruction of Jerusalem. Hence many theologians believed that they could fix the boundary, here retaining the relation to the end of the Jewish state, until Roman 25, and at this point making the transition to the end of the world on the very first glance. At this explanation, it must appear strange that the great chasm which it supposes to exist between Roman 5 and 31 is marked simply by a moreover. Not only are the darkening of the sun and moon earthquakes, and falling of the stars understood as a mere image of the subversion of the Jewish state and worship, but when Roman 24, it is said of the Messiah that he will come in the clouds, this is supposed to mean invisibly with powerly observable by the effects he produces with great glory with, such as consists in the conclusions which may be drawn from those effects, while the angels who gather together the nations by the sound of the trumpet are supposed to represent the apostles preaching the gospel. Quite erroneously appeal is made in support of this merely figurative meaning to the prophetic pictures of the divine day of judgment. Issa Roman 13, ff Roman 24, ff Jer Roman 4, f Ezek Roman 32, ff Joel Roman 3, ff Amos Roman 8. Farther to descriptions 70 such as Judges Roman 5, Acts Roman 2, Roman 17, ff. In those prophetic passages, real eclipses of the sun and moon earthquakes, and the like are intended, and are described as prodigies, which will accompany the predicted catastrophe. The Song of Deborah again celebrates a real participation of heaven in the battle against Sisera, participation which in the narrative Roman 4 is ascribed to God himself in the song to his heavenly hosts. Lastly, Peter expects that the outpouring of the Spirit will be succeeded by the appearances in the heavens promised among the signs of the great day of the Lord. The attempt to effect a division near the end of the discourse, at Roman 25, failing from its rendering much that goes before incapable of explanation, the next expedient is to retreat as far towards the commencement as possible, by considering how far it is inevitable to recognize a relation to the immediate future. The first resting place is after Roman 24, for what is said up to this point of war and other calamities of the abomination in the temple of the 587 necessity for speedy flight, in order to escape unprecedented misery, cannot be divested of a reference to the destruction of Jerusalem without the greatest violence, while what follows concerning the appearance of the Son of Man in the clouds etc., just as imperatively demands an application to the last day. But in the first place, it appears incomprehensible how the enormous interval which on this explanation also is supposed to fall between the one portion of the discourse and the other can be introduced between two verses of all others which Matthew connects by an adverb expressive of the shortest possible time. It has been sought to remove this inconvenience by the assertion that does not here signify the quick succession of the one incident on the other, but only the unexpected occurrence of an event, and that consequently what is here said amounts merely to this: suddenly at some period how distant is undetermined, after the calamities attendant on the destruction of Jerusalem, the Messiah will visibly appear. Such an interpretation of is, as Alshausen correctly perceives, merely a desperate resource, but even were it otherwise it would afford no real aid, since not only does Mark in his parallel passage, Roman 5, by the words in those days, after that tribulation, place the events which he proceeds to mention in uninterrupted chronological succession, with those which he had before detailed, but also shortly after this point in each of the narratives Matt Roman 5 parallel, we find the assurance that all this will be witnessed by the existing generation, as thus the opinion that from Roman 5, everything relates to the return of Christ, to judge the world was threatened with annihilation by Roman 5, the word, as the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist 72 complains, was put to the torture that it might cease to bear witness against this mode of division. At one time it is made to signify the Jewish nation, 73 at another the adherents of Jesus 74, and of both the one and the other Jesus is supposed to say that it will how many generations hence being left uncertain, be still in existence on the arrival of that catastrophe. So to explain the verse in question that it may not contain a determination of time is even maintained to be necessary on a consideration of the context Roman 5, for, as in this Jesus declares it impossible to determine the period of that catastrophe, he cannot immediately before have given such a determination, in the assurance that his contemporaries would yet live to see all of which he had been speaking. But this alleged necessity, so to interpret the word, has long been dissipated by the distinction between an inexact indication of the space of time, beyond which the event will not be deferred, and the precise determination of the epoch at which it will occur. The former Jesus gives, the latter he declares himself unable to give, but the very possibility of interpreting in the above manner vanishes when it is considered that in connection with a verb of time, and without anything to imply a special application, cannot have any other than its original sense. Roman 1 generation age, that, in a passage aiming to determine the signs of the Messiah's advent, it would be very unsuitable to introduce a declaration, which instead of giving any information concerning the arrival of that catastrophe, should rather treat of the duration of the Jewish nation, or of the Christian community, of which nothing had previously been said, that moreover already at Roman 5 in the words, ye when ye shall see all these things no 588 etc., it is presupposed that the parties addressed would witness the approach of the event in question, and lastly that in another passage Matt Roman 16 parallel, the certainty of living to see the coming of the Son of Man is asserted not simply of this generation, but of some standing here, whereby it is shown in the most decisive manner that in the present passage also Jesus intended by the above expression the race of his contemporaries, who were not to have become extinct before that catastrophe should occur, unable to deny this, and yet anxious to separate as widely as possible the end of the world here announced and the age of Jesus. Others would find in the declaration before us nothing more than this: the events hitherto described will begin to be fulfilled in the present age, though their complete fulfillment may yet be deferred many centuries. But when already at Roman 5, the subject is said to be the beginning of the tribulation, while from Roman 5 we have a description of the end of the present period of the world, which that tribulation would introduce, and it is here Roman 5 said the existing generation shall not pass away, until all these things be fulfilled, we must inevitably understand by all these things not merely the beginning, but also the last mentioned events at the end of the world. Thus there is still at Roman 5 something which must be referred to an event very near to the time of Jesus. Hence, the discourse of Jesus cannot from so early a point as Roman 5 refer to the end of the world, an epoch so far distant, and the division must be made somewhat farther on after Roman 5 or 42, but on this plan expressions are thrown into the first part of the discourse, which resist the assigned application to the time of the destruction of Jerusalem, the glorious advent of Christ in the clouds, and the assembling of all nations by angels. Roman 5 f must be regarded as the same extravagant figures which formerly forbade our acceptance of another mode of division. Thus the declaration Roman 5, which together with the preceding symbolical discourse on the fig tree Roman 5 f and the appended asseveration Roman 5 must refer to a very near event, has both before and after it expressions which can only relate to the more distant catastrophe. Hence it has appeared to some as a sort of oasis in the discourse, having a sense isolated from the immediate context. Scott, for instance, supposes that up to Roman 5 Jesus had been speaking of the destruction of Jerusalem, that at Roman 5 he does indeed make a transition to the events at the end of the present period of the world, but that at Roman 5 he reverts to the original subject, the destruction of Jerusalem, and only at Roman 5 proceeds again to speak of the end of the world. But this is to hew the text in pieces out of desperation. Jesus cannot possibly have spoken with so little order and coherence, still less can he have so linked his sentences together as to give no intimation of such abrupt transitions, 589. Nor is this imputed to him by the most recent critics according to them. It is the evangelist who has joined together, not in the best order, distinct and heterogeneous declarations of Jesus. Matthew, indeed, admits Schulz imagined that these discourses were spoken without intermission, and only arbitrariness and violence can in this respect sever them from each other, but hardly did Jesus himself deliver them in this consecutive manner, and with this imprint of unity, the various phases of his coming. Thinks Seifert his figurative appearance at the destruction of Jerusalem, and his literal appearance at the last day, though they may not have been expressly discriminated, were certainly not positively connected by Jesus, but subjects which he spoke of succession were from their obscurity confused together by the evangelist, and as in this instance there occurs the difference between Matthew and Luke, that what Matthew represents as being spoken on a single occasion Luke distributes into separate discourses, to which it is also to be added that much of what Matthew gives Luke either has not or has it in a different form. Therefore, Schleiermacher at 82 believed himself warranted to rectify the composition of Matthew by that of Luke, and to maintain that while in Luke the two separate discourses Romans 17 ff and Romans 21 ff have each their appropriate connection and their indubitable application in Matthew chap Romans 24 and Romans 25, by the blending of those two discourses and the introduction of portions of other discourses the connection is destroyed, and the application obscured. According to this, the discourse Luke Romans 21 taken alone contains nothing which outsteps the reference to the capture of Jerusalem, and the accompanying events. Yet here also Romans 5, we find the declaration, then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud. And when Schleiermacher explains this as a mere image representing the revelation of the religious significance of the political and natural events before described, he falls into a violence of interpretation which overturns his entire opinion as to the mutual relation of these accounts. If then in the connection of the end of all things with the destruction of Jerusalem Matthew by no means stands alone, but is countenanced by Luke, to say nothing of Mark, whose account in this instance is an extract from Matthew, we may, it is true, conclude that as in other discourses of Jesus, so perhaps in this also many things, which were uttered at different times, are associated. But there is nothing to warrant the supposition that precisely what relates to the two events which in our idea are so remote from each other is the foreign matter, especially since we see from the unanimous representation of the remaining New Testament writings that the primitive church expected as a speedy issue the return of Christ together with the end of the present period of the world. 1 Cor Roman 10 Roman 15 Phil Roman 4 1 Thess Roman 4 ff James Roman 5 1 Pet Roman 4 1 John Roman 2 Rev Roman 1 3 Roman 3 Roman 22 10 12 20. Thus it is impossible to evade the acknowledgement that in this discourse, if we do not mutilate it to suit our own views, Jesus at first speaks of the destruction of Jerusalem, and farther on, and until the close of his return at the end of all things, and that he places the two events in immediate connection. There remains therefore but one expedient for vindicating the correctness of his announcement, namely, on the one hand, to assign the coming of which he speaks to the future, but on the other hand to bring it at the same time into the present instead of a merely future, to make it a 590 perpetual coming. The history of the world, it is said, since the first appearance of Christ is an invisible return on his part, a spiritual judgment which he holds over mankind. Of this the destruction of Jerusalem in our passage, until Romans 5 is only the first act in immediate succession. Romans 5 ff comes the revolution effected among mankind by the publication of the gospel, a revolution which is to be carried on in a series of acts and epochs, until the end of all things, when the judgment gradually effected in the history of the world will be made known by an all-comprehending final revelation. But the famous utterance of the poet 84, spoken from the inmost depth of modern conviction, is ill-adapted to become the key of a discourse which more than any other has its root in the point of view proper to the ancient world. To regard the judgment of the world, the coming of Christ, as something successive, is a mode of conception in the most direct opposition to that of the New Testament. The very expressions by which it designates that catastrophe as that day or the last day, or show that it is to be thought of as momentary, the end of the age. Romans 5, concerning the signs of which the apostles inquire, and which Jesus elsewhere Matt Romans 13 represents under the image of the harvest, can only be the final close of the course of the world, not something which is gradually effected during this course, when Jesus compares his coming to lightning. Romans 24, and to the entrance of the thief in the night. Romans 5, he represents it as one sudden event, and not as a series of events if we consider in addition to this the extravagant figures which it is not less necessary to suppose on this interpretation than on the above-mentioned reference of the 24th chapter to the destruction of Jerusalem AD 6, it will appear necessary to abstain from this expedient, as from all the previous ones. Thus the last attempt to discover in the discourse before us the immense interval which, looking from our position in the present day, is fixed between the destruction of Jerusalem and the end of all things having failed, we are taught practically that that interval lies only in our own conception, which we are not justified in introducing into the text. And when we consider that we owe our idea of that interval only to the experience of many centuries which have elapsed since the destruction of Jerusalem, it cannot be difficult to us to imagine how the author of this discourse, who had not had this experience, might entertain the belief that shortly after the fall of the Jewish sanctuary, the world itself, of which in the Jewish idea that sanctuary was the center, would also come to an end, and the Messiah appear in Judgment 590. Origin of the discourses on the Second Advent. The result just obtained involves a consequence to avoid which has been the object of all the futile attempts at explanation hitherto examined, if namely Jesus conceived and declared that the fall of the Jewish sanctuary would be shortly followed by his visible return, and the end of the world, while it is now nearly 1800 years since the one catastrophe, and yet the other has not arrived, it follows that in this particular he was mistaken. Hence expositors who so far yield to exegetical evidence as to agree with us in the above conclusion, concerning the meaning of the discourse before us, seek from dogmatical considerations to evade this legitimate consequence. Hengstenberg, as is well known, has advanced in relation to the history of the Hebrew prophets the following theory, which has met with approval from other expositors, to the spiritual vision of these men. He says future things presented themselves not so much through the medium of time as of space, as it were in great pictures, and thus, as is the case in paintings or perspective views, the most distant object often appeared to them to stand immediately behind the nearest foreground and background, being intermingled with each other. And this theory of a perspective vision we are to apply to Jesus, especially in regard to the discourse in question, but we may here cite the appropriate remark of Paulus AD 8, that as one who in a perspective externally presented does not know how to distinguish distances labors under an optical delusion, Roman 1e errs so likewise in an internal perspective of ideas, if such there be the disregard of distances, must be pronounced an error. Consequently, this theory does not show that the above men did not err, but rather explains how they easily might err. Even Alshausen considers this theory, which he elsewhere adopts, insufficient in the present case to remove all appearance of error on the part of Jesus, and he therefore seeks to derive special grounds of justification from the particular nature of the event predicted in the first place. He regards it as indispensable to the full moral influence of the doctrine of Christ's return that this catastrophe should be regarded as possible, nay probable, at any moment. This consideration may indeed justify such enunciations as Matt Roman 24 ff, where Jesus admonishes to watchfulness, because no one can know how soon the decisive moment may arrive, but by no means such as Roman 24, where he declares that within the term of the existing generation, all will be fulfilled for one whose mind is in a healthy state, conceives the possible as possible, the probable as probable, and if he wishes to abide by the truth, he so exhibits them to others. He, on the contrary, by whom the merely possible or probable is conceived, as the real is under a mistake, and he who without so conceiving it himself yet for a moral or religious object, so represents it to others, permits himself to use a pious fraud. Alshausen further avails himself of a position already noticed, namely, that the opinion that the advent of Christ is at hand is a true one, inasmuch as the entire history of the world is a coming of Christ, though not so as to exclude his final coming at the end of all things. But if it is proved that Jesus represented his literal final coming as near at hand, while in fact only his figurative perpetual coming occurred in the period indicated, he has confused these 592 modes of his coming. The last argument which Alshausen adduces, that, because the acceleration or delay of the return of Christ depends on the conduct of men, consequently on their free will, his prophecy is only to be understood conditionally, stands or falls with the first, for to represent something conditional as unconditional is to create a false impression. Seifert likewise regards the grounds on which Alshausen seeks to free the assertions of Jesus concerning his return from the imputation of error as inadequate. Nevertheless, he holds it an impossibility to the Christian consciousness To ascribe an erroneous expectation to Jesus in no case would this furnish a warrant arbitrarily to sever from each other those elements in the discourse of Jesus, which refer to the nearer event from those which in our view refer to the more remote one rather. If we had reasons for holding such an error on the part of Jesus inconceivable, we must deny in general that the discourses on the second advent in which those two sets of materials are so inextricably interwoven originated with him. But looking from the orthodox point of view, the question is not what will it satisfy the Christian consciousness of the present day, to believe or not to believe concerning Christ, but what stands written concerning Christ, and to this the above consciousness must accommodate itself, as it best may considering the subject, rationally however a feeling resting on presuppositions, such as the so-called Christian consciousness, has no voice in matters of science, and as often as it seeks to intermeddle with them, is to be reduced to order by the simple reprimand mulier tacet, in Ecclesia 91. But have we no other grounds for questioning that Jesus really uttered the predictions contained in Matt Roman 24 and Roman 25 parallel? In pursuing this inquiry, we may first take our stand on the assertion of supranaturalistic theologians that what Jesus here predicts he could not know in the natural way of reasonable calculation, but only in a supernatural manner. Even the main fact that the temple would be destroyed and Jerusalem laid waste could not, according to this opinion, be so certainly foreknown who could conjecture it, is asked that the Jews would carry their frantic obstinacy so far as to render such an issue inevitable, who could calculate that precisely such emperors would send such procurators as would provoke insurrection by their baseness and pusillanimity. Still more remarkable is it that many particular incidents which Jesus foretold actually occurred: the wars, pestilence, earthquakes, famines which he prophesied may be shown in the history of the succeeding times. The persecution of his followers really took place. The prediction that there would be false prophets, and even such as would by promises of miracles allure the people into the wilderness, Matt Roman 24:24 ff parallel, may be compared with a strikingly similar passage from Josephus describing the last times of the Jewish state 93. The encompassing of Jerusalem with armies mentioned by Luke with the trench which he elsewhere Roman 19f speaks of as being cast about the city may be recognized in the circumstance recorded by Josephus that Titus caused Jerusalem to be enclosed by a wall 94. Lastly, it may also excite astonishment that the declarations "there shall not be left one stone upon another" in relation to 593, the temple, and "they shall lay the even with the ground" Luke Roman 19 in relation to the city, were fulfilled to the letter. When on the orthodox point of view from the impossibility of foreseeing such particulars in a natural manner, it is concluded that Jesus had a supernatural insight into the future. This conclusion is here attended not only with the same difficulty as above in connection with the announcement of his death and resurrection, but with another also. In the first place, according to Matthew Roman 24 and Mark Roman 13, Jesus represented the first stage of the catastrophe as a fulfillment of the prophecy of Daniel concerning an abomination of desolation, and consequently referred Dan Roman 9 comp Roman 11 Roman 12 to an event at the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans, for what Paulus maintains, namely, that Jesus here only borrows an expression from Daniel without regarding that declaration of the prophet as a prophecy concerning something which in his time, the time of Jesus, was still future, is here rendered especially inconceivable by the addition "let him that readeth understand." Now, it may be regarded as an established point in the modern criticism and explanation of the Old Testament that the above passages in Daniel have reference to the desecration of the temple by Antiochus Epiphanes 96. Consequently, the interpretation of them which the evangelists here lend to Jesus is a false one. But to proceed to the difficulty which is peculiar to the prophecy in Matt Roman 24 Roman 25, only one side of it, that relating to Jerusalem, has been fulfilled; the other, that relating to the return of Jesus and the end of the world, remains unfulfilled. Such a half-true prophecy as this cannot have been drawn by Jesus from his higher nature, and he must have been left in this matter to his human faculties, but that he should be able by means of these to foresee a result dependent on so many fortuities, as was the destruction of Jerusalem with its particular circumstances, appears inconceivable, and hence the conjecture arises that these discourses in the definiteness which they now possess were not uttered prior to the issue, consequently not by Jesus, but that they may have been put into his mouth as prophecies after the issue. Thus Kaiser, for example, is of opinion that Jesus threatened a terrible fate to the temple and the nation by means of the Romans conditionally, in case the nation did not accept salvation from the Messiah, and described this fate in prophetic types, but that the unconditional form and the more precise delineations were given to his discourse post eventum credner also infers from the circumstances that incidents accompanying the destruction of Jerusalem are put into the mouth of Jesus as prophecies that the three first Gospels cannot have been composed before this event. It must certainly be supposed that the prophecy as we have it in the two first Gospels was formed immediately after or even during the issue, since here the appearance of the Messiah is predicted as an event that would immediately succeed the fall of Jerusalem, which in later years could no longer be the expectation, as this immediate chronological connection of the two catastrophes is not so expressly made by Luke. It has been supposed that this evangelist gives the prophecy, as it was modified by experience, that the Messiah's advent and the end of the world had in no wise followed close on the destruction of Jerusalem. In opposition to these two opinions that the prophecy in question had a 594 supernatural source, and that it was only made after the issue, it is sought in a third quarter to show that what is here predicted Jesus might really have known in a natural way, while on the one hand it is held in the highest degree astonishing that the result should have so closely corresponded with the most minute features of the prophecy of Jesus. On the other hand, there are expositors by whom this correspondence is called in question. The encompassing of Jerusalem with armies, say they, is precisely what Titus according to Josephus pronounces impossible to be effected. 100. It is predicted that a trench would be cast about the city, while Josephus informs us that after the first attempt at forming an embankment had been rendered useless by an act of incendiarism on the part of the besieged one, Titus desisted from his scheme of false messiahs, arising in the interval between the death of Jesus and the destruction of Jerusalem. History says nothing. The commotions among nations and the natural phenomena in that period are far from being so important as they are here represented, but above all in these prophecies, especially as they are given in Matthew and Mark, it is not the destruction of Jerusalem which is predicted, but solely that of the temple. Plain divergencies of the prophecy from the result, which would not exist if either a supernatural glance into the future or a vaticinium post eventum were concerned. According to these theologians, we are on the wrong track in seeking the counterpart of these prophecies forwards in the result, since it was backwards on types presented in the past that the authors looked. A mass of such types was furnished by the Jewish conception of the circumstances which would precede the advent of the Messiah: false prophets and messiahs, war, famine and pestilence, earthquakes and commotions in the heavens, prevalent corruption of manners, persecution of the faithful servants of Jehovah, were held to be the immediate harbingers of the messianic kingdom. Moreover, in the prophets there are descriptions of the tribulation which would presage and accompany the day of the coming of Jehovah. Issa Roman 13 ff, Joel Roman 1 Roman 2, ff 10, ff Roman 3, ff Roman 4 f Zeph Roman 1, ff Hag Roman 2 Zech Roman 14, ff Mal Roman 3 ff, or which would precede the messianic kingdom of the saints. Dan Roman 7 Roman 12, as also expressions in later Jewish writings, 102, so analogous with our evangelical prediction, as to put it beyond question that the description which it gives of the time of the Messiah's advent is drawn from a circle of ideas which had long been current among the Jews. Another question is whether the principal feature in the picture before us, the destruction of the temple and the devastation of Jerusalem as introductory to the coming of the Messiah, may also be shown to have made part of the popular conception in the time of Jesus. In Jewish writings, we find the notion that the birth of the Messiah would coincide with the destruction of the sanctuary. 103, but this idea was obviously first formed after the fall of the temple in order that a fountain of consolation might spring out of the lowest depth of misery. Josephus finds in Daniel, together with what relates to Antiochus, a prophecy of the annihilation of the Jewish state by the Romans. 1:4. But as this is not the primary object in any of the visions in 595, Daniel Josephus might first make this interpretation after the issue, in which case it would prove nothing as to the time of Jesus. Nevertheless, it is conceivable that already in the time of Jesus the Jews might attribute to the prophecies of Daniel a reference to events yet future, although these prophecies in fact related to a far earlier period, and they might do so on the same grounds as those on which the Christians of the present age still look forward to the full realization of Matt Roman 24 and Roman 25, as immediately after the fall of the kingdom made of iron mixed with clay and of the horn that speaks blasphemies and makes war against the saints, the coming of the Son of Man in the clouds, and the commencement of the everlasting kingdom of the saints is prophesied. While this result had not by any means succeeded the defeat of Antiochus, there was an inducement still to look to the future, not only for the heavenly kingdom, but also since they were made immediately to precede it for the calamities caused by the kingdom of iron and clay, among which calamities, by analogy with what was predicted of the horn, the desecration of the temple was conspicuous. But while the prophecy in Daniel includes only the desecration of the temple and the interruption of the worship together with the partial 105 destruction of the city in the discourse before us, complete destruction is predicted to the Templind, likewise to the city, not merely in Luke where the expressions are very marked, but undoubtedly in the two other evangelists, also as appears to be indicated by the exhortation to hasty flight from the city, which prediction of total destruction, as it is not contained in the type, can apparently have been gathered only from the result. But in the first place, the description in Daniel with the expressions and Roman 9 f Roman 12, which the Roman 70 translates by desolation and I destroy, may easily be also understood of a total destruction. And secondly, if once in connection with the sins of the nation, the temple and city had been destroyed, and the people carried away captive every enthusiastic Israelite, to whom the religious and moral condition of his fellow countrymen appeared corrupt and irremediable, might thenceforth expect and predict a repetition of that former judgment. According to this, even those particulars in which, as we have seen in the foregoing section, Luke surpasses his fellow narrators in definiteness, are not of a kind to oblige us to suppose either a supernatural foreknowledge or a vaticinium post eventum. On the contrary, all may be explained by a close consideration of what is narrated concerning the first destruction of Jerusalem in 2 Kings Roman 25:2, Chron Roman 36, and Jur Roman 39. There is only one point which Jesus, as the author of this discourse, could not have gathered from any types, but must have drawn entirely from himself, namely, the declaration that the catastrophe which he described would arrive within the present generation. This prediction we must hesitate to derive from a supernatural knowledge, for the reason already noticed, that it is only 596 half fulfilled, while the other side of the fact, the striking fulfillment of at least the one half of the prophecy, might incline us to distrust the supposition of a merely natural calculation, and to regard this determination of time as a feature introduced into the discourse of Jesus after the issue. Meanwhile, it is clear from the passages cited at the conclusion of the last section that the apostles themselves expected the return of Christ to take place within their lifetime, and it is not improbable that Jesus also believed that this event, together with the ruin of the city and temple, which according to Daniel was to precede it, was very near at hand, the more general part of the expectation, namely the appearing at some future time in the clouds of heaven, to awake the dead to sit in judgment, and to found an everlasting kingdom, would necessarily, from a consideration of Daniel, where such a coming is ascribed to the Son of Man, be contemplated by Jesus as a part of his own destiny, so soon as he held himself to be the Messiah, while with regard to the time it was natural that he should not conceive a very long interval as destined to elapse between his first messianic coming in humiliation and his second in glory. One objection to the genuineness of the synoptical discourses on the second advent is yet in reserve. It has, however, less weight in our point of view than in that of the prevalent criticism of the Gospels. This objection is derived from the absence of any detailed description of the second advent of Jesus in the Gospel of John. It is true that the fundamental elements of the doctrine of Christ's return are plainly discoverable in the fourth Gospel. Also, Jesus therein ascribes to himself the offices of the future judgment, and the awaking of the dead. John Roman 530, which last is not indeed numbered among the concomitants of the advent of Christ in the synoptical Gospels, but not seldom appears in that connection elsewhere in the New Testament, for example, 1 Cor Roman 15, 1 Thess Roman 4, when Jesus in the fourth Gospel sometimes denies that he is come into the world for judgment. Roman 3 Roman 8 Roman 12, this refers only to his first presence on earth, and is limited by opposite declarations in which he asserts that he is come into the world for judgment. Roman 9 Comp Roman 8, to the sense that the object of his mission is not to condemn, but to save, and that his judgment is not individual or partial, that it consists not in an authoritative sentence proceeding subjectively from himself, but in an objective act proceeding from the intrinsic tendency of things, a doctrine which is significantly expressed in the declaration that him who hears his word, without believing he judges not, but the word which he has spoken, shall judge him in the last day. Roman 12 further, when the Jesus of John's Gospel says of the believer he is not judged, he shall not come into judgment. Roman 3 Roman 5, this is to be understood of a judgment with a condemnatory issue, when on the contrary, it is said of the unbeliever he is judged already. Roman 3, This only means that the assigning of the merited lot to each is not reserved until the future judgment at the end of all things, since each one in his inward disposition bears within himself the fate which is his due. This does not exclude a future solemn act of judgment, wherein that which has at present only a latent existence will be made matter of awful revelation, for in the very passage last quoted, we find the consignment to condemnation, and elsewhere the awarding of future blessedness Romans 5 f Romans 6 f 54, associated with the last day and the resurrection 597. In like manner Jesus says in Luke, also in the same connection, in which he describes his return as a still future external catastrophe, Romans 17 f the kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say lo here or lo there, for behold the kingdom of God is within you. A certain interpretation of the words uttered by the Jesus of John's Gospel supposes him even to intimate that his return was not far distant, the expressions already mentioned in the farewell discourses, in which Jesus promises his disciples not to leave them comfortless, but after having gone to the Father shortly Romans 16 to come again to them, Romans 14:18, are not seldom understood of the return of Christ at the last day 108, but when we hear Jesus say of this same return, that he will therein reveal himself only to his disciples, and not to the world Romans 14, comp 22, it is impossible to think of it as the return to judgment in which Jesus conceived that he should reveal himself to good and bad without distinction. There is a particularly enigmatical allusion to the coming of Christ in the appendix to the fourth Gospel chap Romans 21, on the question of Peter as to what will become of the apostle. John Jesus here replies, If I will that he tarry, till I come, what is that to thee? Romans 5, whence, as it is added, the Christians inferred that John would not die, since they supposed the coming here spoken of to be the final return of Christ, in which those who witnessed it were to be changed without tasting death 1 Cor Romans 15 f. But adds the author correctively, Jesus did not say the disciple would not die, but only if he willed that he should tarry till he came. What was that to Peter? Hereby the evangelist may have intended to rectify the inference in two ways. Either it appeared to him erroneous to identify the remaining until Jesus came with not dying Romans 1e, to take the coming of which Jesus here spoke for the last, which would put an end to death, and in that case he must have understood by it an invisible coming of Christ, possibly in the destruction of Jerusalem 109, or he held it erroneous that what Jesus had only said hypothetically, even if he willed the given case that was no concern of Peter's, should be understood categorically, as if such had really been the will of Jesus, in which case there would retain its customary sense. If according to this all the main features of the doctrine of the second advent are put into the mouth of Jesus in the fourth Gospel, also still we nowhere find anything of the detailed graphic description of the external event which we read in the synoptical Gospels. This relation between the two representations creates no slight difficulty on the ordinary view of the origin of the Gospels, and especially that of the fourth, if Jesus really spoke of his return so fully and solemnly as the synoptists represent him to have done, and treated of the right knowledge and observation of the signs as something of the highest importance. It is inconceivable that the author of the fourth Gospel could pass over all this if he were an immediate disciple of Jesus, the usual mode of accounting for such an omission by the supposition that he believed this part of the teaching of Jesus to be sufficiently known from the synoptical Gospels or from oral tradition, is the more inadequate here in proportion, as all which bears a prophetic character, especially when relating to events at once so much longed for and dreaded, is exposed to misinterpretation, as we may see from the rectification just noticed, which the author of John Romans 21 found it necessary to apply to the opinion of his contemporaries concerning the promise given by Jesus to John. Thus in the present case, an explanatory word would have been highly seasonable and useful, especially 598, as the representation of the first Gospel, which made the end of all things follow immediately on the destruction of Jerusalem, must be the more an occasion of doubt and offence the nearer the latter event came, and in a still greater degree when it was past, and who was more capable of affording such enlightenment than the favourite disciple, particularly if, according to Mark Romans 13, he was the only evangelist who had been present at the discourse of Jesus on this subject. Hence, here again, a special reason for his silence is sought in the alleged destination of his Gospel for non-Judaical idealizing Gnostics, whose point of view those descriptions would not have suited and were therefore omitted, but precisely in relation to such readers, it would have been a culpable compliance, a confirmation in their idealizing tendency, had John, out of deference to them, suppressed the real side of the return of Christ. The apostle must rather have withstood the propensity of these people to evaporate the external historical part of Christianity by giving due prominence to it, as in his epistle in opposition to their docetism. He lays stress on the corporeality of Jesus, so in opposition to their idealism, he must have been especially assiduous to exhibit in the return of Christ the external facts by which it would be signalized. Instead of this, he himself speaks nearly like a Gnostic and constantly aims, in relation to the return of Christ, to resolve the external and the future into the internal, and the present. Hence there is not so much exaggeration, as Alshausen supposes in the opinion of Fleck, that the representation of the doctrine of Jesus concerning his return in the synoptical Gospels, and that given in the fourth, exclude each other. 112, for if the author of the fourth Gospel be an apostle, the discourses on the second advent, which the three first evangelists attribute to Jesus, cannot have been so delivered by him, and vice versa. We, however, as we have said, cannot avail ourselves of this argument, having long renounced the presupposition that the fourth Gospel had an apostolic origin, but on our point of view, we can fully explain the relation which the representation of the fourth Gospel bears to that of the synoptists in Palestine, where the tradition recorded by the three first Gospels was formed the doctrine of a solemn advent of the Messiah, which was there prevalent, and which Jesus embraced was received in its whole breadth into the Christian belief, whereas in the Hellenistic theosophic circle, in which the fourth Gospel arose, this idea was divested of its material envelopment, and the return of Christ became the ambiguous medium between a real and an ideal, a present and a future event, which it appears in the fourth Gospel, 599. 1. His predictions concerning particular circumstances of his passion, uttered shortly before its occurrence in the last days of his life, can only be considered farther on in the history of those days. 2. Comp. Alshausen Bibel, Com. 1s 528. 3. Gesenius Gescias Roman 3 ff Hitzig, Com. zu Ges s 550. 4. Gesenius ut sup s 158 ff Hitzig, s 577, ff Vac Bibel Theol 1 s 528 ff. 5. De Wet Com. zu den Samen, s 514, ff 3t Orful. 6. Ibid s 224 ff. 7. Paulus exeg Handyby 3b s 677 ff, and De Wet in Locke. 8. See this view developed by Fritz Kamm in Mark p 381 f. 9. Vid Fritz ut sup. 10. Paulus exeg Handyby 2 s 415, ff Ammon Bibel Theol 2 s 377, f Kaiser Bibel Theol 1 s 246, Fritz also ut sup and Weiss 1 s 423, partly admit this. 11. Berthold Einleitung in Roman 500 nt 1305, ff Wegschader Einl in des Evangelionis, s 271 f. 12. Daniel Übersetzt und Erklärt von Berthold 2 s 541, ff 660, ff Rosenmuller Skal in Roman 5 t7, 4 p 339 ff. 13. De Wet de Mort Christi Expiatoria in his Opusc Theol p 130 Hays Roman 50 j6. 14. Vom Zweck Jesu und seiner Jünger s 114, ff 153 f. 15. Über den Zweck und die Wirkungen des Todes Jesu in the Gartingischen Bibliothek 14 s 252 ff. 16. See the list in De Wet ut sup s6 ff. The most important voices for the existence of the idea in question in the time of Jesus have been noticed by Staudlin in the above treatise 1s 233 ff, and by Hengstenberg Christology, des at1, s 270 ffb, s 290 ff, for the opposite opinion by De Wet ut sup p1 ff. 17. Comp. De Wet Bibel Dam 201, f Baumgarten Crucius Bibel Theol 54. 18. Vid De Wet ut sup 189 ff. 19. Comp. De Wet ut sup 193. 20. Gefrora Philo 1 s 495 ff. 21. A passage to this effect out of the law properly so called would be difficult to find. De Wet de Mort p 72 refers to Issa Roman 9 Luck in Locke, to PS Roman 110, Dan Roman 7 Roman 2. 22. Vom Zweck Jesu und seiner Jünger s 179 f. 23. Vid De Wet de Mort CHRP 73 f. 24. Comp. Gesenius Gescias 2 th s 66, de wet Einleitung in dieser T59 3T Osk. Literal translation according to Hitzig Roman 52, as many were amazed at him, so disfigured not human was his appearance, and his form not that of the children of men, etc. Targum of Jonathan Quemad Mardam, per multos dies ipsum, expectarunt Israelidi quorum, contabuit inter gentes ad spectus et splendor, et evanuit, e filiis hominum etc. Roman 53, but he bore our infirmities and charged himself with our sorrows, and we esteemed him stricken smitten of God, and afflicted id circo, pro delictis nostris ips deprecabitur et iniquitates, noster propter eam condonabuntur licit, nos reputati simus contusi, plages affecti et afflicti. Origen also relates Roman 100 Celsus Roman 1, how a person esteemed a wise man among the Jews, maintained in opposition to his Christian interpretation of the passage in Isaiah, that this was prophesied concerning the whole nation, which had been dispersed, and afflicted in order that many might become proselytes. 26 Vid Scotgen 2, S 182, F Eisenmenger entdecks Judenthum 2, S 758. 27 App Scotgen 2, S 181 F. 28 De Wet de Mort Chr Expiatoria, Ut Sup S 50. 29 Vi 29. 30 Scotgen 2, S 509, F. Schmidt Christologisch Fragment in his Bibliothek 1 S 24 Ff. Berthold Christel Jud 13. 31 Schmidt Ut Sup Berthold Ut Sup 16. 32 Pesictor in Abkath Rochel App Schmidt S 48 F. 33 Sohar P Roman 2 Roman 85 App Schmidt 47 F. 34 Gemara Sanhedrin, F Roman 98 App de Wet de Mort CHRP 95 F, and App Hengstenberg, S 292. 35 Sohar P Roman 2, F Roman 80 Roman 2 App de Wet S 94, cum Israelit essent in terra sancta per cultus religiosos, et sacrificia, facibanto omnes illos morbos et pinas immundo, sustulerunt nunc, vero meshes debit offera is ab hominibus. 36 Vid Berthold Ut Sup 17. 37 De Wet de Mort CHRP 112, Comp 53 FF. 38 Hayes Roman 50 J 108. 39 Ibid. 40 Ibid and 109. 41 See his animated and impressive treatise vom Zweck, USFS 121 FF, Comp Brief über den Rationalismus, S 224 FF, and De Wettig zeg Handyby 11 S 143. 42 Thus especially Herder vom Erloser der Menschen, S 133, FF Brief über den Rationalismus, S 227, Comp Cunal Carmen Math P 444 F. 43 LXX. 44 Comp Suskind Einige, Bemerkungen über die Frage ob Jesus sen Offerstehung, bestimmt Vorhergesagt habe in Flats Magazine, 7 S 203 FF. 45 Paulus Ut Sup 2, S 415, FF Hayes Roman 50 J 109. 46 For example, Luck 1 S 426 Comp, on the contrary Thalak in Lark. 47 Vid Thalak Ut Sup. 48 Henk Joannes Apostolus non nolorum, Jesu apophthegmatum in evange suo. Et ips interpres in parts and ruperties, Silog Comthial 1 S9 Gabeler Recension, des Henkeschen Programs, im Neuesten Theal Journal 2 1, S88 Luck in Luck. 49 Thus besides Henk in the above program Herder von Gotz so nach Johannes Ivan, S135 F Paulus Calm 4, S165 F Roman 50 J1, a S173 F Luck, and De Wet in Luck. 50 Store in Flats Magazine, 4 S199. 51 Thalak and Alshorsen in Luck. 52 Hence Neander remains suspended in indecision between the two S395 F. 53 Thus Kern die Hauptsachen der Evange Geschtub Zeitschrift, 1836 2, S128. 54 Thus Alshorsen. 55 Kern says indeed that a similar doubleness of meaning is found elsewhere in significant discourse, but he refrains from adducing an example. 56 Probab P 23 FF. 57 Comp Neander S 396 Annum. 58 Paulus exeg Handyby in Lark. 59 Comp Fritzsch and Alshorsen in Lark. 60 Paulus exeg Handyby 2 S97, ff Scholz über das Abendum, s 317 f. 61 Susskind ut sup s 184 ff. 62 vid Luck in Lark. 63 vid de Wet Calm über die Samen, s 178. 64 Compare on the import and connection of this discourse Fritzsch in Math, p 695 ff. De Wettig zeg, Handyby 11 s 197, ff Weisel die Unchristlich Unsterblichkeitslehr, in the Theolstudien und Kritiken 1836 s 599, ff. In agreement with these commentators, I append the following division of the passage in Matthew. Roman 1 Signs of the end, Roman 24:14. A more remote signs the beginning of sorrows 48. B more immediate signs the actual sorrows 914. Roman 2 the end itself Roman 24:25-46. A its commencement with the destruction of Jerusalem, and the great tribulation which accompanies it 1528. B its culminating point the advent of the Messiah together with the assembling of his elect 29:31. Here follow retrospective observations and warnings, Roman 24, Roman 25. Roman 100 close of the with the messianic judgment, 31:46. 65 Vomsweg Jesu und seiner Jünger s 184-201, ff 207, ff. 66 The former adv atres Roman 5 the latter Carmen Math in Locke. Compare on the different interpretations of this passage the list, in Scott Commentarius, in ESJ-CHR Sermons qui dereditu Jews, ad judiciamagunt, p. 73 ff. 67 Bart Übersetzung, des NT1, S11033 Orsk Eckermann Handyby der Glaubenslehre, 2 S 579-3, S 427, 437-709 ff. And others in Scott ut sup. 68 This is the opinion of Lightfoot in Locke flat calm denotion vocis in Velthusens, under Samlung 2 461, ff. John Erklarung, der Weissegungen Jesu von der Zerstörung, Jerusalems, USW in Bengel's Archive 2 1 S79 ff. And others cited in Scott S75 f. 69 Thus especially John in the treatise above cited. 70 Kern Hauptsachen der Evangelisch Tubsicher, 1836-2, S 140 ff. 71 Thus Stor Opusk Acad 3 S 34 ff. Paulus Exeg Handyby 3, S 346 F 402 f. 72 Utsup S 188. 73 Stor Utsup S 39 116 ff. 74 Paulus in Lark. 75 Vid Quinal in Mat S 649. 76 Kamp the Wolfenbüttel Fragmentist Utsup S 190 ff. Scott Utsup S 127 ff. 77 Kern Utsup S 141 f. That Jesus conceived the epoch at which he spoke to be separated from the end of the world, by a far longer interval than would elapse before the destruction of Jerusalem. Kern thinks he can prove in the shortest way from Roman 5 of the 24th chapter of Matthew, where Jesus says, "And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come for such a promulgation of Christianity." He thinks it is beyond contradiction that a far longer space of time than these few lustrums would be requisite. As it happens, the Apostle Paul himself presents the contradiction when he represents the gospel as having been already preached to that extent before the destruction of Jerusalem. For example, Karl Roman 1 623 Kamp Rome Roman 10. 78 The former is chosen by Susskind Vermischt Aufsätze, S90 ff, the latter by Quinal in Math, p 653 ff. 79 See his commentarius in Locke. Ad über das Abendmahl, S 315 f. 81 über den Ursprung des ersten Kanon Evangel, S 119 ff, also Weiss ut sup. 82 über den Lukas, S 215 ff 265 ff. Here also his opinion is approved by Neander S 562. 83 Alschossen Bibel Calm 1 S 865 Kern ut sup, S 138 ff Kamp Studel Globensel, S 479 ff. 84 Die Weltgeschichte ist des Weltgericht Schiller tr. 85 Kamp, especially Weisel die Zeit des jüngsten Tags, USF in den Studien der Evangelichkeit Württembergs, 9-2, S140 ff, 154 ff. 86 According to Kern, the appearing of the Son of Man in the clouds signifies the manifestation of everything which forms so great an epoch in the development of the history of mankind, that from it the agency of Christ, who is the governing power in the history of mankind, may be as clearly recognized, as if the sign of Christ was seen in the heavens the morning of all the tribes of the earth, is to be understood of the sorrow with which men will be visited owing to the judgment which accompanies the propagation of the kingdom of Christ, as consisting in an expulsion of ungodliness out of the world, and the annihilation of the old man. Still further does Weiss allow himself to be carried away by the allegorizing propensity. Christ commiserates those who are with child and who give suck. Roman 1e Those who would still labor and produce in the old order of things. He further pities those whose flight falls in the winter. Roman 1e In a rude inhospitable period, which bears no fruit for the spirit. Diavange, Jesh 2 s 592. AD 7 Hengstenberg Christology, des AT1, s 305 ff. AD 8 Exeg Handyby 3 s 403 Kamp, also Kern Hauptsachen Sup, s 137. AD 9 Bibel Kam 1 s 865 ff. 90 Über den Ursprung USFS 119, Weiss advances a similar opinion. Sup. 91 Compare also my Streittreffen 1 Conclusion. 92 Kamp, for example, Graz Kam zum Math 2 444 ff. 93 Antic Roman 20 Roman 8 Campbell Judd Roman 2 Roman 13. And now these impostors and deceivers persuaded the multitude to follow them into the wilderness, and pretended that they would exhibit manifest wonders and signs that should be performed by the providence of God, and many that were prevailed on by them suffered the punishments of their folly, for Felix brought them back, and then punished them. 94 Bell Judd Roman 5 Roman 12 2. 95 More ample comparisons of the results mentioned by Josephus, and others with the prophecy. See in Credner Einleit, in des NT 1, s 207. 96 Berthold Daniel Übersetzt und Erklärt 2, s 668. Ff Paulus Exeg, Handyby 3 s 340 f. De Wet Einleit, in des T 254 ff. 97 Kaiser Bibel Theal 1 s 247, Credner Einl in des NT 1, s 206 f. 98 De Wet Einl in des NT 97 101, Exeg Handyby 1 s 204, 2 s 103. 99 Paulus Fritz de Wet in Lark. 100 B. J. Roman 5 Roman 12, to encompass the whole city round with his army, was not very easy by reason of its magnitude, and the difficulty of the situation, and on other accounts dangerous. 101 B. J. Roman 5 Roman 11, ff Roman 12. 102 Vid Scottgen 2, s 509, ff Berthold 13 Schmidt Bibliath 1 s 24 ff. 103 Vid Scottgen 2, s 525 f. 104 Antic Roman 10 Roman 11, after having interpreted the little horn of Antiochus, he briefly 595 adds, in the very same manner Daniel also wrote concerning the government of the Romans, and that our country should be made desolate by them. He doubtless supposed that the fourth iron monarchy Dan Roman 2 represented the Romans, since besides attributing it to a dominion over all the earth, he explains its destruction by the stone as something still future. Ant Roman 10 Daniel did also declare the meaning of the stone to the king, but I do not think proper to relate it, since I have only undertaken to describe things past or things present, but not things that are future. Now Daniel Roman 2 interprets the stone to mean the heavenly kingdom which would destroy the iron one, but would itself endure forever, a messianic particular on which Josephus does not choose to dilate, but that correctly interpreted the iron legs of the image signify the Macedonian Empire, and the feet of iron, mixed with clay, the Syrian Empire, which sprang out of the Macedonian Sea. De Wet Einleit, in des NT 254. 105 Vid Joseph Antic Roman 12 Roman 5. 106 Vid Hayes Roman 50 J 130. 107 The passages bearing on this subject are collected and explained in Scott Commentarius etc., p. 364 ff Comp, Luck in Locke and Weisel Urkrissel Unsterblichkeitslehr, in the Thealstudien 1836, s 626 ff. 108 Vids Thaluk in Locke. 109 Comp Thaluk ut Sup. 110 thus Luck and also Tharluck in Larkscott p. 409. 111, Alshausen 1s 870. 112, Fleck de Rigno Divino p. 483. Chapter Roman 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with his disciples. Development of the relation of Jesus to his enemies. In the three first Gospels, the principal enemies of Jesus are the Pharisees and scribes, one who saw in him the most ruinous opponent of their institutions, together with the chief priests and elders who, as the heads of the external temple worship and the hierarchy founded upon it, could have no friendly feeling towards one who on every opportunity represented as the main point the internal service of God, with the devotion of the mind elsewhere. We find among the enemies of Jesus the Sadducees. Matt Roman 16 Roman 22 ff Parel Comp. Matt Roman 16 ff Parel, to whose materialism much in his opinions must have been repugnant, and the Herodian party Mark Roman 3 Matt Roman 22 Parel, who having been unfavorable to the Baptist, were naturally so to his successor. The fourth Gospel, though it sometimes mentions the chief priests and Pharisees, the most frequently designates the enemies of Jesus by the general expression, the Jews, an expression which proceeds from a later Christian point of view. The four evangelists unanimously relate that the more defined machinations of the Pharisaical party against Jesus took their rise from an offense committed by the latter against the prevalent rules concerning the observation of the Sabbath. When Jesus had cured the man with the withered hand, it is said in Matthew the Pharisees went out and held a council against him, how they might destroy him. Roman 12 Comp. Mark Roman 3 Luke Roman 6. And in like manner John observes on the occasion of the Sabbath cure at the pool of Bethesda, therefore did the Jews persecute Jesus, and after mentioning a declaration of Jesus proceeds, thus therefore the Jews sought the more to kill him. Roman 5:18. But immediately after this commencing point, the synoptical account of the relation in question diverges from that of John in the synoptists. The next offense is given by the neglect of washing before meals on the part of Jesus and his disciples, with the sharp invectives which, when called to account on the subject, he launched forth against the spirit of petty observance and the hypocrisy and spirit of persecution with which it was united in the Pharisees and lawyers. After all which, it is said that the latter conceived a deep animosity against him and tried to sift him and entrap him by dangerous questions in order to obtain grounds of accusation against him. Luke Roman 11:54 600 Comp. Matt Roman 15 ff Mark Roman 7 ff. On his last journey to Jerusalem, the Pharisees gave Jesus a warning against Herod. Luke Roman 13, which apparently had no other object than to induce him to leave the country. The next important cause of offense to the hierarchical party was the striking homage paid to Jesus by the people on his entrance into Jerusalem, and the purification of the temple which he immediately undertook. But they were still withheld from any violent measures towards him by the strength of his interest with the people. Matt Roman 21 f Mark Roman 9 Luke Roman 19:47 f, which was the sole reason why they did not possess themselves of his person after the severe manner in which he had characterized them in the parable of the husbandmen of the vineyard. Matt Roman 21 f Parel. After these events, it scarcely needed the anti-Pharisaic discourse. Matt Roman 23 to make the chief priests, the scribes and elders. Roman 1 the Sanhedrim assemble in the palace of the high priest shortly before the Passover for a consultation that they might take Jesus by subtlety and kill him. Matt Roman 26 ff Parel. In the fourth Gospel also the great number of the adherents of Jesus among the people is sometimes, it is true, described as the reason why his enemies desired to seize him. Roman 7:44 Comp. Roman 4 ff. And his solemn entrance into Jerusalem embitters them here also. Roman 12. Sometimes their murderous designs are mentioned without any motive being stated. Roman 7:19-25 Roman 8. But the main cause of offense in this Gospel lies in the declarations of Jesus concerning his exalted dignity, even on the occasion of the cure of the lame man on the Sabbath. What chiefly irritated the Jews was that Jesus justified it by appealing to the uninterrupted agency of God as his Father, which in their opinion was a blasphemous making of himself equal with God. Roman 5. When he spoke of his divine mission, they sought to lay hold on him. Roman 7 Comp. Roman 8. On his asserting that he was before Abraham, they took up stones to cast at him. Roman 8. They did the same when he declared that he and the Father were one. Roman 10. And when he asserted that the Father was in him and he in the Father, they again attempted to seize him. Roman 10. But that which according to the fourth Gospel turns the scale and causes the hostile party to take a formal resolution against Jesus is the resuscitation of Lazarus. When this act was reported to the Pharisees, they and the chief priests convened a council of the Sanhedrim, in which the subject of deliberation was that if Jesus continued to perform so many signs, all would at length adhere to him, and then the Roman power would be exerted to the destruction of the Jewish nation, whereupon the high priest Caiaphas pronounced the momentous decision that it was better for one man to die for the people than for the whole nation to perish. His death was now determined upon, and it was enjoined on every one to point out his abode, that he might be arrested. Roman 11 ff. With regard to this difference, modern criticism observes that we should not at all comprehend the tragical turn of the fate of Jesus from the synoptical accounts, and that John alone opens to us a glance into the manner in which step by step the breach between the hierarchical party and Jesus was widened. In short, that in this point also the representation of the fourth gospel shows itself a pragmatical one, which that of the other gospels is not, but what it is in which the Gospel of John exhibits superiority in gradation and progress. It is difficult to see, since the very first definite statement concerning the incipient enmity, Roman 5, contains the extreme of the offense making himself equal with God, and the extreme of the 601 enmity, they sought to kill him, so that all which is narrated further concerning the hostility of the Jews is mere repetition, and the only fact which presents itself as a step towards more decided measures is the resolution of the Sanhedrim. Chap. Roman 11. This species of gradation, however, is not wanting in the synoptical account. Also here, we have the transition from the indefinite laying wait for Jesus, and the communing what might be done to him. Luke Roman 11 Roman 6, or as it is more precisely given in Matthew Roman 12, and in Mark Roman 3, the taking counsel how they might destroy him, to the definite resolve as to the manner and the time. Matt Roman 26 f. Parallel. But it is especially made a reproach to three first evangelists that in passing over the resurrection of Lazarus, they have omitted that incident which gave the final impulse to the fate of Jesus. If we, on the contrary, in virtue of the above result of our criticism of this miraculous narrative, must rather praise the synoptists that they do not represent as the turning point in the fate of Jesus an incident which never really happened, so the fourth evangelist, by the manner in which he relates the murderous resolve to which it was the immediate inducement, by no means manifests himself as one whose authority can be held by us a sufficient warrant for the truth of his narrative. The circumstance that he ascribes to the high priest the gift of prophecy, without doubt, in accordance with a superstitious idea of his age for, and regards his speech as a prediction of the death of Jesus, would certainly not by itself prove that he could not have been an apostle and eyewitness, but it has with justice been held a difficulty that our evangelist designates Caiaphas as the high priest of that year Roman 11, and thus appears to suppose that this dignity, like many Roman magistracies, was an annual one, whereas it was originally held for life, and even in that period of Roman ascendancy was not a regular annual office, but was transferred as often as it pleased the arbitrariness of the Romans to conclude on the authority of the fourth gospel, in opposition to the general custom, and notwithstanding the silence of Josephus that Annas and Caiaphas by a private agreement held the office for a year by turns. 6. Is an expedient to which those may resort whom it pleases to take indefinitely. For 7 is from the twofold repetition of the same expression Roman 5 and Roman 18 inadmissible, that at that period the high priesthood was frequently transferred from one to another, and some high priests were not allowed to remain in their office longer than a year. 8 did not justify our author in designating Caiaphas as the high priest of a particular year, when in fact he filled that post for a series of years, and certainly throughout the duration of the public agency of Jesus. Lastly, that John intended to say that Caiaphas was high priest in the year in which Jesus died, without thereby excluding earlier and later years, in which he also held the office. 9 is an equally untenable position, for if the time in which an incident occurs is described as a certain year, this mode of expression must imply that either the incident, the date of which is to be determined, or the fact by which that date is to be determined, is connected with the term of a year. Thus either the author of the fourth gospel must have been of the opinion that, from the death of Jesus, to which this decision of Caiaphas was the initiative step, a 602 plenitude of spiritual gifts, including the gift of prophecy to the high priest of that period, was dispensed throughout that particular year 10, and no longer, or if this be a far-fetched explanation, he must have imagined that Caiaphas was high priest for the term of that year only. Luck concludes that, as according to Josephus, the high priest of that period held his office for 10 years successively. Therefore John cannot have meant by the expression that the office of high priest was an annual one, whereas the author of the Probabilia, on the ground that the evidence of this meaning, in the words of the Gospel, is far more certain than that John is its author, reverses this proposition, and concludes that as the fourth Gospel here presents an idea concerning the duration of the office of high priest, which could not be entertained in Palestine, therefore its author cannot have been a native of Palestine. Of the further statements also as to the points in which Jesus gave offense to the hierarchy of his nation, those which the synoptists have alone or in common with John, are credible those which are peculiar to the latter, not so among those which are common to both sides. The solemn entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem and the strong attachment of the people to him were equally natural causes of offense with his discourses and actions, in opposition to the sabbatical institutions, in whatever the latter may have consisted. On the contrary, the manner in which, according to the fourth Gospel, the Jews take offense at the declarations of Jesus concerning himself as the Son of God, is, according to our earlier analysis 12, as inconceivable, as it is consistent with the common order of things, that the polemical tone towards the Pharisees which the first evangelists all lend to Jesus should irritate the party attacked. Thus no new or more profound insight into the causes and motives of the reaction against Jesus is to be obtained from the fourth Gospel, but the information which the synoptists have preserved to us fully suffices to make that fact intelligible. Jesus and his betrayer. Although it had been resolved in the council of the chief priests and elders that the feast time should be allowed to pass over before any measures were taken against Jesus, because any act of violence against him in these days might easily excite an insurrection on the part of his numerous adherents among the visitants to the feast, Matt Roman 26 Mark Roman 14. Yet this consideration was superseded by the facility with which one of his disciples offered to deliver him into their hands, Judas, surnamed Doubtless, on account of his origin from the Jewish city of Kirioth. 13, Josh Roman 15, went according to the synoptists a few days before the Passover to the heads of the priesthood and volunteered to deliver Jesus quietly into their hands, for which service they promised him money, according to Matthew 30 pieces of silver, Matt Roman 26, ff. Parallel. Of such an antecedent transaction, 603 between Judas and the enemies of Jesus, the fourth Gospel not only says nothing, but appears moreover to represent the matter, as if Judas had not formed the determination of betraying Jesus to the priesthood until the Last Supper, and had then promptly put it into execution, the same entering of Satan into Judas, which Luke Roman 22 places before his first interview with the chief priests, and before any preparation had been made for Jesus and his disciples to eat the Passover together, is represented by the author of the fourth Gospel as occurring at this meal before Judas left the company. Roman 13 a proof, as it appears that in the opinion of this evangelist Judas, now made his first traitorous visit, he does indeed observe before the meal. Roman 13, that the devil had put it into the heart of Judas to betray Jesus, and this is commonly regarded as the parallel of Luke's Satan entered into him, being understood to imply the formation of the treacherous resolve in consequence of which Judas went to the chief priests, but if he had previously been in treaty with them, the betrayal was already completed, and it is then not easy to perceive what can be meant by the words on the occasion of the last meal, since the summoning of those who were to seize Jesus was no new diabolical resolution, but only the execution of that which had already been embraced. The expression in John Roman 5 only obtains an entirely consistent sense in distinction from Roman 5, when the in the latter is understood of the rising of the thought, the in the former of the ripening of this thought into resolution. The supposition that Judas had pledged himself to the chief priests, before the meal being thus excluded in this manner. However, the statement of the synoptists that Judas some time before the perpetration of his treacherous act made a bargain with the enemies of Jesus stands in contradiction with that of John, that he only put himself in league with them immediately before the deed, and here Luck decides in favor of John, maintaining it to be after his departure from the Last Supper. Roman 13, that Judas made that application to the chief priests, which the synoptists Matt Roman 26 f. Parallel place before the meal. But this decision of Luck's is founded solely on deference to the presupposed authority of John, for even if, as he remarks, Judas could very well obtain an interview with the priests when night had commenced, still regarding the matter apart from any presuppositions, the probability is beyond comparison stronger on the side of the synoptists, who allow some time for the affair, than on that of John, according to whom it is altogether sudden, and Judas truly, as if he were possessed, rushes out, when it is already night, to treat with the priests, and immediately hurry to the deed. Concerning the motives which induced Judas to league himself with the enemies of Jesus, we learn from the three first Gospels no more than that he received money from the chief priests. This would indicate that he was actuated by covetousness, especially according to the narrative in Matthew, where Judas, before he promises to betray Jesus, puts the question, "What will ye give me?" Clearer light is thrown on this subject by the statement of the fourth Gospel, Roman 12 ff, that on the occasion of the meal in Bethany Judas was indignant at the anointing as an unnecessary expenditure, that he carried the purse and acted the thief in that office, whence it might be supposed that the avarice of Judas, no longer satisfied by his peculations on the funds of the society, hoped to reap a more considerable harvest by 604, betraying Jesus to the rich and powerful sacerdotal party. We must hold ourselves under obligation to the author of the fourth Gospel, that by the preservation of these particulars which are wanting in the other evangelists, he has made the act of Judas somewhat more comprehensible. So soon as his statements are shown to have an historical foundation, we have shown above, however, how improbable it is that, had that censure really proceeded from Judas, the legend should have lost this trait. 16. How probable, on the other hand, a legendary origin of it is easy to discern. The meal at Bethany stood in the evangelical tradition near to the end of the life of Jesus, an end brought about by the treachery of Judas. So easily might the thought arise in someone that the narrow-minded censure of a noble prodigality could only come from the covetous Judas, that the censure at the same time turned upon the propriety of selling the ointment for the benefit of the poor could in the mouth of Judas be only a pretext behind which he concealed his selfishness, but advantage to himself from the sale of the ointment could not be expected by him unless he allowed himself to purloin some of the money saved, and this again he could not do unless he were the purse-bearer. If it thus appear possible for the statement that Judas was a thief, and had the bag to have had an unhistorical origin, we have next to inquire whether there are any reasons for supposing that such was actually the case. Here we must take into consideration another point on which the synoptists and John differ, namely the foreknowledge of Jesus that Judas would betray him in the synoptical Gospels. Jesus first manifests this knowledge at the Last Supper, consequently at a time in which the deed of Judas had virtually been perpetrated, and apparently but a short time before Jesus had so little presentiment that one of the 12 would be lost to him, that he promised them all without exception the honor of sitting on 12 thrones of judgment in the palingenesia. Matt. Roman 19. According to John, on the contrary, Jesus declares shortly before the time of the last Passover, but one consequently a year before the result, that one of the 12 is a devil, meaning, according to the observation of the evangelist Judas, as his future betrayer. Roman 6. For as it had been observed shortly before. Roman 5, Jesus knew from the beginning who should betray him. According to this, Jesus knew from the commencement of his acquaintance with Judas that this disciple would prove a traitor, and not merely did he foresee this external issue, but also, since he knew what was in man. John. Roman 2, he must have penetrated the motives of Judas, namely covetousness and love of money. And if so, would he have made him purse-bearer. Roman 1, placed him in a position in which his propensity to seek gain by any means, even though dishonest, must have had the most abundant nourishment. Would he have made him a thief by giving him opportunity, and thus as if designedly have brought up in him a betrayer for himself, considered simply in an economical point of view, who entrusts a purse to one of whom he knows that he robs it, then in relation to the idea of Jesus as a moral teacher who places the weak in a situation which so constantly appeals to his weak point, as to render it certain that he will sooner or later give way to the temptation. No, truly Jesus assuredly did not so play with the souls immediately entrusted to him, did not exhibit to them so completely the opposite of what he taught them to pray for, lead us not into temptation, Matt. Roman 6, as to have made Judas, of whom he foreknew that he would become his betrayer out of covetousness, the purse-bearer of his society, or if he gave him this office, he cannot have had such a foreknowledge. 605. In order to arrive at a decision in this alternative, we must consider that foreknowledge separately, and inquire whether, apart from the treasurership of Judas, it be probable or not. We shall not enter on the question of the psychological possibility, because there is always freedom of appeal to the divine nature of Jesus, but with regard to the moral possibility it is to be asked whether, presupposing that foreknowledge, it be justifiable in Jesus to have chosen Judas among the 12, and to have retained him within this circle, as it was only by this vocation that his treachery as such could be rendered possible. So Jesus appears, if he foresaw this treachery, to have designedly drawn him into the sin. It is urged that intercourse with Jesus afforded Judas the possibility of escaping that abyss. 17, but Jesus is supposed to have foreseen that this possibility would not be realized, It is further said that even in other circles the evil implanted in Judas would not the less have developed itself in a different form, a proposition which has a strong tinge of fatalism again, when it is said to be of no avail to a man that the evil the germ of which lies within him should not be developed. This appears to lead to consequences which are repudiated by the Apostle Paul Romans 3 Romans 6f. And regarding the subject in relation to feeling merrily, how could Jesus endure to have man of whom he knew that he would be his betrayer, and that all instruction would be fruitless to him as his constant attendant throughout the whole period of his public life? Must not the presence of such a person have every hour interfered with his confidential intercourse with the rest of the 12? Assuredly, they must have been weighty motives for the sake of which Jesus imposed on himself anything so repugnant and difficult. Such motives or objects must either have had relation to Judas, and thus have consisted in the design to make him better, which, however, was precluded by the decided foreknowledge of his crime, or they must have had relation to Jesus himself and his work. Roman 1e. Jesus had the conviction that if the work of redemption by means of his death were to be effected, there must be one to betray him. But for the purpose of redemption, according to the Christian theory, the death of Jesus was the only indispensable means. Whether this should be brought about by a betrayal or in any other way was of no moment, and that the enemies of Jesus must earlier or later have succeeded in getting him into their power without the aid of Judas, is undeniable. That the betrayer was indispensable in order to bring about the death of Jesus, exactly at the Passover, which was a type of himself. 19. With such trivialities, it will scarcely be attempted to put us off in these days. If then we are unable to discover any adequate motive which could induce Jesus advertently to receive and retain in his society his betrayer in the person of Judas, it appears decided that he cannot beforehand have known him to be such Schleiermacher, in order that he may not infringe on the authority of John, by denying this foreknowledge, prefers doubting that Jesus chose the 12 purely by his own act, and supposes that this circle was rather formed by the voluntary adherence of the disciples, since it would be more easy to justify the conduct of Jesus if he merely refrained from rejecting Judas when he spontaneously offered himself, than if he drew him to himself by free choice. But hereby the authority of John is still endangered, for it is he who makes Jesus say to the 12, "Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you." Romans 15 comp Romans 6. Moreover, even dismissing the idea of a decided act of election, still, for anyone to remain constantly with Jesus, there needed his 606 permission and sanction, and even these he could not acting humanly give to a man of whom he knew that by means of this relation to himself he would be enabled to mature the blackest crime. It is said, however, that Jesus put himself entirely into the divine point of view, and admitted Judas into his society for the sake of the possibility of reformation, which he yet foreknew would never be realized. But this would be a divine inhumanity, not the conduct of the Godman, if according to this it is extremely difficult to maintain as historical the statement of the fourth Gospel that Jesus from the beginning knew Judas to be his betrayer, so it is equally easy to discern what, even without historical foundation, might lead to such a representation. It would be natural to suppose that the fact of Jesus being betrayed by one of his own disciples would be injurious to him in the eyes of his enemies, even if we did not know that Celsus, in the character of a Jew, reproached Jesus that he was betrayed by one of those whom he called his disciples, as a proof that he was less able to attach his followers to himself than every robber chief now, as the injurious consequences to be drawn from the ignominious death of Jesus appeared to be most completely obviated by the assertion that he had long foreknown his death, so the arguments against Jesus derived from the treachery of Judas might seem to be most effectually repelled by the statement that he had penetrated into the character of the traitor from the first, and could have escaped what his treason prepared for him, since this would involve the inference that he had exposed himself to the effects of his faithlessness by his own free will and out of higher considerations. This method included a second advantage which attaches to the enunciator of every prediction alleged to be fulfilled, and which the fourth evangelist naively makes his Jesus express, when after the exposure of the betrayer he puts into his mouth the words, "Now I tell you before it come, that, when it is come to pass, ye may believe that I am he." Romans 13. In fact, the best motto for every vaticinium post eventum, these two objects were the more completely attained the earlier the period in the life of Jesus to which this foreknowledge was referred, whence it is to be explained why the author of the fourth Gospel, not satisfied with the ordinary representation that Jesus predicted his betrayal by Judas at the Last Supper, placed his knowledge on this subject in the commencement of the connection between him and Judas. This early knowledge on the part of Jesus concerning the treachery of Judas being dismissed as unhistorical, there would be room for the statement that Judas carried the purse of the society, since this particular only appeared incompatible with the above foreknowledge. While if Jesus was in general mistaken in Judas, he might under this error have entrusted the funds to him, but by the proof that the representation of John in relation to the knowledge of Jesus concerning his betrayer is a fictitious one, its credibility in this matter is so shaken that no confidence can be placed in the other statement. If the author of the fourth Gospel has embellished the relation between Jesus and Judas on the side connected with Jesus, he can scarcely 607 have left the side of Judas unadorned if he has introduced the fact that Jesus was betrayed by making Jesus foresee this part of his destiny. His other statement that Judas had beforehand exhibited his avarice by a dishonest use of the common purse may easily be only an introduction to the fact that Jesus was betrayed by Judas. But even though we renounce the information given by John concerning the character and motives of Judas, we still retain in the forementioned statement of the synoptists the most decided intimation that the chief motive of his deed was covetousness. Different opinions concerning the character of Judas and the motives of his treachery. From the earliest to the latest times, there have been persons who have held opinions at issue with this view of the New Testament writers concerning the motives of Judas, and with their entirely reprobatory judgment upon them. Comp. Acts Roman 1 ff. And this divergency has arisen partly out of an exaggerated supernaturalism, and partly out of a rationalistic bias. An overstrained supernaturalism, proceeding from the point of view presented in the New Testament itself, namely, that the death of Jesus decreed in the divine plan of the world, for the salvation of mankind, might even regard Judas, by whose treachery the death of Jesus was brought about, as a blameless instrument in the hand of Providence, a cooperator in the redemption of mankind. He might be placed in this light by the supposition that he had knowledge of that divine decree, and that its fulfillment was the object at which he aimed in betraying Jesus. We actually find this mode of viewing the subject on the part of the Gnostic sect of the Cainites, who, according to the ancient writers on heresies, held that Judas had liberated himself from the narrow Jewish opinions of the other disciples, and attained to the gnosis and accordingly betrayed Jesus, because he knew that by his death the kingdom of the inferior spirits who ruled the world would be overthrown. Others in the early church admitted that Judas betrayed Jesus out of covetousness, maintaining, however, that he did not anticipate the death of Jesus as a consequence of his betrayal, but supposed that he would, as he had often previously done, escape from his enemies by an exertion of his supernatural power. 25, an opinion which forms the transition to the modern methods of justifying the trait. As the above-mentioned supernaturalistic exaltation of Judas by the Cainites immediately proceeded from their antagonistic position with respect to Judaism, in virtue of which they had made it a principle to honor all who were blamed by the Jewish authors of the Old Testament, and the Judaizing authors of the New, and vice versa, so rationalism, especially in its first indignation at the long subjection of the reason to the fetters of authority 608, felt a certain delight both in divesting of their nimbus those biblical personages who, according to its views, had been too zealously deified by orthodoxy, and also in defending and elevating those who were condemned or depreciated by the latter. Hence, in the Old Testament, the exaltation of Esau over Jacob, of Saul over Samuel, in the New of Martha over Mary, the eulogiums on the doubting Thomas, and now the apology even for the traitor Judas. According to some, he became a criminal out of injured honor, the manner in which Jesus reproved him at the meal at Bethany, and in general the inferior degree of regard which he experienced in comparison with other disciples, converted his love for his teacher into hatred and revenge. Others have preferred the conjecture preserved by Theophylact, that Judas may have hoped to see Jesus this time also escape from his enemies. Some have taken up this idea in the supernaturalistic sense, supposing it to be the expectation of Judas that Jesus would set himself at liberty by an exertion of his miraculous power. 27 Others, consistently with their point of view, have supposed that Judas may probably have expected that if Jesus were taken prisoner, the people would raise an insurrection in his favor and set him at liberty. These opinions represent Judas as one who, in common with the other disciples, conceived the messianic kingdom as an earthly and political one, and hence was discontented that Jesus so long abstained from availing himself of the popular favor in order to assume the character of the messianic ruler, instigated either by attempts at bribery on the part of the Sanhedrim or by the rumor of their plan to seize Jesus in secret. After the feast, Judas sought to forestall this project, which must have been fatal to Jesus, and to bring about his arrest before the expiration of the feast time, in which he might certainly hope to see Jesus liberated by an insurrection, by which means he would be compelled at last to throw himself into the arms of the people, and thus take the decisive step towards the establishment of his dominion. When he heard Jesus speak of the necessity of his being captured, and of his rising again in 3 days, he understood these expressions as an intimation of the concurrence of Jesus in his plan. Under this mistake, he partly failed to hear, and partly misinterpreted his additional admonitory discourse, and especially understood the words, "What thou doest, do quickly," as an actual encouragement to the execution of his design. He took the 30 pieces of silver from the priests, either to conceal his real intentions under the appearance of covetousness, and thus to lull every suspicion on their part, or because, while he expected an exaltation to one of the first places in the kingdom of his master, he was not unwilling to combine with it even that small advantage. But Judas had miscalculated in 2 points. First, in not considering that, after the feasting of the Paschal night, the people would not be early on the alert for an insurrection. Secondly, in overlooking the probability that the Sanhedrim would hasten to deliver Jesus into the hands of the Romans, from whom a popular insurrection would hardly suffice to deliver him. Thus Judas is supposed to be either an honest man, misunderstood 29, or a deluded one, who however was of no common character, but exhibited even in his despair the wreck of apostolic greatness 30, or he is supposed by evil means, indeed, to have sought the attainment of an 609 object, which was nevertheless good. Neander imagines the 2 opposite opinions concerning Jesus, the supernatural and the natural, to have presented themselves to the mind of Judas in the form of a dilemma, so that he reasoned thus: if Jesus is the Messiah, a delivery into the hands of his enemies will, owing to his supernatural power, in no way injure him, but will on the contrary serve to accelerate his glorification. If on the other hand he is not the Messiah, he deserves destruction. According to this, the betrayal was merely a test by which the doubting disciple meant to try the messiahship of his master. Among these views, that which derives the treachery of Judas from wounded ambition is the only one which can adduce a positive indication in its favor, namely the repulse which the traitor drew on himself from Jesus at the meal in Bethany. But against such an appeal to this reproof, we have already on another occasion applied the remark of the most recent criticism, that its mildness, especially as compared with the far more severe rebuke administered to Peter Matt Romans 16, must forbid our attributing to it such an effect as the rancor which it is supposed to have engendered in Judas 33, while that in other instances he was less considered than his fellow disciples, we have nowhere any trace. All the other conjectures as to what was properly the motive of the deed of Judas can only be supported by negative grounds, Roman 1e grounds, which make it improbable in general that his project had a bad aim, and in particular that his motive was covetousness. A positive proof that he intended to further the work of Jesus, and especially that he was actuated by violent political views of the Messiah's kingdom, is not to be discovered. That Judas had in general no evil designs against Jesus is argued chiefly from the fact that after the delivery of Jesus to the Romans, and the inevitableness of his death had come to his knowledge, he fell into despair, this being regarded as a proof that he had expected an opposite result. But not only does the unfortunate result of crime, as Paulus thinks, but also its fortunate result, that is its success, exhibit that which had before been veiled under 1,000 extenuating pretexts, in all the blackness of its real form. Crime, once become real, once passed into act, throws off the mask which it might wear while it remained merely ideal, and existed in thought alone. Hence, as little as the repentance of many a murderer, when he sees his victim lie before him, proves that he did not really intend to commit the murder, so little can the anguish of Judas, when he saw Jesus beyond rescue, prove that he had not beforehand contemplated the death of Jesus as the issue of his deed. But it is further said, covetousness cannot have been the motive of Judas, for if gain had been his object, he could not be blind to the fact that the continued charge of the purse in the society of Jesus would yield him more than the miserable 30 pieces of silver, from 20 to 25 thalers 34 of our money, a sum which among the Jews formed the compensation for a wounded slave, being 4 months' wages. But these 30 pieces of silver are in vain sought for in any other narrator than Matthew. John is entirely silent as to any reward offered to Judas by the priests. Mark and Luke speak indefinitely of money which they had promised him, and Peter in the Acts Roman 1 merely mentions a reward which Judas obtained. Matthew, however, who alone has that definite sum, leaves us at the same time in no doubt as to the historical value of his statement. After relating the end of Judas Roman 27, he cites a passage from Zechariah Roman 11, he ascribes it by mistake 610 to Jeremiah, wherein likewise 30 pieces of silver appear as a price at which someone is valued. It is true that in the prophetic passage the 30 pieces of silver are not given as purchase money, but as hire. He to whom they are paid is the prophet, the representative of Jehovah, and the smallness of the sum is an emblem of the slight value which the Jews set upon the divine benefits so plentifully bestowed on them. But how easily might this passage, where there was mention of a shamefully low price, ironically, a goodly price at which the Israelites had rated the speaker in the prophecy, remind a Christian reader of his Messiah, who in any case had been sold for a paltry price compared with his value, and hence be led to determine by this passage the price which was paid to Judas for betraying Jesus. Thus the 30 pieces of silver present no support to those who would prove that it could not be the reward which made Judas a traitor, for they leave us as ignorant as ever how great or how small was the reward which Judas received. Neither can we with Neander conclude that the sum was trifling from Matt Roman 27, Acts Roman 1, where it is said that a field or was purchased with the reward assigned to the treachery of Judas, since even apart from the historical value of that statement hereafter to be examined, the two expressions adduced may denote a larger or a smaller piece of land, and the additional observations of Matthew that it was destined to bury strangers in will not allow us to think of a very small extent how the same theologian can discover in the statement of the two intermediate evangelists that the Jewish rulers had promised Judas money an intimation that the sum was small. It is impossible to conceive far more weighty is the observation above made with a different aim that Jesus would scarcely have appointed and retained as purse-bearer one whom he knew to be covetous even to dishonesty, whence Neander directly infers that the fourth evangelist, when he derived the remark of Judas at the meal in Bethany, from his covetousness, put a false construction upon it, in consequence of the idea which ultimately prevailed respecting Judas, and especially added the accusation that Judas robbed the common fund out of his own imagination. But in opposition to this, it is to be asked whether in Neander's point of view it be admissible to impute to the Apostle John, who is here understood to be the author of the fourth gospel, so groundless calumny. For such it would be according to Neander's supposition, and in our point of view, it would at least be more natural to conclude that Jesus indeed knew Judas to be fond of money, but did not until the last believe him to be dishonest, and hence did not consider him unfit for the post in question. Neander observes in conclusion, if Judas could be induced by money to betray Jesus, he must have long lost all true faith in him. This indeed follows of necessity, and must be supposed in every view of the subject, but this extinction of faith could of itself only lead him to go back John Roman 6, in order to prompt him to meditate treachery. There must be a further special incitement, which intrinsically might just as well be covetousness, as the views which are attributed to him by Neander and others. That covetousness considered as such an immediate motive suffices to explain the deed of Judas. I will not maintain, I only contend, that any other motives are neither stated, nor anywhere intimated in the Gospels, and that consequently every hypothesis as to their existence is built on the air 6:11. Preparation for the Passover. On the first day of unleavened bread, in the evening of which the paschal lamb was to be slain, consequently the day before the feast properly speaking, which however commenced on that evening Roman 1, either 14th of Nisan, Jesus, according to the two first evangelists, in compliance with a question addressed to him by the disciples sent, Matthew leaves it undecided which and how many. Mark says 2 disciples, whom Luke designates as Peter and John, to Jerusalem, perhaps from Bethany, to bespeak a place in which he might partake of the Passover with them, and to make the further arrangements. Matt Roman 26 ff. Parallel. The three narrators do not altogether agree as to the directions which Jesus gave to these disciples. According to all, he sends them to a man of whom they had only to desire in the name of their master a place in which to celebrate the Passover, in order at once to have their wants supplied. But first, this locality is more particularly described by the two intermediate evangelists than by Matthew, namely, as a large upper room which was already furnished and prepared for the reception of guests, and secondly, the manner in which they were to find the owner is described by the former otherwise than by the latter. Matthew makes Jesus merely say to the disciples that they were to go to such a man, the others that being come into the city, they would meet a man bearing a pitcher of water, whom they were to follow into the house which he should enter, and there make their application to the owner. In this narrative, there have been found a multitude of difficulties, which Gabeler has assembled in a special treatise. At the very threshold of the narrative, it occasions surprise that Jesus should not have thought of any preparation for the Passover, until the last day, nay, that he should even then have needed to be reminded of it by the disciples, as the two first evangelists tell us, for owing to the great influx of people at the time of the Passover, 2,700,000, according to Josephus 40, the accommodations in the city were soon disposed of, and the majority of the strangers were obliged to encamp in tents before the city. It is the more remarkable, then, that notwithstanding all this the messengers of Jesus find the desired chamber disengaged, and not only so, but actually kept in reserve by the owner and prepared for a repast, as if he had had a presentiment that it would be bespoken by Jesus, and so confidently is this reckoned on by Jesus that he directs his disciples to ask the owner of the house not whether he can obtain from him a room in which to eat the Passover, but merely where the guest chamber appropriated to this purpose may be, or if we take Matthew's account, he directs them to say to him that he will eat the Passover at his house, to which it must be added that according to Mark and Luke, Jesus even knows what kind of chamber will be assigned him, and in what part of the house it is situated, but the way in which, according to these two evangelists, the two disciples were to find their way to the right house is especially remarkable. The words in Matthew Roman 5 sound as if Jesus had named the person to whom the disciples were to go, but that the narrator either would not or could not repeat it, whereas in the two other evangelists Jesus indicates the house into which they were to enter by means of 612 a person, whom they would meet carrying a vessel of water. Now how could Jesus in Bethany, or wherever else he might be, foreknow this accidental circumstance, unless indeed it had been preconcerted that at this particular time a servant from the house should appear with a vessel of water, and thus await the messengers of Jesus to the rationalistic expositors? Everything in our narrative appeared to point to a preconcerted arrangement, and this being presupposed, they believed that all its difficulties would at once be solved. The disciples dispatched so late could only find a room disengaged if it had been previously bespoken by Jesus. He could only direct them to address the owner of the house so categorically if he had already previously made an arrangement with him. This would explain the precise knowledge of Jesus as to the locality, and lastly the point from which this explanation sets out his certainty that the disciples would meet a man carrying water from that particular house. This circumlocutory manner of indicating the house, which might have been avoided by the simple mention of the owner's name, is supposed to have been adopted by Jesus, that the place where he intended to keep the Passover might not be known before the time to the betrayer, who would otherwise perhaps have surprised him there, and thus have disturbed the repast. But such is not at all the impression produced by the evangelical narrative of a preconcerted arrangement, of a previous bespeaking of the apartment. It says nothing on the contrary. The words "they found, as he had said unto them" in Mark and Luke seem intended to convey the idea that Jesus was able to predict everything as they afterwards actually found it. A solicitous foresight is nowhere indicated, but rather a miraculous foreknowledge here, in fact, as above in the procuring of the animal. As for the entrance into Jerusalem, we have a twofold miracle. First, the fact that everything stands ready to supply the wants of Jesus, and that no one is able to withstand the power of his name. Secondly, the ability of Jesus to take cognizance of distant circumstances, and to predict the merest fortuities. It must create surprise that, forcibly as this supranaturalistic conception of the narrative before us urges itself upon the reader, Alshausen himself seeks to elude it by arguments which would nullify most of the histories of miracles, and which we are accustomed to hear only from rationalists to the impartial expositor. He says 43, the narrative does not present the slightest warrant for a miraculous interpretation. We almost fancy ourselves transported into the commentary of Paulus. If the narrators intended to recount a miracle, they must have expressly observed that no previous arrangement had been made. Precisely the rationalistic demand if a cure were meant to be recognized as a miracle, the application of natural means must have been expressly denied. Moreover, the object of such a miracle is not to be discerned. A strengthening of the faith of the disciples was not then necessary, nor was it to be effected by this unimportant miracle, after the more exalted ones which had preceded it, grounds on which the thoroughly similar narrative of the procuring of the ass for the entrance, which Alshausen upholds as a miracle, would be equally excluded from the sphere of the supernatural. The present narrative, indeed, is so strikingly allied to the earlier one, just 613 mentioned, that in relation to their historical reality, the same judgment must be passed on both in the one As in the other, Jesus has a want, the speedy supply of which is so cared for by God that Jesus foreknows to the minutest particular the manner in which it is to be supplied. In the one he needs a guest chamber, as in the other an animal on which to ride. In the one, as in the other, he sends out 2 disciples to bespeak the thing required. In the one he gives them as a sign by which to find the right house a man carrying water, whom they are to meet. As in the other, they have a sign in the circumstance of the ass being tied. Where 2 roads meet, in the one, as in the other, he directs his disciples simply to mention him to the owner in the one case as the master in the other, as the Lord, in order to ensure unhesitating compliance with his demand. In both instances, the result closely corresponds to his prediction in the narrative more immediately under our consideration. As in the earlier one, there is wanting an adequate object for the sake of which so manifold a miracle should have been ordained, while the motive which might occasion the development of the miraculous narrative in the primitive Christian legend is obvious. An Old Testament narrative, to which we have already had occasion to refer in connection with the earlier miracle, is still more strikingly recalled by the one before us. After disclosing to Saul that he was destined to be king of Israel, Samuel, as a sign of the truth of this more remote announcement, foretells whom Saul will meet on his return homewards, namely first 2 men, with the information that his father's asses are found, then 3 others who will be carrying animals for sacrifice, bread and wine, and will offer him some of the bread, etc. 1 Sam Roman 10, ff. Whence we see by what kind of predictions the Hebrew legend made its prophets attest their inspiration. As regards the relation of the Gospels to each other, the narrative of Matthew is commonly placed far below that of the 2 other synoptists, and regarded as the later and more traditional. The circumstance of the man carrying water, especially, is held to have belonged to the original fact, but to have been lost in tradition before the narrative reached Matthew, who inserted in its place the enigmatical, "Go to such a man." But we have seen on the contrary that the presents no difficulty, while the circumstance of the water-bearer is in the highest degree enigmatical still. Less is the omission of Matthew to designate the 2 commissioned disciples as Peter and John an indication that the narrative of the 3rd Gospel is the more original one, for when Schleiermacher says that this trait might easily be lost in the course of transmission through several hands, but that it could scarcely have been added by a later hand, the latter half of his proposition at least is without foundation. There is little probability that Jesus should have assigned so purely economical an office to the 2 most eminent disciples, whereas it is easy to conceive that in the first instance it was simply narrated, as by Matthew, that Jesus sent the disciples, or some disciples, that hereupon the number was fixed at 2, perhaps from the narrative of the procuring of the ass, and that at length, as the appointment had relation to a task which was ultimately of high importance, preparing of the last meal of Jesus, these places were filled by the 2 chief apostles, so that in this instance even Mark appears to have kept nearer to the original fact, since he has not adopted into his narrative the names of the 2 disciples, which are presented by Luke 614. Divergent statements respecting the time of the Last Supper. Not only does the 4th evangelist omit all mention of the above arrangements for the Paschal meal, he also widely diverges from the synoptists in relation to the meal itself, independently of the difference which runs throughout the description of the scene, and which can only be hereafter considered. He appears, in regard to the time of the meal, to represent it as occurring before the Passover as decidedly as it is represented by the synoptists to be the Paschal meal itself. When we read in the latter that the day on which the disciples were directed by Jesus to prepare for the meal was already the first day of unleavened bread, when the Passover must be killed, Matt Roman 26 parallel, we cannot suppose the meal in question to have been any other than the Paschal. Further, when the disciples ask Jesus, "Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?" when it is hereupon said of the disciples that they made ready the Passover, Matt Roman 5 parallel, and of Jesus that when evening was come, he sat down with the 12, Roman 5, the meal to which they here sat down appears to be marked out even to the superfluity as the Paschal, even if Luke Roman 22 did not make Jesus open the repast with the words, "With desire I have desired to eat this Passover with you," when on the other hand the 4th Gospel commences its narrative of the last meal with the statement of time before the feast of the Passover. Roman 13, the supper which is mentioned immediately after Roman 5 appears also to happen before the Passover, especially as throughout John's description of this evening, which especially in relation to the discourses accompanying the meal is very ample, there is not any notice or even allusion to indicate that Jesus was on this occasion celebrating the Passover. Further, when Jesus after the meal addresses the traitor with the summons, "What thou doest do quickly," This is misunderstood by the rest of the disciples to mean by those things that we have need of against the feast. Romans 5. Now the requirements for the feast related chiefly to the paschal meal, and consequently the meal just concluded cannot have been the paschal. Again, it is said Romans 18 that on the following morning the Jews would not enter the Gentile praetorium, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover, whence it would seem that the paschal meal was yet in prospect. To this it may be added that this same succeeding day on which Jesus was crucified is called the preparation of the Passover. Romans 1. The day on the evening of which the paschal lamb was to be eaten. Moreover, when it is said of the second day after the meal in question being that which Jesus passed in the grave, that Sabbath day was an high day. Romans 19. This peculiar solemnity appears to have proceeded from the circumstance that on that Sabbath fell the first day of the Passover, so that the paschal lamb was not eaten on the evening on which Jesus was arrested, but on the evening of his burial. These divergencies are so important that many expositors, in order to prevent the evangelists from falling into contradiction with each other, have here also tried the old expedient of supposing that they do not speak of the same thing, that John intends to describe an altogether different repast from 615, that of the synoptists. According to this view, the of John was an ordinary evening meal. Doubtless in Bethany on this occasion, Jesus washed the disciples' feet, spoke of the betrayer, and after Judas had left the company added other discourses of a consoling and admonitory tendency, until at length on the morning of the 14th of Nisan, he summoned the disciples to depart from Bethany and proceed to Jerusalem in the words, "Arise, let us go hence." Romans 14. Here the synoptical account may be interposed, since it represents the two disciples as being sent forward to Jerusalem to prepare for the paschal meal, and then records its celebration, concerning which John is silent, and only takes up the thread of the narrative at the discourses delivered after the paschal meal. Romans 15, ff. 46. But this attempt to avoid contradiction, by referring the respective narratives to totally different events, is counteracted by the undeniable identity of many features in the two meals independently of isolated particulars which are found alike. In both accounts, it is plain that John, as well as the synoptists, intends to describe the last meal of which Jesus partook with his disciples. This is implied in the introduction to John's narrative, for the proof, which is there said to be given of Jesus having loved his own unto the end, may be the most suitably referred to his last moments of companionship with them. In like manner the discourses after the meal point to the prospect of immediate separation, and the meal and discourses are in John also immediately followed by the departure to Gethsemane, and the arrest of Jesus. It is true that according to the above opinion these last-named incidents are connected only with those discourses which were delivered on the occasion of the later meal, omitted by John. Romans 15. But that between Romans 14 and Romans 15, the author of the fourth Gospel intentionally omitted the whole incident of the paschal meal, is a position which, although it might appear to explain with some plausibility the singular "arise, let us go hence," no one will now seriously maintain. But even admitting such an ellipsis, there still remains the fact that Jesus, Romans 13, foretells to Peter his denial with this determination of time: "The cock shall not crow," which he could only make use of at the last meal, and not, as is here presupposed, at an earlier one. Thus this expedient must be relinquished, and it must be admitted that all the evangelists intend to speak of the same meal, namely the last of which Jesus partook with his disciples. And in making this admission, the fairness which we owe to every author, and which was believed to be due in a peculiar degree to the authors of the Bible, appeared to demand an inquiry whether, although they represent one and the same event with great divergencies in several respects, yet nevertheless both sides may not be correct. To obtain an affirmative result of this inquiry, it must be shown as regards the time either that the three first evangelists, as well as the fourth, do not intend to describe a paschal meal, or that the latter as well as the former does so intend. In an ancient fragment 48, it is sought to solve the problem in the first method by denying that Matthew places the last meal of Jesus at the proper time for the paschal meal the evening of the 14th of Nisan, and his passion on the first day of the feast of the Passover, the 15th of Nisan. But one does 616 not see how the express indications respecting the Passover in the synoptists can be neutralized. Hence it has been a far more general attempt in recent times to draw John to the side of the other evangelists. His expression before the feast of the Passover, Romans 13, was thought to be divested of its difficulty by the observation that it is not immediately connected with the supper, but only with the statement that Jesus knew that his hour was come, and that he loved his own unto the end, It is only in the succeeding verse that there is any mention of the meal to which therefore that determination of time does not refer, but to what then can it refer to the knowledge that his hour was come? This is only an incidental remark, or to the love which endured to the end. But to this, so special a determination of time, can only refer if an external proof of love be intended, and such an one is presented in his conduct at the meal, which consequently remains the point to which that determination of the day must apply. It is therefore conjectured further that the words were used out of accommodation to the Greeks, for whom John wrote, since that people did not like the Jews begin their day with the evening. The meal taken at the beginning of the first day of the Passover would appear to them to be taken on the evening before the Passover. But what judicious writer, if he supposes a misconstruction possible on the part of the reader, chooses language which can only serve to encourage that misconstruction? A still more formidable difficulty is presented by Romans 18, where the Jews on the morning after the imprisonment of Jesus will not enter the judgment hall lest they should be defiled, but that they may eat the Passover nevertheless. It was supposed that passages such as Deut. Romans 16:2, where all the sacrifices to be killed during the time of the Passover are denoted by the expression authorize the interpretation of in this place of the remaining sacrifices to be offered during the Paschal week, and especially of the chagiga which was to be consumed towards the end of the first feast day. But as Marshem has correctly remarked, from the fact that the Paschal lamb together with the rest of the sacrifices to be offered during the feast of the Passover was designated, it by no means follows that these can be so designated, with the exclusion of the Paschal lamb. On the other hand, the friends of the above view have sought to show the necessity of their mode of interpretation by observing that for the eating of the Passover, which was celebrated late in the evening, consequently, at the commencement of the succeeding day, the entering of a Gentile house in the morning being a defilement which lasted only through the current day, would have been no disqualification, but that it would have been such for the partaking of the chagiga, which was eaten in the afternoon, consequently on the same day on which the defilement was contracted, so that only this and not the Passover can have been intended. But first, we do not know whether entrance into a Gentile house was a defilement for the day merely. Secondly, if such were the case, the Jews, by a defilement contracted in the morning, would still have disqualified themselves from participating in the preparatory proceedings, which fell on the afternoon of the 14th of Nisan, as for example the slaying of the lamb in the outer court of the temple. Lastly, in order to interpret the passage Romans 19 in consistency with their own view, the harmonists understand the preparation of the Passover to mean the day of preparation for the Sabbath in the Easter week, a violence of interpretation which at least finds no countenance. 617 in Romans 19, where the is said to be the preparation for the Sabbath, since from this passage it only appears that the evangelist conceived the first day of the Passover as occurring that year on the Sabbath. These difficulties, which resist the reference of the narrative in John to a real Paschal meal, appear to be obviated by a presupposition derived from Lev Roman 23 num Roman 9, and a passage in Josephus 52, namely, that the Paschal lamb was eaten not on the evening from the 14th to the 15th, but on that from the 13th to the 14th of Nisan, so that between the Paschal meal and the first feast day the 15th of Nisan, there fell a working day the 14th. On this supposition, it would be correct that the day following the last Paschal meal taken by Jesus should be called, as in John Roman 19, the preparation of the Passover, because it was actually a day of preparation for the feast day. It would also be correct that the following Sabbath should be called Roman 19, since it would coincide with the first day of the feast. But the greatest difficulty which lies in John Roman 18 remains unsolved, for on this plan, the words that they might eat the Passover must, since the Paschal meal would be already past, be understood of the unleavened bread, which was eaten also during the succeeding feast days, an interpretation which is contrary to all the usages of language, if to this it be added that the supposition of a working day falling between the Passover and the first feast day has no foundation in the Pentateuch and Josephus, that it is decidedly opposed to later custom, and is in itself extremely improbable. This expedient cannot but be relinquished. Perceiving the impossibility of effecting the reconciliation of the synoptists with John by this simple method, other expositors have resorted to a more artificial expedient. The appearance of the evangelists having placed the last meal of Jesus on different days is alleged to have its truth in the fact that either the Jews or Jesus celebrated the Passover on another than the usual day. The Jews say some in order to avoid the inconvenience arising from the circumstance that in that year the first day of the Passover fell on a Friday, so that 2 consecutive days must have been solemnized as a Sabbath deferred the Paschal meal until the Friday evening, whence on the day of the crucifixion They had still to beware of defilement. Jesus, however, adhering strictly to the law, celebrated it at the prescribed time on the Thursday evening, so that the synoptists are right when they describe the last meal of Jesus as an actual celebration of the Passover. And John also is right when he represents the Jews as the day, after still looking forward to the eating of the paschal lamb. In this case, Mark would be wrong in his statement that on the day when they killed the Passover, Romans 5, Jesus also caused it to be prepared. But the main point is that, though in certain cases the Passover was celebrated in a later month, it was still on the 15th day. There is nowhere any trace of a transference to a later day of the same month. It has therefore been a more favorite supposition that Jesus anticipated the usual time of eating the Passover from purely personal motives. Some have thought, foreseeing that at the proper time of the Paschal Supper he should be already lying in the grave, or at least not sure of life, until that period. He, like 618 those Jews who were prevented from journeying to the feast, and like all the Jews of the present day without a sacrificed lamb, and with mere substitutes, for it celebrated a commemorative Passover. But in the first place, Jesus would not then, as Luke says, have kept the Passover on the day on which the Passover must be killed. And secondly, in the merely commemorative celebration of the Passover, though the prescribed locality, Jerusalem, is dispensed with the regular time, the evening from the 14th to the 15th Nisan, is inviolably observed, whereas in the case of Jesus the reverse would hold, and he would have celebrated the Passover at the usual place, but at an unusual time, which is without example to shield the alleged transposition of the Passover by Jesus from the charge of being unprecedented and arbitrary. It has been maintained that an entire party of his contemporaries joined in celebrating the Passover earlier than the great body of the nation. It is known that the Jewish sect of the Carates or scripturalists differed from the Rabbinites or traditionalists, especially in the determination of the new moon, maintaining that the practice of the latter in fixing the new moon according to astronomical calculation was an innovation, whereas they, true to the ancient legal practice, determined it according to an empirical observation of the phase of the new luminary. Now, in the time of Jesus, we are told the Sadducees, from whom the Carates are said to have sprung, determined the time of the new, and with it, that of the festival of the Passover, which was dependent upon it, differently from the Pharisees. And Jesus, as the opponent of tradition and the friend of Scripture, favored their practice in this matter, but not to insist that the connection of the Carates with the ancient Sadducees is a mere conjecture. It was a well-founded objection put forth by the Carates that the determination of the new moon by calculation did not arise until after the destruction of the temple by the Romans, so that at the time of Jesus such a difference cannot have existed, nor is there besides any indication to be discovered that at that time the Passover was celebrated on different days by different parties. Supposing, however, that the above difference as to the determining of the new moon already prevailed in the time of Jesus, the settling of it, according to the phase which Jesus is supposed to have followed, would rather have resulted in a later than an earlier celebration of the Passover, whence some have actually conjectured that more probably Jesus followed the astronomical calculation. Besides, what may thus be separately urged against every attempt at an amicable adjustment of the differences between the evangelists as to the time of the Last Supper, there is one circumstance which is decisive against all, and which only the most recent criticism has adequately exposed. With respect namely to this contradiction, the case is not so that among passages for the most part harmonious, there appear only one or two statements of an apparently inconsistent sense, of which it might be said that the author had here used an inaccurate expression to be explained from the remaining passages, but that all the chronological statements of the synoptists tend to show that Jesus must have celebrated the Passover, all those of John, on the contrary, that he cannot have celebrated it. Thus there stand opposed to each other two differing series of evangelical passages, which are manifestly based on two different views of the fact on the part of the narrators. Hence, as Seifert remarks 619, to persist in disputing the existence of a divergency between the evangelists can no longer be regarded as scientific exposition, but only as unscientific arbitrariness and obstinacy. Modern criticism is therefore constrained to admit that on one side or the other there is an error, and setting aside the current prejudices in favor of the fourth gospel, it was really an important reason, which appeared to necessitate the imputation of this error to the synoptists, the ancient fragment attributed to Apollinaris mentioned above objects to the opinion that Jesus suffered on the great day of unleavened bread, that this would have been contrary to the law. And in recent times also it has been observed that the day following the last meal of Jesus is treated on all sides so entirely as a working day, that it cannot be supposed the first day of the Passover, nor consequently the meal of the previous evening. The paschal meal Jesus does not solemnize the day, for he goes out of the city and act, which was forbidden on the night of the Passover, nor do his friends, for they begin the preparations for his burial, and only leave them unfinished on account of the arrival of the next day. The Sabbath still less do the members of the Sanhedrim keep it sacred, for they not only send their servants out of the city to arrest Jesus, but also personally undertake judicial proceedings, a trial, sentence and accusation before the procurator in general. There appears throughout only the fear of desecrating the following day, which commenced on the evening of the crucifixion, and nowhere any solicitude about the current one. Clear signs that the synoptical representation of the meal as a paschal one is a later error, since in the remaining narrative of the synoptists themselves, there is evidence not easy to be mistaken of the real fact that Jesus was crucified before the Passover. These observations are certainly of weight. It is true that the first, relative to the conduct of Jesus, might perhaps be invalidated by the contradiction existing between the Jewish decisions as to the law, cited 62, while the last and strongest may be opposed by the fact that trying and giving sentence on the Sabbaths and feast days was not only permitted among the Jews, but there was even a larger place for the administration of justice on such days, on account of the greater concourse of people. So also, according to the New Testament itself, the Jews sent out officers to seize Jesus on the great day of the Feast of Tabernacles, John Romans 7f, and at the Feast of Dedication they were about to stone him, John Romans 10, while Herod caused Peter to be imprisoned during the days of unleavened bread, though indeed he intended to defer the public sentencing and execution until after the Passover. Acts Romans 12f, in proof that the crucifixion of Jesus might take place on the feast of the Passover, it is urged that the execution was performed by Roman soldiers, and that moreover, even according to Jewish custom, it was usual to reserve the execution of important criminals for a feast time in order to make an impression on a greater multitude. But only thus much is to be proved, that during the feast time, and thus during the Passover on the 5 intermediate and less solemn days, criminals were tried and executed, not that this was admissible also on the first and last days of the Passover, which 620 ranked as Sabbath 64. And thus we read in the Talmud that Jesus was crucified on the Roman one, the evening before the Passover. It would be another thing if, as Dr. Bohr strives to prove, the execution of criminals as a sanguinary expiation, for the people belonged to the essential significance of the Passover, as a feast of expiation, and hence the custom noticed by the evangelists of liberating a prisoner at the feast had been only the reverse side to the execution of another, presenting the same relation as that between the 2 goats and the 2 sparrows in the Jewish offerings of atonement and purification. It is certainly very possible that the primitive Christian tradition might be led, even unhistorically, to associate the Last Supper of Jesus with the Paschal Lamb, and the day of his death with the feast of the Passover, as the Christian supper represented in its form the Passover, and in its import the death of Jesus. It was natural enough to unite these 2 points, to place the execution of Jesus on the first day of the Passover, and to regard his last meal, at which he was held to have founded the Christian supper, as the Paschal meal. It is true that, presupposing the author of the first Gospel to have been an apostle and a participator in the last meal of Jesus, it is difficult to explain how he could fall into such a mistake. At least it is not enough to say with Thale that the more the last meal partaken with their master transcended all Paschal meals in interest to the disciples, the less would they concern themselves as to the time of it, whether it occurred on evening of the Passover or a day earlier, for the first evangelist does not leave this undetermined, but speaks expressly of a Paschal meal, and to this degree, a real participator, however long he might write after that evening, could not possibly deceive himself. Thus, on the above view, the supposition that the first evangelist was an eyewitness must be renounced, and he must be held in common with the 2 intermediate ones to have drawn his materials from tradition, the difficulty arising from the fact that all the synoptists, and consequently all those writers who have preserved to us the common evangelical tradition, agree in such an error. 69 may perhaps be removed by the observation that just as generally as in the Judo-Christian communities in which the evangelical tradition was originally formed, the Jewish Passover was still celebrated, so generally must the effort present itself to give that feast a Christian import by referring it to the death and the last meal of Jesus. But it is equally easy, presupposing the correctness of the synoptical determination of time, to conceive how John might be led erroneously to place the death of Jesus on the afternoon of the 14th of Nisan, and his last meal on the previous evening, if namely this evangelist found in the circumstance that the legs of the crucified Christ were not broken a fulfillment of the words not a bone of him shall be broken exad Roman 12, this supposed relation between the death of Jesus and the paschal lamb might suggest to him the idea that at the same time in which the paschal lambs were killed on the afternoon of the 14th of Nisan, Jesus 621 suffered on the cross and gave up the ghost 70, in which case the meal taken the evening before was not the paschal meal. Thus we can conceive a possible cause of error on both sides, and since the internal difficulty of the synoptical determination of time, namely the manifold violations of the first day of the Passover, is in some degree removed by the observations above cited, and is counterpoised by the agreement of three evangelists, our only course is to acknowledge an irreconcilable contradiction between the respective accounts without venturing a decision as to which is the correct one. Divergencies in relation to the occurrences at the last meal of Jesus, not only in relation to the time of the last meal of Jesus, but also in relation to what passed on that occasion. There is a divergency between the evangelists. The chief difference lies between the synoptists and the fourth gospel, but on a stricter comparison, it is found that only Matthew and Mark closely agree, and that Luke diverges from them considerably, though on the whole he is more accordant with his predecessors than with his successor. Besides the meal itself, the following features are common to all the accounts: that during the meal the coming betrayal by Judas is spoken of, and that during or after the meal Jesus predicts to Peter his denial. As minor differences, we may notice that, in John, the mode of indicating the traitor is another and more precise than that described by the other evangelists, and has a result of which the latter are ignorant, and that further in the fourth gospel, the meal is followed by prolonged farewell discourses, which are not found in the synoptists. But the principal difference is that while according to the synoptists Jesus instituted the Lord's Supper at this final meal in John, he instead of this washes the disciples' feet. The three synoptists have in common the instituting of the Lord's Supper together with the announcement of the betrayal and the denial, but there exists a divergency between the two first and the third as to the order of these occurrences, for in the former the announcement of the betrayal stands first, in the latter the instituting of the supper, while the announcement of Peter's denial in Luke apparently takes place in the room in which the repast had been held in the two other evangelists on the way to the Mount of Olives. Again, Luke introduces some passages which the two first evangelists either do not give at all or not in this connection. The contention for preeminence and the promise of the 12 thrones have in their narratives a totally different position, while what passes in Luke on the subject of the swords is in them entirely wanting. In his divergency from the two first evangelists, Luke makes some approximation to the fourth, as John in the washing of the disciples' feet presents a symbolical act having reference to ambitious contention for preeminence accompanied by discourses on humility, so Luke actually mentions a contention for preeminence and appends to it discourses not entirely without affinity with those in John. Further, it is in common with John that Luke makes the observations concerning the betrayer occur at the opening of the 622 repast, and after a symbolical act, and lastly, that he represents the announcement of Peter's denial as having been delivered in the room where the repast had been held. The greatest difficulty here naturally arises from the divergency that the institution of the Lord's Supper unanimously recorded by the synoptists is wanting in John, who in its stead relates a totally different act of Jesus, namely the washing of the disciples' feet, certainly by those who in similar cases throughout the whole previous course of the evangelical narrative have found a sufficient resource in the supposition that it was the object of John to supply the omissions. Earlier Gospels, the present difficulty is surmounted as well or as ill as any other. John, it is said, saw that the institution of the supper was already narrated in the three first evangelists in a way which fully agreed with his own recollection, hence he held a repetition of it superfluous. But if among the histories already recorded in the three first Gospels, the fourth evangelist really intended to reproduce only those in the representation of which he found something to rectify or supply, why does he give another edition of the history of the miraculous feeding, in which he makes no emendation of any consequence, and at the same time omit the institution of the Lord's Supper? For here the divergencies between the synoptists in the arrangement of the scene, and the turn given to the words of Jesus, and more especially the circumstance that they, according to his representation, erroneously make that institution occur on the evening of the Passover, must have appeared to him a reason for furnishing an authentic account in consideration of this difficulty. The position that the author of the fourth Gospel was acquainted with the synoptical writings, and designed to complete and rectify them, is now indeed abandoned, but it is still maintained that he was acquainted with the common oral tradition, and supposed it known to his readers also, and on this ground it is alleged he passed over the institution of the supper, as a history generally, but that it should be the object of an evangelical writing to narrate only the less known omitting the known, is an idea which cannot be consistently entertained. Written records imply a mistrust of oral tradition. They are intended not merely as a supplement to this, but also as a means of fixing and preserving it, and hence the capital facts being the most spoken of, and therefore the most exposed to misrepresentation, are precisely those which written records can the least properly omit. Such a fact is the founding of the Lord's Supper, and we find from a comparison of the different New Testament accounts that the expressions with which Jesus instituted it must have early received additions or mutilations. Consequently, it is the last particular which John should have omitted, but it is further said the narrating of the institution of the Lord's Supper was of no importance to the object of the fourth Gospel, how so with regard to its general object, the convincing of its readers that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God. Romans 20, was it of no importance to communicate a scene in which he appears as the founder of a new covenant, and in relation to the special object of the passage in question, namely the exhibiting of the love of Jesus as a love which endured unto the end. Romans 13, would it have contributed nothing to mention how he offered his body and blood as meat and drink to his followers, and thus realized his words in John. Romans 6, but it is said John here as elsewhere only concerns himself with the more profound discourses of Jesus, for which reason he passes over the institution of the supper, and begins his narrative with the 623 discourse, connected with the washing of the disciples' feet. Nothing, however, but the most obdurate prejudice in favor of the fourth Gospel can make this discourse on humility appear more profound than what Jesus says of the partaking of his body and blood when instituting the Lord's Supper. But the main point is that harmonists should show us in what part of John's narrative, if we are to believe that he presupposed Jesus to have instituted the supper at this last meal, he can have made the alleged omission. That they should indicate the break at which that incident may be suitably introduced. On looking into the different commentaries, there appears to be more than one place excellently adapted to such an insertion. According to Alshausen, the end of the 13th chapter, after the announcement of Peter's denial, presents the interval in which the institution of the supper must be supposed to occur. Herewith the repast closed, and the succeeding discourses from Romans 14 were uttered by Jesus after the general rising from table and standing in the chamber. But here it appears as if Alshausen, for the sake of obtaining a resting place between Romans 13 and Romans 14, had resigned himself to the delusion of supposing that the words arise, "Let us go hence," at which he makes Jesus rise from table and deliver the rest of his discourse standing, are found at the end of the 13th chapter, whereas they do not occur until the end of the 14th. Jesus had been speaking of going whither his disciples could not follow him, and had just rebuked the rashness of Peter in volunteering to lay down life for his sake, by the prediction of his denial here at Romans 14 ff. He calms the minds of the disciples, whom this prediction had disturbed, exhorting them to faith, and directing their attention to the blessed effects of his departure. Upheld by the firm coherence of this part of the discourse, other commentators, for example Paulus, retreat to Romans 13, and are of opinion that the institution of the supper may be the most fitly introduced after the withdrawal of Judas for the purpose of putting his treachery into execution, since this circumstance might naturally excite in Jesus those thoughts concerning his death which lie at the basis of the institution, but even rejecting the opinion of Luck and others that when he went out should be united to Jesus, said it is unquestionable that the words of Jesus Romans 5 now is the Son of Man glorified, etc., and what he says farther on Romans 5 of his speedy departure, have an immediate reference to the retiring of Judas, for the verb in the fourth Gospel always signifies the glorification of Jesus to which he is to be led by suffering, and with the departure of the apostate disciple, to those who brought suffering and death on Jesus his glorification, and his speedy death were decided. The verses 31-33, being thus inseparably connected with Romans 5, the next step is to carry the institution of the supper somewhat lower, and place it where this connection may appear to cease. Accordingly Luck makes it fall between Romans 5 and 34, supposing that after Jesus Romans 533 had composed the minds of the disciples disturbed and shocked by the departure of the traitor, and had prepared them for the sacred meal, he at Romans 5 f annexes to the distribution of the bread and wine the new commandment of love. But as it has been elsewhere remarked 78 since at Romans 5 Peter asks Jesus in allusion to Romans 5 whither he will go, it is impossible that the supper can have been instituted after the declaration of Jesus Romans 5, for otherwise Peter would have interpreted the expression I go by the body given, and the blood shed, or in any case would 624 rather have felt prompted to ask the meaning of these latter expressions. Acknowledging this, Neander retreats a verse, and inserts the supper between Romans 5 and 33:79, but he thus violently severs the obvious connection between the words, shall straightway glorify him in the former verse, and the words yet a little while I am with you in the latter it, is therefore necessary to retreat still farther than Neander or even Paulus, but as from Romans 5 up to Romans 5, the discourse turns uninterruptedly on the traitor, and this discourse again is inseparably linked to the washing of the disciples' feet, and the explanation of that act. There is no place at which the institution of the supper can be inserted, until the beginning of the chapter. Here, however, according to one of the most recent critics, it may be inserted in a way which perfectly exonerates the author of the Gospel from the reproach of misleading his reader, by an account which is apparently continuous, while it nevertheless passes over the supper, for says this critic, from the very commencement John does not profess to narrate anything of the meal itself, or what was concomitant with it, but only what occurred after the meal, inasmuch as the most natural interpretation of is after the meal was ended, while the words he riseth from supper plainly show that the washing of the disciples' feet was not commenced until after the meal, but after the washing of the feet is concluded, it is said of Jesus that he sat down again. Romans 5, consequently, the meal was not yet ended when he commenced that act, and by the words he riseth from supper, it is meant that he rose to wash the disciples' feet from the yet unfinished meal, or at least after the places had been taken preparatory to the meal again, does not mean after a meal was ended any more than the words Matt Romans 26 mean after Jesus had been in Bethany, as the latter expression is intended by Matthew to denote the time during the residence of Jesus in Bethany, so the former is intended by John to denote the course of the meal itself. Hence, he thereby professes to inform us of every remarkable occurrence connected with that meal, and in omitting to mention the institution of the Lord's Supper, which was one of its features, he incurs the reproach of having given a deficient narrative, nay, of having left out precisely what is most important. Instead of this highest extremity of John's account, Kern has recently taken the lowest, and has placed the institution of the supper after the words arise, let us go hence, Romans 14:82, whereby he assigns to it the improbable and indeed unworthy position of an act only occurring to Jesus when he is preparing to depart. Thus, viewing the subject generally, there is no conceivable motive why John, if he spoke of this last evening at all, should have omitted the institution of the Lord's Supper, while on descending to a particular consideration, there is in the course of his narrative no point where it could be inserted, hence nothing remains, but to conclude that he does not mention it because it was unknown to him, but as a means of resisting this conclusion, theologians even such as acknowledge themselves unable to explain the omission of the institution rely on the observation that a rite so universally prevalent in the primitive church as was the Lord's Supper cannot possibly have been unknown to the fourth evangelist, whoever he may have been. Certainly he knew of the Lord's Supper as a Christian rite, for this 625 may be inferred from his 6th chapter, and unavoidably he must have known of it. It may, however, have been unknown to him under what circumstances Jesus formally instituted this observance. The referring of so revered an usage to the authority of Jesus himself was an object of interest to this evangelist, but from unacquaintance with the synoptical scene, and also from a partiality for the mysterious which led him to put into the mouth of Jesus expressions unintelligible at the moment and only to be explained by the issue, he effected this purpose not by making Jesus actually institute the rite, but by attributing to him obscure expressions about the necessity of eating his flesh and drinking his blood, which being rendered intelligible only by the rite of the Lord's Supper introduced into the Church after his death, might be regarded as an indirect institution of that rite. As John omits the institution of the Lord's Supper, so the synoptists omit the washing of the disciples' feet, but it cannot be maintained with equal decision that they were therefore ignorant of this incident, partly on account of its inferior importance and the more fragmentary character of this part of the synoptical narrative, and partly because, as has been above remarked, the contention for preeminence in Luke Romans 5, ff. has appeared to many expositors to be connected with the washing of the disciples' feet, as the inducement to that action on the part of Jesus, but as regards this contention for preeminence, we have shown above that being unsuited to the tenor of the scene before us, it may owe its position only to a fortuitous association of ideas in the narrator 85, while the washing of the disciples' feet in John might appear to be a legendary development of a synoptical discourse on humility in Matthew. Romans 20 ff. Jesus admonishes his disciples that he among them who would be great must be the minister of the others, just as he himself came not to be ministered unto, but to minister. And in Luke Romans 22, he expresses the same thought in the question whether is greater he that sitteth at meat, or he that serveth, and adds, But I am among you as he that serveth now. It is certainly probable that Jesus might see fit to impress this lesson on the disciples through the medium of their senses, by an actual serving among them, while they played the part of those sitting at meat. But it is equally probable, since the synoptists are silent respecting such a measure, that either the legend, before it reached the fourth evangelist, or this writer himself spun the fact out of the dictum, nor is it necessary to suppose that the above declaration came to him as having been uttered at the last meal of Jesus, in accordance with the representation of Luke, for it naturally resulted from the expressions to recline at meat, and to serve, that this symbolizing of the relation which they denote should be attached to a meal, and this meal might on easily conceivable grounds appear to be the most appropriately represented as the last. According to Luke's representation, Jesus on this occasion addresses the disciples as those who had continued with him in his temptations, and as a reward for this fidelity, promises them that they shall sit with him at table in his kingdom, and seated on thrones, judge the 12 tribes of Israel. Romans 530. This appears incongruous with a scene in which he had immediately before announced his betrayal by one of the 12, and in which he 626 immediately after predicted his denial by another at a time moreover in which the temptations properly so called were yet future, after what we have already observed in relation to the entire character of the scene in Luke. We can hardly seek the reason for the insertion of this fragment of a discourse in anything else than a fortuitous association of ideas in which the contention about rank among the disciples might suggest the rank promised to them by Jesus, and the discourse on sitting at table, and serving the promise that the disciples should sit at table with Jesus in his messianic kingdom. In the succeeding conversation, Jesus says to his disciples figuratively that now it will be necessary to buy themselves swords, so hostilely will they be met on all sides, but is understood by them literally, and is shown 2 swords already in the possession of the society. Concerning this passage, I am inclined to agree with Schleiermacher, who is of opinion that Luke introduced it here as a prelude to Peter's use of the sword in the ensuing narrative. The other divergencies in relation to the last meal will come under review in the course of the following investigations. Announcement of the betrayal and the denial. In the statement that Jesus from the beginning knew who would be his betrayer, the fourth gospel stands alone, but all 4 of the evangelists concur in testifying that, at his last meal, he predicted his betrayal by one of his disciples. But in the first place, there is this difference: while according to Matthew and Mark the discourse respecting the betrayer opens the scene, and in particular precedes the institution of the Lord's Supper, Matt Romans 26 ff, Mark Romans 14 ff, Luke represents Jesus as not speaking of the betrayer until after the commencement of the meal and the institution of the commemorative rite, Romans 22 ff, and in John what relates to the betrayer goes forward during and after the washing of the disciples' feet, Romans 13:30. The intrinsically trivial question which evangelist is here right is extremely important to theologians, because its decision involves the answer to another question, namely whether the betrayer also partook of the ritual supper. It neither appeared consistent with the idea of that supper, as a feast of the most intimate love and union, that a virtual alien like Judas should participate in it, nor did it seem to accord with the love and compassion of the Lord that he should have permitted an unworthy disciple by this participation to aggravate his guilt. So undesirable a view of the facts was believed to be avoided by following the arrangement of Matthew and Mark, and making the designation of the betrayer precede the institution of the supper. For as it was known from John that as soon as Judas saw himself detected and exposed, he withdrew from the company, it would thence appear that Jesus did not institute the supper until after the retirement of the traitor. But this expedient is founded on nothing but an inadmissible incorporation of the narrative of John with that of the synoptists, for the withdrawal of Judas is mentioned only by the fourth evangelist, and he alone needs the supposition of such a circumstance, because according to him, Judas now first entered into his 627 transactions with the enemies of Jesus, and thus in order to come to terms with them and obtain the requisite force needed a somewhat longer time. In the synoptists there is no trace of the betrayer having left the company. On the contrary, everything in their narrative appears to imply that Judas, first on the general departure from the room in which the repast had been taken, instead of going directly to the garden, went to the chief priests, of whom he, at once the agreement having been made beforehand, received the necessary force for the arrest of Jesus. Thus, whether Luke or Matthew be right in the arrangement of the scene, all the synoptists intimate that Judas did not leave the company before the general departure, and consequently that he partook of the ritual supper. But also as to the manner in which Jesus pointed out his betrayer, there exists no slight divergency between the evangelists in Luke. Jesus only makes the brief remark that the hand of his betrayer is with him on the table, whereupon the disciples ask among themselves who it can be that is capable of such a deed. In Matthew and Mark he says first that one of those who are present will betray him, and when the disciples individually ask him, Lord, is it I? He replies, he that dippeth his hand with me in the dish, until at last, after a woe has been denounced on the traitor, according to Matthew, Judas also puts that question and receives an affirmative answer. In John, Jesus alludes to the betrayer during and after the washing of the disciples' feet, in the observations that not all the disciples present are clean, and that on the contrary the scripture must be fulfilled, he that eateth bread with me hath lifted up his heel against me. Then he says plainly that one of them will betray him. The disciples look inquiringly at each other, wondering of whom he speaks, when Peter prompts John, who is lying next to Jesus, to ask who is the traitor. Jesus replies, he to whom he shall give a sop, which he immediately does to Judas, with an admonition to hasten the execution of his project, whereupon Judas leaves the company. Here again the harmonists are at once ready to incorporate the different scenes with each other, and render them mutually consistent. According to them, Jesus, on the question of each disciple, whether he were the traitor, first declared aloud that one of his companions at table would betray him. Matthew hereupon John asked in a whisper which of them he meant, and Jesus also in a whisper made the answer, he to whom he should give the sop. John, then Judas likewise in a whisper, asked whether it were he, and Jesus in the same manner replied in the affirmative. Matthew, lastly, after an admonition from Jesus to be speedy, the betrayer left the company. John 91, but that the question and answer interchanged between Jesus and Judas was spoken in a whisper. Matthew, who communicates them, gives no intimation, nor is this easily conceivable, without presupposing the improbable circumstance that Judas reclined on the one side of Jesus, as John did on the other. If however the colloquy were uttered aloud, the disciples could not, as John narrates, have so strangely misunderstood the words, what thou doest do quickly, and the supposition of a stammering question on the side of Judas, and a lotaned answer from Jesus, cannot be seriously held a satisfactory explanation, nor is it probable that Jesus, after having already made the declaration, he who dippeth with me in the dish will betray me, would, for the more precise indication of the traitor, have also given him a sop. It is rather to be supposed that these are but two different modes of reporting the same particular, but when once this is admitted, as it is by Paulus and 628 Alshausen, so much is already renounced either in relation to the one narrative or the other, that it is inconsistent to resort to forced suppositions in order to overcome the difficulty involved in the explicit answer which Matthew makes Jesus give to the traitor, and it should rather be allowed that we have before us two divergent accounts, of which the one was not so framed that its deficiencies might be supplied by the other. Having with Seifert and Fritzsch attained this degree of insight, the only remaining question is to which of the two narratives must we give the preference, as the original Seifert has answered this question very decidedly in favor of John, not merely, as he maintains, because he shares in the prejudice which attributes to that evangelist the character of an eyewitness, but also because his narrative is in this part, by its intrinsic evidence of truthfulness and the vividness of its scenes, advantageously distinguished from that of Matthew, which presents no indications of an autotical origin. For example, while John is able to describe with the utmost minuteness the manner in which Jesus indicated his betrayer, the narrative of the first gospel is such as to induce the conjecture that its author had only received the general information that Jesus had personally indicated his betrayer. It certainly cannot be denied that the direct answer which Jesus gives to Judas in Matthew Roman 5 has entirely the appearance of having been framed without much fertility of imagination to accord with the above general information, and in so far it must be regarded as inferior to the more indirect, and therefore more probable mode of indicating the traitor in John. But in relation to another feature, the result of the comparison is different in the two first evangelists. Jesus says, he who has dipped, or who dippeth with me, or in John, he to whom I shall give a sop, when I have dipped it, a difference in which the greater preciseness of the indication, and consequently the inferior probability is on the side of the fourth gospel in Luke. Jesus designates the traitor merely as one of those who are sitting at meat with him, and as regards the expression in Matthew and Mark, the interpretation given of it by Communal and Henneberg 94, who suppose it to mean one of the party at table, leaving it uncertain, which is not so mistaken as Alshausen represents it to be. For first, to the question of the several disciples, is it I Jesus might see fit to return an evasive answer, and secondly, the above answer, as Communal has correctly remarked, stands in the relation of an appropriate climax to the previous declaration, one of you shall betray me, Roman 5, since it presents that aggravating circumstance of the betrayal fellowship at table, even if the authors of the two first Gospels understood the expression in question to imply that Judas in particular dipped his hand in the dish with Jesus, and hence supposed this second declaration to have indicated him personally. Still, the parallel passage in Luke and the words one of the 12 which in Mark precede show that originally the second expression was merely an amplification of the former, though from the wish to have a thoroughly unequivocal designation of the betrayer on the part of Jesus, it was early interpreted in the other more special sense, when however a legendary exaggeration of the preciseness of the indication is once admitted, the manner in which the fourth gospel describes that indication must be included in the series of progressive representations, and according to Seifert, it must have been the original from which all the rest proceeded. But if we beforehand renounce the affirmative reply to Judas, thou hast said 629, in Matthew, the mode of designation in John is the most definite of all, for the intimation, one of my companions at table, is comparatively indefinite, and even the expression, he who dippeth with me in the dish, is a less direct sign of the traitor than if Jesus had himself dipped the morsel and presented it to him. Now is it in the spirit of the ancient legend, if Jesus really gave the more precise designation, to lose its hold of this, and substitute one less precise, so as to diminish the miracle of the foreknowledge exhibited by Jesus? Assuredly not, but rather the very reverse holds true. Hence, we conclude that Matthew, together with the unhistorically precise, has yet at the same time preserved the historically less precise, whereas John has entirely lost the latter, and has retained only the former. Alter thus renouncing what is narrated of a personal designation of the traitor by Jesus, as composed post eventum, there yet remains to us the general precognition and prediction on the part of Jesus, that one of his disciples and companions at table would betray him, but even this is attended with difficulties. That Jesus received any external notification of treason brooding against him in the circle of his confidential friends, there is no indication in the Gospels. He appears to have gathered this feature of his destiny also out of the Scriptures alone. He repeatedly declares that by his approaching betrayal, the Scripture will be fulfilled. John Roman 13, Roman 17, Comp. Matt Roman 26, Parallel. And in the fourth Gospel, Roman 13, he cites as this Scripture the words, he that eateth bread with me hath lifted up his heel against me, from Ps. Roman 40. 1. This passage in the Psalms refers either to the well-known perfidious friends of David, Ahithophel and Mephibosheth, or if the psalm be not the composition of David, to some unknown individuals who stood in a similar relation to the poet. There is so little trace of a messianic significance that even Thalach and Alshausen acknowledge the above to be the original sense, but according to the latter, in the fate of David was imaged that of the Messiah. According to the former, David himself, under a divine impulse, often used expressions concerning himself, which contained special allusions to the fate of Jesus, when however Thalach adds David himself, under the influence of inspiration, did not always comprehend this more profound sense of his expressions. What is this but a confession that by the interpretation of such passages as relating to Christ there is given to them another sense than that in which their author originally intended them? Now that Jesus deduced from this passage of the 41st Psalm that it would be his lot to be betrayed by a friend in the way of natural reflection, is the more inconceivable, because there is no indication to be discovered that this psalm was interpreted messianically among the Jews, while that such an interpretation was a result of the divine knowledge in Jesus is impossible. Because it is a false interpretation, it is rather to be supposed that the passage in question was applied to the treachery of Judas. Only after the issue it is necessary to figure to ourselves the consternation which the death of the Messiah must have produced in the minds of his first adherents, and the solicitous industry with which they endeavored to comprehend this catastrophe, and to remember that to a mind of Jewish culture to comprehend a fact or doctrine was not to reconcile it with consciousness and reason, but to bring it into harmony with Scripture in seeking such a result. The primitive Christians found predicted in the oracles of the Old Testament not only the death of the Messiah, but also his falling by means of the perfidy of one of his friends, and even the subsequent fate and end of this traitor. Matt Roman 27, f. 630 Acts Roman 1, and as the most striking Old Testament authority for the betrayal, there presented itself the above passage from P.S. Roman 41, where the author complains of maltreatment from one of his most intimate friends. These vouchers from the Old Testament might be introduced by the writers of the evangelical history, either as reflections from themselves or others by way of appendix. Their narrative of the result, as is done by the authors of the first Gospel, and the Acts where they relate the end of Judas, or what would be more impressive, they might put them into the mouth of Jesus himself before the issue, as is done by the author of the fourth Gospel. In the present instance, the psalmist had meant by one who generally was accustomed to eat bread with him, but this expression might easily come to be regarded as the designation of one in the act of eating bread with the subject of the prophecy, and hence it seemed appropriate to choose, as the scene for the delivery of the prediction, a meal of Jesus with his disciples, and for the sake of proximity to the end of Jesus, to make this meal the last for the rest. The precise words of the psalm were not adhered to, for instead of he who eateth bread with me was substituted either the synonymous phrase with me on the table as in Luke, or in accordance with the representation of the synoptists that this last was a paschal meal, an allusion to the particular sauce used on that occasion, he who dippeth with me in the dish, as in Mark and Matthew, this at first entirely synonymous with the expression, as a designation of some one of his companions at table, was soon from the desire for a personal designation, misconstrued to mean that Judas accidentally dipped his hand into the dish at the same moment with Jesus, and at length the morsel dipped into the dish by Judas at the same time with Jesus was by the fourth evangelist converted into the sop presented by Jesus to his betrayer. There are other parts also of this scene in John, which instead of having a natural character, as Seifert maintains, must rather be pronounced artificial. The manner in which Peter has to use the intervention of the disciple leaning on Jesus' bosom, in order to obtain from the latter a more definite intimation concerning the betrayer, besides being foreign to the synoptists, belongs to that unhistorical colouring which, as we have above shown, the fourth Gospel gives to the relation of the two apostles. Moreover, to disguise an indication of Judas in the evil character of the traitor beneath an action of friendliness, as that of giving him the sop must retain something untruthful and revolting, whatever may be imagined of objects which Jesus might have in view, such as the touching of the traitor with compunction, even at that hour. Lastly, the address, what thou doest, do quickly, after all that can be done to soften it, 96, is still harsher kind of braving of the impending catastrophe, and rather than resort to any refinements in order to justify these words as spoken by Jesus, I prefer agreeing with the author of the Probabilia, who sees in them the effort of the fourth evangelist to improve on the ordinary representation, according to which Jesus foreknew the betrayal and refrained from preventing it, by making him even challenge the traitor to expedite his undertaking. Besides the betrayal, Jesus is said to have predicted the denial by Peter, and to have fixed the precise time of its occurrence, declaring that before the cock should crow. Mark says twice on the following morning Peter would 631 deny him thrice. Matt Roman 26 ff parallel, which prediction according to the Gospels was exactly accomplished. It is here observed on the side of rationalism that the extension of the prophetic gift to the cognizance of such merely accessory circumstances as the crowing of cocks must excite astonishment, as also that Jesus, instead of warning, predicts the result as inevitable. 98 a feature which calls to mind the fate of the Greek tragedy, in which a man, in spite of his endeavour to avoid what the oracle has predicted of him, nevertheless fulfills its inexorable decree. Paulus will not admit either or to have been spoken in their strict verbal signification, but gives to the entire speech of Jesus only this indecisive and problematical sense, so easily to be shaken is the imagined firmness of this disciple, that between the present moment and the early morning events may arise which would cause him more than once to stumble and be unfaithful to his master. But this is not the right mode of removing the difficulty of the evangelical narrative. The words attributed to Jesus so closely agree with the subsequent event that the idea of a merely fortuitous coincidence is not to be here entertained, occurring as they do in a tissue of prophecies post eventum. We must rather suppose that after Peter had really denied Jesus more than once during that night, the announcement of such a result was put into the mouth of Jesus with the common marking of time by the crowing of the cock 99, and the reduction of the instances of denial to 3, that this determination of time and number was permanent in the evangelical tradition, except that Mark doubtless, arbitrarily for the sake of balancing the thrice denying by another number speaks of the twice crowing of the cock, appears to be explained, without any great difficulty, by the familiarity of the expressions early chosen, and the ease with which they could be retained in the memory. Just as little claim to be regarded as a real prophecy has the announcement of Jesus to the rest of his disciples, that they will all of them be offended, because of him in the coming night, that they will forsake him and disperse. Matt Roman 26, Parol Comp. John Roman 16, especially as the evangelists themselves in the words, "For it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered abroad," point out to us the Old Testament passage Zech Roman 13, which first sought out by the adherents of Jesus, for the satisfaction of their own difficulties, as to the death of their master, and the melancholy consequences which immediately ensued was soon put into the mouth of Jesus, as a prophecy of these consequences. The institution of the Lord's Supper. It was at the last meal, according to the synoptists, with whom the Apostle Paul also agrees, 1 Cor Roman 11 ff, that Jesus gave to the unleavened bread, and the wine which, agreeably to the custom of the Paschal Feast 100, he as head of the family had to distribute among his disciples, a relation to his speedily approaching death. During the repast, we are told he took bread, and after giving thanks broke it, and gave it to his disciples with the declaration, "This is my body," to which Paul and Luke add, "which is given or broken for you," or in like manner 632, according to Paul and Luke. After supper, he presented to them a cup of wine with the words, "This is my blood of the New Testament," or according to Paul and Luke, "the New Testament in my blood, which is shed for many or for you," or to which Matthew adds, "for the remission of sins," and Paul what he and Luke previously give in reference to the bread, "Do this, Paul, with the wine as oft as ye drink it in remembrance of me." The controversy between the different confessions as to the meaning of these words, whether they signify a transmutation of bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ, or a presence of the body and blood of Christ with and beneath those elements, or lastly, the symbolizing of the body and blood of Christ by bread and wine, may be pronounced obsolete, and ought not to be any longer pursued, at least exegetically, because it is founded on a misplaced distinction. It is only when transmitted to a modern age, and to the Occidental mind, in which the forms of thought are more abstract, that what the ancient Oriental understood by the words divides itself into the above variety of possible significations. And if we would obtain a correct conception of the idea which originally suggested the expression, we must cease to discriminate thus. To explain the words in question as implying a transmutation of the substance is to go too far, and to be too definite to understand them of an existence cum et sub specie etc. is too much of a refinement, while to translate them this signifies is too limited and meagre an interpretation to the writers of our Gospels. The bread in the commemorative supper was the body of Christ, but had they been asked whether the bread were transmuted, they would have denied it. Had they been spoken to of a partaking of the body with and under the form of bread, they would not have understood it. Had it been inferred that consequently the bread merely signified the body, they would not have been satisfied. Thus to dispute farther on this point is a fruitless labor. It is a more interesting question whether Jesus merely intended this peculiarly significant distribution of bread and wine as a parting demonstration of attachment to his disciples, or whether he designed that it should be celebrated by his disciples in memory of him after his departure. If we had only the account of the two first evangelists, this is admitted even by orthodox theologians, 101, there would be no solid ground for the latter supposition, but the words "do this in remembrance of me," which are added by Paul and Luke, appear decisive of the fact that Jesus purposed the founding of a commemorative meal, which according to Paul the Christians were to celebrate, until he should come. Concerning this very addition, however, it has been of late conjectured that it may not have been originally uttered by Jesus, but that in the celebration of the Lord's Supper in the primitive church, the presiding member of the community, in distributing the elements, may have exhorted the rest to continue the repetition of this meal in remembrance of Christ, and that from this primitive Christian ritual, the above words were added to the address of Jesus. This conjecture should not be opposed by an exaggerated estimate of the authority of the Apostle Paul, such as that of Alshausen, who infers from the words "I have received of the Lord" that he here delivers an immediate revelation from Christ, nay, that Christ himself speaks through him, since, as even Susskind has admitted, and as 633 Schulz has recently shown in the most convincing manner 103, the phrase cannot signify an immediate reception, but only immediate transmission from the individual specified. If however Paul had not that addition from Jesus himself, still Susskind thinks himself able to prove that it must have been communicated, or at least confirmed by an apostle, and is of opinion in the manner of his school that by a series of abstract distinctions he can define certain boundary lines which must in this case prevent the intrusion of an unhistorical tradition, but the severe attention to evidence which characterizes our own day ought not to be expected from an infant religious society, between the distant portions of which there was not yet any organized connection, or, for the most part, any other than oral communication on the other hand. However, we must not be induced to regard the words as a later addition to the address of Jesus on false grounds, such as that it would have been repugnant to the humility of Jesus to found a rite in remembrance of himself, 104, nor must we rate too highly the silence of the two first evangelists in opposition to the testimony of Paul. Perhaps this point may be decided by means of another more general question, namely what led Jesus to make this peculiarly significant distribution of bread and wine among his disciples. Orthodox theologians seek to remove as far as possible from the person of Jesus as divine all progress, and especially a gradual or sudden origination of plans and resolutions not previously present in his mind. Hence, according to them, there lay in Jesus from the beginning, together with the foreknowledge of his destiny and his entire plan, the design to institute this supper as a commemorative rite to be observed by his church. And this opinion may at least appeal for support to the allusions implying that he already contemplated the institution a year beforehand attributed to Jesus in the 6th chapter of the 4th Gospel. This is certainly an insecure support, for as a previous enquiry has shown, those allusions, totally unintelligible before the institution of the supper, cannot have proceeded from Jesus, but only from the evangelist. Further, as viewing the subject generally, it appeared to annul the reality of the human nature in Jesus to suppose that all lay foreseen and prepared in him from the first, or at least from the commencement of his mature age. Rationalism has maintained, on the contrary, that the idea of the symbolical act and words in question did not arise in Jesus until the last evening. According to this view, at the sight of the broken bread and the outpoured wine, Jesus had a foreboding of his near and violent death. He saw in the former an image of his body, which was to be put to death, and in the latter of his blood, which was to be shed, and this momentary impression was communicated by him to his disciples. But such a tragical impression could only be felt by Jesus if he contemplated his death as a near event. That he did so with a greater distinctness at the last meal is thought to be proved by the assurance which, according to all the synoptists, he gave to his disciples, that he would no more drink of the fruit of the vine until he drank it new in the kingdom of his Father, whence, as there is no ground for supposing a vow of abstinence on his part, he must have foreseen that his end would arrive within the next few days. If, however, we observe how in Luke this assurance in relation to the wine is preceded by the declaration of Jesus that he will no more eat the Passover until it be fulfilled in the kingdom of God, it appears probable that 634, originally, the fruit of the vine also was understood not as wine in general, but especially the beverage of the Passover, of which a trace may perhaps be discovered in the expression of Matthew and Mark. Thy's fruit of the vine meals in the Messianic kingdom were in accordance with the ideas of the age often spoken of by Jesus, and he may have expected that in that kingdom the Passover would be observed with peculiar solemnity, when therefore he declares that he will no more partake of this meal in the present age, but only in the future. First, this does not apply to eating and drinking in general, and hence does not mean that his sojourn in this pre-Messianic world was to have an end within the next few days, but only within the space of a year. Nor secondly does it necessarily involve the idea that this change was to be introduced by his death, for he might even yet expect that the kingdom of the Messiah would commence during his life. Meanwhile, to deny every presentiment of his end on the part of Jesus in these last days of his life is on the one hand not warranted by our previous examination, and on the other would compel us to doubt the institution of the ritual supper by Jesus, which we can hardly do in opposition to the testimony of Paul. It is moreover easily conceivable that the continually increasing involvement of his relation to the Jewish hierarchy might at length bring to Jesus the conviction that his death was inevitable, and that in a moment of emotion He might even fix the next Passover as the term which he should not survive. Thus each of the supposed cases appears possible, either that, owing to a thought suggested by the impressiveness of the moment at the last Passover, which he celebrated with his disciples, he made bread and wine the symbols of his body, which was to be slain, and his blood, which was to be shed, or that for some time previously he had embraced the design of bequeathing such a commemorative meal to his adherents, in which case he may very probably have uttered the words preserved by Paul and Luke. But before this intimation of the death of Jesus had been duly appropriated by the disciples and received into their conviction, they were overtaken by the actual catastrophe, for which therefore they might be regarded as wholly unprepared. 635. 1 Weiner's Bibel Realerterb. 2 Schneckenberger über den Ursprung S9, F. Luck 1 S 133 159, 2 S 402. 3 Comp. Besides the critics above cited Hug en Late, in des T2, S 215. 4 For the most correct views on this point see Luck 2, S 407 ff. 5 As the author of the Probabilia thinks S 94. 6 Hug ut sup S 221. 7 Quirinal in Locke. 8 Paulus Calm 4 S 579 f. 9 Luck in Locke. 10 Lightfoot in Locke. 11 Probabil ut sup. 12 Val Roman 262. 13 Alshausen gives us more precise information concerning the descent of the traitor when he says Bibel Calm 2 S 458 annum. Perhaps the passage Gen Roman 49 Dan shall be a serpent and adder in the path that biteth the horse's heels, so that his rider shall fall backward, is a prophetic intimation of the treachery of Judas, whence we might conclude that he was of the tribe of Dan. 14 That according to the account in John, Judas first went to the chief priests from the meal is acknowledged by Lightfoot also Hor p. 465, but he on this account regards the meal described by John as earlier than the synoptical one. 15 Kamzi Jo 2 S 484. 16 Val Roman 289. 17 See these and the following reasons in Alshausen 2, S 458 ff. 18 Alshausen ut sup. 19 Such an argument may be gathered from what Alshausen says 2, S 387, 388. 20 Über den Lucas S 88. 21 Orig Roman 100 cells Roman 2 f. 22 Comp Probabil p. 139. 23 Still farther back, we find not the knowledge of Jesus concerning his betrayer, but an important meeting between them in the apocryphal Evangelium Infanti, Arabicum Roman 100 Roman 35 ap Fabricius, 1 p. 197 f ap Thelo, 1 p. 108 f. Here a demoniacal boy who in his attacks bit violently at everything around him is brought to the child. Jesus attempts to bite him, and because he cannot reach him with his teeth, gives him a blow on the right side, whereupon the child Jesus weeps, while Satan comes out of the boy in the form of a furious dog hic, autem pure qui jessum percussit, et ex quo Satanas, sub forma canis, exhibit fuit Judas Iscariotes qui alum Judis prodidit. 24 Iron adv hr Roman 1 Judum proditorm salem pr ceteris cognoscentum, veritatem professis preditionis mysterium, perquem et terrana, et clestia omnia dissoluta, dicunt Epiphan Roman 38 Some Cainites say that Judas betrayed Jesus, because he regarded him as a wicked man who meant to destroy the good law. 25 Theophylact in Math Roman 27. 26 Kaiser Bibel Theal 1 S 249, Klopstock, gives a similar representation in his Measures. 27 KCH Roman 50 Schmidt, Exeg Batrage 1 THL 2 Ter Versuch, S18 FF Comp Schmidt's Bibliothek 3 1 S 163 FF. 28 Paulus Exeg Handiby 3B S 451, FF Roman 50J 1B S 143, FF Hayes Roman 50J 132, Comp Thale zur Biography Jesu 33. 29 Schmidt ut sup. 30 Hayes. 31 Paulus. 32 Neander Roman 50J CHRS 578F. 33 Vol Roman 288 Comp Hayes ut sup. 34 The German Thaler Richthaler is equivalent to about 3 shillings tr. 35 Rosenmuller Skal in Roman 5 T7 4S 318 FF. 36 Even Neander thinks this a possible origin of the above statement in the first Gospel, s. 574 annum. 37 LJCHRS 573. 38 Comp. Also Fritzsch in Math p. 759 f. 39 Über die Anordnung des letzten Paschammals Jesu in his Neues Theoljournal 25, s. 441 ff. 40 Bell Judd Roman 6 Roman 9. 41 Thus Gabeler Utsup Paulus Exeg Handeby 3b s. 781, Kern Hauptsachen Tub Zeicher 1836 3, s. 3 f. Neander, s. 583. 42 Bezer in Math Roman 26, correctly save that he supposes too special a reference to the approaching sufferings of Jesus, thus represents the object of this prediction, ut magis ac magis intelligerant discipuli nihil temir, in urb magistro aventurum, sed cad minutissimas usque circumstantias, penitus perspecta haberit. 43 Bibel Calm 2, s. 385 f. Comp, in opposition to this de wet in Locke. 44 Schulz über des Abendmahl s. 321, Schleiermacher über den Lukas, s. 280 Weiss die Evang, Jesch s. 600 f. 45 Vid Thale über die letzte Mahlzeit Jesu in Weiners, and Engelhart's Neuem Crit Journal 2, s. 169 annum and zur Biography, Jesu 31. 46 Thus Lightfoot Hor p. 463, ff. Hess Jeskicht Jesu 2, s. 273, ff. Also Venturini 3, s. 634 ff. 47 An insufficient outlet from this difficulty is pointed out by Lightfoot p. 482 f. 48 Fram ex Claudii Apollinaris Libro de Pachate, in Cron Pascal ed du Fresni Paris, 1688 p. 6 fprf. 49 See especially Thaluk and Alshausen in Locke Kern, Hauptsachen Tub Zeicher, 1836 3 s5 ff. 50 Dis de Vera Notion Cn Domini, annexed to Cudworth Sist, Intel p. 2201. 51 See these counter-observations particularly in Luck, and de Wet in Locke in Seifert über den Ursprung, s. 127 ff., and Weiner Bibel Realreturb 2, s. 238 ff. 52 Antic Roman 2 Roman 14. 53 Fritz vom Osterlam more recently Roch in the Theolstudien und Kritiken 1832 3, s. 537 f. 54 Comp de Wet Theolstudien und Crit 1834 4 s. 939 f. Thaluk, Com sie Jo s. 245 f. Weiner ut sup. 55 Calvin in Math Roman 26. 56 Grotius in Math Roman 26. 57 Icon dis Philol Theol vol 2 p. 416, ff. 58 Vid Paulus exeg Handeby 3 s. 486 ff. 59 Michaelis annum zu Jo 13. 60 Seifert ut sup Hace Roman 50 j 124, de Wet exeg Handeby, 1 3 s. 149, ff. Thale zur Biography, Jesu 31. 61 Thale in Weiner's Crit Journal 2, s. 157, ff. Seifert, and Luck ut sup. 62 Pesachin f. Roman 65 ap Lightfoot, p. 654, Pachate primo teneter quispium ad pernictationum gloss pachatisans, teneter ad pernictandum, in Hierosolyma, noct prima on the other hand Tosaphoth ad tr Pesachin, 8 in Pachate Egyptiaco disider nemo exedusk, ad main sed sic non fuit, in sequentibus generationibus quibus comedibater, id uno loco, et pernictabant, in alio comp Schneckenberger Batrage s9. 63 Tract Sanheder f. Roman 89, ap Scotgen Roman 1 p. 221, comp Paulus ut sup s. 492. 64 Fritzsch in Math p. 763, f. comp. 755 Luck 2 s. 614. 65 Sanheder f. Roman 43, ap Scotgen Roman 2 p. 700. 66 Über die ursprüngliche Bedeutung des Passoffests, USW Tübinger Zeitschrift, F. Theol 1832 1, S90 ff. 67 Ut sup S 167 ff. 68 Seifert Ut sup S 144 ff. Luck, S 628, ff. Thale zur Biography Jesu 31, de Wet exeg Handeby, 1 3 S 149, ff. Comp Neander Roman 50 j chr, S 580 ff. annum. 69 Fritzsch in Math p. 763, Kern über den Ursprung des Math in der Zeitschrift, 1834-2 s. 98. 70 Comp Suisser Thesor 2 s. 613. 71 Another view as to the cause of the error in the fourth Gospel is given in the Probabilia s. 100 ff Comp Weiss die Evang, Jesch 1 s. 446 f annum. 72 Paulus 3b s. 499, Alschossen 2 s. 294. 73 Luck 2 s. 484 f. Neander Roman 50j chr s. 583 annum. 74 Alschossen Utsup. 75 Seifert über den Ursprung s. 152. 76 Bibel Calm 2 s. 310, 381 f. 77 Paulus Exeg Handiby 3b s. 497. 78 Meyer Calm über den Jo in Locke. 79 LJ chr s. 587 annum. 80 Seifert s. 152 ff. 81 Kamp Luck s. 468. 82 Die Hauptsachen der Evang Geschtub Zeitschrift 1836 3 s. 12. 83 Hayes Roman 50j 133, Kern Hauptsachen, s. 11 Thale zur Biography Jesu 31. 84 Seifert s. 153 Paulus, and Alschossen in Locke for the opposite opinion Comp de Wet 1 s. 222, 1 s. 107. 85 Vol Roman 283. 86 The conjecture as to the origin of this anecdote in the Probabilia s. 70 f. is too far-fetched. 87 Comp de Wet in Locke. 88 Über den Lukas s. 275. 89 Alschossen 2 s. 380. 90 Thus Luck Paulus Alschossen. 91 Communal in Math p. 707. 92 This is Alschossen's Expedient 2 s. 402, against it see Seifert s. 148 f. 93 Utsup s. 147 ff. 94 Calm über die Geschichte des Leidens und Todes Jesu in Locke. 95 C. de Wet in Locke. 96 Vid Luck and Tharluck in Locke. 97 p. 62 Reliqui, quaedam narrant evangelist servatorum civis preditionis concilium, ni impedivis ipsum vero, exitus Judum ad preditionem nemo aerum, dicit nec convenit hoc Jesu. 98 Paulus Exeg Handiby 3b s. 538, Roman 50j 1b, s. 192 Hayes, Roman 50j 137. 99 Comp Lightfoot and Paulus in Locke. 100 Comp on this subject especially Lightfoot Hor p. 474 ff, and Paulus Exeg Handiby 3b s. 511 ff. 101 Susskind in the treatise Hat, Jesus des Abendmahl als einen Nemenischen, Ritus Angiardnit in his magazine, 11, s. 1 ff. 102 Paulus Exeg Handiby 3b s. 527. 103 Über des Abendmahl s. 217 ff. 104 Kaiser Bibel Theal 2, s. 39 Stephani des H. Abendmahl, s. 61. 105 Vol Roman 281. 106 Paulus Utsup s. 519, ff. Kaiser Utsup s. 37 ff. Chapter Roman 3 Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Agony of Jesus in the Garden. According to the synoptical narratives, Jesus, immediately after the conclusion of the meal, and the singing of the Hallel, it being his habit during this feast time, to spend the night out of Jerusalem, Matt Roman 21, Luke Roman 22, went to the Mount of Olives into a garden in John, called Gethsemane, Matt Roman 26:36 Parallel, John, who gives the additional particular that the garden lay over the brook Kedron, does not represent him as departing thither, until after a long series of valedictory discourses, Roman 14 Roman 17, of which we shall hereafter have to speak again, while John makes the arrest of Jesus follow, immediately on the arrival of Jesus in the garden, the synoptists insert between the two that scene which is usually designated the agony of Jesus. Their accounts of this scene are not in unison according to Matthew and Mark. Jesus takes with him his three most confidential disciples Peter, and the sons of Zebedee leaving the rest behind, is seized with tearfulness and trembling, tells the three disciples that he is sorrowful even unto death, and admonishing them to remain wakeful in the meantime, removes to a distance from them, also that he may offer a prayer for himself in which, with his face bent to the earth, he entreats that the cup of suffering may pass from him, but still resigns all to the will of his Father. When he returns to the disciples, he finds them sleeping again, admonishes them to watchfulness, then removes from them a second time, and repeats the former prayer, after which he once more finds his disciples asleep for the third time. He retires to repeat the prayer and, returning for the third time, finds the disciples sleeping, but now awakes them in order to meet the coming betrayer of the number 3, which thus doubly figures in the narrative of the 2 first evangelists. Luke says nothing. According to him, Jesus retires from all the disciples, after admonishing them to watch for the distance of about a stone's cast, and prays kneeling once only, but nearly in the same words as in the other Gospels, then returns to the disciples and awakes them because Judas is approaching with the multitude. But on the other hand, Luke in his single scene of prayer has 2 circumstances which are foreign to the other narrators, namely, that while Jesus was yet praying, and immediately before the most violent mental struggle, an angel appeared to strengthen him, and that during the agony which ensued the sweat of Jesus was as it were great drops of blood, falling to the ground. 6:36. From the earliest times this scene in Gethsemane has been a stumbling block, because Jesus therein appears to betray a weakness and fear of death, which might be considered unworthy of him. Celsus and Julian, doubtless, having in their minds the great examples of a dying Socrates and other heathen sages, expressed contempt for the fear of death exhibited by Jesus. 1 Vanini boldly extolled his own demeanor in the face of execution as superior to that of Jesus too, and, in the Evangelium Nicodemi, Satan concludes from this scene that Christ is a mere man. The supposition resorted to in this apocryphal book, that the trouble of Jesus was only assumed in order to encourage the devil to enter into a contest with him, is but a confession of inability to reconcile a real truth of that kind with the ideal of Jesus. Hence appeal has been made to the distinction between the 2 natures, in Christ the sorrowfulness and the prayer for the removal of the cup having been ascribed to the human nature, the resignation to the will of the Father to the divine, as however in the first place, this appeared to introduce an inadmissible division in the nature of Jesus, and in the second place, even a fear experienced by his human nature in the prospect of approaching bodily sufferings, appeared unworthy of him. His consternation was represented as being of a spiritual and sympathetic character, as arising from the wickedness of Judas, the danger which threatened his disciples, and the fate which was impending over his nation. The effort to free the sorrow of Jesus from all reference to physical suffering or to his own person attained its highest pitch in the ecclesiastical tenet that Jesus by substitution was burthened with the guilt of all mankind, and vicariously endured the wrath of God against that guilt. Some have even supposed that the devil himself wrestled with Jesus. But such a cause for the trouble of Jesus is not found in the text. On the contrary, here, as elsewhere, Matt Roman 20f, peril, the cup for the removal of which Jesus prays, must be understood of his own bodily sufferings and death. Moreover, the above ecclesiastical opinion is founded on an unscriptural conception of the vicarious office of Jesus. It is true that even in the conception of the synoptists the suffering of Jesus is a vicarious one for the sins of many, but the substitution consists according to them not in 637 Jesus having immediately borne these sins, and the punishment due to mankind on account of them, but in a personal suffering being laid upon him on account of those sins, and in order to remove their punishment. Thus, as on the cross it was not directly the sins of the world, and the anger of God in relation to them, which afflicted him, but the wounds which he received and his whole lamentable situation wherein he was indeed placed for the sins of mankind, so according to the idea of the evangelists in Gethsemane, also it was not immediately the feeling of the misery of humanity which occasioned his dismay, but the presentiment of his own suffering, which however was encountered in the stead of mankind. From the untenable ecclesiastical view of the agony of Jesus, a descent has in more modern times been made to coarse materialism, by reducing what it was thought hopeless to justify ethically as a mental condition to a purely physical one, and supposing that Jesus was attacked by some malady in Gethsemane 9, an opinion which Paulus, with a severity which he should only have more industriously applied to his own explanations, pronounces to be altogether unseemly, and opposed to the text, though he does not regard as improbable Human's hypothesis, that in addition to his inward sorrow Jesus had contracted a cold in the clayey ground, traversed by the Kedron. On the other hand, the scene has been depicted in the colours of modern sentimentalism and the feelings of friendship, The pain of separation, the thoughts of parting have been assigned as the causes which so lacerated the mind of Jesus 11, or a confused blending of all the different kinds of sorrow, selfish and sympathetic, sensual and spiritual, has been presupposed. Paulus explains, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me, as the expression of a purely moral anxiety on the part of Jesus, as to whether it were the will of God that he should give himself up to the attack immediately at hand, or whether it were not more accordant with the divine pleasure that he should yet escape from this danger, thus converting into a mere inquiry of God what is obviously the most urgent prayer. While Althusser falls back on the ecclesiastical theory and authoritatively declares that the supposition of external corporeal suffering, having called forth the anguish of Jesus, ought to be banished, as one which would annihilate the essential characteristics of his mission, others have more correctly acknowledged that in that anguish the passionate wish to be delivered from the terrible sufferings in prospect, the horror of sensitive nature in the face of annihilation, are certainly apparent. With justice also it is remarked, in opposition to the reproach which has been cast on Jesus, that the speedy conquest over rebellious nature removes every appearance of sinfulness. 14. That moreover the shrinking of physical nature at the prospect of annihilation belongs to the essential conditions of life. 15. Nay, that the purer the human nature in an individual, the more susceptible is it in relation to suffering and annihilation. 16. That the conquest over suffering, intensely appreciated, is greater than a stoical or even a Socratic insensibility. 638. With more reason, criticism has attacked the peculiar representation of the third gospel. The strengthening angel has created no little difficulty to the ancient church on dogmatical grounds, modern exposition on critical grounds, an ancient scholium on the consideration that he who was adored and glorified with fear and trembling by all the celestial powers did not need the strengthening of the angel, interprets the ascribed to the angel as a declaring strong Roman 1e, as the offering of a doxology. 18, while others, rather than admit that Jesus could need to be strengthened by an angel, transform the into an evil angel who attempted to use force against Jesus. The orthodox also, by founding a distinction between the state of humiliation and privation in Christ and that of his glorification, or in some similar way, have long blunted the edge of the dogmatical difficulty, but in place of this, a critical objection has been only so much the more decidedly developed in consideration of the suspicion which, according to our earlier observations, attaches to every alleged angelic appearance. It has been sought to reduce the angel in this narrative first into a man 20, and then into an image of the composure which Jesus regained. But the right point in the angelic appearance for criticism to grapple with is indicated by the circumstance that Luke is the only evangelist from whom we learn it. If, according to the ordinary presupposition, the first and fourth Gospels are of apostolic origin, why this silence as to the angel on the part of Matthew, who is believed to have been in the garden? Why especially on the part of John, who was among the three in the nearer neighborhood of Jesus, if it be said, because sleepy as they were, and at some distance, and moreover under cover of the night, they did not observe him? It must be asked, whence are we to suppose that Luke received this information? 23. That, assuming the disciples not to have themselves observed the appearance, Jesus should have narrated it to them on that evening. There is, from the intense excitement of those hours, and the circumstance that the return of Jesus to his disciples was immediately followed by the arrival of Judas, little probability, and as little that he communicated it to them in the days after the resurrection, and that nevertheless this information appeared worthy of record to none but the third evangelist, who yet received it only at second hand. As in this manner there is every presumption against the historical character of the angelic appearance, why should not this also, like all appearances of the same kind which have come under our notice, especially in the history of the infancy of Jesus, be interpreted by us mythically? Gabler has been before us in advancing the idea that in the primitive Christian community, the rapid transition from the most violent mental conflict to the most tranquil resignation which was observable in Jesus on that night was explained agreeably to the Jewish mode of thought by the intervention of a strengthening angel, and that this explanation may have mingled itself with the narrative. Schleiermacher, too, finds it the most probable that this moment described by Jesus himself as one of hard trial was early glorified in hymns by angelic appearances, and that this embellishment, 639, originally intended in a merely poetical sense, was received by the narrator of the third Gospel as historical. The other feature peculiar to Luke, namely, the bloody sweat, was early felt to be no less fraught with difficulty than the strengthening by the angel. At least, it appears to have been this more than anything else which occasioned the exclusion of the entire edition, in Luke Roman 5 and 44, from many ancient copies of the Gospels, for as the Orthodox, who according to Epiphanius 25, rejected the passage, appear to have shrunk the most from the lowest degree of fear which is expressed by the bloody sweat, so to the docetic opinions of some, who did not receive this passage 26, this was the only particular which could give offence. Thus, in an earlier age doubts were raised respecting the fitness of the bloody sweat of Jesus on dogmatical considerations, while in more modern times this has been done on physiological grounds. It is true that authorities are adduced for instances of bloody sweat from Aristotle 27 down to the more recent investigators of nature 28, but such a phenomenon is only mentioned as extremely rare, and as a symptom of decided disease. Hence Paulus points to the as it were as indicating that it is not directly a bloody sweat, which is here spoken of, but only a sweat which might be compared to blood. This comparison, however, he refers only to the thick appearance of the drops, and Alshausen also agrees with him thus far that a red colour of the perspiration is not necessarily included in the comparison, but in the course of a narrative, which is meant as a prelude to the sanguinary death of Jesus, it is the most natural to take the comparison of the sweat to drops of blood, in its full sense further here, yet more forcibly than in relation to the angelic appearance. The question suggests itself, how did Luke obtain this information, or to pass by all questions, which must take the same form in this instance, as in the previous one, how could the disciples at a distance, and in the night discern the falling of drops of blood according to Paulus? Indeed it ought not to be said that the sweat fell, for, as the word falling refers not to sweat, but to the drops of blood which are introduced merely for the purpose of comparison, it is only meant that a sweat as thick and heavy as falling drops of blood stood on the brow of Jesus. But whether it be said the sweat fell like drops of blood to the earth, or it was like drops of blood falling to the earth, it comes pretty much to the same thing. At least the comparison of a sweat standing on the brow to blood falling on the earth would not be very apt, especially if together with the falling we are to abstract also the colour of the blood, so that of the words as it were drops of blood falling on the ground, only as it were drops would properly have any decided meaning. Since then we can neither comprehend the circumstance nor conceive what historical authority for it the narrator could have had, let us with Schleiermacher rather take this feature also as a poetical one construed historically by the evangelist, or better still as a mythical one, the origin of which may be easily explained from the tendency to perfect the conflict in the garden as a prelude to the sufferings of Jesus on the cross, by showing that not merely the psychical aspect of that suffering was foreshadowed 640 in the mental trouble, but also its physical aspect in the bloody sweat. As a counterpoise to this peculiarity of Luke, his two predecessors have, as we have said, the twofold occurrence of the number three disciples taken apart, and the three retirements and prayers of Jesus. It has indeed been contended that so restless a movement, hither and thither, so rapid an alternation of retirement and return, is entirely suited to the state of mind in which Jesus then was 29, and also that in the repetition of the prayer there is correctly shown an appropriate gradation, a more and more complete resignation to the will of the Father, but that the two narrators count the retirements of Jesus, marking them by the expressions, and at once shows that the number 3 was a point of importance to them. And when Matthew, though he certainly gives in the second prayer an expression somewhat different from that of the first in the third, makes Jesus only repeat the same words, and when Mark does this even the second time, this is a significant proof that they were embarrassed how to fill up the favourite number 3 with appropriate matter. According to Alshausen, Matthew, with his 3 acts of this conflict, must be right in opposition to Luke, because these 3 attacks made on Jesus through the medium of fear correspond to the 3 attacks through the medium of desire in the history of the temptation. This parallel is well founded, it only leads to an opposite result to that deduced by Alshausen, for which is more probable that in both cases the threefold repetition of the attack had an objective ground in a latent law of the kingdom of spirits, and hence is to be regarded as really historical, or that it had merely a subjective ground in the manner of the legend, so that the occurrence of this number here as certainly as above in the history of the temptation points to something mythical. 30. If then we subtract the angel, the bloody sweat, and the precisely threefold repetition of the retirement and prayer of Jesus as mythical additions, there remains, so far as an historical kernel, the fact that Jesus on that evening in the garden experienced a violent access of fear, and prayed that sufferings might be averted, with the reservation nevertheless of an entire submission to the will of God. And at this point of the inquiry, it is not a little surprising on the ordinary view of the relation between our Gospels that even this fundamental fact of the history in question is wanting in the Gospel of John. Relation of the fourth Gospel to the events in Gethsemane, the farewell discourses in John, and the scene following the announcement of the Greeks. The relation of John to the synoptical narratives, just considered, has when regarded more closely two aspects. First, he has not what the synoptists present, and secondly, instead of this, he has something which it is difficult to reconcile with their statements. As regards the first and negative side, it has to be explained how, on the ordinary supposition concerning the author of the fourth Gospel and the correctness of the synoptical account, it happens that John, who according to the 641 first Gospels, was one of the three whom Jesus took with him to be the more immediate witnesses of his conflict, passes in silence over the whole event. It will not suffice to appeal to his sleepiness during the scene, for if this was a hindrance to its narration, all the evangelists must have been silent on the subject, and not John alone. Hence the usual expedient is tried here also, and he is said to have omitted the scene because he found it already presented with sufficient care in the writings of the synoptists. But between the two first synoptists and the third, there is here so important a divergency as to demand most urgently that John, if he took their accounts into consideration, should speak a mediating word in this difference. If, however, John had not the works of his predecessors lying before him, he might still, it is said, suppose that history to be sufficiently familiar to his readers as a part of evangelical tradition. But as this tradition was the source of the divergent representations of the synoptists, it must itself have early begun to exhibit variations, and to narrate the fact, first in one way then in another. Consequently, on this view, also there was a call on the author of the fourth Gospel to rectify these wavering accounts. Hence of late, an entirely new supposition has been adopted, namely, that John omits the events in Gethsemane, lest by the mention of the strengthening angel he should give any furtherance to the Ebionitish opinion that the higher nature in Christ was an angel which united itself with him at baptism, and now, as it might be inferred, again departed from him before the hour of suffering, but not to urge that we have already found any hypothesis of this nature inadequate to explain the omissions in the Gospel of John. If this evangelist wished to avoid any indication of a close relation between Jesus and angels, he must also have excluded other passages from his Gospel, above all, as Luke remarks 35, the declaration concerning the ascending and descending of angels upon him, Roman 1, and also the idea given indeed only as the conjecture of some bystanders that an angel spake to him, Roman 12, if however he on any ground whatever found special matter of hesitation in the appearance of the angel in the garden, this would only be a reason for omitting the intervention of the angel with Matthew and Mark, and not for excluding the whole scene, which was easily separable from this single particular. If the mere absence of the incident from the narrative of John is not to be explained, the difficulty increases when we consider what this evangelist communicates to us, instead of the scene in the garden, concerning the mental condition of Jesus during the last hours previous to his arrest in the same place, which the synoptists assign to the agony in the garden. John, it is true, has nothing, for he makes the capture of Jesus follow at once on his arrival in the garden, but immediately before, at, and after the last meal, he has discourses inspired by a state of mind which could hardly have as a sequel scenes like those which according to the synoptical narratives occurred in the garden in the farewell discourses. In John, namely Roman 14, Roman 17, Jesus speaks precisely in the tone of one who has already inwardly triumphed over approaching suffering from a point of view in which death is quenched in the glory which is to come after, with a divine peace which is cheerful in the certainty of its immovability. How is it possible that immediately after this peace should give place to the most violent mental emotion, this tranquillity to a trouble even unto death, and that from victory achieved he should sink again into doubtful contest in which he needed strengthening? 642, by an angel in those farewell discourses, he appears throughout as one who from the plenitude of his inward serenity and confidence comforts his trembling friends, and yet he now seeks spiritual aid from the drowsy disciples, for he requests them to watch with him. There he is so certain of the salutary effects of his approaching death as to assure his followers that it is well for them that he should go away, else the Comforter would not come to them. Here he again doubts whether his death be really the will of the Father. There he exhibits a consciousness which, under the necessity of death, inasmuch as it comprehends that necessity recovers freedom, so that his will to die is one with the divine will, that he should die here. These two wills are so at variance that the subjective submissively indeed, but painfully bows to the absolute, and these two opposite states of mind are not even separated by any intervening incident of an appalling character, but only by the short space of time which elapsed during the walk from Jerusalem to the Mount of Olives, across the Kedron, just as if in that brook as in another Lethe Jesus had lost all remembrance of the foregoing discourses. It is true that we are here referred to the alternation of mental states, which naturally becomes more rapid in proportion as the decisive moment approaches 36, to the fact that not seldom in the life of believers there occurs a sudden withdrawal of the higher sustenance of the soul, an abandonment of them by God, which alone renders the victory nevertheless achieved truly great and admirable. But this latter opinion at once betrays its unintelligent origin from a purely imaginative species of thought, to which the soul can appear like a lake ebbing or flowing according as the floodgates of the conducting canals are opened or closed by the contradictions, in which it is on all sides involved. The triumph of Christ over the fear of death is said only to appear in its true magnitude when we consider that while a Socrates could only conquer because he remained in the full possession of his mental energies, Christ was able to triumph over all the powers of darkness, even when forsaken by God and the fullness of his spirit by his merely human soul. But is not this the rankest Pelagianism, the most flagrant contradiction of the doctrine of the Church, as of sound philosophy, which alike maintain that without God man can do no good thing, that only by his armor can man repel the shafts of the wicked one? To escape from thus contradicting the results of sober reflection, the imaginative thinker is driven to contradict himself by supposing that in the strengthening angel, which incidentally contrary to the verbal significance of the text is reduced to a merely internal vision of Jesus, there was imparted to Jesus when wrestling in the extremity of his abandonment an influx of spiritual strength, so that he thus would not, as it was at first vaunted, have conquered without, but only with divine aid, if, in accordance with Luke, the angel be supposed to have appeared prior to the last most violent part of the conflict, in order to strengthen Jesus for this ultimate trial. But rather than fall into so evident a self-contradiction, Althusser prefers covertly to contradict the text and hence transposes the order of the incidents, assuming without further preliminary that the strengthening came after the third prayer, consequently, after the victory had been already gained, whence he is driven to the extreme arbitrariness of interpreting the phrase, and being in an agony he prayed as the pluperfect had prayed. But setting aside this figurative representation of the cause, which produced 643, the sudden change of mood in Jesus, such a change is in itself burthened with many difficulties. Correctly speaking, what here took place in Jesus was not a mere change, but a relapse of the most startling kind in the so-called sacerdotal prayer. John Romans 17, especially Jesus, had completely closed his account with the Father. All fear, in relation to what awaited him, lay so far behind the point which he had here attained, that he spent not a single word on his own suffering, and only spoke of the afflictions which threatened his friends. The chief subject of his communion with the Father was the glory into which he was about to enter, and the blessedness which he hoped to have obtained for his followers, so that his departure to the scene of his arrest has entirely the character of an accessory fact, merely consummating by external realization what was already inwardly and essentially effected. Now, if Jesus, after this closing of his account with God, once more opened it, if after having held himself already victor he once more sank into anxious conflict, must he not have laid himself open to the remonstrance, "Why didst thou not, instead of indulging in vain anticipations of glory, rather occupy thyself betimes with earnest thoughts of the coming trial, that by such a preparation thou mightest spare thyself perilous surprise on its approach? Why didst thou utter the words of triumph before thou hadst fought, so as to be obliged with shame to cry for help at the oncoming of the battle? In fact, after the assurance of already achieved victory, expressed in the farewell discourses, and especially in the final prayer, the lapse into such a state of mind as that described by the synoptists would have been a very humiliating declension which Jesus could not have foreseen. Otherwise he would not have expressed himself with so much confidence, and which therefore would prove that he was deceived in himself, that he held himself to be stronger than he actually found himself, and that he had given utterance to this too high self-valuation, not without a degree of presumption. Those who regard this as inconsistent with the equally judicious and modest character which Jesus manifests on other occasions will find themselves urged to the dilemma that either the farewell discourses in John, at least the final prayer, or else the events in Gethsemane, cannot be historical. It is to be regretted that in coming to a decision in this case, theologians have set out rather from dogmatical prejudices, than from critical grounds assertion at least that the representation given in John of the state of mind of Jesus in his last hours is the only correct one, while that of the synoptists is unhistorical. 38 is only to be accounted for by that author's then zealous adherence to the paragraphs of Schleiermacher's dogmatic, wherein the idea of the impeccability of Jesus is carried to an extent which excludes even the slightest degree of conflict, for that apart from such presuppositions, the representation given in John of the last hours of Jesus is the more natural and appropriate. It might be difficult to prove. On the contrary, Bretschneider might rather appear to be right when he claims the superiority in naturalness and intrinsic evidence of truth for the synoptists. 39. Were it not that our confidence in the decisions of this writer is undermined by his dislike for the dogmatical and metaphysical purport of the discourses assigned to this period in John, a dislike which appears to indicate that his entire polemic against John originated in the discordance between his own critical philosophy of reflection and the speculative doctrine of the fourth gospel. John, indeed, as even the author of the Probabilia remarks, has not wholly passed over the anxiety of Jesus in relation to his approaching death. He has 644 only assigned to it, an earlier epoch. John Roman 12 ff. The scene with which John connects it takes place immediately after the entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem, when certain Greeks, doubtless proselytes of the gate, who had come among the multitude to the feast, wished to have an interview with him. With all the diversity of the circumstances and of the event itself, there is yet a striking agreement between what here occurs and what the synoptists place in the last evening of the life of Jesus, and in the seclusion of the garden, as Jesus here declares to his disciples, "My soul is troubled even unto death." Matt Roman 26. So there he says, "Now is my soul troubled." John Roman 12, as he here prays that if it be possible this hour may pass from him. Mark Roman 14, so there he entreats, "Father, save me from this hour." John Roman 12, as here he calms himself by the restriction, "Nevertheless not as I will, but as thou wilt." Mark Roman 14, so there by the reflection, "But for this cause came I to this hour." John Roman 12, lastly as here an angel appears strengthening Jesus. Luke Roman 22, so there something happens which occasions the bystanders to observe that an angel spake to him. John Roman 12. This similarity has induced many of the more modern theologians to pronounce the incident in John Roman 12 ff, and that in Gethsemane identical, and after this admission, the only question was on which side the reproach of inaccurate narration, and more especially of erroneous position, ought to fall. Agreeably to the tendency of the latest criticism of the Gospels, the burthen of error in this matter has been more immediately cast on the synoptists. The true occasion of the mental conflict of Jesus is said to be found only in John, namely in the approach of those Greeks who intimated to him through Philip and Andrew their wish for an interview with him. These persons doubtless wished to make the proposal that he should leave Palestine and carry forward his work among the foreign Jews. Such a proposal held out to him the enticement of escape from the threatening danger, and this for some moments placed him in a state of doubt and inward conflict, which however ended by his refusing to admit the Greeks to his presence. Here we have the effects of a vision rendered so acute by a double prejudice, both critical and dogmatical, as to read statements between the lines of the text, for of such an intended proposal on the part of the Greeks there is no trace in John. And yet, even allowing that the evangelist knew nothing of the plan of the Greeks from these individuals themselves, there must have been some intimation in the discourse of Jesus that his emotion had reference to such a proposal. Judging from the context, the request of the Greeks had no other motive than that the solemn entrance of Jesus and the popular rumor concerning him had rendered them curious to see and know the celebrated man, and this desire of theirs was not connected with the emotion which Jesus experienced on the occasion, otherwise than that it led Jesus to think of the speedy propagation of his kingdom in the Gentile world, and of its indispensable condition, namely his death. Here, however, the idea of his death is only mediately and remotely presented to the soul of Jesus, hence it is the more difficult to conceive how it could affect him so strongly as that he should feel himself urged to beseech the Father for delivery from this hour. And if he were ever profoundly moved by the presentiment of death, the 645 synoptists appear to place this fear in a more suitable position in immediate proximity to the commencement of his sufferings. The representation of John is also deficient in certain circumstances presented by the synoptists which appear to vindicate the trouble of Jesus in the solitude of the garden, and the gloom of night. Such an ebullition of feeling is more conceivable, and its unrepressed utterance to his most intimate and worthy friends is natural and justifiable. But according to John, that agitation seized Jesus in the broad daylight, in a concourse of people, a situation in which it is ordinarily more easy to maintain composure, or in which at least it is usual from the possibility of misconstruction to suppress the more profound emotions. Hence it is more easy to agree with Thales' opinion that the author of the fourth Gospel has inserted the incident, correctly placed by the synoptists, in a false position, Jesus having said as an introduction to the answer, which he returned to the request of the Greeks, that they might see the man who had been so glorified by his entrance into the city. Yes, the hour of my glorification is come, but of glorification by death. Romans 12. This led the narrator astray, and induced him, instead of giving the real answer of Jesus to the Greeks, together with the result to make Jesus dilate on the intrinsic necessity of his death, and then almost unconsciously to interweave the description of the internal conflict which Jesus had to experience in virtue of his voluntary sacrifice, whence he subsequently, in its proper place, omits this conflict. There is nothing strange in Thales' opinion, except that he supposes it possible for the Apostle John to have made such a transposition that the scene in Gethsemane, from his having been asleep while it was passing, was not deeply imprinted on his mind, and that it was besides thrust into the background of his memory by the crucifixion which shortly followed, might have been considered explanatory of an entire omission, or a merely summary account of the scene on his part, but by no means of an incorrect position, if notwithstanding his sleepiness at the time he had taken any notice of the event. He must at least have retained thus much, that that peculiar state of mind in Jesus befell him close upon the commencement of his sufferings in the night, and in privacy. How could he ever so far belie his memory as to make the scene take place at a much earlier period in the open day, and among many people, rather than thus endanger the authenticity of the Gospel of John? Others, alleging the possibility that such a state of mind might occur more than once in the latter part of the life of Jesus, deny the identity of the two scenes. Certainly between the synoptical representation of the mental conflict of Jesus and that given in John, besides the external difference of position, there exist important internal divergencies, the narrative in John containing features which have no analogy with anything in the synoptical account of the events in Gethsemane. It is true that the petition of Jesus in John for deliverance from this hour is perfectly in unison with his prayer in the synoptists, but on the other hand, there is no parallel to the additional prayer in John, Father, glorify thy name. Romans 12. Further, though in both accounts an angel is spoken of, yet there is no trace in the synoptists of the heavenly voice, which in the fourth Gospel occasions the belief that an angel is concerned. Such heavenly voices are not found in the three first Gospels elsewhere than at the baptism and, again, at the transfiguration, of which latter seen the prayer of Jesus in John 646, Father, glorify thy name, may remind us in the synoptical description of the transfiguration. It is true the expressions glory and to glorify are not found, but the second epistle to Peter represents Jesus as receiving in the transfiguration honor and glory, and the heavenly voice as coming from the excellent glory. Romans 1. Thus, in addition to the two narratives already considered, there presents itself a third as a parallel, since the scene in John, Romans 12, is on the one side by the trouble of spirit and the angel allied to the occurrences in Gethsemane, while on the other side by the prayer for glorification and the confirmatory voice from heaven. It has some affinity with the history of the Transfiguration, and here two cases are possible: either that the narrative of John is the simple root, the separation of which into its constituent elements has given rise in a traditional manner to the two synoptical anecdotes of the Transfiguration and the agony in the garden, or that these last are the original formations from the fusing and intermingling of which in the legend the narrative of John is the mixed product, between which cases only the intrinsic character of the narratives can decide that the synoptical narratives of the Transfiguration and the agony in the garden are clear pictures with strongly marked features can by itself prove nothing, since, as we have sufficiently shown, a narrative of legendary origin may just as well possess these characteristics as one of a purely historical nature. Thus, if the narrative in John were merely less clear and definite, this need not prevent it from being regarded as the original simple sketch from which the embellishing hand of tradition had elaborated those more highly colored pictures. But the fact is that the narrative in John is wanting not only in definiteness, but in agreement with the attendant circumstances, and with itself. We have no intimation what was the answer of Jesus to the Greeks, or what became of those persons themselves. No appropriate motive is given for the sudden anguish of Jesus, and his prayer for glorification. Such a mixture of heterogeneous parts is always the sign of a secondary product of an alluvial conglomeration, and hence we seem warranted to conclude that, in the narrative of John, the two synoptical anecdotes of the Transfiguration and the agony in the garden are blended together. If, as is apparently the case, the legend, when it reached the fourth evangelist, presented these two incidents in faded colors 43, and in indistinct outline, it would be easy for him, since his idea of glorification had the double aspect of suffering and exaltation, to confuse the two. What he gathered from the narrative of the agony in the garden of a prayer of Jesus to the Father he might connect with the heavenly voice in the history of the Transfiguration, making this an answer to the prayer to the voice, the more particular import of which, as given by the synoptists, was unknown to him. He gave, in accordance with his general notion of this incident as a glory conferred on Jesus, the import, "I have both glorified and will glorify again," and to make it correspond with this divine response, he had to unite with the prayer of Jesus for deliverance, that for glorification also the strengthening angel, of which the fourth evangelist had perhaps also heard something, was included in the opinion of the people as to the source of the heavenly voice. In regard to the time, John placed his narrative about midway between the Transfiguration and the agony in the garden, and from ignorance of the original circumstances, the choice in this respect was infelicitous. If we here revert to the question from which we set out, whether we are rather 647 to retain the farewell discourses in John as thoroughly historical and renounce the synoptical representation of the scene in Gethsemane, or vice versa, we shall be more inclined, considering the result of the inquiry just instituted, to embrace the latter alternative. The difficulty that it is scarcely conceivable how John could accurately remember these long discourses of Jesus, Paulus has thought to solve by the conjecture that the apostle, probably on the next Sabbath, while Jesus lay in the grave, recalled to his mind the conversations of the previous evening, and perhaps also wrote them down. But in that period of depression, which John also shared, he would be scarcely in a condition to reproduce these discourses without obscuring their peculiar hue of unclouded serenity. On the contrary, as the author of the Wolfenbüttel Fragments observes, had the narrative of the words and deeds of Jesus been committed to writing by the evangelists in the couple of days after the death of Jesus, when they had no longer any hope, all promises would have been excluded from their Gospels. Hence even Luck, in consideration of the mode of expression in the farewell discourses, and particularly in the final prayer being so peculiarly that of John, has relinquished the position that Jesus spoke in the very words which John puts into his mouth. Roman 1e. The authenticity of these discourses in the strictest sense, but only to maintain the more firmly their authenticity in the wider sense. Roman 1e. The genuineness of the substantial thoughts. Even this, however, has been attacked by the author of the Probabilia, for he asks, with a special reference to chap Roman 17, whether it be conceivable that Jesus, in the anticipation of violent death, had nothing of more immediate concern than to commune with God on the subject of his person, the works he had already achieved, and the glory to be expected, and whether it be not rather highly probable that the prayer flowed only from the mind of the writer, and was intended by him as a confirmation of his doctrine of Jesus as the incarnate Word, and of the dignity of the apostles. 47. This representation is so far true that the final prayer in question resembles not an immediate outpouring of soul, but a product of reflectionis, rather a discourse on Jesus than a discourse from him. It presents everywhere the mode of thought of one who stands far in advance of the circumstances of which he writes, and hence already sees the form of Jesus in the glorifying haze of distance, an illusion which he heightens by putting his own thoughts, which had sprung from an advanced development of the Christian community, into the mouth of its founder prior to its actual existence. But in the preceding farewell discourses also there are many thoughts which appear to have taken their shape from an experience of the event. Their entire tone may be the most naturally explained by the supposition that they are the work of one to whom the death of Jesus was already a past event, the terrors of which had melted away in its blessed consequences, and in the devotional contemplation of the Church, in particular, apart from what is said of the return of Christ, that error in the Christian cause, which is generally called the outpouring of the Holy Spirit, is predicted in the declarations concerning the Paraclete, and the judgment which he would hold over the world. Roman 14 ff 25, Roman 15, Roman 16 ff 13 ff, with a distinctness which seems to indicate light borrowed from the issue. In relation, however, to the fact that the farewell discourses involve the decided foreknowledge of the immediately approaching result, the sufferings and death of Jesus. Roman 13 ff 33 38, Roman 14 f Roman 16 ff 1632 The 648 narrative of John stands on the same ground with the synoptical one, since this also rests on the presupposition of the most exact prescience of the hour and moment when the sufferings will commence. It was not only at the last meal, and on the departure to the Mount of Olives, that this foreknowledge was shown, according to the three first Gospels, for in them, as well as in John, Jesus predicts that the denial of Peter will take place before the cock crow. Not only does the agony in the garden rest on the foreknowledge of the impending sufferings, but at the end of this conflict, Jesus is able to say that now, at this very minute, the betrayer is in the act of approaching. Romans 26f. Paulus, it is true, maintains that Jesus saw from a distance the troop of guards coming out of the city, which as they had torches was certainly possible from a garden on the Mount of Olives. But without being previously informed of the plans of his enemies, Jesus could not know that he was the object of pursuit, and, at any rate, the evangelists narrate the words of Jesus as a proof of his supernatural knowledge. But if, according to our previous inquiry, the foreknowledge of the catastrophe in general could not proceed from the higher principle in Jesus, neither could that of the precise moment when it would commence, while that he in a natural way, by means of secret friends in the Sanhedrim or otherwise, was apprised of the fatal blow which the Jewish rulers, with the help of one of his disciples, were about to aim at him in the coming night, we have no trace in our evangelical accounts, and we are therefore not authorized to presuppose anything of the kind. On the contrary, as the above declaration of Jesus is given by the narrators as a proof of his higher knowledge, either we must receive it as such, or if we cannot do this, we must embrace the negative inference that they are here incorrect in narrating such a proof. And the positive conclusion on which this borders is not that that knowledge was in fact only a natural one, but that the evangelical narrators must have had an interest in maintaining a supernatural knowledge of his approaching sufferings on the part of Jesus, an interest the nature of which has been already unfolded. The motive also for heightening the prescience into a real presentiment, and thus for creating the scene in Gethsemane, is easy of discovery. On the one hand, there cannot be a more obvious proof that a foreknowledge of an event or condition has existed than its having risen to the vividness of a presentiment. On the other hand, the suffering must appear the more awful if the mere presentiment extorted from him who was destined to that suffering anguish, even to bloody sweat and prayer for deliverance. Further, the sufferings of Jesus were exhibited in a higher sense as voluntary, if before they came upon him externally, he had resigned himself to them internally. And lastly, it must have gratified primitive Christian devotion to withdraw the real crisis of these sufferings from the profane eyes to which he was exposed on the cross, and to enshrine it as a mystery only witnessed by a narrow circle of the initiated as materials for the formation of this scene. Besides the description of the sorrow and the prayer which were essential to it, there presented itself first the image of a cup used by Jesus himself as a designation of his sufferings. Romans 20f, and secondly Old Testament passages in Psalms of Lamentation, Romans 42:12, Romans 43, where in the Romans 70 the soul exceeding sorrowful occurs, and in addition to this the expression unto death the more naturally suggested itself, since Jesus was here really about to encounter death. This representation must have been of early origin, because in the Epistle to the Hebrews, Romans 5, there is an indubitable allusion to this scene. Thus Gabler said too little when he pronounced the angelic appearance a mythical garb of the fact 649 that Jesus, in the deepest sorrow of that night, suddenly felt an accession of mental strength, since rather the entire scene in Gethsemane, because it rests on presuppositions destitute of proof, must be renounced. Herewith the dilemma above stated falls to the ground, since we must pronounce unhistorical not only one of the two, but both representations of the last hours of Jesus before his arrest. The only degree of distinction between the historical value of the synoptical account and that of John is that the former is a mythical product of the first era of traditional formation, the latter of the second, or, more correctly, the one is a product of the second, or the other of the third. The representation common to the synoptists and to John that Jesus foreknew his sufferings even to the day and hour of their arrival is the first modification which the pious legend gave to the real history of Jesus. The statement of the synoptists that he even had an antecedent experience of his sufferings is the second step of the mythical, while that although he foreknew them, and also in one instance had a foretaste of them, John Romans 12ff, he had yet long beforehand completely triumphed over them, and when they stood immediately before him, looked them in the face with unperturbed serenity. His representation of the fourth gospel is the third and highest grade of devotional but unhistorical embellishment. Arrest of Jesus. in strict accordance with the declaration of Jesus that even now the betrayer is at hand Judas, while he is yet speaking approaches with an armed force Matt Roman 26 parol comp, John Roman 17. This band, which according to the synoptists came from the chief priests and elders, was according to Luke led by the captains of the temple and hence was probably a detachment of the soldiers of the temple, to whom, judging from the word, and from staves being mentioned among the weapons, was apparently joined a tumultuous crowd, according to the representation of John, who together with the servants or officers of the chief priests and Pharisees speaks of a band, and a captain, without mentioning any tumultuary force. It appears as if the Jewish magistrates had procured as a support a detachment of Roman soldiery. According to the three first evangelists, Judas steps forth and kisses Jesus in order by this preconcerted sign to indicate him to the approaching band as the individual whom they were to seize. According to the fourth gospel, on the contrary, Jesus advances apparently out of the garden to meet them, and presents himself as the person whom they seek. In order to reconcile this divergency, some have conceived the occurrences thus: Jesus, to prevent his disciples from being taken first, went towards the multitude, and made himself known. Hereupon Judas stepped forth and indicated him by the kiss. But had Jesus already made himself known, Judas might have spared the kiss, for that the people did not believe the assertion of Jesus that he was the man whom they sought, and still waited for its confirmation by the kiss of the bribed disciple, is a supposition incompatible with the 650 statement of the fourth gospel that the words "I am" he made so strong an impression on them that they went backward and fell to the ground. Hence, others have inverted the order of the scene, imagining that Judas first stepped forward and distinguished Jesus by the kiss, and that then, before the crowd could press into the garden, Jesus himself advanced and made himself known. But if Judas had already indicated him by the kiss, and he had so well understood the object of the kiss, as is implied in his answer to it, Luke Roman 5, there was no need for him still to make himself known, seeing that he was already made known to do so, for the protection of the disciples was equally superfluous, since he must have inferred from the traitor's kiss that it was intended to single him out and carry him away from his followers. If he did so merely to show his courage, this was almost theatrical, while in general the idea that Jesus, between the kiss of Judas and the entrance of the crowd, which was certainly immediate, advanced towards the latter with questions and answers, throws into his demeanor a degree of hurry and precipitancy so ill suited to his circumstances that the evangelists can scarcely have meant such an inference to be drawn. It should therefore be acknowledged that neither of the two representations is designed as a supplement to the other 51, since each has a different conception of the manner in which Jesus was made known, and in which Judas was active in the affair. That Judas was guide to them that took Jesus, Acts Roman 1, all the evangelists agree. But while according to the synoptical account, the task of Judas includes not only the pointing out of the place, but also the distinguishing of the person by the kiss, John makes the agency of Judas end with the indication of the place, and represents him after the arrival on the spot as standing inactive among the crowd. Roman 5. Why John does not assign to Judas the task of personally indicating Jesus, it is easy to see, because namely he would have Jesus appear not as one delivered up, but as delivering himself up, so that his sufferings may be manifested in a higher degree as undertaken voluntarily. We have only to remember how the earliest opponents of Christianity imputed the retirement of Jesus out of the city into the distant garden as an ignominious flight from his enemies. 52. In order to find it conceivable that there arose among the Christians at an early period the inclination to transcend the common evangelical tradition in representing his demeanor on his arrest in the light of a voluntary self-resignation. In the synoptists, the kiss of Judas is followed by the cutting question of Jesus to the traitor in John. After Jesus has uttered the "I am he," it is stated that under the influence of these commanding words, the multitude who had come out to seize him went backward and fell to the ground, so that Jesus had to repeat his declaration, and as it were encouraged the people to seize him. Of late it has been denied that there was any miracle here. The impression of the personality of Jesus, it is said, acted psychologically on those among the crowd who had already often seen and heard Jesus, and in support of this opinion reference is made to the examples of this kind in the life 651 of Marius Coligny and others, but neither in the synoptical account according to which there needed the indication of Jesus by the kiss, nor in that of John according to which there needed the declaration of Jesus, "I am he," does Jesus appear to be known to the crowd, at least in such a manner as to exercise any profound influence over them, while the above examples only show that sometimes the powerful impression of a man's personality has paralyzed the murderous hands of an individual or of a few, but not that a whole detachment of civil officers and soldiers has been made not merely to draw back, but to fall to the ground. It answers no purpose for luck to make first a few fall down, and then the whole crowd except that of rendering it impossible to imagine the scene with gravity. Hence we turn to the old theologians, who here unanimously acknowledge a miracle: the Christ who by word of his mouth cast down the hostile multitude is no other than he who, according to 2 Thess Roman 2, shall consume the Antichrist with the spirit of his mouth, Roman 1, not the historical Christ, but the Christ of the Jewish and primitive Christian imagination, the author of the 4th Gospel especially, who had so often remarked how the enemies of Jesus and their creatures were unable to lay hands on him, because his hour was not yet come. Roman 7:32-44 ff. Roman 8, had an inducement now, when the hour was come, to represent the ultimately successful attempt, as also failing at the first in a thoroughly astounding manner, especially as this fully accorded with the interest by which he is governed throughout the description of this whole sceneth, demonstrating that the capture of Jesus was purely an act of his own free will. When Jesus lays the soldiers prostrate by the power of his word, he gives them a proof of what he could do if to liberate himself were his object, and when he allows himself to be seized immediately after this appears as the most purely voluntary self-sacrifice. Thus in the 4th Gospel Jesus gives a practical proof of that power which in the first he only expresses by words, when he says to one of his disciples, "Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me 12 legions of angels?" Roman 5. After this, the author of the 4th Gospel very inappropriately holds up the solicitude which Jesus manifested that his disciples should not be taken captive with him, as a fulfillment of the declaration of Jesus, Romans 17, that he had lost none of those entrusted to him by the Father, a declaration which was previously more suitably referred to the spiritual preservation of his disciples. As the next feature in the scene, all the evangelists agree that when the soldiers began to lay hands on Jesus, one of his disciples drew his sword and cut off the ear of the high priest's servant, an act which met with a reproof from Jesus. Still Luke and John have each a peculiar trait, not to mention that both particularize the ear as the right ear, while their 2 predecessors had left this point undetermined. The latter not only gives the name of the wounded servant, but states that the disciple who wounded him was Peter. Why the synoptists do not name Peter, it has been sought to 652 explain in different ways the supposition that they wished to avoid compromising the apostle, who at the time of the composition of their Gospels was yet living. 54 belongs to the justly exploded fictions of an exegesis, framed on the false principle of supplying conjecturally all those links in the chain of natural causation which are wanting in the Gospels, that these evangelists elsewhere for the most part omit. Names 55 is too sweeping an accusation as regards Matthew, though he does indeed leave unnamed indifferent persons, such as Jairus or Bartimaeus, but that the real Matthew, or even the common evangelical tradition thus early and generally, should have lost the name from an anecdote of Peter so thoroughly accordant with the part played by this apostle, can scarcely be considered very probable. To me, the reverse would be much more conceivable, namely, that the anecdote was originally current without the mention of any name. And why should not a less distinguished adherent of Jesus from the synoptists? It is not necessarily to be inferred that it was one of the 12 whose name was therefore the more readily forgotten have had courage and rashness enough to draw his sword at that crisis, but a later narrator thought such a mode of conduct particularly suited to the impetuous character of Peter, and hence ascribed it to him by combination of his own. On this supposition, we need not appeal in support of the possibility that John could know the servant's name to his acquaintance with the household of the high priest, 56, any more than to a peculiar acquaintance of Mark with some inhabitants of Jericho, in explanation of his obtaining the name of the blind man. The distinctive trait in Luke's account of this particular is that Jesus heals the servant's ear apparently by a miracle. Alshausen here makes the complacent remark that this circumstance best explains how Peter could escape uninjured. Astonishment at the cure absorbed the general attention, while according to Paulus Jesus, by touching the wounded ear, only meant to examine it, and then told what must be done for the purpose of healing. Had he cured it by a miracle, there must have been some notice of the astonishment of the spectators. Such painstaking interpretations are here especially needless, since the fact that Luke stands alone in giving the trait in question together with the whole tenor of the scene tells us plainly enough what opinion we are to form on the subject. Should Jesus, who had removed by his miraculous power so much suffering of which he was innocent leave uncured suffering which one of his disciples out of attachment to him, and thus indirectly, he himself had caused this must soon have been found inconceivable, and hence to the stroke of the sword of Peter, was united a miraculous cure on the part of Jesus last in the evangelical history. Here immediately before he is led away the synoptists place the remonstrance which Jesus addressed to those who had come to take him prisoner, that though by his daily public appearance in the temple, he had given the best opportunity for them to lay hands upon him, yet a bad augury for the purity of their causethi, came to a distance to seek him with as many preparations as against a thief in the fourth gospel. He is made to say something similar to Annas to whose inquiries concerning his disciples and his doctrine he replies by referring him to the publicity of his entire agency to his teaching in the temple and synagogue. Roman 18 f. Luke, as if he had gathered from both that Jesus had said something of this kind to the high priest, and also at the time of his arrest, represents the chief priests and elders 653 themselves as being present in the garden, and Jesus as here speaking to them in the above manner, which is certainly a mere blunder. According to the two first evangelists, all the disciples now fled. Here Mark has the special particular that a young man with a linen cloth cast about his naked body, when he was in danger of being seized, left the linen cloth, and fled naked apart from the industrious conjectures of ancient and even modern expositors. As to who this young man was, this information of Mark's has been regarded as a proof of the very early origin of this gospel on the ground that so unimportant an anecdote, and one moreover to which no name is attached, could have no interest, except for those who stood in close proximity to the persons and events. But this inference is erroneous, for the above trait gives even to us at this remote distance of time a vivid idea of the panic and rapid flight of the adherents of Jesus, and must therefore have been welcome to Mark from whatever source he may have received it, or how late soever he may have. Examination of Jesus before the high priest. From the place of arrest, the synoptists state Jesus to have been led to the high priest, whose name Caiaphas is however only mentioned by Matthew, while John represents him as being led in the first instance to Annas, the father-in-law of the existing high priest, and only subsequently to Caiaphas. Matt Roman 26 ff. Parallel, John Roman 18 ff. The important rank of Annas renders this representation of John as conceivable as the silence of the synoptists is explicable on the ground that the ex-priest had no power of deciding in this cause. But it is more surprising that, as must be believed from the first glance, the fourth evangelist merely gives some details of the transaction with Annas, and appears entirely to pass by the decisive trial before the actual high priest, except that he states Jesus to have been led away to Caiaphas. There was no more ready expedient for the harmonists than the supposition which is found, for example, in Euthemius, that John, in consistency with the supplementary character of his gospel, preserved the examination before Annas as being omitted by the synoptists while he passed by that before Caiaphas, because it was described with sufficient particularity by his predecessors. This opinion that John and the synoptists speak of two entirely distinct trials has a confirmation in the fact that the tenor of the respective trials is totally different in that which the synoptists describe according to Matthew, and Mark. The false witnesses first appear against Jesus the high priest, then asks him if he really pretends to be the Messiah, and on receiving an affirmative answer declares him guilty of blasphemy and worthy of death, whereupon follows maltreatment of his person. In the trial depicted by John, Jesus is merely questioned concerning his disciples and his doctrine. He appeals to the publicity of his conduct, and after having been maltreated for this reply by an attendant is sent away without the passing of any sentence. That the fourth evangelist should thus give no particulars concerning the trial before Caiaphas is the more surprising, since in the one before Annas, if it be this which he narrates according to his own representation, nothing was decided, and consequently the grounds for the 654 condemnation of Jesus by the Jewish authorities and the sentence itself are altogether wanting. In his gospel to explain this by the supplementary object of John is to impute to him too irrational a mode of procedure, for if he omitted facts, because the other evangelists had already given them, without intimating that he did so purely for that reason, he could only reckon on introducing confusion, and entailing on himself the suspicion of having given a false narrative. He can hardly have had the opinion that the trial before Annas was the principal one, and that therefore it was allowable to omit the other, since he reports no judgment as having been passed in the former. But if he knew the trial before Caiaphas to have been the principal one, and yet gave no more particular information concerning it, this also was a highly singular course for him to take. Thus the very simplest view of the case seems at once to point to the attempt to discover in the account of the fourth gospel indications that it also is to be understood of the trial before Caiaphas. What affords the strongest presumption of the identity of the two trials is the identity of an incident concomitant with both John, as well as the synoptists making Peter deny Jesus during the trial, detailed. It is further remarkable that after Annas has been spoken of at Roman 5 as the father-in-law of Caiaphas, there follows at Roman 5 a more precise designation of Caiaphas as the author of the fatal counsel recorded in John Roman 11, although apparently the evangelist proceeds to narrate a trial held not before Caiaphas, but before Annas. Moreover, in the description of the trial itself, there is mention throughout of the palace, and of questions from the high priest, a title which John nowhere else applies to Annas but only to Caiaphas, but that in accordance with the above supposition, the evangelist from Roman 5 should be describing something which passed before Caiaphas appears impossible from Roman 5, for it is there first said that Annas sent Jesus to Caiaphas, so that he must until then have been before Annas. With ready thought this difficulty was first met, by removing the 24th verse to the place where it was wanted, namely after Roman 5, and laying the blame of its present too late position on the negligence of transcribers, as however this transposition being destitute of any critical authority, must appear an arbitrary and violent expedient, for getting rid of the difficulty. It was next tried whether the statement in Roman 5, without being actually moved from its place, might not receive such an interpretation as to come in point of sense. After Roman 5 Roman 1 the word was taken as a pluperfect, and it was supposed that John intended here to supply retrospectively what he had forgotten to observe at Roman 5, namely, that Annas immediately sent Jesus to Caiaphas, so that the trial just described was conducted by the latter. As the general possibility of such an analogue temporum is admissible, the only question is whether it be accordant with the style of the present writer, and whether it be intimated in the context. In the latter respect it is certainly true that if nothing important had occurred in the presence of Annas, the evangelist, in annexing to his notice of the relationship of Annas to Caiaphas the more precise designation of the latter, might be drawn on to speak without further preface of the trial before Caiaphas, and might afterwards, by way of appendix at some resting place, as here at the close of the transactions of the high priest, with Jesus, intimate the transition which he had made. An accurate Greek writer, certainly in this case, if he did not use the pluperfect, would at least have made evident the explanatory reference to what had preceded by the addition of a to the 655 aorist. Our evangelist, however, in whom the characteristic of the Hellenistic writers to connect their propositions, but loosely in accordance with the genius of the Hebrew language, is very strongly marked, might perhaps have introduced that supplementary observation, even without a particle or according to the ordinary reading, by which is not merely indicative that a subject is continued, but also that it is resumed, if these considerations be held to establish that he also intended to narrate the trial before Caiaphas. It is clear from the aspect of his account, taken by itself, as well as from the previous comparison with the synoptical one, that his narrative cannot be complete. We turn therefore to the account of the synoptists, and among them also, namely between the two first and the third, we find numerous divergencies. According to the former, when Jesus was brought into the palace of the high priest, the scribes and elders were already assembled, and while it was still night proceeded to hold a trial, in which first witnesses appeared, and then the high priest addressed to him the decisive question, on the answer to which the assembly declared him worthy of death in John. Also the trial goes forward in the night, but there is no intimation of the presence of the great council. According to the representation of the third gospel, on the other hand, Jesus throughout the night is merely kept under guard in the high priest's palace and maltreated by the underlings, and when at the break of day the Sanhedrim assembles, no witnesses appear, but the high priest precipitates the sentence by the decisive question. Now that in the depth of the night, while Judas was gone out with the guard, the members of the council should have assembled themselves for the reception of Jesus might be regarded as improbable, and in so far the preference might be given to the representation of the third gospel, which makes them assemble at daybreak only 63, were it not that Luke himself neutralizes this advantage by making the high priests and elders present at the arrest a zeal which might well have driven them straightway to assemble for the sake of accelerating the conclusion. But in the account of Matthew and Mark also there is this singularity, that after they have narrated to us the whole trial together with the sentence, they yet Roman 27 and Roman 15 say, when the morning was come, they took counsel, thus making it appear, if not that the members of the Sanhedrim reassembled in the morning, which could hardly be seeing that they had been together the whole night, yet that they now first came to a definite resolution against Jesus, though according to these same evangelists, this had already been done in the nocturnal council. It may be said that to the sentence of death already passed in the night, was added in the morning the resolution to deliver Jesus to Pilate, but according to the then existing state of the law, this followed as a matter of course, and needed no special resolution. That Luke and John omit the production of the false witnesses is to be regarded as a deficiency in their narrative, for from the coincidence of John Roman 2, and Acts Roman 6 with Matthew and Mark, it is highly probable that the declaration about the destruction and rebuilding of the temple was really uttered by Jesus, while that declaration should be used as an article of accusation against him on his trial, was an almost necessary result. The absence of this weighty point in Luke Schleiermacher explains by the circumstance that the author of this passage in the third Gospel had indeed followed the escort which conducted Jesus from the garden, but had with most others been excluded from the palace of the high priest 656, and consequently narrated what occurred there merely from hearsay, but not to anticipate future points. The single trait of the cure of the servant's ear suffices to preclude our attributing to the author of this portion of Luke's Gospel so close a proximity to the fact. It rather appears that the above declaration came to the third evangelist under the form of an article of accusation against Stephen instead of Jesus, while the fourth has it only as a declaration from Jesus, and not as an article of accusation against him, this subject having however necessarily come under our observation at an earlier point of our inquiry, it is needless to pursue it further. When Jesus made no answer to the allegations of the witnesses, he was asked according to the two first evangelists by the high priest in the third Gospel without the above cause by the Sanhedrin whether he actually maintained that he was the Messiah, the Son of God. To this question, according to the two former, he at once replies in the affirmative in the words, "Thou hast said, and I am," and adds that hereafter or immediately they would see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of the divine power, and coming in the clouds of heaven. According to Luke, on the other hand, he first declares that his answer will be of no avail, and then adds that hereafter the Son of Man shall sit on the right hand of the power of God, whereupon all eagerly ask, "Art thou then the Son of God?" And he replies in the affirmative. Thus Jesus here expresses the expectation that by his death he will at once enter into the glory of sitting as Messiah at the right hand of God, according to Ps Roman 110, which he had already Matt Roman 22 interpreted of the Messiah. For even if he at first perhaps thought of attaining his messianic glorification without the intervention of death, because this intervention was not presented to him by the ideas of the age if it was only at a later period, and as a result of circumstances that the foreboding of such necessity began to arise and gradually to acquire distinctness in his mind, now a prisoner forsaken by his adherents, in the presence of the rancorously hostile Sanhedrim, it must, if he would retain the conviction of his messiahship, become a certainty to him that he could enter into his messianic glorification by death alone when, according to the two first evangelists, Jesus adds to the sitting on the right hand of power, the coming in the clouds of heaven. He predicts, as on an earlier occasion, his speedy advent, and in this instance he decidedly predicts it as a return. Alshausen maintains that the of Matthew ought to be referred only to because it would not suit, since it is not to be conceived that Jesus could then have represented himself as about to come in the clouds, a purely dogmatical difficulty, which does not exist in our point of view, but which cannot in any point of view warrant such an offence against grammatical interpretation as this of Alshausen on the above declaration of Jesus according to Matthew and Mark. The high priest rends his clothes, declaring Jesus convicted of blasphemy, and the council pronounces him guilty of death. And in Luke also all those assembled observe that now there is no need of any further witness, since the criminal declaration has been uttered by Jesus in their own hearing. To the sentence is then added in the two first evangelists the maltreatment of Jesus, which John, who here mentions no sentence, represents as following the appeal of Jesus to the publicity of his work, while Luke places it before the trial, more probably because it was not any longer precisely known when this maltreatment occurred than because it was repeated at various times and under various circumstances in John. The maltreatment is said to proceed 657 from an attendant in Luke. From the men that held Jesus in Mark, on the contrary, those who began to spit in the face of Jesus must have been some of those who had just before condemned him, since he distinguishes the servants from them, and in Matthew also, who without introducing a new nominative, proceeds merely with "then began they." It is plainly the members of the Sanhedrim themselves who descend to such unworthy conduct, which Schleiermacher justly considers improbable, and in so far prefers the representation of Luke to that of Matthew in John. The maltreatment consists in a blow on the cheek, with the palm of the hand, which an attendant gives Jesus on account of a supposed insolent answer to the high priest in Matthew, and Mark in spitting on the face and blows on the head, and cheek too, which it is added in Luke also that he was blindfolded, then struck on the face and scoffingly asked to attest his messianic second sight, by telling who was the giver of the blow according to Alshausen. The spirit of prophecy did not scorn to predict these rudenesses in detail, and at the same time to describe the state of mind, which the Holy One of God opposed to the unholy multitude. He correctly adduces in relation to this scene Issa Roman 50 f Roman 70, I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them, that plucked off the hair I hid not my face from shame and spitting etc. Comp Roman 1099 Roman 4. And for the manner in which Jesus bore all this, the well-known passage Issa Roman 53, where the servant of God is represented as enduring maltreatment in silence, but the interpretation of these passages in Isaiah as prophecies concerning the Messiah is equally opposed to the context in both instances 68. Consequently, the agreement of the result with these passages must either have been the effect of human design or purely accidental. Now, it is certain that the servants and soldiers in their maltreatment had not the intention of causing prophecies to be fulfilled in Jesus, and it will hardly be chosen to suppose that Jesus affected silence with this view, while to deduce from mere chance a coincidence which certainly, as Alshausen says, extends to minutiae, is always unsatisfactory probable, as it is from the rude manners of that age, that Jesus was maltreated when a prisoner, and moreover, that amongst other things he received just such insults as are described by the evangelists. It is yet scarcely to be denied that their descriptions are modelled on prophecies which, when once Jesus appeared as a sufferer and maltreated person, were applied to him, and however consistent it may be with the character of Jesus, that he should have borne this maltreatment patiently, and repelled improper questions by a dignified silence, the evangelists would scarcely have noticed this so often and so solicitously 69, if it had not been their intention thus to exhibit the fulfillment of Old Testament oracles. 658. The denial of Peter. The two first evangelists state that at the moment in which Jesus was led away from the garden, all the disciples forsook him and fled, but in their accounts, as well as in those of Luke and John, Peter is said to have followed him at a distance, and to have obtained admission with the escort into the court of the high priest's palace, while according to the synoptists it is Peter alone who gives this proof of courage and attachment to Jesus, which however soon enough issues in the deepest humiliation for him. The fourth evangelist gives him John for a companion, and moreover represents the latter as the one who, by means of his acquaintance with the high priest, procures admittance for Peter into his palace, a divergency which, with the whole peculiar relation in which this gospel places Peter with respect to John, has been already considered. According to all the evangelists, it was in this court that Peter, intimidated by the inauspicious turn in the fortunes of Jesus and the high priest's domestics, by whom he was surrounded, sought to allay the repeatedly expressed suspicion that he was one of the followers of the arrested Galilean, by reiterated asseverations that he knew him not. But as we have already intimated in relation to the owner of this habitation, there exists an apparent divergency between the fourth gospel and the synoptists in John. To judge from the first glance at his narrative, the first denial Roman 18 happens during the trial before Annas, since it stands after the statement that Jesus was led to Annas Roman 5, and before the verse in which he is said to have been sent to Caiaphas Roman 5, and only the two further acts of denial Roman 527, insofar as they follow the last-named statement, and as immediately after them the delivery to Pilate is narrated. Roman 5 appear in John also to have occurred during the trial before Caiaphas and in his palace, but to this supposition of a different locality for the first denial, and the two subsequent ones, there is a hindrance in the account of the fourth gospel itself, after the mention of the first denial, which happened at the door of the palace of Annas. Apparently it is said that the night being cold, the servants and officers had made a fire of coals, and Peter stood with them, and warmed himself. Roman 5 now, when farther on the narrative of the second and third denial, is opened with nearly the same words, and Simon Peter stood and warmed himself. Roman 5. This cannot be understood otherwise than as an allusion to the previously noticed circumstances of the fire of coals, and of Peter's standing by it to warm himself, and hence it must be inferred that the evangelist intended to represent the second and third denial as having occurred by the same fire. Consequently, on the above supposition, likewise in the house of Annas, It is true that the synoptists speak of a fire in the court of the palace of Caiaphas, also Mark Roman 5, Luke Roman 5, at which Peter warmed himself here, however, sitting as in John standing, but it does not thence follow that John also imagined a similar fire to have been in the court of the actual high priest, and according to the supposition on which we have hitherto proceeded, he only mentions such fire in the house of honours, they who regard as too artificial and expedient, the conjecture of Euthymius that the dwellings of Annas and Caiaphas perhaps had a common court, and that consequently Peter could remain standing by the same fire, after Jesus 659 had been led away from the former to the latter, prefer the supposition that the second and third denial occurred according to John not after, but during the leading away of Jesus from Annas to Caiaphas, thus on the presupposition that John narrates a trial before Annas. The difference between the Gospels in relation to the locality of the denial remains a total one, and in this irreconcilable divergency some have decided in favour of John on the ground that the scattered disciples had only fragmentary information concerning this, seeing that Peter himself, being a stranger in Jerusalem, did not know in which palace he had to his misfortune entered, but that he and after him, the first evangelists supposed the denials to have taken place in the court of Caiaphas, whereas John, from his more intimate acquaintance with the city and the high priest's palace, was able to rectify this mistake. But even admitting the incredible supposition that Peter erroneously believed himself to have denied Jesus in the palace of Caiaphas, still John, who in these days was in the society of Peter, would certainly at once have corrected his assertion, so that such an erroneous opinion could not have become fixed in his mind. Hence, it might be preferred to reverse the attempt, and to vindicate the synoptists at the expense of John, were it not that the observations contained in the foregoing section, according to which John, after having merely mentioned that Jesus was led away to Annas, may speak from Roman 5 of what occurred in the palace of Caiaphas, present a possible solution of this contradiction. Also, in relation to the separate acts of denial, all the evangelists agree in stating that there were 3 of them in accordance with the prediction of Jesus, but in the description of the several instances, they are at variance. First, as it regards place and persons, according to John, the first denial is uttered on the very entrance of Peter to a damsel that kept the door, Roman 5, in the synoptists in the inner court, where Peter sat at the fire, to a damsel mat, Roman 5 f peril. The second takes place in John, Roman 5, and also in Luke, who at least notices no change of position, Roman 5 at the fire in Matthew, Roman 5, and Mark, Roman 5 ff, after Peter was gone out into the porch. Further in John it is made to several persons, in Luke to one, in Matthew to another damsel, than the one to whom he made the first denial, in Mark to the same. The third denial happened according to Matthew and Mark, who mention no change of place, after the second likewise in the porch, according to Luke and John, since they likewise mention no change of place, undoubtedly still in the inner court at the fire. Further, according to Matthew and Mark, to many bystanders, according to Luke to one, according to John to one, who happens to be a relative of the servant who had been wounded in the garden. As regards the conversation which passed on this occasion, the suspicious queries are at one time addressed to Peter himself, at another to the bystanders, in order to point him out to their observation, and in the 2 first instances they are given by the different evangelists with tolerable agreement, as merely expressing the opinion that he appeared to be one of the adherents of the man recently taken prisoner. But in the third instance, where the parties render a motive for their suspicion, they, according to the synoptists, mention his Galilean dialect as a proof of its truth, while in John the relative of Malchus appeals to his recollection of having seen Peter in the garden. Now, the former mode of accounting for the suspicion is as natural as the second, together with the designation of the individual who adduced it as a 660 relative of Malchus, appears artificial and fabricated for the sake of firmly interweaving into the narrative the connection of the sword stroke given in the garden with the name of Peter in the answers of Peter. There is the divergency that, according to Matthew, he already the second time fortifies his denial by an oath, while according to Mark this is not the case until the third denial, and in the 2 other evangelists this circumstance is not mentioned at all. Moreover, Matthew, to preserve a gradation, adds on the third denial that Peter began to curse, as well as to swear, a representation which, when compared with the other Gospels, may appear exaggerated. So to adjust these very differently narrated denials in such a manner that no evangelist may be taxed with having given an incorrect, or even a merely inexact account, was no light labour for the harmonists. Not only did the older supranaturalistic expositors, such as Bengel, undertake this task, but even recently Paulus has given himself much trouble to bring the various acts of denial recounted by the evangelists into appropriate order, and thus to show that they have a natural sequence. According to him, Peter denies the Lord before the portress first, denial in John, before several standing at the fire second in John, before a damsel at the fire first in the synoptists, before one who has no particular designation second in Luke, on going out into the porch before a damsel second in Matthew, and Mark. Out of this denial Paulus should in consistency have made two, since the damsel who points out Peter to the bystanders is according to Mark the same as the one in No 3, but according to Matthew another, before the relative of Malchus third in John, before one who professes to detect him by his Galilean dialect third in Luke, and who forthwith is seconded by several others to whom Peter yet more strongly affirms that he knows not Jesus third in Matthew and Mark. Meanwhile, by such a discrimination of the accounts out of respect to the veracity of the evangelists, there was incurred the danger of impeaching the yet more important veracity of Jesus, for he had spoken of a threefold denial, whereas on the plan of discrimination, according to the more or less consequent manner in which it is carried out, Peter would have denied Jesus from 6 to 9 times. The old exegesis found help in the canon Abnegatio, ad plures plurium interrogations, facta uno paroxysmo pro una numerata. But even granting such a mode of reckoning admissible still, as each of the four narrators for the most part notices a greater or less interval between the separate denials, which he recounts in each instance denials related by different evangelists, for example one narrated by Matthew, one by Mark, and so forth, must have occurred in immediate succession, a supposition altogether arbitrary. Hence of late, it has been a more favourite expedient to urge that the thrice in the mouth of Jesus was only a round number intended to express a repeated denial, as also that Peter, once entangled in the confusion to a supposed necessity for falsehood, would be more likely to repeat his asseverations to 6 or 7 than merely to 3 inquirers. But even if, according to Luke Roman 5f, interval from the first denial to the last be estimated as more than an hour, still such a questioning from all kinds of people, on all 661 sides, as well as the ultimate impunity of Peter, amid so general a suspicion, is extremely improbable, and when expositors describe the state of mind of Peter during this scene as a complete stupefaction, 76, they rather present the condition which befalls the reader who has to arrange his ideas in such a crowd of continually repeated questions and answers having an identical meaning, like the incessant and lawless beating of a watch out of order. Alshausen has justly discarded the attempt to remove such differences as a fruitless labour. Nevertheless, he on the one hand immediately proceeds to a forced reconciliation of the divergencies at some points of the narrative, and on the other he maintains that there were precisely 3 denials, whereas Paulus again has evinced a more correct discernment in pointing out the premeditated effort of the evangelists to show that the denial was threefold. What on that evening happened repeatedly, not however 8 or 9 times, was represented as having happened precisely 3 times, in order to furnish the closest fulfillment to the prediction of Jesus, which was understood in its strictest literality. The termination, and as it were the catastrophe of the whole history of the denial, is in all the narratives according to the prediction of Jesus, introduced by the crowing of the cock in Mark. It crows after the first denial, Roman 5, and then a second time after the third in the other evangelists, only once after the last act of denial, while John concludes his account with this particular. Matthew and Mark proceed to tell us that on hearing the cock crow Peter remembered the words of Jesus and wept, but Luke has an additional feature peculiar to himself, namely, that on the crowing of the cock Jesus turned and looked at Peter, whereupon the latter, remembering the prediction of Jesus, broke out into bitter weeping. Now, according to the 2 first evangelists, Peter was not in the same locality with Jesus, for he is said to have been without Matt Roman 5 or beneath Mark Roman 5 in the court, and it is thus implied that Jesus was in an inner or upper apartment of the palace. It must be asked, therefore, how could Jesus hear the denial of Peter and thereupon turn to look at him? In relation to the latter part of the difficulty, the usual answer is that Jesus was at that moment being led from the palace of Annas to that of Caiaphas, and looked significantly at the weak disciple in passing, but of such a removal of Jesus Luke knows nothing, and his expression, "the Lord turned and looked on Peter," would not so well imply that Jesus looked at Peter in passing, as that he turned round to do so, when standing besides the above supposition, will not explain how Jesus became aware that his disciple had denied him, since in the tumult of this evening he could not well, as Paulus thinks, have heard, When in a room of the palace, the loud tones of Peter in the court, it is true that the express distinction of the places in which Jesus and Peter were is not found in Luke, and according to him, Jesus also might have had to remain some time in the court. But first, the representation of the other evangelists is here more probable. Secondly, Luke's own narrative of the denial does not previously create the impression that Jesus was in the immediate vicinity, but hypotheses for the explanation of that look of Jesus might have been spared had a critical glance been directed to the origin of the incident, the unaccountable manner in which Jesus, who in the whole previous occurrence is kept behind the scene here all on a sudden, casts a glance upon it ought itself, together with the silence of the other evangelists, to have been taken as an indication of the real character of this feature in Luke's narrative 662, when also it is added that as Jesus looked on Peter, the latter remembered the words which Jesus had earlier spoken to him concerning his coming denial. It might have been observed that the glance of Jesus is nothing else than the sensible image of Peter's remorseful recollection. The narrative of John, which is in this case the simplest, exhibits the fulfillment of the prediction of Jesus objectively. By the crowing of the cock, the two first evangelists add to this the subjective impression which this coincidence made on Peter, while Luke renders this again objective, and makes sorrowful remembrance of the words of the Master, with the force of a penetrating glance pierce the inmost soul of the disciple. The death of the betrayer. On hearing that Jesus was condemned to death, Judas, according to the first Gospel, Romans 27 ff, was smitten with remorse, and hastened to the chief priests and elders to return to them the 30 pieces of silver, with the declaration that he had betrayed an innocent person, when however the latter scornfully retorted that on him alone rested all responsibility for that deed. Judas, after casting down the money in the temple, impelled by despair, went away, and hanged himself. Hereupon the Sanhedrists, holding it unlawful to put the money returned by Judas into the treasury, since it was the price of blood bought with it, a potter's field, as a burying place for strangers, to this particular, the evangelist appends 2 remarks. First, that from this mode of purchase, the piece of ground was called the field of blood up to his time, and secondly, that by this course of things, an ancient prophecy was fulfilled. The rest of the evangelists are silent concerning the end of Judas, but on the other hand we find in the Acts of the Apostles, Romans 1 ff, some information on this subject which in several points diverges from that of Matthew. Peter, when about to propose the completion of the apostolic number by the choice of a new colleague, thinks proper, by way of preliminary, to remind his hearers of the manner in which the vacancy in the apostolic circle had arisen. Romans 1e of the treachery and the end of Judas, and in relation to the latter he says that the betrayer purchased himself a field with the reward of his crime, but fell headlong and burst asunder in the midst, so that all his bowels gushed out, which being known in all Jerusalem, the piece of ground was called Romans 1e, the field of blood. In addition to this, the narrator makes Peter observe that these occurrences were a fulfillment of 2 passages in the Psalms. Between these 2 accounts there exists a double divergency, the one pertaining to the manner of the death of Judas, the other to the statement when and by whom the piece of ground was bought. As regards the former, Matthew declares that Judas laid violent hands on himself out of remorse and despair, whereas in the Acts nothing is said of remorse on the part of the traitor, and his death has not the appearance of suicide, but of an accident, or more accurately of a calamity decreed by heaven as a punishment. Further, in Matthew, he inflicts death on himself by the cord. According to the representation of Peter, it is a fall which puts an end to his life by causing a horrible rupture of the body. How active the harmonists of all times have been in reconciling these divergencies may be seen in Suicer 79, and communal. Here we need only briefly adduce the principal expedients for this purpose, as the divergency lay 663 chiefly in the words "he hanged himself" in Matthew, and "falling headlong" in Luke. The most obvious resource was to see whether one of these expressions could not be drawn to the side of the other. This has been tried with in various ways, this word being interpreted at one time as signifying only the torments of a guilty conscience 80, at another a disease consequent on these 81, at another any death chosen out of melancholy and despair 82. And to this it has been thought that the statement in the Acts added the more precise information that the kind of death to which Judas was driven by an evil conscience and despair was precipitation from a steep eminence. Others, on the contrary, have sought to accommodate the meaning of to understanding it merely to express as a circumstance what expresses as an act, and accordingly maintaining that if the latter should be rendered "si suspendit," the former should be translated by suspensus, from repugnance to the obvious violence of this attempt. Others, sparing the natural meaning of the expressions on both sides, have reconciled the divergent accounts by the supposition that Matthew narrates an earlier, the author of the Acts, a later stage of the events, which marked the end of Judas. Some of the ancient commentators indeed separated these two stages so widely as to see in Matthew's statement only an unsuccessful attempt at self-destruction, which from the bough, whereon he suspended himself having broken, or from some other cause Judas outlived, until the judgment of heaven overtook him in the falling headlong. But since Matthew evidently intends in his expression to narrate the last moments of the traitor, the two epochs the account of which is supposed to be respectively given by Matthew, and the Acts have in later times been placed in closer proximity, and it has been held that Judas attempted to hang himself to a tree on an eminence, but as the rope gave way or the branch broke, he was precipitated into the valley over steep cliffs and sharp bushes, which lacerated his body. The author of a treatise on the fate of Judas in Schmidt's Bibliothek, AD 6, has already remarked as a surprising circumstance how faithfully, according to this opinion, the two narrators have shared the information between them, for it is not the case that one gives the less precise statement, the other the more precise, but that one of them narrates precisely the first part of the incident, without touching on the second, the other the second, without intruding on the first, and Hayes justly maintains that each narrator knew only the state of the fact which he has presented, since otherwise he could not have omitted the other half. After thus witnessing the total failure of the attempts at reconciliation, in relation to the first difference, we have now to inquire whether the other relative to the acquisition of the piece of ground can be more easily adjusted. It consists in this: according to Matthew it is the members of the Sanhedrim 664, who after the suicide of Judas purchase a field with the money which he had left behind from a pater, moreover a particular, which is wanting in the Acts, whereas according to the Acts Judas himself purchases the piece of ground, and on this very spot is overtaken by sudden death. And from this difference there results another, namely that according to the latter account, it was the blood of the betrayer shed on the piece of ground, according to the former the blood of Jesus cleaving to the purchase money, which caused the ground to be named the field of blood. Or now here Matthew's manner of expressing himself is so precise that it cannot well be twisted so as to favour the other narrative, but the word he purchased or acquired in the Acts presents inviting facilities for its adaptation to Matthew by the reward of treachery. Judas acquired field, such it is said, is the meaning in the Acts, not immediately, but mediately, since by returning the money he gave occasion for the purchase of a piece of ground, not for himself, but for the Sanhedrim or the public good. But however numerous the passages adduced in which has the signification to acquire for another, still in such instances it is necessary that the other party for whom one acquires should be specified or intimated, and when this is not the case, as in the passage in the Acts, it retains the original meaning to acquire for oneself. This Paulus felt, and hence gave the facts the following turn: the terrible fall of Judas into a lime pit was the cause of this piece of ground being purchased by the Sanhedrim, and thus Peter might very well say of Judas ironically, that in death by the fall of his corpse he had appropriated to himself a fine property. But in the first place this interpretation is in itself strained, and in the second the passage cited by Peter from the Psalms, "Let his habitation be desolate," shows that he thought of the piece of ground as the real property of Judas, and as being judicially doomed to desolation as the scene of his death. According to this neither the one difference nor the other admits of a favourable reconciliation. Indeed the existence of a real divergency was admitted even by Salmasius, and Hayes thinks that he can explain this discrepancy without endangering the apostolic origin of the two statements from the violent excitement of those days, in consequence of which only the general fact that Judas committed suicide was positively known, and concerning the more particular circumstances of the event various reports were believed, but in the Acts nothing is said of suicide, and that two apostles Matthew and Peter, if the first gospel be supposed to proceed from the former, the discourse in the Acts from the latter, should have remained so entirely in the dark concerning the death of their late colleague, a death which took place in their immediate vicinity, that one of them represented him as dying by accident, the other voluntarily, is difficult to believe. That therefore only one of the two accounts can be maintained as apostolic has been correctly perceived by the author of the above-mentioned treatise in Schmidt's Bibliothek, and in choosing between the two he has proceeded on the principle that the narrative the least tending to glorification is the more authentic, whence he gives the preference to the account in the Acts before that in the first gospel, because the former has not the glorifying circumstances of the remorse of Judas and his confession of the innocence of Jesus, But it is ever the case with two contradictory narratives, not only that if one stands it excludes the other, but also that if one falls it shakes the other. Hence, if the representation of the facts, which is attested by the authority of the Apostle Matthew, be renounced there 665, is no longer any warrant for the other, which professedly rests on the testimony of the Apostle Peter. If then we are to treat the two narratives on the same footing, namely as legends with respect, to which it is first to be discovered how far their historical nucleus extends, and how far they consist of traditional deposits, we must, in order to be clear on the subject, consider the data, which form the roots of the two narratives. Here we find one which is common to both, with two others of which each has one peculiarly to itself. The datum common to both narratives is that there was in Jerusalem a piece of ground which was called the field of blood, or in the original tongue, according to the statement of the Acts, as this information is concurrently given by two narratives, in other respects totally divergent, and as besides the author of the first Gospel appeals to the actual practice of his day, proof that the field was called by this name, we cannot well doubt the existence of a piece of ground, so named that it really had a relation to the betrayer of Jesus, is less certain, since our two narratives give different accounts of this relation, the one stating that Judas himself bought the property, the other that it was not purchased. Until after his death with the 30 pieces of silver, we can, therefore, draw no further conclusion than that the primitive Christian legend must have early attributed to that field of blood a relation to the betrayer, but the reason wherefore this relation took various forms is to be sought in the other datum from which our narratives proceed, namely in the Old Testament, passages which the authors cite from different sources, however, as being fulfilled by the fate of Judas. In the passage of the Acts, Ps. Romans 69 and Ps. Roman 109 are quoted in this manner. The latter is a psalm which the first Christians from among the Jews could not avoid referring to the relation of Judas to Jesus, for not only does the author alleged to be David, but doubtless a much later individual 91 dilate, from the opening of the psalm, on such as speak falsely and insidiously against him, and return him hatred for his love. But from Roman 5, where the curses commence, he directs himself against a particular person, so that the Jewish expositors thought of Dog, David's calumniator with Saul, and the Christians just as naturally of Judas. From this psalm is gathered the verse which, treating of the transfer of one office to another, appeared perfectly to suit the case of Judas. The other psalm, it is true, speaks more vaguely of such as hate and persecute the author without cause, yet this also is ascribed to David, and is so similar to the other in purport and style that it might be regarded as its parallel, and if curses might be applied to the betrayer out of the former, they might be so out of the latter. Now, if Judas had actually bought with the wages of his treachery a piece of land which, from being the scene of his horrible end, subsequently remained waste, it was a matter of course to refer to him precisely those passages in this psalm which denounce on the enemies the desolation of their habitation, as, however, from the divergency of Matthew, the fact that Judas himself bought that piece of ground and came to his end upon it is doubtful, while it can scarcely be supposed that the piece of land on which the betrayer of Jesus met his end would be so abhorrent to the Jews that they would let it lie waste as a land of blood. It is more probable that this name had another origin no longer to be discovered, and was interpreted by the Christians in accordance with their own ideas, so that we must not derive the application of the passage in the Psalms, and the naming of that waste piece of land from 666, an actual possession of it by Judas, but on the contrary, we must refer to those two causes the existence of the legend, which ascribes such a possession to Judas, for if the two psalms in question were once applied to the betrayer, and if in one of them the desolation of his Roman 70 was denounced, he must have previously been in possession of such an, and this it was thought he would probably have purchased with the reward of his treason, or rather that out of the above psalms, the desolation of the was a particular specially chosen, appears to have been founded on the natural presupposition that the curse would be chiefly manifested in relation to something which he had acquired by the wages of his iniquity, added to the circumstance that among the objects anathematized in the psalm, the one most capable of being bought was that this conception of the facts was met in the most felicitous manner by the lying near Jerusalem, which the less was known of the origin of its name, and of the horror attached to it, might the more easily be applied by the primitive Christian legend to its own purposes, and regarded as the desolate habitation of the betrayer. Instead of these passages from the Psalms, the first Gospel cites as being fulfilled by the last acts of Judas, a passage which it attributes to Jeremiah, but to which nothing corresponding is to be found, except in Zech Roman 11 whence it is now pretty generally admitted that the evangelist substituted one name for the other by mistake, how Matthew might be led by the fundamental idea of this passage an unreasonably small price, for the speaker in the Prophesito, an application of it to the treachery of Judas, who paltry sum had as it was sold his master has been already shown now. The prophetic passage contains a command from Jehovah to the author of the prophecy to cast the miserable sum with which he had been paid into the house of the Lord, and also which it is added was done the person who casts down the money is in the prophecy the same with the speaker, and consequently with him who is rated at the low price, because the sum here is not purchase money, but hire, and hence is received by the person so meanly estimated who alone can cast it away again. In the application of the evangelist, on the contrary, the sum being considered as purchase money another than the one so meanly estimated, was to be thought of as receiving and casting away the sum, if the one sold for so paltry a price was Jesus, he who received the money, and finally rejected, it could be no other than his betrayer. Hence, it is said of the latter that he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple, corresponding to the phrase in the prophetic passage, although these very words happen to be absent from the extremely mutilated citation of Matthew, but in apposition to the wherein the money was cast there stood besides the Roman 70 translates into the melting furnace. Now, it is with reason conjectured that the pointing should be altered thus, and the word rendered into the treasury 95. The author of our gospel adhered to the literal translation by Potter, but what the Potter had to do here the money should be given to him, must at first have been as incomprehensible to him as it is to us when we adhere to the common reading. Here, however, there occurred to his recollection the field of blood, to which, as we gather from the Acts, the Christian legend gave a relation to Judas, and 667 hence resulted the welcome combination that it was probably that field for which the 30 pieces of silver were to be given to the Potter, as however it was impossible to conceive the Potter as being in the temple when receiving the money, and yet according to the prophetic passage, the pieces of silver were cast into the temple. Separation was made between the casting into the temple and the payment to the Potter, if the former must be ascribed to Judas, if he had thus once cast away the money he himself could no longer purchase the piece of ground from the Potter, but this must be done by another party with the money which Judas had cast away, who this party must be followed. Of course, if Judas gave up the money, he would give it up to those from whom he had received it. If he cast it into the temple, it would fall into the hands of the rulers of the temple. Thus in both ways it would revert to the Sanhedrim. The object of the latter in purchasing the ground was perhaps drawn from the use to which that waste place was actually appropriated. Lastly, if Judas cast away again the reward of his treachery, this, it must be inferred, could only be out of remorse to make Judas manifest remorse, and thus win from the traitor himself a testimony to the innocence of Jesus, was as natural to the conception of the primitive Christian community as to convert Pilate and to make Tiberius himself propose in the Roman Senate the deification of Christ. But how would the remorse of Judas further manifest itself? A return to the right on his part was not only unattested by any facts, but was besides far too good a lot for the traitor. Hence, repentance must have become in him despair, and he must have chosen the end of the well-known traitor in the history of David Ahithophel, of whom it is said, 2 Sam Roman 17, he arose, and went and hanged himself. As of Judas here, he departed and went and hanged himself. A tradition referred to Papias appears to be allied to the narrative in the Acts rather than to that of Matthew. Comenius, quoting the above collector of traditions, says that Judas, as an awful example of impiety, had his body distended to such a degree that a space where a chariot could pass was no longer sufficiently wide for him, and that at last, being crushed by a chariot, he burst asunder, and all his bowels were pressed out. The latter statement doubtless arose from a misconstruction of the ancient legend, for the chariot was not originally brought into immediate contact with the body of Judas, but was merely used as a measure of his size, and this was afterwards erroneously understood as if a chariot in passing had crushed the swollen body of Judas. Hence, not only in Theophylact and in an ancient Scholium 98, without any distinct reference to Papias, but also in a Catena with an express citation of his, we actually find the fact narrated without that addition. The monstrous swelling of Judas spoken of in this passage might at 668, is supposed originally be only an explanation of the displacing and protrusion of the viscera, and in like manner the dropsy into which Theophylact represents him as falling might be regarded as an explanation of this swelling, when however in Ps Roman 109, applied in the Acts to Judas amongst other maledictions, we read LXX, so let it cursing come into his bowels like water. Roman 5. It appears possible that the dropsical disease may have been also taken from this passage, as also one of the features in the monstrous description which Papias gives of the condition of Judas, namely that from the enormous swelling of his eyelids, he could no longer see the light of day, might remind us of Roman 5 in the other psalm applied to Judas, where, among the curses this is enumerated, let their eyes be darkened, that they see not a hindrance to sight, which when once the swollen body of Judas was presupposed, must necessarily assume the form of a swelling up of the eyelids. If then the tradition which is allied to the account in Acts Roman 1 developed its idea of the end of Judas chiefly in correspondence with the ideas presented in these two psalms, and if in that passage of the Acts itself the account of the connection of Judas with the piece of ground is derived from the same source, it is no far-fetched conjecture that what is said in the Acts concerning the end of the betrayer may have had a similar origin, that he died an early death may be historical. But even if not so, in Psalm Roman 109, in the very same verse Roman 5, which contains the transfer of the office to another, an early death is predicted for the betrayer in the words, "Let his days be few," and it might also be believed that the death by falling headlong also was gathered from PS Roman 69, where it is said, "Let their table become a snare before them." Thus we scarcely know with certainty concerning Judas, even so much as that he came to a violent and untimely death, for if, as was natural after his departure from the community of Jesus, he retired so far as the knowledge of its members was concerned into an obscurity in which all historical information as to his further fate was extinguished, the primitive Christian legend might without hindrance represent, as being fulfilled in him, all that the prophecies and types of the Old Testament threatened to the false friend of the son of David, and might even associate the memory of his crime with a well-known desecrated place in the vicinity of Jerusalem, 669. Jesus before Pilate and Herod. According to all the evangelists, it was in the morning when the Jewish magistrates, after having declared Jesus worthy of death, one caused him to be led away to the Roman procurator Pontius Pilate. Matt Roman 27, ff. Parallel John Roman 18. According to Matthew and Mark, Jesus was bound preparatory to his being conducted before Pilate. According to John Roman 18, immediately on his arrest in the garden. Luke says nothing of his being bound to this measure, of sending him to Pilate. They were compelled, according to John Roman 18, by the circumstance that the Sanhedrin was deprived of the authority to execute the punishment of death without the concurrence of the Roman government. 102. But at all events, the Jewish rulers must in this instance have been anxious to call in the agency of the Romans, since only their power could afford security against an uproar among the people, which the former feared, as a result of the execution of Jesus during the feast time. Matt Roman 26 Parallel. Arrived at the Praetorium, the Jews, according to the representation of the fourth Gospel, remained without from fear of Levitical defilement, but Jesus was led into the interior of the building, so that Pilate must alternately have come out when he would speak to the Jews and have gone in again when he proceeded to question Jesus. Roman 18 ff. The synoptists in the sequel represent Jesus as in the same locality with Pilate, and the Jews, for in them Jesus immediately hears the accusations of the Jews, and answers them in the presence of Pilate, since they as well as John make the condemnation take place in the open air. After the condemnation, they represent Jesus as being led into the Praetorium. Matt Roman 27, and Matthew, like John Roman 19, describes Pilate ascending the judgment seat, which according to Josephus 103 stood in the open air, without mentioning any change of place. In connection with the trial, they apparently conceived the whole transaction to have passed on the outer place, and supposed in divergency from John that Jesus himself was there. The first question of Pilate to Jesus is, according to all the Gospels, "Art thou the King of the Jews?" Roman 1, the Messiah in the two first evangelists. This question is not introduced by any accusation on the part of the Jews. Matt Roman 5, Mark Roman 5. In John, Pilate, stepping out 670 of the Praetorium, asks the Jews what accusation they have to bring against Jesus. Roman 18, on which they insolently reply, "If he were not a malefactor, we would not have delivered him up unto thee," an answer by which they could not expect to facilitate their obtaining from the Roman a ratification of their sentence. 104, but only to embitter him after. Pilate, with surprising mildness, has rejoined that they may take him and judge him according to their law. Apparently, not supposing a crime involving death hand, the Jews have opposed to this permission their inability to administer the punishment of death, the procurator re-enters and addresses to Jesus the definite question, "Art thou the King of the Jews?" which thus here likewise has no suitable introduction. This is the case only in Luke, who first adduces the accusations of the Sanhedrists against Jesus, that he stirred up the people and encouraged them to refuse tribute to Caesar, giving himself out to be Christ a king. Roman 23. If in this manner the narrative of Luke enables us to understand how Pilate could at once put to Jesus the question whether he were the King of the Jews, it leaves us in all the greater darkness as to how Pilate immediately on the affirmative answer of Jesus could without any further inquiries declare to the accusers that he found no fault in the accused. He must first have ascertained the grounds, or the want of grounds, for the charge of exciting the populace, and also have informed himself as to the sense in which Jesus claimed the title of King of the Jews, before he could pronounce the words, "I find no fault in this man." In Matthew and Mark, it is true to the affirmation of Jesus that he is the King of the Jews, is added his silence in opposition to the manifold accusations of the Sanhedrists, a silence which surprises Pilate, and this is not followed by a precise declaration that no fault is to be found in Jesus, but merely by the procurator's attempt to set Jesus at liberty by coupling him with Barabbas. Still, what should move him even to this attempt does not appear from the above Gospels. On the other hand, this point is sufficiently clear in the fourth Gospel. It is certainly surprising that, when Pilate asks whether he be really the King of the Jews, Jesus should reply by the counter-question whether he say this of himself, or at the suggestion of another, in an accused person. However conscious of innocence, such a question cannot be held warrantable, and hence it has been sought in every possible way to give the words of Jesus a sense more consonant with propriety. But the question of Jesus is too definite to be a mere repulse of the accusation, as absurd 105, and too indefinite to be regarded as an inquiry whether the procurator intended the title in the Roman sense, or in the Jewish 106, and Pilate does not so understand it, but as an unwarrantable question to which it is a mark of his indulgence that he replies in the first instance, it is true with some impatience, by the second counter-question, whether he be a Jew, and thus able of himself to have information concerning a crime so specifically Jewish. But hereupon he good-naturedly adds that it is the Jews and their rulers by whom Jesus has been delivered to him, and that he is therefore at liberty to speak more particularly of the crime which these lay to his charge. Now on this, Jesus gives Pilate an answer which, added to the impression of his whole appearance, might certainly induce in the procurator a conviction of his innocence. He replies namely that his kingdom is not of this world, and adduces as a proof of this the peaceful passive conduct of his adherents on his arrest. Roman 5. On the further question of Pilate 671, whether, since Jesus has thus ascribed to himself a kingdom, although no earthly one he then claims to be a king, he replies that certainly he is so, but only in so far as he is born to be a witness to the truth. Whereupon follows the famous question of Pilate, what is truth? Although in this latter reply of Jesus we cannot but be struck by its presenting the peculiar hue of thought which characterizes the author of the fourth Gospel in the use of the idea of truth, as we were before surprised at the unwarrantable nature of the counter-question of Jesus, still this account in John renders it conceivable how Pilate could immediately step forth and declare to the Jews that he found no fault in Jesus. But another point might easily create suspicion against this narrative of John. According to him, the trial of Jesus went forward in the interior of the Praetorium, which no Jew would venture to enter. Who then are we to suppose heard the conversation of the procurator with Jesus, and was the informant who communicated it to the author of the fourth Gospel? The opinion of the older commentators that Jesus himself narrated these conversations to his disciples after the resurrection is renounced as extravagant. The more modern idea that perhaps Pilate himself was the source of the information concerning the trial is scarcely less improbable, and rather than take refuge with luck in the supposition that Jesus remained at the entrance of the Praetorium, so that those standing immediately without might with some attention and stillness have heard the conversation, I should prefer appealing to the attendants of the procurator, who would scarcely be alone with Jesus meanwhile. It is easily conceivable that we have here a conversation which owes its origin solely to the evangelist's own combination, and in this case we need not bestow so much labor in ascertaining the precise sense of Pilates' question, what is truth, since this would only be an example of the fourth evangelist's favorite form of dialogue, the contrast of profound communications on the part of Jesus with questions either of misapprehension or of total unintelligence on the part of the hearers, as Roman 12. The Jews ask, who is this Son of Man? So here Pilate, what is truth? 107. before the introduction of Barabbas, which in all the other evangelists comes next in order. Luke has an episode peculiar to himself, on the declaration of Pilate, that he finds no guilt in the accused. The chief priests and their adherents among the multitude persist in asserting that Jesus stirred up the people by his agency, as a teacher from Galilee to Jerusalem. Pilate notices the word Galilee, asks whether the accused be a Galilean, and when this is confirmed, he seizes it as a welcome pretext for ridding himself of the ungrateful business, and sends Jesus to the tetrarch of Galilee, Herod Antipas, at that time in Jerusalem, in observance of the feast, perhaps also designing as a secondary object what at least was the result to conciliate the petty prince by this show of respect for his jurisdiction. This measure, it is said, gave great satisfaction to Herod, because having heard much of Jesus, he had long been desirous to see him in the hope that he would perhaps perform a miracle. The tetrarch addressed various questions to him, the Sanhedrists urged vehement accusations against him, but Jesus gave no answer, whereupon Herod with his soldiers betook themselves to mockery, and at length, after arraying him in a gorgeous robe, sent him back to Pilate. Roman 23, ff. This narrative of Luke's, whether we consider it in itself, or in its relation to the other Gospels, has much to astonish us. If Jesus as a Galilean really belonged to the jurisdiction of Herod, as Pilate, by delivering the accused to him, appears to acknowledge, how came Jesus? And the question is equally 672, difficult, whether we regard him as the sinless Jesus of the Orthodox system, or as the one who in the history of the tribute epeny manifested his subjection to the existing authorities to withhold from him the answer which was his due, and how was it that Herod, without any further procedures, sent him away again from his tribunal to say with Alshausen that the interrogation before Herod had elicited the fact that Jesus was not born in Nazareth and Galilee, but in Bethlehem and consequently in Judah, is on the one hand an inadmissible appeal to the history of the birth of Jesus, of the statements in which there is no further trace in the whole subsequent course of Luke's Gospel, and on the other hand, a totally accidental birth in Judah, such as that represented by Luke. The parents of Jesus, and even Jesus himself being both before and after resident in Galilee, would not have constituted Jesus a Judean. But above all we must ask, through whom was the Judean origin of Jesus brought to light, since it is said of Jesus that he gave no answer, while according to all the information we possess that origin was totally unknown to the Jews. It would be preferable to explain the silence of Jesus by the unbecoming manner of Herod's interrogation, which manifested not the seriousness of the judge, but mere curiosity, and to account for his being sent back to Pilate by the fact that not only the arrest, but also a part of the ministry of Jesus had occurred within the jurisdiction of Pilate. But why do the rest of the evangelists say nothing of the entire episode, especially when the author of the fourth Gospel is regarded as the Apostle John? It is not easy to see how this omission can be explained. The common plea that he supposed the fact sufficiently known from the synoptists will not serve here, since Luke is the sole evangelist who narrates the incident, and thus it does not appear to have been very widely spread. The conjecture that it may probably have appeared to him too unimportant one, 8 loses all foundation when it is considered that John does not scorn to mention the leading away to honors, which nevertheless was equally indecisive, and in general the narrative of these events in John is, as Schleiermacher himself confesses, so consecutive that it nowhere presents a break in which such an episode could be inserted. Hence, even Schleiermacher at last takes refuge in the conjecture that possibly the sending to Herod may have escaped the notice of John, because it happened on an opposite side to that on which the disciple stood through a back door, and that it came to the knowledge of Luke, because his informant had an acquaintance in the household of Herod, as John had in that of honors. The former conjecture, however, is figuratively as well as literally nothing more than a back door. The latter, a fiction which is but the effort of despair. Certainly, if we renounce the presupposition that the author of the fourth Gospel was an apostle, we lose the ground of attack against the narrative of Luke, which in any case, since Justin knows of the consignment to Herod 1:09, is a very early origin. Nevertheless, first, the silence of the other evangelists in a portion of their common history, in which with this exception there prevails an agreement as to the principal stages in the development of the fate of Jesus, and secondly, the internal difficulties of the narrative remain so suspicious that it must still be open to us to conjecture that the anecdote arose out of the effort to place Jesus before all the tribunals that could possibly be gathered together in Jerusalem, to make every authority not hierarchical, though treating him with ignominy, still either explicitly or tacitly acknowledge his innocence, and to represent him as maintaining his equable demeanor and dignity before all, if this be probable with respect 673 to the present narrative, in which the third evangelist stands alone. A similar conjecture concerning the leading away to honors, in which we have seen that the fourth evangelist stands alone, would only be warded off by the circumstance that this scene is not described in detail, and hence presents no internal difficulties. After Jesus being sent back by Herod was returned upon his hands, Pilate, according to Luke, once more called together the Sanhedrists and the people, and declared, alleging in his support the judgment of Herod as accordant with his wish to dismiss Jesus, with chastisement, for which purpose he might avail himself of the custom of releasing a prisoner at the feast of the Passover. This circumstance, which is somewhat abridged in Luke, is more fully exhibited in the other evangelists, especially in Matthew, as the privilege to entreat the release of a prisoner belonged to the people. Pilate, well knowing that Jesus was persecuted by the rulers, jealousy sought to turn to his advantage the better disposition of the people towards him, and in order virtually to oblige them to free Jesus, whom partly out of mockery of the Jews, partly to deter them from his execution as degrading to themselves, he named the Messiah or King of the Jews. He reminded them that their choice lay between him and a notable prisoner, Barabbas, whom John designates as a robber, but Mark and Luke as one who was imprisoned for insurrection and murder. This plan, however, failed, for the people, suborned as the two first evangelists observe by their rulers with one voice, desired the release of Barabbas and the crucifixion of Jesus. As a circumstance which had a special weight with Pilate in favor of Jesus, and moved him to make the proposal relative to Barabbas as urgently as possible, it is stated by Matthew that while the procurator sat on his tribunal, his wife 1:12, in consequence of a disturbing dream, sent to him a warning to incur no responsibility in relation to that just man. Roman 27. Not only Paulus, but even Alshausen explains this dream as a natural result of what Pilates' wife might have heard of Jesus, and of his capture on the preceding evening, to which may be added as an explanatory conjecture the notice of the Evangelium Nicodemi, that she was pious and Judaizing nevertheless, as constantly in the New Testament, and particularly in the Gospel of Matthew, dreams are regarded as a special dispensation from heaven. So this, assuredly in the opinion of the narrator, happened non sine numine, and hence it should be possible to conceive a motive and an object for the dispensation, if the dream were really intended to prevent the death of Jesus, taking the orthodox point of view, in which this death was necessary for the salvation of man. We must be led to the opinion of some of the ancients that it may have been the devil who suggested that dream to the wife of the procurator, in order to hinder the propitiatory death. 1:14. If on the 674 contrary, the dream were not intended to prevent the death of Jesus, its object must have been limited to Pilate or his wife. But as far as Pilate was concerned, so late a warning could only aggravate his guilt, without sufficing to deter him from the step already half taken, while that his wife was converted by means of this dream, as many have supposed. 1:15 is totally unattested by history or tradition, and such an object is not intimated in the narrative, but as the part which Pilate himself plays in the evangelical narrative is such as to exhibit the blind hatred of the fellow countrymen of Jesus, in contrast with the impartial judgment of a Gentile, so his wife is made to render testimony to Jesus, in order that not only out of the mouth of babes and sucklings, Matt Roman 21, but also out of the mouth of a weak woman praise might be prepared for him. And to increase its importance, it is traced to a significant dream, to give this an appearance of probability. Similar instances are adduced from profane history of dreams which have acted as presentiments and warnings before a sanguinary catastrophe. 1:16, but the more numerous are these analogous cases, the more is the suspicion excited that, as the majority of these, so also the dream in our evangelical passage may have been fabricated after the event for the sake of heightening its tragical effect. When the Jews, in reply to the repeated questions of Pilate, vehemently and obstinately demand the release of Barabbas and the crucifixion of Jesus, the two intermediate evangelists represent him as at once yielding to their desire. But Matthew first interposes a ceremony and a colloquy. Roman 27 ff. According to him, Pilate calls for water, washes his hands before the people, and declares himself innocent of the blood of this just man. The washing of the hands, as a protestation of purity from the guilt of shedding blood, was a custom specifically Jewish, according to Deut. Roman 21 f. It has been thought improbable that the Roman should have here intentionally imitated this Jewish custom, and hence it has been contended that to anyone who wished so solemnly to declare his innocence, nothing would more readily suggest itself than the act of washing the hands, but that an individual apart from any allusion to a known usage should invent extemporaneously a symbolical act, or even that he should merely fall in with the custom of a foreign nation would require him to be deeply interested in the fact which he intends to symbolize. That Pilate, however, should be deeply interested in attesting his innocence of the execution of Jesus is not so probable as that the Christians should have been deeply interested in thus gaining a testimony to the innocence of their Messiah, whence there arises a suspicion that perhaps Pilate's act of washing his hands owes its origin to them alone. This conjecture is confirmed when we consider the declaration with which Pilate accompanies his symbolical act, "I am innocent of the blood of this just man," for that the judge should publicly and emphatically designate as a just man one whom he was nevertheless delivering over to the severest infliction of the lothais, even Paulus finds so contradictory that he here, contrary to his usual mode of exposition, supposes that the narrator himself expresses in these words his own interpretation of Pilate's symbolical act. It is surprising that he is not also struck by the equal improbability of the answer which is attributed to the Jews on this occasion, after Pilate has declared himself guiltless 675 of the blood of Jesus, and by the addition "see ye" to it, has laid the responsibility on the Jews. It is said in Matthew that all the people cried, "His blood be on us and on our children," but this is obviously spoken from the point of view of the Christians who, in the miseries which shortly after the death of Jesus fell with continually increasing weight on the Jewish nation, saw nothing else than the payment of the debt of blood which they had incurred by the crucifixion of Jesus, so that this whole episode, which is peculiar to the first Gospel, is in the highest degree suspicious. According to Matthew and Mark, Pilate now caused Jesus to be scourged preparatory to his being led away to crucifixion. Here the scourging appears to correspond to the virges sidera, which according to Roman usage preceded the securi percuta, and to the scourging of slaves prior to crucifixion in Luke. It has a totally different character, while in the two former evangelists it is said when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. In Luke, Pilate repeatedly Roman 5 and 22 makes the proposal, "Having chastised him, I will let him go," Roman 1e. While there the scourging has the appearance of a mere accessory of the crucifixion, here it appears to be intended as a substitute for the crucifixion. Pilate wishes by this chastisement to appease the hatred of the enemies of Jesus and induce them to desist from demanding his execution again, while in Luke the scourging does not actually take place because the Jews will in no wise accede to the repeated proposal of Pilate. In John the latter causes Jesus to be scourged, exhibits him to the people with the purple robe and the crown of thorns, and tries whether his pitiable aspect together with the repeated declaration of his innocence will not mollify their embittered minds, this however proving also in vain. Roman 19 ff. Thus there exists a contradiction between the evangelists in relation to the scourging of Jesus, which is not to be conciliated after the method of Paulus, namely by paraphrasing the words in Matthew and Mark. Thus Jesus, whom he had already before scourged in order to save him, suffered this in vain, since he was still delivered over to crucifixion. But acknowledging the difference in the accounts, we must only ask which of the two has the advantage as regards historical probability. Although it is certainly not to be proved that scourging before crucifixion was a Roman custom, admitting no exception, still on the other hand, it is a purely harmonistic effort to allege that scourging was only made to precede crucifixion, in cases where the punishment was intended to be particularly severe 120, and that consequently Pilate, who had no wish to be cruel to Jesus, can only have caused him to be scourged with the special design which Luke and John mention, and which is also to be understood in the narratives of their predecessors. It is far more probable that in reality the scourging only took place, as it is described by the two first evangelists, namely, as an introduction to the crucifixion, and that the Christian legend to which that side of Pilate's character, in virtue of which he endeavored in various ways to save Jesus, was particularly welcome as a testimony against the Jews, gave such a turn, even to the fact of the scourging, as to obtain from it a new attempt at release on the part of Pilate. This use of the fact is only incipient in the third Gospel, for here the scourging is a mere proposal of Pilate, whereas in the fourth, the scourging actually takes place, and becomes an additional act in the drama 676. With the scourging is connected in the two first Gospels, and the fourth the maltreatment and mockery of Jesus by the soldiers who attired him in a purple robe, placed a crown of thorns on his head. 121 put according to Matthew a reed in his hand, and in this disguise first greeted him as King of the Jews, and then smote and maltreated him. Luke does not mention any derision on the part of the soldiers here, but he has something similar in his narrative of the interrogation of Jesus before Herod, for he represents this prince with his men of war as mocking Jesus, and sending him back to Pilate in a gorgeous robe. Many suppose that this was the same purple robe which was afterwards put on Jesus by the soldiers of Pilate, but it must rather have been thrice that Jesus had to wear this disguise, if we take the narrative of John into the account, and at the same time refuse to attribute error to any of the synoptists, first in the presence of Herod, Luke secondly, before Pilate brought Jesus forth to the Jews that he might excite their compassion with the words, "Behold the man," John thirdly, after he was delivered to the soldiers for crucifixion, Matthew. And Mark, this repetition is as improbable as it is probable that the one disguising of Jesus which had come to the knowledge of the evangelists was assigned by them to different places and times, and ascribed to different persons. While in the two first Gospels the process of trial is already concluded before the scourging, and in the third on the rejection of his proposal to scourge and release Jesus by the Jews, Pilate forthwith delivers him to be crucified in the fourth evangelist. The scene of the trial is further developed in the following manner, when even the exhibition of Jesus scourged and disguised avails nothing, but his crucifixion is obstinately demanded, the procurator is incensed, and cries to the Jews that they may take him and crucify him themselves, for he finds no fault in him. The Jews reply that according to their law he must die since he had made himself the Son of God, a remark which affects Pilate with a superstitious fear, whence he once more leads Jesus into the Praetorium, and inquires concerning his origin whether it be really heavenly, on which Jesus gives him no answer. And when the procurator seeks to alarm him by reminding him of the power which he possesses over his life, refers to the higher source from whence he had this power, Pilate, after this reply seeks yet more earnestly than before to release Jesus. But at last the Jews hit upon the right means of making him accede to their will by throwing out the intimation that if he release Jesus, who has opposed himself to Caesar as an usurper, he cannot be Caesar's friend. Thus intimidated by the possibility of his being calumniated to Tiberius, he mounts the tribunal, and since he cannot prosecute his will, betakes himself to derision of the Jews in the question whether they then wish that he should crucify their king, whereupon they, keeping to the position which they had last taken with such evident effect, protest that they will have no king, but Caesar the procurator now consents to deliver Jesus to be crucified, for which purpose, as the two first evangelists remark, the purple mantle was removed, and he was again attired in his own clothes. 677. The crucifixion. Even concerning the progress of Jesus to the place of crucifixion, there is a divergency between the synoptists and John, for according to the latter, Jesus himself carried his cross thither, Roman 19, while the former state that one Simon a Cyrenian bore it in his stead, Matt Roman 27, parallel the commentators indeed as if a real agreement were assumed as a matter of course reconcile these statements. Thus at first Jesus himself endeavored to bear the cross, but as the attempt made it obvious that he was too much exhausted, it was laid on Simon. But when John says, "And he bearing his cross went forth into Golgotha, where they crucified him," he plainly presupposes that the cross was borne by Jesus on the way thither. But the statement so unanimously given by the synoptists respecting the substitution of Simon appears the less capable of being rejected the more difficult it is to discover a motive which might lead to its fabrication. On the contrary, this individual trait might very probably have remained unknown in the circle in which the fourth gospel had its origin, and the author might have thought that according to the general custom Jesus must have carried his cross. All the synoptists designate this Simon as a Cyrenian Roman, probably one who had come to Jerusalem to the feast from the Libyan city of Cyrene, where many Jews resided. According to all, the carrying of the cross was forced upon him, a circumstance which can as little be urged for as against the opinion that he was favourable to Jesus. According to Luke and Mark, the man came directly out of the country, and as he attempted to pass by the crowd advancing to the place of crucifixion, he was made use of to relieve Jesus. Mark designates him, yet more particularly, as the father of Alexander and Rufus, who appear to have been noted persons in the primitive church camp Rome. Roman 16, Acts Roman 19, 1 Tim Roman 1 2 Tim Roman 4 127. On the way to the place of execution, according to Luke, there followed Jesus, lamenting him, a great company, consisting especially of women, whom he however admonished to weep rather for themselves and their children in prospect of the terrible time which would soon come upon them. Roman 23. The details are taken partly from the discourse on the second advent, Luke Roman 21, For as there it is said, so here Jesus says that the days are coming in which will be pronounced blessed, partly from Hosea Roman 10, for the words then shall they begin to say to the mountains, etc., are almost exactly the Alexandrian translation of that passage. The place of execution is named by all the evangelists Golgotha the Chaldaic, and they all interpret this designation by the place of a skull or a skull mat Roman 5 parallel. From the latter name, it might appear that the place was so called because it resembled a skull in form, whereas the former interpretation, and indeed the nature of the case 678, renders it probable that it owed its name to its destination as a place of execution, and to the bones and skulls of the executed, which were heaped up there, where this place was situated, is not known, but doubtless it was out of the city. Even that it was a hill is a mere conjecture. The course of events after the arrival at the place of execution is narrated by Matthew Roman 5 ff, in a somewhat singular order. First, he mentions the beverage offered to Jesus. Next, he says that after they had nailed him to the cross, the soldiers shared his clothes among them. Then that they sat down and watched him. After this, he notices the superscription on the cross, and at length, and not as if supplying a previous omission, but with a particle expressive of succession, in time the fact that 2 thieves were crucified with him. Mark follows Matthew, except that instead of the statement about the watching of the cross, he has a determination of the time at which Jesus was crucified, while Luke more correctly relates first the crucifixion of the 2 malefactors with Jesus, and then the casting of lots for the clothes, and the same order is observed by John, but it is inadmissible on this account to transpose the verses in Matthew 34, 37, 30, 8, 35, 36, as has been proposed 129, and we must rather abandon the author of the first Gospel to the charge that in his anxiety not to omit any of the chief events at the crucifixion of Jesus, he has neglected the natural order of time. As regards the mode of the crucifixion, there is now scarcely any debated point, if we accept the question whether the feet as well as the hands were nailed to the cross as it lay in the interest of the orthodox view, to prove the affirmative, so it was equally important to the rationalistic system to maintain the negative from Justin Martyr, 131 down, to Hengstenberg 132. And Alshausen the orthodox find in the nailing of the feet of Jesus to the cross a fulfillment of the prophecy PS Roman 22, which the Roman 70 translates, but it is doubtful whether the original text really speaks of piercing, and in no case does it allude to crucifixion. Moreover, the passage is nowhere applied to Christ in the New Testament. To the rationalists, on the contrary, it is at once more easy to explain the death of Jesus as a merely apparent death, and only possible to conceive how he could walk immediately after the resurrection when it is supposed that his feet were left unwounded. But the case should rather be stated thus: if the historical evidence go to prove that the feet also of Jesus were nailed, it must be concluded that the resuscitation and the power of walking shortly after either happened supernaturally or not at all of late. There have stood opposed to each other 2 learned and profound investigations of this point, the one by Paulus against the other by Barr, in favor of the nailing of the feet from the evangelical narrative. The former opinion can principally allege in its support that neither is the above passage in the Psalms anywhere used by the evangelists, though on the presupposition of a nailing of the feet, it was so entirely suited to their mode of accounting for facts. Nor in the history of the resurrection is there any mention of wounds in the feet together with the wounds in the hands, and side John Roman 20:25, 27, the 679 other opinion appeals, not without reason, to Luke Roman 24, where Jesus invites the disciples to behold his hands and his feet. It is certainly not here said that the feet were pierced, but it is difficult to understand how Jesus should have pointed out his feet, merely to produce a conviction of the reality of his body. The fact that among the fathers of the Church those who living before Constantine might be acquainted with the mode of crucifixion from personal observation, as Justin and Tertullian suppose the feet of Jesus to have been nailed, is of weight. It might indeed be concluded from the remark of the latter, qui Christus solus, a populo tam insignita crucifixus est 134, that for the sake of the passage in the Psalms, these fathers supposed that in the crucifixion of Christ his feet also were pierced by way of exception. But as Tertullian had before called the piercing of the hands and feet the propria atrocia crucis, it is plain that the above words imply not a special manner of crucifixion, but the special manner of death by crucifixion, which does not occur in the Old Testament, and by which therefore Jesus was distinguished from all the characters therein, celebrated among the passages, in profane writers. The most important is that of Plautus, in which to mark a crucifixion as extraordinarily severe, It is said offerganter bis pedis bis bracia. Here the question is, does the extraordinary feature lie in the bis, so that the nailing of the feet as well as of the hands only once is presupposed as the ordinary usage, or was the bis offerger of the hands Roman 1, the nailing of both the hands, the usual practice, and the nailing of the feet, an extraordinary aggravation of the punishment? Every one will pronounce the former alternative to be the most accordant with the words. Hence, it appears to me at present that the balance of historical evidence is on the side of those who maintain that the feet, as well as the hands of Jesus, were nailed to the cross. It was before the crucifixion, according to the two first evangelists, that there was offered to Jesus a beverage, which Matthew Roman 5 describes as vinegar mingled with gall, Mark Roman 5, as wine mingled with myrrh, but which according to both Jesus Matthew says, after having tasted it refused to accept, as it is not understood with what object gall could be mixed with the vinegar. The of Matthew is usually explained by the aid of the of Mark as implying bitter vegetable ingredients, especially myrrh, and then either wine is actually substituted for vinegar, or the latter is understood as sour wine 136, in order that the beverage offered to Jesus may thus appear to have been the stupefying draught consisting of wine and strong spices, which according to Jewish usage was presented to those about to be executed for the purpose of blunting their susceptibility to pain. But even if the text admitted of this reading and the words of this interpretation, Matthew would assuredly protest strongly against the real gall, and the vinegar being thus explained away from his narrative, because by this means he would lose the fulfillment of the passage in the Psalm of Lamentation elsewhere, used messianically Romans 70, they gave me also gall for my meat, and in my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. P.S. Romans 69 Matthew incontestably means in accordance with this prophecy real gall with vinegar, and the comparison 680 with Mark is only calculated to suggest the question whether it be more probable that Mark presents the incident in its original form, which Matthew has remodeled into a closer accordance with the prophecy, or that Matthew originally drew the particular from the passage in the psalm, and that Mark so modified it as to give it an appearance of greater historical probability. In order to come to a decision on this question, we must take the two other evangelists into consideration. The presentation to Jesus of a drink mingled with vinegar is mentioned by all four, and even the two who have the vinegar mingled with gall or the myrrhed wine, as the first drink offered to Jesus mention. Afterwards, the offering of simple vinegar, according to Luke. This offering of vinegar was an act of derision committed by the soldiers not very long after the crucifixion, and before the commencement of the darkness. Roman 5f, according to Mark, shortly before the end, 3 hours after the darkness came on one of the bystanders, on hearing the cry of Jesus, my God, etc., presented vinegar to him likewise in derision by means of a sponge fixed on a reed. Roman 5, according to Matthew, one of the bystanders on the same cry, and in the same manner presented vinegar to him, but with a benevolent intention, as we gather from the circumstance that the scoffers wished to deter him from the act. Roman 5 f 138, whereas in John it is on the exclamation, I thirst, that some fill a sponge with vinegar from a vessel standing near, and raise it on a stem of hyssop to the mouth of Jesus. Roman 5. Hence, it has been supposed that there were 3 separate attempts to give a beverage to Jesus, the first before the crucifixion, with the stupefying drink Matthew, and Mark the second after the crucifixion, when the soldiers in mockery offered him some of their ordinary beverage, a mixture of vinegar and water, called Pascha 139 Luke, and the third on the complaining cry of Jesus Mark, and John 140. But if the principle of considering every divergent narrative as a separate event be once admitted, it must be consistently carried out if the beverage mentioned by Luke must be distinguished from that of Matthew and Mark on account of a difference in the time, then must that of Matthew be distinguished from that of Mark on account of the difference in the design, and again the beverage mentioned by John must not be regarded as the same with that of the 2 first synoptists, since it follows a totally different exclamation. Thus we should obtain in all 5 instances in which a drink was offered to Jesus, and we should at least be at a loss to understand why Jesus, after vinegar had already been thrice presented to his lips, should yet a 4th time have desired to drink. If then we must resort to simplification, it is by no means only the beverage in the 2 first Gospels, and that in the 4th, which on account of the agreement in the time and manner of presentation are to be understood as one, but also that of Mark, and through this the others must be pronounced identical with that of Luke, on account of their being alike offered in derision. Thus there remain 2 instances of a drink being offered to Jesus, the one before the crucifixion, the other after, and both have a presumptive support from history, the former in the Jewish custom of giving a stupefying draught to persons about to be executed, the other in the Roman custom, according to which the soldiers on their expeditions and the completing an execution was considered as such were in the habit of taking with them their pascha. But together with this possible historical root, there is a possible prophetic one in Ps Roman 69, and the two have an opposite 681 influence. The latter excites a suspicion that the narrative may not have anything historical at its foundation. The former throws doubt on the explanation that the whole story has been spun out of the prophecies. On once more glancing over the various narratives, we shall at least find that their divergencies are precisely of a nature to have arisen from a various application of the passage in the Psalms, the eating of gall, and the drinking of vinegar being there spoken of. It appears as if in the first instance the former particular had been set aside as inconceivable, and the fulfillment of the prophecy found in the circumstance very possibly historical, since it is mentioned by all the four evangelists that Jesus had vinegar presented to him, when on the cross. This might either be regarded as an act of compassion, as by Matthew and John, or of mockery with Mark and Luke. In this manner, the words "they gave me vinegar to drink" were indeed literally fulfilled, but not the preceding phrase "in my thirst." Hence the author of the fourth Gospel might think it probable that Jesus actually complained of thirst. Roman 1, cried, "I thirst," an exclamation which he expressly designates as a fulfillment of the Scripture, by which we are doubtless to understand the above passage in the Psalms comp. Ps Roman 22, nay, since he introduces that the Scripture might be fulfilled by Jesus, knowing that all things were now accomplished, he almost appears to mean that the fulfillment of the prophecy was the sole object of Jesus in uttering that exclamation. But a man suspended on the cross in the agonies of death is not the one to occupy himself with such typological triflincthes, is only the part of his biographer who finds himself in perfect ease. Even this edition, however, only showed the fulfillment of one half of the messianic verse, that relating to the vinegar, there still remained what was said of the gall, which as the concentration of all bitterness was peculiarly adapted to be placed in relation to the suffering Messiah. It is true that the presentation of the gall as meat, which the prophecy strictly taken required, was still suppressed as inconceivable, but it appeared to the first evangelist, or to the authority which he here follows, quite practicable to introduce the gall as an ingredient in the vinegar, a mixture which Jesus might certainly be unable to drink from its unpalatableness, more concerned about historical probability than prophetic connection. The second evangelist, with reference to a Jewish custom, and perhaps in accordance with historical fact, converted the vinegar mingled with gall into wine mingled with myrrh, and made Jesus reject this, doubtless from a wish to avoid stupefaction, as however the narrative of the vinegar mingled with gall reached these two evangelists in company with the original one of the presentation of simple vinegar to Jesus, they were unwilling that this should be excluded by the former, and hence placed the two side by side. But in making these observations, as has been before remarked, it is not intended to deny that such a beverage may have been offered to Jesus before the crucifixion and afterwards vinegar also, since the former was apparently customary, and the latter from the thirst which tormented the crucified natural. It is merely intended to show that the evangelists do not narrate this circumstance, and under such various forms, because they knew historically that it occurred in this or that manner, but because they were convinced dogmatically that it must have occurred according to the above prophecy, which however they applied in different ways. During or immediately after the crucifixion, Luke represents Jesus as 682 saying, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Roman 5, an intercession which is by some limited to the soldiers who crucified him. 142, by others extended to the real authors of his death, the Sanhedrists and Pilate. However accordant such a prayer may be with the principles concerning love to enemies elsewhere inculcated by Jesus, Matt. Roman 5, and however great the internal probability of Luke's statement viewed in this light, still it is to be observed, especially as he stands alone in giving this particular, that it may possibly have been taken from the reputed messianic chapter, Issa Roman 53, where in the last verse the same from which the words "he was numbered with the transgressors" are borrowed. It is said he made intercession for the transgressors, which the Roman 70 erroneously translate, "he was delivered for their transgressions," but which already the Targum Jonathan renders by pro peccatis, it should be peccatoribus deprecatus est. All the evangelists agree in stating that two malefactors, Matthew and Mark call them thieves, were crucified one on each side of Jesus, and Mark, if his 28th verse be genuine, sees in this a literal fulfillment of the words, "he was numbered with the transgressors," which according to Luke Roman 22, Jesus had the evening before quoted as a prophecy about to be accomplished in him of the further demeanor of these fellow sufferers, John says nothing. The two first evangelists represent them as reviling Jesus, Matt Roman 27, Mark Roman 15, whereas Luke narrates that only one of them was guilty of this offense and that he was rebuked by the other, Roman 23 ff. In order to reconcile this difference, commentators have advanced the supposition that at first both criminals reviled Jesus, but that subsequently one of them was converted by the marvelous darkness. 144 more modern ones have resorted to the supposition of an analogy numeri 145, but without doubt, those only are right who admit a real difference between Luke and his predecessors. It is plain that the two first evangelists knew nothing of the more precise details which Luke presents concerning the relation of the two malefactors to Jesus. He narrates namely that when one of them derided Jesus by calling upon him, if he were the Messiah, to deliver himself, and them the other earnestly rebuked such mockery of one with whom he was sharing a like fate, and moreover as a guilty one, with the guiltless entreating for his own part, that Jesus would remember him when he should come into his kingdom, whereupon Jesus gave him the promise that he should that very day be with him in paradise. In this scene, there is nothing to create difficulty, until we come to the words which the second malefactor addresses to Jesus: for to expect from one suspended on the cross a future coming to establish the messianic kingdom would presuppose the conception of the whole system of a dying Messiah, which before the resurrection the apostles themselves could not comprehend, and which therefore, according to the above representation of Luke, thief must have been beforehand with them in embracing. This is so improbable that it cannot excite surprise to find many regarding the conversion of the thief on the cross as a miracle. 147, and the supposition which commentators call in to their aid 683, namely, that the man was no common criminal, but a political one, perhaps concerned in the insurrection of Barabbas. 148, only serves to render the incident still more inconceivable, for if he was an Israelite inclined to rebellion and bent on liberating his nation from the Roman yoke, his idea of the Messiah was assuredly the most incompatible with the acknowledgement as such of one so completely annihilated in a political view as Jesus then was. Hence we are led to the question whether we have here a real history, and not rather a creation of the legend. Two malefactors were crucified with Jesus. Thus much was indubitably presented by history, or did even this owe its origin to the prophecy? Issa Roman 53. At first they were suspended by the side of Jesus as mute figures, and thus we find them in the narrative of the fourth evangelist, into whose region of tradition only the simple statement that they were crucified with Jesus had penetrated. But it was not possible for the legend long to rest contented with so slight a use of them. It opened their mouths, and as only insults were reported to have proceeded from the bystanders, the two malefactors were at first made to join in the general derision of Jesus, without any more particular account being given of their words, Matt and Mark. But the malefactors admitted of a still better use, if Pilate had borne witness in favor of Jesus, if shortly after a Roman centurione all nature by its miraculous convulsion had attested his exalted character, so his two fellow sufferers, although criminals, could not remain entirely impervious to the impression of his greatness. But though one of them did indeed revile Jesus agreeably to the original form of the legend, the other must have expressed an opposite state of feeling, and have shown faith in Jesus as the Messiah. Luke, the address of the latter to Jesus and his answer, are besides conceived entirely in the spirit of Jewish thought and expression, for according to the idea then prevalent, paradise was that part of the nether world which was to harbour the souls of the pious in the interval between their death and the resurrection. A place in paradise and a favourable remembrance in the future age were the object of the Israelites' petition to God as here to the Messiah. 149, and it was believed concerning a man distinguished for piety that he could conduct those who were present at the hour of his death into paradise. To the cross of Jesus was affixed, according to the Roman custom. 151, a superscription Mark and Luke, or a title John, which contained his accusation Matthew and Mark, consisting according to all the evangelists in the words, "the King of the Jews." Luke and John state that this superscription was couched in 3 different tongues, and the latter informs us that the Jewish rulers were fully alive to the derision which this form of superscription reflected on their nation, and on this account entreated Pilate, but in vain, for an alteration of the terms Roman 5 of the soldiers, according to John 4 in number, who crucified Jesus. The evangelists unanimously relate that they parted the clothes of Jesus among themselves, by lot according to the Roman law de bonis damnatorum 150. 2. The vestments of the executed fell as spolia to the executioners, and in so far that 684 statement of the evangelists has a point of contact with history, but like most of the features in this last scene of the life of Jesus, it has also a point of contact with prophecy. It is true that in Matthew the quotation of the passage P.S. Roman 22 is doubtless an interpolation, but on the other hand, the same quotation is undoubtedly genuine in John Roman 19 verbally, after the Roman 70, that the scripture might be fulfilled, which saith, they parted my raiment among them, and for my vesture they did cast lots. Here also, according to the assertion of orthodox expositors, David, the author of the psalm, under divine guidance in the moments of inspiration, chose such figurative expressions as had a literal fulfillment in Christ. Rather, we must say David, or whoever else may have been the author of the psalm, as a man of poetical imagination, used those expressions as mere metaphors to denote a total defeat, but the petty prosaic spirit of Jewish interpretation, which the evangelists shared without any fault of theirs, and from which orthodox theologians, by their own fault however, have not perfectly liberated themselves after the lapse of 18 centuries, led to the belief that those words must be understood literally, and in this sense must be shown to be fulfilled in the Messiah, whether the evangelists drew the circumstance of the casting of lots for the clothes more from historical information which stood at their command, or from the prophetic passage which they variously interpreted, must be decided by a comparison of their narratives. These present the divergency that while according to the synoptists all the clothes were parted by lot, as is evident from the words, they parted his garments casting lots in Matthew Roman 5, and the similar turn of expression in Luke Roman 5, but still more decidedly from the addition of Mark, what every man should take Roman 5 in John, it is the coat or tunic alone, for which lots are cast, the other garments being parted equally Roman 5 f. This divergency is commonly thought of much too lightly, and is tacitly treated as if the synoptical representation were related to that of John, as the indefinite to the definite communal in consideration of John translates the words of Matthew thus partim dividebant partim in sortum congisebant, but the meaning is not to be thus distributed, for the they parted states what they did, the casting lots how they did it. Besides, communal passes in total silence over the words, because they undeniably imply that lots were cast for several articles, while according to John the lots had reference only to one garment. If it be now asked which of the two contradictory narratives is the correct one, the answer given from the point of view to which the comparative criticism of the Gospels has at present attained is that the eyewitness John gives the correct particulars, but the synoptists had merely received the indefinite information that in parting the clothes of Jesus, the soldiers made use of the lot, and this, from unacquaintance with the more minute particulars, they understood as if lots had been cast for all the garments of Jesus. But not only does the circumstance that it is John alone who expressly cites the passage in the Psalms prove that he had an especial view to that passage, but in general this divergency of the evangelists is precisely what might be expected from a difference in the interpretation of that supposed prophecy, when the Psalm speaks of the parting of the garments, and a casting of lots for the vesture. The second particular is according to the genius of the Hebrew language, which abounds in parallelism 685, only a more precise definition of the first, and the synoptists, correctly understanding this, make one of the two verbs a participle one. However, who did not bear in mind this peculiarity of the Hebrew style, or had an interest in exhibiting the second feature of the prophecy as specially fulfilled, might understand the, and which in reality was indicative only of more precise definition, as denoting addition, and thus regard the casting of lots and the distribution as separate acts. Then the which was originally a synonym of must become a distinct garment, the closer particularization of which, since it was not in any way conveyed in the word itself, was left to choice. The fourth evangelist determined it to be the tunic, and because he believed it due to his readers to show some cause for a mode of procedure with respect to this garment, so different from the equal distribution of the others, he intimated that the reason why it was chosen to cast lots for the tunic, rather than to divide it probably, was that it had no seam which might render separation easy, but was woven in one piece. 155. Thus we should have in the fourth evangelist exactly the same procedure as we have found on the side of the first, in the history of the entrance into Jerusalem, in both cases the doubling of a trait originally single owing to a false interpretation of the in the Hebrew parallelism, the only difference being that the first evangelist in the passage referred to is less arbitrary than the fourth is here, for he at least spares us the tracing out of the reason why 2 asses must then have been required for 1 rider, the more evident it thus becomes that the representation of the point in question in the different evangelists is dependent on the manner in which each interpreted that supposed prophecy in the Psalms, the less does a sure historical knowledge appear to have had any share in their representation, and hence we remain ignorant whether lots were cast on the distribution of the clothes of Jesus, nay, whether in general a distribution of clothes took place under the cross of Jesus, confidently, as Justin appeals in support of this very particular to the Acts of Pilate, which he had never seen. Of the conduct of the Jews who were present at the crucifixion of Jesus, John tells us nothing. Luke represents the people as standing to look on, and only the rulers and the soldiers as deriding Jesus by the summons to save himself, if he were the Messiah, to which the latter adds the offer of the vinegar. Roman 5 ff. Matthew and Mark have nothing here of mockery on the part of the soldiers, but in compensation they make not only the chief priests, scribes, and elders, but also the passers-by vent insults against Jesus. Roman 5 ff. 29 ff. The expressions of these people partly refer to former discourses and actions of Jesus, thus the sarcasm, "Thou that destroyest the temple, and buildest it again in 3 days, save thyself." Matt and Mark is an allusion to the words of that tenor ascribed to Jesus, while the reproach, "He saved others himself, he cannot save," or "save thyself," in all 3 refers to his cures. Partly, however, the conduct of the Jews towards Jesus on the cross is depicted after the same psalm of which Tertullian justly says that it contains totam Christi passionum, when it is said in Matthew and Mark, "And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads, and saying," Luke says of the rulers, "they derided him." This is certainly nothing else than a mere reproduction of what 686 stands in PS Roman 22 Roman 70, "All they that see me laugh me, to scorn they shoot out the lip, and shake the head," and the words which are hereupon lent to the Sanhedrists in Matthew, "He trusted in God, let him deliver him now if he will have him," are the same with those of the following verse in that psalm, "He trusted in the Lord that he would deliver him, let him deliver him, seeing he delighted in him." Now though the taunts and shaking of the head on the part of the enemies of Jesus may, notwithstanding that the description of them is drawn according to the above Old Testament passage, still very probably have really happened, it is quite otherwise with the words which are attributed to these mockers, words which, like those above quoted, are in the Old Testament put into the mouth of the enemies of the godly, could not be adopted by the Sanhedrists without their voluntarily assuming the character of the ungodly, which they would surely have taken care to avoid. Only the Christian legend, if it once applied the psalm to the sufferings of Jesus, and especially to his last hours, could attribute these words to the Jewish rulers, and find therein the fulfillment of a prophecy. The 2 first evangelists do not tell us that any one of the 12 was present at the crucifixion of Jesus. They mention merely several Galilean women, 3 of whom they particularize, namely Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James the Less and of Hoseas, and as the 3rd, according to Matthew, the mother of the sons of Zebedee, according to Mark, Salome, both which designations are commonly understood to relate to the same person. Matt Roman 5 f. Mark Roman 5 f. According to these evangelists, the 12 appear not yet to have reassembled after their flight on the arrest of Jesus. In Luke, on the contrary, among all his acquaintance, whom he represents as beholding the crucifixion, Roman 5, the 12 would seem to be included. But the 4th Gospel expressly singles out from among the disciples the one whom Jesus loved, Roman 1 e. John as present, and among the women together with Mary Magdalene and the wife of Cleopas, names instead of the mother of James, and John the mother of Jesus himself moreover, while according to all the other accounts, the acquaintances of Jesus stood afar off according to the 4th Gospel, John, and the mother of Jesus must have been in the closest proximity to the cross, since it represents Jesus as addressing them from the cross and appointing John to be his substitute in the filial relation to his mother. Roman 5 ff. Alshausen believes that he can remove the contradiction which exists between the synoptical statement and the presupposition of the 4th Gospel as to the position of the friends of Jesus by the conjecture that at first they did indeed stand at a distance, but that subsequently some approached near to the cross. It is to be observed, however, in opposition to this, that the synoptists mention that position of the adherents of Jesus just at the close of the scene of crucifixion, and death immediately before the taking down from the cross, and thus presuppose that they had retained this position until the end of the scene, a state of the case which cannot but be held entirely consistent with the alarm which filled the minds of the disciples during those days, and still more with feminine timidity, if the heroism of a nearer approach might perhaps be expected from maternal tenderness, Still, the total silence of the synoptists, as the interpreters of the common evangelical tradition, renders the 687 historical reality of that particular doubtful. The synoptists cannot have known anything of the presence of the mother of Jesus at the cross, otherwise they would have mentioned her as the chief person before all the other women, nor does anything appear to have been known of a more intimate relation between her and John, at least in the Acts Roman 1. If the mother of Jesus is supposed to be with the 12 in general, his brothers and the women of the society, it is at least not so easy to understand how the memory of that affecting presence and remarkable relation could be lost, as to conceive how the idea of them might originate in the circle from which the fourth gospel proceeded, if this circle be imagined as one in which the Apostle John enjoyed peculiar veneration, on which account our gospel drew him out of the trio of the more confidential associates of Jesus and isolated him as the beloved disciple, it will appear that nothing could be more strikingly adapted to confirm this relation than the statement that Jesus bequeathed, as it were the dearest legacy, his mother, in reference to whom, as well as to the alleged beloved disciple, it must have been a natural question whether she had left the side of Jesus in this last trial to John, and thus placed this disciple in his stead, made him vicarius Christi. As the address of Jesus to his mother and the favourite disciple is peculiar to the fourth gospel, so on the other hand, the exclamation, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" is only found in the two first gospels, Matt Roman 5, Mark Roman 5. This exclamation, with the mental state from which it proceeded, like the agony in Gethsemane, constitutes, in the opinion of the Church, a part of the vicarious suffering of Christ, as however in this instance, also, it was impossible to be blind to the difficulties of the supposition that the mere corporeal suffering united with the external depression of his cause overwhelmed Jesus to such a degree that he felt himself forsaken by God, while there have been both before and after him persons who, under sufferings equally severe, have yet preserved composure and fortitude. The opinion of the Church has here also, in addition to the natural corporeal and spiritual affliction, supposed as the true cause of that state of mind in Jesus, a withdrawal of God from his soul, a consciousness of the divine wrath which it was decreed that he should bear in the stead of mankind, by whom it was deserved as a punishment. How, presupposing the dogma of the Church concerning the person of Christ, a withdrawal of God from his soul, is conceivable, it is the part of the defenders of this opinion themselves to decide, was it the human nature in him which felt so forsaken, then would its unity with the divine have been interrupted, and thus the very basis of the personality of Christ, according to the above system, removed, or the divine in that case. The second person in the Godhead would have been separated from the first, as little can it have been the God-man consisting of both natures that felt forsaken by God, since the very essence of this is the unity and inseparableness of the divine, and the human thus urged by the self-contradiction of this supranaturalistic explanation to fall back on the natural mode of accounting for the above exclamation by the sense of external suffering, and yet repelled from the idea that Jesus should have been so completely subdued. By this commentators have attempted to mollify the sense of the exclamation. It consists of the opening words of P.S. Roman 22, a passage which is classical for this last scene in the life of Jesus. Now, this psalm begins with a complaining description of the deepest suffering, but in the course of its progress soars into joyful hope of deliverance. Hence, it has been supposed that the words which Jesus immediately utters do not give his entire 688 experience, and that in thus reciting the first verse, he at the same time quotes the whole psalm, and especially its exulting close, just as if he meant to say, it is true that I, like the author of this psalm, appear now forsaken of God, but in me as in him the divine succor will only be so much the more glorified. But if Jesus uttered this exclamation with a view to the bystanders, and in order to assure them that his affliction would soon be merged in triumph, he would have chosen the means the least adapted to his purpose if he had uttered precisely those words of the psalm which express the deepest misery, and instead of the first verse he would rather have chosen one from the 10th to the 12th, or from the 20th to the end. If, however, in that exclamation he meant merely to give vent to his own feeling, he would not have chosen this verse, if his actual experience in these moments had been not what is there expressed, but what is described in the succeeding verses. Now, if this experience was his own, and if all supernatural grounds of explanation being dismissed, it proceeded from his external calamities, we must observe that one who, as the Gospels narrate of Jesus, had long included suffering and death in his idea of the Messiah, and hence had regarded them as a part of the divine arrangements, could scarcely complain of them when they actually arrived as an abandonment by God. Rather, on the above supposition, we should be led to think that Jesus had found himself deceived in the expectations which he had previously cherished, and thus believed himself forsaken by God in the prosecution of his plan, but we could only resort to such conjectures if the above exclamation of Jesus were shown to have an historical foundation. In this respect, the silence of Luke and John would not, it is true, be so serious a difficulty in our eyes, that we should take refuge in explanations like the following. John suppressed the exclamation lest it should serve to countenance the Gnostic opinion, by admitting the inference that the on which was insusceptible of suffering departed from Jesus in that moment. But the relation of the words of Jesus to the 22nd Psalm does certainly render this particular suspicious, if the Messiah was once conceived of as suffering, and if that psalm was used as a sort of program of his suffering, for which it was by no means necessary as an inducement that Jesus should have really quoted one of its verses on the cross. The opening words of the psalm, which are expressive of the deepest suffering, must appear singularly adapted to be put into the mouth of the crucified Messiah. This case, the derisive speech 163 of the bystanders, he calleth for Elias, etc., can have had no other origin than this, that the wish for a variety of taunts to complete this scene, after the model of the psalm, was met by the similarity of sound between the exclamation lent to Jesus and the name of Elias which was associated with the Messiah. Concerning the last words which the expiring Jesus was heard to utter, the evangelists differ according to Matthew and Mark. It was merely a loud 689 voice with which he departed, Romans 5:37. According to Luke it was the petition, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit, Romans 5, while according to John it was on the brief expression, it is finished, that he bowed his head and expired, Romans 5. Here it is possible to reconcile the two first evangelists with one or other of the succeeding ones by the supposition that what the former describe indefinitely as a loud cry, and what according to their representation might be taken for an inarticulate expression of anguish, the others, with more particularity, give in its precise verbal form. It is more difficult to reconcile the two last Gospels, for whether we suppose that Jesus first commended his soul to God and hereupon cried, "It is finished," or vice versa, both collocations are alike opposed to the intention of the evangelists, for the expression of Luke cannot be rendered as Paulus would have it by "soon after he had said this he expired," and the very words of the exclamation in John define it as the last utterance of Jesus, the two writers forming different conceptions of the closing words. In the account of Luke, the common form of expression for the death of Jesus, he delivered up his spirit, appears to have been interpreted as an actual commending of his soul to God on the part of Jesus, and to have been further developed with reference to the passage P.S. Romans 30:1, Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit, Romans 70a passage, which from the strong resemblance of this psalm to the 22nd would be apt to suggest itself, whereas the author of the fourth Gospel appears to have lent to Jesus an expression more immediately proceeding from his position in relation to his messianic office, making him express in the word, "It is finished," the completion of his work, or the fulfillment of all the prophecies, with the exception, of course, of what could only be completed and fulfilled in the resurrection. Not only these last words, however, but also the earlier expressions of Jesus on the cross will not admit of being ranged in the succession in which they are generally supposed. The speeches of Jesus on the cross are commonly reckoned to be 7, but so many are not mentioned by any single evangelist, for the two first have only one, the exclamation, my God, etc. Luke has 3, the prayer of Jesus for his enemies, the promise to the thief, and the commending of his spirit into the hands of the Father. John has likewise 3, but all different, the address to his mother, and the disciple with the exclamations, I thirst, and it is finished. Now the intercessory prayer, the promise, and the recommendation of Mary to the care of the disciple might certainly be conceived as following each other, but the and the come into collision, since both exclamations are followed by the same incident, the offering of vinegar by means of a sponge on a reed. When to this we add the entanglement of the with the, it should surely be seen and admitted that no one of the evangelists in attributing words to Jesus when on the cross knew or took into consideration those lent to him by the others, that on the contrary each depicted this scene in his own manner according as he or the legend which stood at his command had developed the conception of it to suit this or that prophecy or design. A special difficulty is here caused by the computation of the hours. According to all the synoptists, the darkness prevailed from the 6th hour until the 9th hour in our reckoning, from 12 at midday to 3 in the afternoon according to Matthew and Mark. It was 690 about the 9th hour that Jesus complained of being forsaken by God, and shortly after yielded up the ghost according to Mark. It was the 3rd hour 9 in the morning, when Jesus was crucified. Roman 5. On the other hand, John says Roman 19, that it was about the 6th hour when according to Mark Jesus had already hung 3 hours on the cross that Pilate first sat in judgment over him, unless we are to suppose that the sundial went backward, as in the time of Hezekiah. This is a contradiction which is not to be removed by a violent alteration of the reading, nor by appealing to the about in John or to the inability of the disciples to take note of the hours under such afflictive circumstances. At the utmost, it might perhaps be cancelled, if it were possible to prove that the 4th Gospel throughout proceeds upon another mode of reckoning time than that used by the synoptists. 691. 1 Orig Roman 100 Cells Roman 2, he says Roman 1 E Celsus. Why then does he supplicate help, and bewail himself, and pray for escape from the fear of death, saying etc. Julian, in a fragment of Theodore of Mopsustia ap Munter Fram Pater grc Fasc, 1 P 121, Jesus says he also presents such petitions as a wretched mortal would offer when unable to bear a calamity with serenity, and although divine he is strengthened by an angel. 2 Grammond Hist Gall Ab Ex Kenner Roman 4 Roman 50 Roman 3 P 211, Lucilius Vaninidum, in patibulum trahiter Christo eludit, in HC idem verba illi in extremis PR timor, imbellis pseudo ego imperturitus moria. 3 Evange Nicard Roman 100 Roman 20 Apthelo, 1 S 702 FF. 4 Ibid S 706 Hades replies to Satan. 5 Orig Roman 100 Cells Roman 2. 6 Hieron Carmen Math in Loc contrastabiter non timor patiendi, qui ad hoc veneret ut patereta, sed propter in felicissimum Judum, et scandalum omnium apostolorum, et rejectionem populi Judorum, et eversionum miser Hierusalem. 7 Calvin Carmen Harm Evangeg Math Roman 26 Non mortem horut, simpliciter quatenus transitus est, mundo, sed quia formidable de tribunal, ilierat Antioculos judex ips, incomprehensibili vindicta armatus peccata vero nostra, quorum onus ilierat impositum sur ingenti mol eum, premebant comp Luther's hospostil die erst passionspredigt. 8 Lightfoot P 884 F. 9 Thes Crit Calm S 418 FF. 10 Ut Sup S 549, 554 F Annum. 11 Schuster zur Erläuterung des NT in Eichhorns Bibliath 9, S 1012 FF. 12 Hesjesh Jesu 2, S 322, FF Cunal in Math P 719. 13 Ullman Uber die Unsundlichkeit Jesu in his Studien, 1 S 61, Hassert Ib 31 S 66 FF. 14 Ullman Ut Sup. 15 Hassert Ut Sup. 16 Luther in Der Predigt vom Leiden Christi im Garten. 17 Ambrosius in Luke Tom Roman 10. 18 in Matthews NTP 447. 19 Lightfoot Ut Sup. 20 Venturini 3677, and conjecturally Paulus also S 561. 21 Eichhorn Algbibel 1 S 628 Thes in Lark. 22 Camp on this subject, and the following Gabeler News Theal Journal 1 2 S 109, FF 3, S 217 FF. 23 Camp Julian Apthoud of Mopsustia in Munters Fram Pater 1 P 121 F. 24 Uber den Lucas, S 288 Camp de Wet in Lark and Thale zur Biager, Jesu 32 Neander, also appears willing silently to abandon this trait, and the following one. 25 Anchoratus 31. 26 Vid Wetstein S 807. 27 Depart Animal Roman 3. 28 Vid ap Michaelis not in Lark and Cunal in Luke P 691 F. 29 Paulus ut sup S 549. 30 Thale in Winers and Engelhart's Crit Journal 2 S 353 Neander Roman 50 J CHR S 616 F. 31 Camp Weiss die Evange Jesh 1 S 611. 32 Alschossen 2 S 429. 33 Luck 2 S 591. 34 Schneckenberger Baitridge S 65 F. 35 Calm 1 S 177 F. 36 Luck 2 S 392 FF. 37 Alschossen 2 S 429 F. 38 Commentatio Critica, Quar Evangelium Joannis Genuinum Essieostenditer p. 57 ff. 39 Probob p. 33 ff. 40 Goldhorn über des Schweigen, des Jo Evangeliums, über den Seelenkampf, Jesu in Gethsemane in Skerners Magazine, F. Crissel Prediger 1-2 S1 ff. 41 Vid the Review of Usteris cum Crit in Weiners and Engelhartz, N. Crit Journal 2, S. 359 ff. 42 Hays Roman 50 J 134 Luck, 2 S. 591 F. Annum. 43 Against the offence which it has pleased Thalak Globwer, S. 41 to take at this expression Verwischen Kamp, the Aphorismen zur Apologie des Dr. Strauss, und Sens Works, S. 69 F. 44 LJ 1B S 165 F. 45 Varmsweg J und seiner Jünger S. 124. 462 S 588 F. 47 Utsup. 48 Vid Luck in Lark Hays Roman 50 J 135. 49 Paulus exeg Handiby 3B S 567. 50 Luck 2 S 599 Hays Utsup Alshausen 2 S 435. 51 How can Luck explain the omission of the kiss of Judas in the Gospel of John, from its having been too notorious a fact, and how can he adduce as an analogous instance the omission of the transaction between the betrayer and the Sanhedrim by John, for this, as something passing behind the scenes, might very well be left out, but by no means an incident which like that kiss happened so conspicuously in the foreground and centre of the scene. 52 So says the Jew of Celsus Orig Roman 100 Cells Roman 2, when we having convicted and condemned him had determined that he should suffer punishment concealing himself and endeavouring to escape, he experienced a most shameful capture. 53 Luck 2 S 597 F Alshausen 2, S 435 Thalak, S 299, the reference to the murder of Coligny is however unwarranted, as anyone will find who will look into the book, incorrectly cited by Thalak Serani Commentatorium de Statu Religionis, et rape, in Rigno Galli Roman 50 Roman 10 p. 32, b. The murderer was not in the least withheld from the prosecution of his design, by the firmness of the noble old man Kamp also Schiller work, 16 BD S 382, F 384 Ersch and Gruber's Encyclopédie, 7 Band S 452, F. Such inaccuracies in the department of modern history cannot indeed excite surprise in a writer who, elsewhere Globwerdictate, S. 437 speaks of the Duke of Orleans Louis, Philippe's father as the brother of Louis Roman 16. How can a knowledge so diversified as that of Dr. Thalak be always quite accurate? 54 Paulus exeg Handiby 3b S 570. 55 Ibid. 56 As Luck Thalak and Alshausen in Lark. 57 Schleiermacher über den Lukas, S 290. 58 Paulus exeg Handiby 3b S 576. 59 Paulus Utsup S 577, Alshausen 2 S 244. 60 Thus for example Erasmus in Lark. 61 Thus Weiner Nt Gram 41 5 Thalak, and Luck in Lark. 62 Weiner Gram 57 4. 63 Thus Schleiermacher über den Lukas, S 295. 64 Schleiermacher Utsup Kamp, Fritz in Lark Math. 65 Val Roman 2 67, Val Roman 3 114. 66 Utsup. 67 Matthew does not mention the blindfolding, and appears to imagine that Jesus named the person who maltreated him whom he saw, but did not otherwise know. 68 Vid Jacinius in Lark. 69 Math Roman 26 Comp Mark Roman 14. Math Roman 27. Math Roman 27, Comp Mark Roman 15. Luke Roman 23. John Roman 19. 70 Val Roman 274. 71 Thus Schleiermacher über den Lukas, S 289, Alshausen 2, S 445. 72 Thus Paulus Utsup S 577 F. 73 Comp Weiss die Evangelischt 1 S 609. 74 Bengel in the Nomen. 75 Paulus Utsup S 578. 76 Hess Jeskicht Jesu 2 S 343. 77. Paulus and Alshausen in Lach Schleiermacher, ut sup 289, Neander s 622 annum. 78. Camp de Wet in Lach. 79. Thesaurus Roman 504. AD Grotius. AD 1 Heinsius. AD 2 Perizonius. AD 3. Thus the Vulgate and Erasmus see in opposition to all these interpretations communal in Math p. 473 ff. AD 4 Comenius on the Acts Roman 1 Comp Theophylect on Math Roman 27, and a Skal ap Math. AD 5 Thus after Casaubon Paulus 3b s 457 f communal in Math 747 f Weiner b real were art Judas, and with some indecision, Alshausen 2 s 455 f even Fritzsch is become so weary on the long way to these last chapters of Matthew that he contents himself with this reconciliation, and on the presupposition of it maintains that the two accounts concur amicissime. 862 Band 2, Stuck S 248 f. AD 7 LJ 132, Comp Thale zur Biography, Jesu 33. AD 8 Vid Cuinal in Math p. 748. AD 9 Vid Schmidt's Bibliath ut sup S 251 f. 90 Paulus 3b s 457, f Fritzsch p. 799. 91 Vid de Wet in Lach. 92 In other parts of the NT, also we find passages from this psalm messianically applied, as Roman 5 John Roman 15 Roman 5 John Roman 2, and John Roman 19, f probably Roman 5. 93 Still for other conjectures see Cuinal in Lach. 94 119. 95 Hitzig in Ullmann's and Umbrate Studien, 1831, S35 Gesenius Wörterbuch Comp Rosenmuller's Scholia in Roman 5 T74, S320 ff. 96 Turtle Apologit Roman 100 Roman 21, E omnia super Christo Pilatus, et ips jam pro sua conscientia, Christianus Caesari tum, Tiberio nunciavit Roman 100 Roman 5, Tiberius ergo cujus tempor nomen Christianum, in seculum introit annunciatum sibi ex, Syria Palestina quad illic veritatem, Elias divinitatis revelaverat dicelit ad senatum, cum prerogativa suffragia sui senatus quia, non ips probaverat respuit. For further details on this subject see Fabricius Card Apoca, NT 1p 214, FF 298 FF Comp, 2p 505. 97 Cumen ad Act Roman 1. 98 Vid sup. 99 In Munter's Fram Pater 1p17 ff. For the rest the passage is of very similar tenor with that of Comenius, and is partly an exaggeration of its 668 Cardvenit Papiers. The disciple of John gives a clearer account of this in the fourth section of his exegesis of our Lord's words, as follows: Judas moved about in this world, a terrible example of impiety, being swollen in body to such a degree that where a chariot could easily pass, he was not able to find a passage even for the bulk of his head. His eyelids, they say, were so swelled out that he could not see the light, nor could his eyes be made visible, even by the physician's dioptra, etc., after suffering many torments and judgments, dying, as they say, in his own field, etc. 100 Camp de Wettig zeg Handiby, 11 s 230, 1 f 14 s 10 f. 101, according to Babel Sanhedrin ap Lightfoot, p. 486, this mode of procedure would have been illegal. It is there said judicia de capitalibus finiunt eodum dici sint, ad absolutionem si vero sini, ad damnationem finiunter disequent. 102 Besides this passage of John, it is not lawful for us to put any man to death. There is no other authority for the existence of this state of things than an obscure and variously interpreted tradition. Avoda Zara f Roman 8 Lightfoot p. 1123 f Rab Kana dicit, cum groterat ar Ismail bar, Jose miserunt ad eam dicent stick nobi, o dominduo aut tria caliquando dixisti, nabis nomen patris tui dicit, iis quadraginta annis anti-exidium templi, migravit synedrium et sidit in tabernis quid, sibi vult hc traditio, Rab Isaac bar abdomi dicit non judicarunt judicia mulctativa, dixit ar Nachman bar Isaac ni dicet quad non judicarunt judicia mulctativa, sed quad non judicarunt judicia capitalia. With this may be compared moreover the information given by Josephus Antic Roman 20 Roman 9, that it was not lawful for Ananus the high priest to assemble the Sanhedrim without the consent of the procurator. On the other hand, the execution of Stephen Acts Romans 7, without the sanction of the Romans might seem to speak to the contrary. But this was a tumultuary act undertaken perhaps in the confidence that Pilate was absent. Compare on this point, Luck 2 S 631 ff. 103 de Beljud Roman 2 Roman 9. 104, as Luck supposes S 631. 105 Calvin in Locke. 106 Luck and Tharluck in Locke. 107 Kamp Kaiser Bibel Theal 1 S 252. 108 Schleiermacher über den Lukas, S 291. 109 Dial cum Triff 103. 110 It is doubted whether this custom of which we should have known nothing, but for the NT was of Roman or Jewish origin. Kamp, Fritz and Paulus in Lach and Bohr über die ursprüngliche Bedeutung des Passafests, USF Tub Zeitcher F. Theal 1832, 1 S 94. 111 According to one reading, the full name of this man was Jesus Barabbas, which we mention here merely because Alshausen finds it remarkable. Bar Abba, meaning son of the father Alshausen, exclaims all that was essential in the Saviour, appears in the murderer as caricature, and he quotes as applicable to this case the verse Ludit in Humanis Divina Potentia Rebus. For our own part, we can only see in this idea of Alshausen's a lusus human impotenti. 112 in the Evange Nicodemi, and in later ecclesiastical historians, she is called Procula Comp Thelo Cardapaca NTP 522, Paulus Exeg Handiby 2b S 640 f. 113 Cap Roman 2s 520 Ap Thelo. 114 Ignat, ad Philippans Roman 4. The devil terrifies the woman troubling her in her dreams, and endeavors to put a stop to the things of the cross. The Jews in the Evange Nicodemi Roman 100,674, Roman 2, p. 524. Explain the dream. As a result of the magic arts of Jesus, he is a magiciancy, he has sent messages in a dream to thy wife. 115, for example Theophylact Roman 504 Thelo p. 523. 116 Vid Paulus and Quirinal in Locke, they especially adduce the dream of Caesar's wife the night before his assassination. 117 Comp Sota Roman 86. 118 Fritz in Math p. 808. 119 Comp, in particular the passages cited by Wettstein on Math Roman 27. 120 Paulus ut sup s 647. 121 From the explanation of Paulus s 649. F. It appears highly probable that there was not a crown of sharp thorns, but one taken from the nearest hedge in order to deride Jesus, by the Villissima Corona Spinola Plin, H. N. Roman 21. 122 A similar disguising of a man in derision of a third party is adduced by Wettstein p. 533 f. from Philo in Flacum. 123 Thus Paulus Cunal Tharluck and Alshausen in their commentaries Neander Roman 50 JCHR S 634. 124 Fritz in Mark 684 Significat Joannes Jessam Suum Crucem Portavis Donic ad Calvari Locum Pervenisset. 125 Joseph Antic Roman 14 Roman 7. 126 It is used in the former way by Grotius, in the latter by Alshausen 2 S 481. 127 Camp Paulus Fritz and de Wet in Lark. 128 Vid Paulus and Fritz in Lark Weiner Bibel Real were art Golgotha. 129 Wassenberg dis de Trageschnibus NT in Balkner's Skull, in 11 Quastum NT 2 p. 31. 130 Camp Schleiermacher über den Lukas, S 295 Weiner NT Graham, S 226, and Fritz in Mat p. 814. 131 Apal Roman 1 Dial Roman 100 Triff, Roman 97. 132 Christology, Des AT1, OS 182 FF. 133 Paulus Exeg Handbuch 3b S 669,754, Bar in Thalux Lieder Ansager für Chrisel Theal, 1835 No 16 Comp, also Neander Roman 50 JCHR S 636 Annum. 134 Ad Martian Roman 3. 135 Mostellaria Roman 2. 136 Vid Cunal Paulus in Lark. 137 Sanhedrim, F Roman 43, Ap Wetstein p. 635 dixit, R. Charger, Fr. Asher dixis, R. Chastum exunti, ut capit plectator, dent bibendum granum turis in peculo vini, ut alieneter mens ejus, sec Roman 500, prav Roman 31 date Caesarem perunti, et vinum amaris anima. 138 vid Fritz in Lark. 139 Camp Paulus in Lark. 140 thus Q&Al in Luke p. 710, F. Tharlach, S. 316. 141 Camp, also Bleak Calm zum Hebrabrief, 2 S. 312, Annam de Wet exeg Handyby 13 S. 198. 142 Q&Al in Luke p. 710. 143 Alschossen p. 484 Neander S. 637. 144 thus Chrysostom and others. 145 Bezer and Grotius. 146 Paulus S. 763 Weiner N.T. Graham, S. 143, Fritzsch in Math p. 817. 147 vid Thelo Cardapaca, 1 S. 143, further apocryphal information concerning the two malefactors crucified with Jesus, is to be found in the Evange Infant Arab Roman 100 Roman 23 Ap Thelo p. 92 F. Comp, the note p. 143, in the Evange Nicard Roman 100 Roman 9 Thelo p. 581, ff. Roman 100 Roman 26 p. 766 ff. 148 Paulus and Q&Al in Lark. 149 Confessio Judi Grodi ap Wetstein p. 820, de portionum meme in horto edenis, et memento me in seculo futuro quad, absconditum, s. justis. Other passages are given ib p. 819. 150 Seteboth F. Roman 103, ap Wetstein p. 819, quo di Rabbi Moricherus, erat venit vox de clo dixit qui pr sens aderit morienti, Rabbi ele intrabit in paradisum. 151 vid Wetstein in Lark Math. 152 quoted in Wetstein p. 536, compare however the correction of the text in Paulus x Handyby 3b s. 751. 153 Tharlach in Lark. 154 E.G. Thale zur Biography, Jesu 36 Annam 13. 155 Expositors observe in connection with this particular, that the coat of the Jewish high priest was also of this kind jas antic Roman 3 Roman 7, the same view of the above difference, has been already presented in the Probabilia p. 80f. 156 Apal Roman 1. 157 Ad Martian ut sup. 158 Justin Apal Roman 1, and elsewhere, even speaks of apostasy and denial on the part of all the disciples after the crucifixion. 159 vid Calvin Kam in Harm Ev in Math Roman 27, Alschorsen in Lark. 160 thus Paulus Gratz in Lark Schleiermacher Globenslayer 2, S. 154 Annam. 161 such is the inference drawn by the author of the Wolfenbüttel fragments, von Zweck Jesu, und seiner Jünger S. 153. 162 Schneckenburger Beiträge S. 66f. 163 according to Alschorsen S. 495, there is no syllable in this speech by which such a meaning is intimated. On the contrary, a secret horror had already diffused itself over the minds of the scoffers, and they trembled at the thought that Elias might appear in the storm. But when one who attempts to give a beverage to Jesus is dissuaded under the pretext of waiting to see if Elias would come to save him, this pretext is plainly enough shown to be meant in derision, and hence the horror and trembling belong only to the unscientific animus of the biblical commentator, which makes him contemplate the history of the Passion above all else as a mysterium tremendum, and causes him to discover even in Pilate a depth of feeling which is nowhere attributed to this Roman in the Gospels. 164 Kredner Einleitung in des NT1, S. 198. 165 thus Rettig Exegetisch Anilton in Ullmanns und Umbrate Studien 1831, S. 106 ff. Tharlach, Globudigkeit S. 307 ff. Comp, on the various attempts at reconciliation Luck, and de Wet in Lark Joe. Chapter Roman 4 Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Prodigies attendant on the death of Jesus. According to the evangelical accounts, the death of Jesus was accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. 3 hours before, we are told, a darkness diffused itself, and lasted, until Jesus expired Matt Roman 27 parallel, in the moment of his death, the veil of the temple was torn asunder from the top to the bottom, the earth quaked, the rocks were rent, the graves were opened, and many bodies of departed saints arose, entered into the city, and appeared to many. Matt Roman 5 ff parallel. These details are very unequally distributed among the evangelists. The first alone has them all, the second and third merely the darkness, and the rending of the veil, while the fourth knows nothing of all these marvels. We will examine them singly according to their order. The darkness which is said to have arisen, while Jesus hung on the cross, cannot have been an ordinary eclipse of the sun, caused by the interposition of the moon between his disk and the earth one, since it happened during the Passover, and consequently about the time of the full moon. The Gospels, however, do not directly use the terms eclipse of the sun, the two first speaking only of darkness in general, and though the third adds with somewhat more particularity, and the sun was darkened still, this might be said of any species of widely extended obscuration. Hence, it was an explanation which lay near at hand to refer this darkness to an atmospheric instead of an astronomical cause, and to suppose that it proceeded from obscuring vapors in the air, such as are especially wont to precede earthquakes, that such obscurations of the atmosphere may be diffused over whole countries, is true. But not only is the statement that the one in question extended or Roman one, according to the most natural explanation over the entire globe, to be subtracted as an exaggeration of the narrator 3, but also the presupposition, evident in the whole tenor of their representation, that the darkness had a supernatural cause, appears destitute of foundation, from the want of any adequate object for such a miracle, since then, with these accessory features, the event does not in itself at once carry the conviction of its credibility. It is natural to inquire if it have any extrinsic confirmation. The Fathers, 692 of the Church appeal in its support to the testimony of heathen writers, among whom Phlegon, especially in his, is alleged to have noticed the above darkness for. But on comparing the passage preserved by Eusebius, which is apparently the one of Phlegon alluded to, we find that it determines merely the Olympiad, scarcely the year, and in no case the season and day of this darkness. More modern apologists appeal to similar cases in ancient history, of which Wettstein in particular has made a copious collection. He adduces from Greek and Roman writers the notices of the eclipses of the sun, which occurred at the disappearance of Romulus, the death of Caesar 6, and similar events. He cites declarations which contain the idea that eclipses of the sun betoken the fall of kingdoms and the death of kings. Lastly, he points to Old Testament passages, Issa Roman 50, Joel Roman 3, Amos Roman 8, Comp, Jer Roman 15, and rabbinical dicta, in which either the obscuring of the light of day is described as the morning garb of God 7, or the death of great teachers compared with the sinking of the sun at midday 8, or the opinion advanced that at the death of exalted hierarchical personages, if the last honors are not paid to them, the sun is wont to be darkened. But these parallels, instead of being supports to the credibility of the evangelical narrative, are so many premises to the conclusion that we have here also nothing more than the mythical offspring of universally prevalent ideasa Christian legend, which would make all nature put on the weeds of mourning to solemnize the tragic death of the Messiah. The second prodigy is the rending of the veil of the temple, doubtless the inner veil, before the Holy of Holies, since the word used to designate this is generally rendered in the Roman 70, by it was thought possible to interpret this rending of the veil also as a natural event by regarding it as an effect of the earthquake. But as Lightfoot has already justly observed, it is more conceivable that an earthquake should rend stationary fixed bodies, such as the rocks subsequently mentioned, than that it should tear a pliant, loosely hung curtain. Hence, Paulus supposes that the veil of the temple was stretched and fastened not only above but also below and at the sides. But first, this is a mere conjecture, and secondly, if the earthquake shook the walls of the temple so violently as to tear a veil which, even though stretched, was still pliant, such a convulsion would rather have caused a part of the building to fall, as is said to have been the case in the Gospel of the Hebrews 11, unless it be chosen to add with Quinol the conjecture that the veil was tender from age, and might therefore be torn by a slight concussion. That our narrators had no such causes in their minds is proved by the fact that the second and third evangelists are silent concerning the earthquake, and that the first does not mention it until after the rending of the veil. Thus, if this event really happened, we must regard it as a miracle. Now, the object of the divine providence in effecting such a miracle could 693 only have been this: to produce in the Jewish contemporaries of Jesus a deep impression of the importance of his death, and to furnish the first promulgators of the gospel with a fact to which they might appeal in support of their cause. but as Schleiermacher has shown nowhere else in the New Testament, either in the apostolic epistles, or in the Acts, or even in the epistle to the Hebrews, in connection with the subject of which it could scarcely fail to be suggested, is this event mentioned. On the contrary, with the exception of this bare synoptical notice, every trace of it is lost, which could scarcely have been the case if it had really formed a ground of apostolical argument. Thus the divine purpose in ordaining this miracle must have totally failed, or since this is inconceivable, it cannot have been ordained for this object. In other words, since neither any other object of the miracle, nor yet a mode in which the event might happen naturally can be discovered, it cannot have happened at all. In another way, certainly, a peculiar relation of Jesus to the veil of the temple is treated of in the epistle to the Hebrews, while before Christ only the priests had access into the holy place, and into the Holy of Holies. Only the high priest might enter once in the year with the blood of atonement. Christ, as the eternal high priest, entered by his own blood into the holy place within the veil, into the Holy of Holies in heaven, whereby he became the forerunner of Christians, and opened access to them, also founding an eternal redemption. Romans 6f, Romans 9:12, Romans 10f. Even Paulus finds in these metaphors so close an affinity to our narrative that he thinks it possible to number the latter among those fables, which according to Henk's definitions are to be derived e figurato gener dicendi 12. At least the event, even if it really happened, must have been especially important to the Christians, on account of its symbolical significance, as interpreted by the images in the epistle to the Hebrews, namely that by Christ's death the veil of the Jewish worship was rent asunder, and access to God opened to all by means of worship in the Spirit. But if, as has been shown, the historical probability of the event in question is extremely weak, and on the other hand the causes which might lead to the formation of such a narrative without historical foundation very powerful, it is more consistent with Schleiermacher entirely to renounce the incident as historical on the ground that so soon as it began to be the practice to represent the office of Christ under the images, which reigned throughout the epistle to the Hebrews, nay, in the very earliest dawn of this kind of doctrine on the first reception of the Gentiles, who were left free from the burden of Jewish observances, and who thus remained without participation in the Jewish sacrifices, such representations must have entered into the Christian hymns and the evangelical narratives. 13. On the succeeding particulars of the earthquake and the rending of the rocks we can only pronounce a judgment in connection with those already examined. An earthquake, by which rocks are disparted, is not unprecedented as a natural phenomenon, but it also not seldom occurs as a poetical or mythical embellishment of the death of a distinguished man, as for example on the death of Caesar. Virgil is not content with eclipsing the sun, but also makes the Alps tremble with unwonted commotion now, as we have only been able to view the prodigies previously mentioned in the latter light, and as besides the historical validity of the one before us is weakened by the fact that it rests solely on the testimony of Matthew, we must pronounce upon 694 this, also in the words of Fritzsch Messi arbiter matrosibus, ostentis quibus quantus ver quamexime expericet orbi terrarum indicator illustrum esse apportebet. The last miraculous sign at the death of Jesus, likewise peculiar to the first evangelist, is the opening of the graves, the resurrection of many dead persons, and their appearance in Jerusalem. To render this incident conceivable is a matter of unusual difficulty. It is neither in itself clear how it is supposed to have fared with these ancient Hebrew saints, 16, after their resurrection, 17, nor is anything satisfactory to be discovered concerning a possible object for so extraordinary a dispensation. Purely in the resuscitated themselves, the object cannot apparently have lain, for had it been so there is no conceivable ground why they should be all awaked precisely in the moment of the death of Jesus, and not each at the period prescribed by the course of his own development. But if the conviction of others was the object, this was still less attained than in the miracle of the rending of the veil, for not only is any appeal to the apparition of the saints totally wanting in the apostolic epistles and discourses, but also among the evangelists. Matthew is the only one by whom it is recorded. A special difficulty arises from the position which the determination of time after his resurrection occupies between the apparently consecutive stages of the event, for if we connect these words with what precedes and thus suppose that at the moment of the death of Jesus the deceased saints were only reanimated, and did not come out of their graves until after his resurrection, this would have been a torment for the damned, rather than a guerdon for the holy. If on the contrary we unite that determination of time to what follows, and thus interpret the evangelist's meaning to be that the resuscitated saints did indeed come out of their graves, immediately on their being reanimated at the moment that Jesus died, but did not go into the city until after his resurrectionary reason for the latter particular is sought in vain. It is but an inartificial way of avoiding these difficulties to pronounce the whole passage an interpolation without any critical grounds for such a decision. A more dexterous course is pursued by the rationalistic expositors when they endeavor to subtract the miraculous from the event, and by this means indirectly to remove the other difficulties here, as in relation to the rending of the veil, the earthquake is regarded as the chief agent. This it is said laid open several tombs, particularly those of some prophets, which were found empty, because the bodies had either been removed by the shock, or become decomposed or fallen, a prey to wild beasts after the resurrection of Jesus, those who were friendly to him in Jerusalem being filled with thoughts of resurrection from the dead. These thoughts, together with the circumstance of 695, the graves being found empty, excited in them dreams and visions, in which they believed that they beheld the pious ancestors who had been interred in those graves, but the fact of the graves being found empty would scarcely, even united with the news of the resurrection of Jesus, have sufficed to produce such visions, unless there had previously prevailed among the Jews the expectation that the Messiah would recall to life the departed saints of Israel. If, however, this expectation existed, it would more probably give birth to the legend of a resurrection of the saints coincident with the death of Jesus, than to dreams, whence Hayes wisely discards the supposition of dreams and attempts to find a sufficient explanation of the narrative in the emptiness of the graves on the one hand, and the above Jewish expectation on the other. But on a nearer view it appears that if once this Jewish idea existed, there needed no real opening of the graves in order to give rise to such a mythos. Accordingly, Schneckenberger has left the emptiness of the graves out of his calculation, when however he yet speaks of visionary appearances, which were seen by the adherents of Jesus in Jerusalem under the excitement produced by his resurrection. He is not less inconsequent than Hayes when he omits the dreams, and yet retains the laying open of the graves, for these two particulars being connected as cause and effect, if one of them be renounced as unhistorical, so also must the other. In opposition to this view, it is remarked not without an appearance of reason, that the above Jewish expectation does not suffice to explain the origin of such a mythos. The actual expectation may be more correctly stated thus from the epistles of Paul: 1 Thess Roman 4 Comp 1 Cor Roman 15 f, and more decidedly from the Apocalypse Roman 20 f. We gather that the first Christians anticipated as a concomitant of the return of Christ, resurrection of the saints who would thenceforth reign with Christ 1,000 years. Only at the end of this period, it was thought, would the rest of the dead arise, and from this second resurrection the former was distinguished as the first resurrection, or the resurrection of the just. Luke Roman 14, in place of which Justin has the holy resurrection. But this is the Christianized form of the Jewish idea, for the latter referred not to the return but to the first advent of the Messiah, and to a resurrection of Israelites only. Now in the statement of Matthew likewise, that resurrection is assigned to the first appearance of the Messiah, for what reason however it is there connected with his death, there is certainly no indication in the Jewish expectation, taken in and by itself, while in the modification introduced by the adherents of Jesus, there would appear rather to have lain an inducement to unite the resurrection of the saints with his own, especially as the connecting of it with his death seems to be in contradiction with the primitive Christian idea, elsewhere expressed, that Jesus was the first begotten from the dead. Call Roman 1, Rev Roman 1 the first fruits of them that sleep. 1 Cor Roman 15, but we do not know whether this idea was universal, and if some thought it due to the messianic dignity of Jesus to regard him as the first who rose from the dead, there are obvious motives which might in other cases lead to the representation that already at the death of Jesus there was a resurrection of 696 saints. First, there was an external motive among the prodigies. At the death of Jesus, an earthquake is mentioned, and in describing its violence it was natural to add to the rending of the rocks another feature, which appears elsewhere in accounts of violent earthquakes, 26, namely the opening of the graves. Here then was an inviting hinge for the resurrection of the saints, but there was also an internal motive, according to the ideas early developed in the Christian community. The death of Jesus was the specially efficacious point in the work of redemption, and in particular the descent into Hades connected with it. 1 Pet Roman 3 f was the means of delivering the previously deceased from this abode. 27 Hence from these ideas there might result an inducement to represent the bonds of the grave as having been burst asunder for the ancient saints precisely in the moment of the death of Jesus. Besides, by this position, yet more decidedly than by a connection with the resurrection of Jesus, The resuscitation of the righteous was assigned to the first appearance of the Messiah, in accordance with the Jewish idea which might very naturally be echoed in such a narrative in the Judaizing circles of primitive Christendom, while at the same time Paul, and also the author of the Apocalypse, already assigned the first resurrection to the second, and still future advent of the Messiah. It was then apparently with reference to this more developed idea that the words after his resurrection were added, as a restriction probably by the author of the first Gospel himself. The synoptists conclude their description of the events at the death of Jesus with an account of the impression which they made more immediately on the Roman centurion, whose office it was to watch the crucifixion according to Luke Roman 5. This impression was produced by what was done Roman 1e, since he had beforehand mentioned the darkness by the departure of Jesus, with an audible prayer, that being the particular which he had last noticed indeed Mark, as if expounding Luke, represents the exclamation truly, this man was the Son of God, as being called forth from the centurion by the circumstance that Jesus so cried out, and gave up the ghost Roman 5. Now in Luke, who gives a prayer as the last utterance of Jesus, it is possible to conceive that this edifying end might impress the centurion with a favourable opinion of Jesus, but how the fact of his expiring with a loud cry could lead to the inference that he was the Son of God will in no way appear. Matthew, however, gives the most suitable relation to the words of the centurion, when he represents them as being called forth by the earthquake, and the other prodigies which accompanied the death of Jesus. Were it not that the historical reality of this speech of the centurion must stand or fall with its alleged causes in Matthew, and Mark, this officer, expresses the conviction that Jesus is in truth the Son of God in Luke, that he is a righteous man. The evangelists, in citing the former expression, evidently intend to convey the idea that a Gentile bore witness to the messiahship of Jesus, but in this specifically Jewish sense, the words cannot well have been understood by the Roman soldier. We might rather suppose that he regarded Jesus as a Son of God in the heathen sense, or as an innocent man, unjustly put to death, were it not that the credibility of the whole synoptical account of the events, which signalize the death of Jesus being shaken, this, which forms the top stone, as it were, must also be of doubtful security, especially when we look at the narrative of Luke, who besides the impression on the centurion adds that on the rest of the spectators, and makes them return to the city with repentance and mourning, a trait which appears 697 to represent not so probably what the Jews actually felt, and did as what in the opinion of the Christians they ought to have felt and done. The wound by a spear in the side of Jesus. While the synoptists represent Jesus as hanging on the cross from the Roman 1e3 in the afternoon, when he expired, until the Roman 1e probably about 6 in the evening, without anything further happening to him, the fourth evangelist interposes a remarkable episode. According to him, the Jews, in order to prevent the desecration of the coming Sabbath, which was a peculiarly hallowed one by the continued exposure of the bodies on the cross, besought the procurator that their legs might be broken, and that they might forthwith be carried away. The soldiers to whom this task was committed executed it on the two criminals crucified with Jesus, but when they perceived in the latter the signs of life having already become extinct, they held such a measure superfluous in his case, and contented themselves with thrusting a spear into his side, whereupon there came forth blood and water. Roman 19:37. This event is ordinarily regarded as the chief voucher for the reality of the death of Jesus, and in relation to it, the proof to be drawn from the synoptists is held inadequate according to the reckoning, which gives the longest space of time, that of Mark. Jesus hung on the cross from the 3rd to the 9th hour, that is 6 hours before he died, if as to many it has appeared probable in the two other synoptists the commencement of the darkness at the 6th hour marks also the commencement of the crucifixion. Jesus, according to them, hung only 3 hours living on the cross, and if we presuppose in John the ordinary Jewish mode of reckoning the hours, and attribute to him the same opinion as to the period of the death of Jesus, it follows, since he makes Pilate pronounce judgment on him only about the 6th hour, that Jesus must have died after hanging on the cross not much more than 2 hours, but crucifixion does not in other cases kill thus speedily. This may be inferred from the nature of the punishment, which does not consist in the infliction of severe wounds, so as to cause a rapid loss of blood, but rather in the stretching of the limbs so as to produce a gradual rigidity. Moreover, it is evident from the statements of the evangelists themselves, for according to them Jesus, immediately before the moment which they regard as the last, had yet strength to utter a loud cry, and the two thieves crucified with him were still alive after that time. Lastly, This opinion is supported by examples of individuals whose life has lasted for several days on the cross, and who have only at length expired from hunger and similar causes. Hence, fathers of the Church and older theologians advance the opinion that the death of Jesus, which would not have ensued so quickly in a natural way, was accelerated supernaturally either by himself or by God. 29 physicians and more modern theologians have appealed to the accumulated corporeal and spiritual sufferings of Jesus on the evening of the night prior to his crucifixion. 30, but they also for the most part leave open the possibility that what appeared to the evangelists, the supervention of death itself, was 698, only a swoon produced by the stoppage of the circulation, and that the wound with the spear in the side first consummated the death of Jesus. But concerning this wound itself, the place, the instrument, and the manner of its infliction concerning its object and effects, there has always been a great diversity of opinion. The instrument is called by the evangelist, which may equally signify either the light javelin or the heavy lance, so that we are left in uncertainty as to the extent of the wound. The manner in which the wound was inflicted he describes by the verb, which sometimes denotes a mortal wound, sometimes a slight scratch, nay even a thrust which does not so much as draw blood. Hence, we are ignorant of the depth of the wound, though since Jesus after the resurrection makes Thomas lay only his fingers in the print of the nails, but in or even merely on the wound in the side his hand. John Roman 20, the stroke of the spear seems to have made a considerable wound, but the question turns mainly on the place in which the wound was made. This John describes as the side, and certainly if the spear entered the left side between the ribs and penetrated into the heart, death must inevitably have ensued, but the above expression may just as properly imply the right side as the left, and in either side, any spot from the shoulder to the hip. Most of these points, indeed, would be at once decided if the object of the soldier had been to kill Jesus. Supposing he should not be already dead in this case, he would doubtless have pierced Jesus in the most fatal place, and as deeply as possible, or rather, have broken his legs as was done to the two thieves. But since he treated Jesus otherwise than his fellow sufferers, it is evident that in relation to him, he had a different object, namely in the first place to ascertain by this stroke of the spear whether death had really taken place, a conclusion which he believed might securely be drawn from the flowing of blood and water out of the wound. But this result of the wound is in fact the subject on which there is the least unanimity. The fathers of the Church, on the ground that blood no longer flows from corpses, regarded the blood and water which flowed from the corpse of Jesus as a miracle, a sign of his superhuman nature. More modern theologians, founding on the same experience, have interpreted the expression as a hendiadys, implying that the blood still flowed, and that this was a sign that death had not yet or not until now taken place. As however blood is itself a fluid, the water added to the blood cannot signify merely the fluid state of the latter, but must denote a peculiar admixture, which the blood flowing from the side of Jesus contained. To explain this to themselves, and at the same time obtain the most infallible proof of death, others have fallen on the idea that the water mixed with the blood came out of the pericardium, which had been pierced by the spear, and in which, especially in such as die under severe anguish, quantity of fluid is said to be accumulated. But besides that the piercing of the pericardium is a mere supposition, on the one hand the quantity of such fluid where no dropsy exists is so trifling that its emission would not be perceptible, and on the other hand it is only a single small spot in front of the breast where the pericardium can be so struck that an emission outward is possible. In all other cases, whatever was emitted would be poured into the cavity of the thorax. 699. Without doubt the idea which was present in the evangelist's mind was rather the fact which may be observed in every instance of bloodletting, that the blood, so soon as it has ceased to take part in the vital process, begins to divide itself into placenta and serum, and he intended by representing this separation as having already taken place in the blood of Jesus to adduce a proof of his real death. But whether this outflow of blood and water in perceptible separation be a possible proof of death, whether Hayes and Weiner be right when they maintain that on deep incisions in corpses the blood sometimes flows in this decomposed state, or the fathers when they deem this so unprecedented that it must be regarded as a miracle in Jesus, is another question. A distinguished anatomist has explained the state of the fact to me in the following manner. 36. Ordinarily, within an hour after death, the blood begins to coagulate in the vessels, and consequently no longer to flow on incisions, only by way of exception in certain species of death, as nervous fevers or suffocation, does the blood retain its fluidity in the corpse. Now, if it be chosen to place the death on the cross under the category of suffocation, which, however, from the length of time that crucified persons have often remained alive, and in relation to Jesus, especially from his being said to have spoken to the last, appears impracticable, or if it be supposed that the wound in the side followed so quickly on the instant of death that it found the blood still fluid, a supposition which is discordant with the narratives, for they state Jesus to have been already dead at 3 in the afternoon, while the bodies must have been taken away only at 6 in the evening. Then if the spear struck one of the larger blood vessels, blood would have flowed, but without water. If, however, Jesus had already been dead about an hour, and his corpse was in the ordinary state, nothing at all would have flowed, thus either blood or nothing, in no case blood and water, because the serum and placenta are not separated in the vessels of the corpse, as in the basin after bloodletting. Hardly, then, had the author of this trait in the 4th Gospel himself seen the flowing out of the side of Jesus, as a sign that his death had taken place, rather because after bloodletting he had seen the above separation take place in the blood, as it lost its vitality, and because he was desirous to show a certain proof of the death of Jesus, he represented those separate ingredients as flowing out of his wounded corpse. The evangelist assures us with the most solicitous earnestness that this really happened to Jesus, and that his account is trustworthy, as being founded on personal observation. Romans 5. According to some, he gives this testimony in opposition to docetic Gnostics, who denied the true corporeality of Jesus. 37. But wherefore then the mention of the water? According to others, on account of the noteworthy fulfillment of 2 prophecies by that procedure with respect to the body of Jesus. But as Luck himself says, though John does certainly elsewhere, even in subordinate points, seek a fulfillment of prophecy, he nowhere attaches to it so extraordinary a weight as he would here have done according to this supposition. Hence, it appears the most natural supposition that the evangelist intended by those assurances to confirm the truth of the death of Jesus. 39, and that he merely appended the reference 700 to the fulfillment of Scripture as a secondary illustrative addition, the absence of an historical indication that so early as the period of the composition of the 4th Gospel there existed a suspicion that the death of Jesus was only apparent, does not suffice in the paucity of information at our command concerning that period to prove that a suspicion so easy of suggestion had not actually to be combated in the circle in which the above Gospel arose, and that it may not have given occasion to the adduction of proofs, not only of the resurrection of Jesus, but also of his death. Even in the Gospel of Mark a similar effort is visible when this evangelist, in narrating Joseph's entreaty for the body of Jesus, says, "And Pilate marveled if he were already dead." Romans 5. This suggests the idea that he lent to Pilate an astonishment which he must have heard expressed by many of his contemporaries concerning the rapidity with which the death of Jesus had ensued, and when he proceeds to state that the procurator obtained from the centurion certain information that Jesus had been some time dead, it appears as if he wished, in silencing the doubt of Pilate, to silence that of his contemporaries also. But in that case he can have known nothing of a wound with a spear, and its consequences. Otherwise he would not have left unnoticed this securest warrant of death having really taken place, so that the representation in John has the appearance of being a fuller development of a tendency of the legend already visible in Mark. This view of John's narrative is further confirmed by his citation of Old Testament passages, as fulfilled in this event in the stroke of the spear. He sees the fulfillment of Zech. Romans 12 better translated by John than by the Romans 70, where Jehovah says to the Israelites they shall look on him whom they have pierced, in the sense that they will one day return to him whom they had so grievously offended. The word to pierce, understood literally, expresses an act which appears more capable of being directed against a man than against Jehovah. This interpretation is supported by the variation in the reading, and it must have been confirmed by the succeeding context, which proceeds in the 3rd person thus, "And they shall mourn for him as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn." Hence, the rabbins interpreted this passage of the Messiah ben Joseph, who would be pierced by the sword in battle 42, and the Christians might refer it, as they did so many passages in Psalms of lamentation, to their Messiah, at first understanding the piercing either figuratively or as implying the nailing of the hands and feet in crucifixion comp. Rev. Roman 1, until at last someone who desired a more decisive proof of death than crucifixion in itself interpreted it as a special piercing with the spear. If then this trait of the piercing with the spear proceeded from the combined interests of obtaining a proof of death and a literal fulfillment of a prophecy, the rest must be regarded as merely its preparatory groundwork. The piercing was only needful as a test of death, if Jesus had to be early taken down from the cross, which according to Jewish law Deut Roman 21, Josh Roman 8 Roman 10 fan exception, occurs in 2 Sam Roman 21 ff, must in any case be before night, but in particular in the present instance, a special circumstance which John alone notes before the commencement of the Passover, if Jesus died unusually soon, and if the two who were crucified 701 with him were yet to be taken down at the same time, the death of the latter must be hastened by violent means. This might be done likewise by means of a stroke of the spear. But then the piercing which in Zech Roman 12 was predicted specially of the Messiah would equally happen to others. Thus in their case, it would be better to choose the breaking of the legs, which would not indeed instantaneously superinduce death, but which yet made it ultimately certain, as a consequence of the mortification produced by the fracture. It is true that the crurifragum appears nowhere else in connection with crucifixion among the Romans, but only as a separate punishment for slaves, prisoners of war, and the like, but it was not the less suitable in a prophetic point of view, for was it not said of the paschal lamb with which Jesus was elsewhere also compared 1 Cor. Roman 5 not a bone of him shall be broken exad Roman 12, so that both the prophecies were fulfilled, the one determining what should happen exclusively to Jesus, the other what should happen to his fellow sufferers, but not to him. Burial of Jesus. According to Roman custom, the body of Jesus must have remained suspended until consumed by the weather birds of prey and corruption. 45. According to the Jewish, it must have been interred in the dishonorable burying place assigned to the executed. 46. But the evangelical accounts inform us that a distinguished adherent of the deceased begged his body of the procurator, which agreeably to the Roman law 47 was not refused, but was immediately delivered to him. Matt Roman 27. Parallel this man, who in all the Gospels is named Joseph, and said to be derived from Arimathea, was according to Matthew a rich man, and a disciple of Jesus, but the latter, as John adds, only in secret. The two intermediate evangelists describe him as an honorable member of the High Council, in which character Luke remarks he had not given his voice for the condemnation of Jesus, and they both represent him as cherishing messianic expectations. That we have here a personal description, gradually developed into more and more preciseness, is evident in the first Gospel. Joseph is a disciple of Jesus, and such must have been the man who, under circumstances so unfavorable, did not hesitate to take charge of his body. That according to the same Gospel, he was a rich man, already reminds us of Issa Roman 53, where it is said, which might possibly be understood of a burial with the rich, and thus become the source at least of this predicate of Joseph of Arimathea, that he entertained messianic ideas, as Luke and Mark add, followed of course from his relation to Jesus. That he was a counselor, as the same evangelists declare, is certainly a new piece of information, but that as such he could not have concurred in the condemnation of Jesus was again a matter of course. Lastly, that he had hitherto kept his adherence to Jesus a secret, as John observes, accords with the peculiar position in relation to Jesus which this evangelist gives to certain exalted adherents, especially to Nicodemus, who is subsequently associated with Joseph. Hence, it must not be at once supposed that the additional particulars 702, which each succeeding evangelist gives, rest on historical information, which he possessed over and above that of his predecessors. While the synoptists represent the interment of Jesus as being performed by Joseph alone, with no other beholders than the women, John, as we have observed, introduces Nicodemus as an assistant, a particular, the authenticity of which has been already considered in connection with the first appearance of Nicodemus. This individual brings spices for the purpose of embalming Jesus, a mixture of myrrh and aloes in the quantity of about 100 pounds. In vain have commentators laboured to withdraw from the word, which John here uses the signification of the Latin libra, and to substitute a smaller weight. 49. The above surprising quantity is however satisfactorily accounted for by the remark of Alshausen that the superfluity was a natural expression of the veneration of those men. For Jesus in the fourth Gospel, the two men perform the office of embalming immediately after the taking down of the body, from the cross winding it in linen clothes, after the Jewish practice. In Luke, the women on their return home from the grave of Jesus provide spices and ointments in order to commence the embalming after the Sabbath. Roman 23 Roman 24. In Mark, they do not buy the sweet spices until the Sabbath is past. Roman 16, while in Matthew there is no mention of an embalming of the body of Jesus, but only of its being wrapped in a clean linen cloth. Roman 27. Here it has been thought possible to reconcile the difference between Mark and Luke, in relation to the time of the purchase of the spices, by drawing over one of the two narrators to the side of the other. It appeared the most easy to accommodate Mark to Luke, by the supposition of an analogue temporum, his verb they bought used in connection with the day after the Sabbath being taken as the pluperfect, and understood to imply in accordance with the statement of Luke, that the women had the spices in readiness from the evening of the burial. But against this reconciliation, it has already been remarked with triumphant indignation by the fragmentist that the aorist standing between determination of time and the statement of an object cannot possibly signify anything else than what happened at that time, in relation to that object, and thus the words they bought sweet spices placed between the Sabbath being past, and that they might come and anoint him, can only signify a purchase made after the Sabbath had elapsed. Hence Michaelis, who undertook to vindicate the histories of the burial and resurrection from the charge of contradiction, urged by the fragmentist, betook himself to the opposite measure, and sought to conform Luke to Mark when Luke writes, and they returned, and bought sweet spices and ointments. He does not, we are told, mean that they had made this purchase immediately after their return, and consequently on the evening of the burial. On the contrary, by the addition, and rested the Sabbath day according to the commandment, he himself gives us to understand that it did not happen until the Sabbath was past, since between their return from the grave and the commencement of the Sabbath, at 6 in the evening, there was no time left for the purchase. But when Luke places his they prepared between 703 being returned, and they rested, this can as little signify something occurring after the rest of the Sabbath, as in Mark the similarly placed word can signify something which had happened before the Sabbath. Hence more recent theologians have perceived that each of these two evangelists must be allowed to retain the direct sense of his words. Nevertheless, they have believed it possible to free both the one and the other from the appearance of error, by the supposition that the spices prepared before the Sabbath were not sufficient, and that the women, agreeably to Mark's statement, really bought an additional stock after the Sabbath. But there must have been an enormous requirement of spices, if first the 100 pounds weight contributed by Nicodemus had not sufficed, and on this account the women on the evening before the Sabbath had laid ready more spices, and then these too were found insufficient, so that they had to buy yet more on the morning after the Sabbath. Thus, however, in consistency, it is necessary to solve the second contradiction, which exists between the two intermediate evangelists unitedly, and the fourth, namely, that according to the latter Jesus was embalmed with 100 weight of ointment before being laid in the grave, while according to the former the embalming was deferred until after the Sabbath. But as far as the quantity was concerned, the 100 pounds of myrrh and aloes were more than enough. That which was wanting and had to be supplied after the Sabbath could only relate to the manner, Roman 1e, that the spices had not yet been applied to the body in the right way, because the process had been interrupted by the arrival of the Sabbath. But if we listen to John, the interment of Jesus on the evening of his death was performed, as the manner of the Jews is to bury, Roman 1e, right in due form, the corpse being wound in the linen clothes with the spices, Roman 5, which constituted the whole of Jewish embalming, so that according to John nothing was wanting in relation to the manner, 55, not to mention that if the women, as Mark and Luke state, bought fresh spices and placed them in readiness, the embalming of Nicodemus must have been defective as to quantity also. Thus in the burial of Jesus, as narrated by John, nothing objective was wanting. Nevertheless, it has been maintained that subjectively as regarded the women it had not been performed, Roman 1e, they were ignorant that Jesus had already been embalmed by Nicodemus. And Joseph, one is astonished that such a position can be advanced, since the synoptists expressly state that the women were present at the interment of Jesus, and beheld not merely the place Mark, but also the manner in which he was interred, Luke. There is a third divergency relative to this point between Matthew and the rest of the evangelists, in so far as the former mentions no embalming either before or after the Sabbath. This divergency, as it consists merely in the silence of one narrator, has been hitherto little regarded, and even the fragmentist admits that the wrapping of the body in a clean linen cloth mentioned by Matthew involves also the Jewish method of embalming. But in this instance there might easily be drawn an argument ex silentio, when we read in the narrative of the anointing at Bethany the declaration of Jesus that the woman by this deed had anointed his body for burial, Matt Roman 26. Parallel. This has indeed its significance in all the narratives, but a peculiarly striking 704:1 in Matthew, according to whose subsequent narrative no anointing took place at the burial of Jesus 57, and this fact appears to be the only sufficient explanation of the special importance which the evangelical tradition attached to the action of the woman. If he who was revered as the Messiah did not, under the pressure of unfavorable circumstances, receive at his burial the due honor of embalmment, then must the thoughts of his adherents revert with peculiar complacency to an event in the latter part of his life, in which a humble-minded female votary, as if foreboding that this honor would be denied to him, when dead rendered it to him, while yet living viewed in this light. The different representation of the anointing in the other evangelists would have the appearance of a gradual development of the legend in Mark, and Luke. It still remains, as in Matthew, that the corpse of Jesus is not really embalmed, but said the legend already outstepping the narrative of the first gospel. The embalming was designed for Himthai's intention, was the motive for the resort of the women to his grave on the morning after the Sabbath, and its execution was only prevented by the resurrection in the fourth gospel. On the other hand, this anointing from being first performed on him by anticipation while he was yet living, and then intended for him when dead, resolved itself into an actual embalming of his body after death, in conjunction with which, however, after the manner of legendary formations, the reference of the earlier anointing to the burial of Jesus was left standing. The body of Jesus, according to all the narrators, was forthwith deposited in a tomb hewn out of a rock, and closed with a great stone. Matthew describes this tomb as new, an epithet which Luke and John more closely determine by stating that no man had yet been laid therein. We may observe in passing that there is as much reason for suspicion with respect to this newness of the grave as with respect to the unridden ass in the history of the entrance of Jesus, since here, in the same way as there, the temptation lay irresistibly near, even without historical grounds, to represent the sacred receptacle of the body of Jesus as never having been polluted by any corpse. But even in relation to this tomb, the evangelists exhibit a divergency. According to Matthew, it was the property of Joseph, who had himself caused it to be hewn in the rock, and the two other synoptists also, since they make Joseph unhesitatingly dispose of the grave, appear to proceed on the same presupposition. According to John, on the contrary, Joseph's right of property in the grave was not the reason that Jesus was laid there, but because time pressed, he was deposited in the new sepulchre, which happened to be in a neighboring garden. Here again, the harmonists have tried their art on both sides. Matthew was to be brought into agreement with John by the observation that a manuscript of his gospel omits the his own, after while an ancient translation read, instead of which he had hewn, which was hewn 58, as if these alterations were not obviously owing already to harmonizing efforts. Hence the opposite side has been taken, and it has been remarked that the words of John by no means exclude the possibility that Joseph may have been the owner of the tomb, since both reason's vicinity and the fact that the grave belonged to Joseph may have cooperated. But the contrary is rather the truth, namely that the vicinity of the grave, when alleged as a motive, excludes the fact of possession. A house in which I should take shelter from a shower, because it is near, would not be my own, unless indeed I were the owner of 705 two houses, one near, and one more distant, of which the latter was my proper dwelling. And in like manner a grave in which a person lays a relative or friend, who does not himself possess one, because it is near, cannot be his own, unless he possess more than one, and intend at greater leisure to convey the deceased into the other, which, however, in our case, since the near grave was from its newness adapted above all others, for the interment of Jesus, is not easily conceivable. If, according to this, the contradiction subsists, there does not appear in the narratives themselves any ground for decision in favor of the one or of the other. The watch at the grave of Jesus. On the following day, the Sabbath 61, the chief priests and Pharisees, according to Matthew Roman 27, ff, came to Pilate, and with reference to the prediction of Jesus that he should rise again after 3 days, requested him to place a watch by his grave, lest his disciples should take occasion from the expectation which that prediction had awakened to steal his body, and then spread a report that he was risen again. Pilate granted their request, and accordingly they went away, sealed the stone, and placed the watch before the grave. The subsequent resurrection of Jesus we must here anticipate so far, and the angelic appearances which accompanied it so terrified the guards that they became as dead men. Forthwith, however, hastened to the city, and gave an account of the event to the chief priests. The latter, after having deliberated on the subject in an assembly with the elders, bribed the soldiers to pretend that the disciples had stolen the body by night, whence the narrator adds this report was disseminated, and was persisted in up to his time, Roman 28:11 ff. In this narrative, peculiar to the first gospel, critics have found all kinds of difficulties, which have been exposed with the most acumen by the author of the Wolfenbüttel fragments, And after him by Paulus, the difficulties lie first of all in this, that neither the requisite conditions of the event nor its necessary consequences are presented in the rest of the New Testament history. As regards the former, it is not to be conceived how the Sanhedrists could obtain the information that Jesus was to return to life 3 days after his death, since there is no trace of such an idea having existed even among his disciples. They say, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, etc. If we are to understand from this, that they remembered to have heard him speak to that effect, Jesus, according to the evangelical accounts, never spoke plainly of his resurrection in the presence of his enemies, and the figurative discourses which remained unintelligible to his confidential disciples could still less be understood by the Jewish hierarchs 706, who were less accustomed to his mode of thought and expression. If, however, the Sanhedrists merely intend to say that they had heard from others of his having given such a promise, this intelligence could only have proceeded from the disciples. But as these had not either before or after the death of Jesus the slightest anticipation of his resurrection, they could not have excited such an anticipation in others, not to mention that we have been obliged to reject as unhistorical the whole of the predictions of the resurrection lent to Jesus in the Gospels. Equally incomprehensible with this knowledge on the part of the enemies of Jesus is the silence of his friends the apostles and the other evangelists besides Matthew concerning a circumstance so favorable to their cause. It is certainly applying too modern a standard to the conduct of the disciples to say with the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist that they must have entreated from Pilate a letter under his seal, in attestation of the fact that a watch had been set over the grave. But it must be held surprising that in none of the apostolic speeches is there anywhere an appeal to so striking a fact, and that even in the Gospels, with the exception of the first, it has left no discoverable trace. An attempt has been made to explain this silence from the consideration that the bribing of the guards by the Sanhedrim had rendered an appeal to them fruitless. 63. But truth is not so readily surrendered to such obvious falsehoods, and at all events when the adherents of Jesus had to defend themselves before the Sanhedrim, the mention of such a fact must have been a powerful weapon. The cause is already half given up when its advocates retreat to the position that the disciples probably did not become acquainted with the true cause of the event immediately, but only later when the soldiers began to betray the secret. For even if the guards in the first instance merely set afloat the tale of the theft, and thus admitted that they had been placed by the grave, the adherents of Jesus could already construe for themselves the real state of the case, and might boldly appeal to the guards, who must have been witnesses of something quite different from the theft of a corpse. But lest we be told of the invalidity of an argument drawn from the merely negative fact of silence, there is something positive narrated concerning a part of the adherents of Jesus, namely, the women, which is not reconcilable with the fact of a watch being placed at the grave. Not only do the women who resort to the grave on the morning after the Sabbath intend to complete the embalming, which they could not hope to be permitted to do if they knew that a watch was placed before the grave, and that this was besides sealed. 65. But according to Mark, their whole perplexity on their way to the grave turns upon the question who will roll away the stone for them from the grave, a clear proof that they knew nothing of the guards, since these either would not have allowed them to remove the stone however light, or if they would have allowed this would also have helped them to roll away a heavier one, so that, in any case, the difficulty as to the weight of the stone would have been superfluous. But that the placing of the watch should have remained unknown to the women is from the attention which everything relative to the end of Jesus excited in Jerusalem. Luke Roman 24, highly improbable. But within the narrative, also every feature is full of difficulties, for according to the expression of Paulus, no one of the persons who appear in it acts in accordance with his character. That Pilate should have granted the request 707 of the Jewish magistrates for a watch, I will not say without hesitation, but so entirely without ridicule, must be held surprising after his previous conduct. 66. Such minor particulars might, however, be merely passed over by Matthew in his summary mode of recounting the incidents. It is more astonishing that the guards should have been so easily induced to tell a falsehood, which the severity of Roman discipline made so dangerous, as that they had failed in their duty by sleeping on their post, especially as from the bad understanding which existed between the Sanhedrim and the procurator they could not know how far the mediation promised by the former would avail. But the most inconceivable feature is the alleged conduct of the Sanhedrim. The difficulty which lies in their going to the heathen procurator on the Sabbath, defiling themselves by approaching the grave and placing a watch, has certainly been overstrained by the fragmentist. But their conduct when the guards returning from the grave apprised them of the resurrection of Jesus is truly impossible. They believe the assertion of the soldiers that Jesus had arisen out of his grave in a miraculous manner. How could the council, many of whose members were Sadducees, receive this as credible? Even the Pharisees in the Sanhedrin, though they held in theory the possibility of a resurrection, would not, with the mean opinion which they entertained of Jesus, be inclined to believe in his resurrection, especially as the assertion in the mouth of the guards sounded just like a falsehood, invented to screen a failure in duty. The real Sanhedrists, on hearing such an assertion from the soldiers, would have replied with exasperation, "You lie, you have slept, and allowed him to be stolen. But you will have to pay dearly for this when it comes to be investigated by the procurator." But instead of this, the Sanhedrists in our gospel speak them fair, and entreat them, "Thus tell a lie, say that you have slept, and allowed him to be stolen." Moreover, they pay them richly for the falsehood and promise to exculpate them to the procurator. This is evidently spoken entirely on the Christian presupposition of the reality of the resurrection of Jesus, a presupposition, however, which is quite incorrectly attributed to the members of the Sanhedrin. It is also a difficulty not merely searched out by the fragmentist, but even acknowledged by orthodox expositors. 67, that the Sanhedrin in a regular assembly, and after a formal consultation, should have resolved to corrupt the soldiers, and put a lie into their mouths, that in this manner a college of 70 men should have officially decided on suggesting and rewarding the utterance of a falsehood, is, as Alshausen justly observes, too widely at variance with the decorum, the sense of propriety inseparable from such an assembly, the expedient of supposing that it was merely a private meeting, since only the chief priests and elders, not the scribes, are said to have embraced the resolution of bribing the soldiers. 68, would involve the singularity that in this assembly the scribes were absent, while in the shortly previous interview with the procurator, where the scribes are represented by the Pharisees who formed their majority, the elders were wanting, whence it is evident rather that it being inconvenient invariably to designate the Sanhedrin by a full enumeration of its constituent parts, it was not seldom indicated by the mention of only some or one of these. If it therefore remains that according to Matthew the High Council must in a formal session have resolved on bribing the guards, such an act of baseness could only be attributed to the council, as 708, such by the rancor of the primitive Christians among whom our anecdote arose. These difficulties in the present narrative of the first gospel have been felt to be so pressing that it has been attempted to remove them by the supposition of interpolation. 69, which has lately been moderated into the opinion that while the anecdote did not indeed proceed from the Apostle Matthew himself, it was not, however, added by a hand otherwise alien to our gospel, but was inserted by the Greek translator of the Hebrew Matthew. Against the former supposition, the absence of all critical authority is decisive. The appeal of those who advance the other opinion to the unapostolic character of the anecdote would not warrant its separation from the context of the main narrative, unless that narrative itself were already proved to be of apostolic origin, while the anecdote is so far from presenting any want of connection with the rest that, on the contrary, Paulus is right in his remark that an interpolator or inserting translator would scarcely have given himself the trouble to distribute his interpolation in 3 different places, Roman 27:66, Roman 28:11-15, but would have compressed it into one passage, or at most 2. Neither can the question be settled so cheaply as Alshausen imagines, when he concludes that the entire narrative is apostolic and correct, save that the evangelist erred in representing the corruption of the guards as being resolved on in full council, whereas the affair was probably managed in secret by Caiaphas alone, as if this assembly of the council were the sole difficulty of the narrative, and as if when errors had insinuated themselves in relation to this particular, they might not extend to others also. Paulus correctly points out how Matthew himself, by the statement, and this saying is commonly reported among the Jews, to this indicates a calumnious Jewish report as the source of his narrative. But when this theologian expresses the opinion that the Jews themselves propagated the story that they had placed a watch at the grave of Jesus, but that the guards had permitted his body to be stolen, this is as perverted a view as that of Hayes when he conjectures that the report in question proceeded first of all from the friends of Jesus, and was afterwards modified by his enemies, for as regards the former supposition Communal has already correctly remarked that Matthew merely designates the assertion respecting the theft of the corpse as a Jewish report, not the entire narrative of the placing of a watch. Neither is there any reason to be conceived why the Jews should have fabricated such a report as that a watch was set at the grave of Jesus. Paulus says it was hoped thereby to render the assertion that the body of Jesus was stolen by his disciples more easy of acceptation with the credulous, but those must indeed have been very credulous who did not observe that the placing of the watch was the very thing to render a furtive removal of the body of Jesus improbable. Paulus appears to represent the matter to himself. Thus the Jews wished to obtain witnesses, as it were to the accusation of a theft, and for this purpose fabricated the story of the guard being placed by the grave, but that the guards with open eyes quietly beheld the disciples of Jesus carry away his body, no one could credit, while if they saw nothing of this, because they slept they gave no testimony, since they could then only by inference arrive at the conclusion that the body might have been stolen, a conclusion which could be drawn just as well without them. Thus in no way can the watch have belonged to the Jewish basis of the present narrative. But the report disseminated among 709, the Jews consisted, as the text also says, merely in the assertion that the disciples had stolen the body, as the Christians wished to oppose this calumny. There was formed among them the legend of a watch placed at the grave of Jesus, and now they could boldly confront their slanderers with the question, how can the body have been carried away, since you placed a watch at the grave and sealed the stone? And because, as we have ourselves proved in the course of our inquiry, a legend is not fully convicted of groundlessness, until it has been shown how it could arise even without historical grounds, it was attempted on the side of the Christians, in showing what was supposed to be the true state of the case, to expose also the origin of the false legend, by deriving the falsehood propagated among the Jews from the contrivance of the Sanhedrim and their corruption of the guards. Thus the truth is precisely the reverse of what Hayes says, namely, that the legend probably arose among the friends of Jesus, and was modified by his enemist friends first, had an inducement to the fiction of the watch, when the enemies had already spoken of a theft. First tidings of the resurrection, that the first news of the grave of Jesus being opened and empty on the second morning after his burial came to the disciples, by the mouth of women, is unanimously stated by the 4 evangelists, but in all the more particular circumstances, they diverge from each other in a way which has presented the richest material for the polemic of the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, and on the other hand, has given abundant work to the harmonists and apologists, without there having been hitherto any successful attempt at a satisfactory mediation between the two parties. Leaving behind the difference which is connected with the divergencies in the history of the burial, as to the object of the women in resorting to the grave, namely, that according to the 2 intermediate evangelists, they intended to embalm the body of Jesus, according to the 2 others merely to pay a visit to the grave, will find first a very complicated divergency relative to the number of the women who made this visit. Luke merely speaks indefinitely of many women, not alone those whom he describes Roman 23 as having come with Jesus from Galilee, and of whom he mentions by name Mary Magdalene, Joanna, and Mary the mother of James, but also certain others with them. Roman 24 Mark has merely 3 women, 2 of those whom Luke also names, but as the third Salome instead of Joanna. Roman 16 Matthew has not this third woman respecting whom the 2 intermediate evangelists differ, but merely the 2 Marys concerning whom they agree. Roman 28. Lastly, John has only one of these, Mary Magdalene. Roman 20. The time at which the women go to the grave is likewise not determined with uniformity, for even if the words of Matthew, in the end of the Sabbath as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, make no difference, 74, still the addition of Mark at the rising of the sun, are in contradiction with the expressions when it was yet dark in John, and very early in the morning in Luke. In relation to the circumstances in which the women first saw the grave, there may appear to be a difference at 710, least between Matthew and the 3 other evangelists. According to the latter, as they approach and look towards the grave, they see that the stone has already been rolled away by an unknown hand, whereas the narrative of the first evangelist has appeared to many to imply that the women themselves beheld the stone rolled away by an angel manifold. Are the divergencies as to what the women further saw and learned at the grave. According to Luke, they enter into the grave, find that the body of Jesus is not there, and are hence in perplexity until they see standing by them 2 men in shining garments who announce to them his resurrection. In Mark, who also makes them enter into the grave, they see only one young man in a long white garment, not standing but sitting on the right side, who gives them the same intelligence. In Matthew, they receive this information before they enter into the grave from the angel, who after rolling away the stone had sat upon it. Lastly, according to John, Mary Magdalene, as soon as she sees the stone taken away, and without witnessing any angelic appearance, runs back into the city. Moreover, the relation in which the disciples of Jesus are placed with respect to the first news of his resurrection is a different one in the different Gospels. According to Mark, the women out of fear tell no one of the angelic appearance which they have beheld. According to John, Mary Magdalene has nothing more to say to John and Peter, to whom she hastens from the grave, than that Jesus is taken away. According to Luke, the women report the appearance to the disciples in general and not merely to two of them, while according to Matthew, as they were in the act of hastening to the disciples, Jesus himself met them, and they were able to communicate this also to the disciples. In the two first Gospels, nothing is said of one of the disciples himself going to the grave. On hearing the report of the women, according to Luke, Peter went thither, found it empty, and returned wondering. And from Luke, Romans 24, it appears that other disciples besides him went thither in a similar manner. According to the fourth Gospel, Peter was accompanied by John, who on this occasion was convinced of the resurrection of Jesus. Luke says that Peter made his visit to the sepulchre after he had already been informed by the women of the angelic appearance. But in the fourth Gospel, the two disciples go to the grave before Mary Magdalene can have told them of such an appearance. It was only when she had proceeded a second time to the grave with the two disciples, and when they had returned home again, that stooping into the sepulchre she saw, according to this Gospel, two angels in white sitting, the one at the head, and the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain, by whom she was asked why she wept, and on turning round she beheld Jesus himself, a particular of which there is a fragmentary notice in Mark, Romans 5, with the additional remark that she communicated this news to his former companions. It has been thought possible to reconcile the greater part of these divergencies by supposing, instead of one scene, variously described a multiplicity of different scenes, for which purpose the ordinary grammatical and other artifices of the harmonists were pressed into the service, that Mark might not contradict the while it was yet dark of John. The apologists did not scruple to translate the words by Oricero Sol 75. The contradiction between Matthew and the rest, when the former appears to say that the women saw the stone rolled away by the angel, seemed to be more easy of solution, not indeed by supposing with Michaelis 76 that, and behold, denotes a recurrence to a previous event, and that 711 has the signification of a pluperfect and expedient, which has been justly combated by modern criticism, in opposition to Lessing, who was inclined to admit it 77, but by understanding the Roman 5 to express a yet unfinished progress of the women towards the grave, in which case the and what follows may, in accordance with its proper meaning, relate something that happened after the departure of the women from their home, but before their arrival at the grave, in relation to the number and the visit of the women. It was, in the first place, urged that even according to John, although he mentions only Mary Magdalene by name, several women must have accompanied her to the grave, since he makes her say after her return to the two disciples, "We know not where they have laid him." 79, a plural which certainly intimates the presence of other but unspecified persons with whom Mary Magdalene, whether at the grave itself or on her return, had conversed on the subject before she came to the apostles. Thus it is said Mary Magdalene went to the grave with the other women, more or fewer of whom are mentioned by the other evangelists, as however she returned without having, like the other women, seen an angel. It is supposed that she ran back alone as soon as she saw the stone rolled away, which is accounted for by her impetuous temperament, she having been formerly a demoniac. While she hastened back to the city, the other women saw the appearances of which the synoptists speak. To all it is maintained the angels appeared within the grave, for the statement in Matthew that one sat outside on the stone is only a pluperfect. When the women came he had already withdrawn into the sepulchre, and accordingly after their conversation with him, the women are described as departing from the sepulchre. Roman 581, in which observation it is only overlooked that between the first address of the angel and the expression there stands his invitation to the women to come with him into the grave, and see the place where Jesus had lain, in relation to the difference that according to the two first evangelists, the women see only one angel. According to the third two, even Calvin resorts to the miserable expedient of supposing a synecdoche, namely, that all the evangelists certainly knew of two angels, but Matthew and Mark mention only the one who acted as speaker. Others make different women see different appearances, some of whom Matthew and Mark speak seeing only one angel, the others to whom Luke refers, and who came earlier or perhaps later than the above, seeing 282, but Luke makes the same two Marys who, according to his predecessors, had seen only one angel, narrate to the apostles an appearance of two angels. It is also said that the women returned in separate groups, so that Jesus might meet those of whom Matthew speaks without being seen by those of Luke, and though those of Mark at first tell no one from fear the rest, and they themselves afterwards might communicate what they had seen to the disciples on, hearing the report brought by several women. Peter, according to Luke, straightway goes to the grave 712, finds it empty and turns away wondering. But according to the hypothesis which we are now detailing, Mary Magdalene had run back a considerable time before the other women, and had brought with her to the grave Peter and John. Thus Peter, first on hearing the imperfect intelligence of Mary Magdalene, that the grave was empty, must have gone thither with John, and subsequently on the account of the angelic appearance brought by the other women, he must have gone a second time alone, in which case it would be particularly surprising that while his companion arrived at a belief in the resurrection of Jesus on the very first visit, he himself had not attained further than wonder, even on the second. Besides, as the fragmentist has already ably shown, the narrative in the third Gospel of the visit of Peter alone, and that in the fourth of the visit of Peter and John, are so strikingly similar even in words 84, that the majority of commentators regard them as referring to a single visit, Luke having only omitted to notice the companion of Peter, in support of which opinion they can appeal to Luke Roman 24. But if the visit of the two apostles occasioned by the return of Mary Magdalene be one, and the same with that occasioned by the return of the other women, then the return of the women is also not a double one. If however they returned in company with each other, we have a contradiction after the two apostles are returned without having seen an angel. Mary, who remains behind, as she looks into the grave, all at once sees too. What a strange playing at hide and seek must there have been on the part of the angels. According to the harmonistic combination of these narratives, first only one shows himself to one group of women, to another group two show themselves, both forthwith conceal themselves from the disciples, but after their departure both again become visible. To remove these intermissions, Paulus has placed the appearance presented to Mary Magdalene before the arrival of the two disciples, but by this violent transposition of the order chosen by the narrator, he has only confessed the impossibility of thus incorporating the various evangelists with each other. Hereupon, as Mary Magdalene raises herself from looking into the grave and turns round, she sees Jesus standing behind her. According to Matthew, Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene and the other Mary when they had already set out on their way to the city, consequently, when they were at some distance from the grave. Thus Jesus would have first appeared to Mary Magdalene alone close to the grave, and a second time when she was on her way from thence in the company of another woman, in order to avoid the want of purpose attaching to the repetition of an appearance of Jesus after so short an interval. Commentators have here called in the above supposition that Mary Magdalene had previously separated herself from the women of whom Matthew speaks 85. But in that case, since Matthew has besides Mary Magdalene only the other Mary, it would have been only one woman to whom Jesus appeared on the way from the grave, whereas Matthew throughout speaks of several 730. To escape from this restless running to and fro of the disciples, and the women, this phantasmagoric appearance, disappearance and reappearance of the angels, and the useless repetition of the appearances of Jesus before the same person, which result from this harmonistic method, we must consider each evangelist by himself. We then obtain from each a quiet picture with simple dignified features, one visit of the women to the grave, or according to John 2, one angelic appearance, one appearance of Jesus, according to John and Matthew, and one visit to the grave by one or two of the disciples, according to Luke and John. But with the above difficulties of the harmonistic method of incorporation, as to the substance there is associated a difficulty, as to form in the question, how comes it under the presuppositions of this mode of viewing the Gospels, that from the entire series of occurrences, each narrator has selected a separate portion for himself, that of the many visits and appearances. Not one evangelist relates all and scarcely one the same as his neighbor, but for the most part each has chosen only one for representation, and each again a different one. The most plausible answer to this question has been given by Griesbach in a special treatise on this subject. He supposes that each evangelist recounts the resurrection of Jesus in the manner in which it first became known to him. John received the first information from Mary Magdalene, and hence he narrates only what he learned from her to Matthew, for without doubt the disciples, as strangers visiting the feast, resided in different quarters of the city. The first news was communicated by those women to whom Jesus himself appeared on their way from the grave, and hence he relates only what these had experienced. But here this explanation already founders on the facts that in Matthew of the women who see Jesus on their way homeward, Mary Magdalene is one, and that in John Mary Magdalene after her second visit to the grave, in which Jesus appeared to her, no longer went to John and Peter alone, but to the disciples in general and communicated to them, the appearance she had seen, and the commission she had received, so that Matthew, in any case, must also have known of the appearance of Jesus to Mary Magdalene further, when according to this hypothesis Mark narrates the history of the resurrection, as he had learned it in the house of his mother, who lived in Jerusalem. Acts Roman 12 Luke. As he had received it from Joanna, whom he alone mentions, we cannot but wonder at the tenacity with which according to this each must have clung to the narrative which he had happened first to receive, since the resurrection of Jesus must have been the subject of all others, on which there was the most lively interchange of narratives among his adherents, so that the ideas concerning the first tidings of the event must have found their level to remove these difficulties. Griesbach has further supposed that the disciples had it in their intention to compare the discordant accounts of the women, and reduce them to order when, however, the resuscitated Jesus himself appeared in the midst of them. They neglected this because they now no longer founded their faith on the assertions of the women, but on the appearances which they had themselves witnessed. But the more the information of the women fell into the background, the less conceivable is it how in the sequel each could so obstinately cling to what this or that woman had chanced first to communicate to him. If then the plan of incorporation will not lead to the desired end 88, we 714 must try that of selection and inquire whether we must not adhere to one of the four accounts as preeminently apostolic, and by this rectify the others, in which inquiry here as elsewhere from the essential equality of the external evidence, only the internal character of the separate narratives can decide. From the number of those accounts concerning the first intelligence of the resurrection of Jesus, which have any claim to the rank of autotical testimonies, modern criticism has excluded that of the first Gospel 89, and we cannot, as in other instances, complain of this disfavor as an injustice, for in many respects the narrative of the first Gospel here betrays itself to have been carried a step farther in traditional development than that of the other Gospels. First, that the miraculous opening of the grave is seen by the women. If indeed Matthew intends to say this could scarcely, had it really been the case, have been so entirely lost from remembrance as it is in the other evangelists, but might very well be formed gradually in tradition further, that the rolling away of the stone was effected by the angel, evidently rests only on the combination of one who did not know any better means of answering the question how the great stone was removed from the grave, and the guards taken out of the way, than to use for both purposes the angel presented to him in the current narratives of the appearance witnessed by the women, to which he added the earthquake as a further embellishment of the scene. But besides this, there is in the narrative of Matthew yet another trait which has anything but an historical aspect, after the angel has already announced the resurrection of Jesus to the women, and charged them to deliver to the disciples the message that they should go into Galilee, where they would see the risen one. Jesus himself meets them and repeats the message which they are to deliver to the disciples. This is a singular superfluity. Jesus had nothing to add to the purport of the message, which the angel had given to the women, hence he could only wish to confirm it and render it more authentic, but to the women it needed no further confirmation, for they were already filled with great joy by the tidings of the angel, and thus were believing, while for the disciples even that confirmation did not suffice, for they remained incredulous even to the account of those who assured them that they had seen Jesus, until they had seen him themselves. Thus it appears that two different narrations as to the first news of the resurrection have here become entangled with each other, the one representing angels, the other Jesus himself as the medium by which the women were informed of the event, and sent with a message to the disciples. Latter, evidently the later tradition. The preeminence in originality denied to the narrative of Matthew is here as elsewhere awarded to that of John. Traits so characteristic says, luck as that on the visit to the grave, the other disciple went faster than Peter, and came to the spot before him, attest the authenticity of the gospel, even to the most skeptical. But the matter has yet another aspect. It has been already remarked at an earlier point of our inquiry, that this particular belongs to the effort which the fourth gospel exhibits in a peculiar manner to place John above Peter. We may now discuss the point with more particularity, by comparing the account in Luke, already mentioned, of the visit of Peter to the grave, with the account in the fourth gospel of the visit of the two disciples according to Luke. Roman 24 Peter runs to the grave according to John. Roman 20 ff. Peter and the favourite disciple go together, but so that 715 the latter runs faster, and comes first to the grave in the third gospel. Peter stoops down, looks into the sepulchre, and sees the linen clothes in the fourth. John does this and sees the same in the third gospel. Nothing is said of an entering into the grave, but the fourth makes Peter enter first, and look more closely at the linen clothes. Then John also, and the latter with the result that he begins to believe in the resurrection of Jesus, that in these two narratives we have one and the same incident, has been above shown probable from their similarity, even in the expressions. Thus the only question is which is the original narrative, the one nearest to the fact. If that of John, then must his name have been gradually lost out of the narrative in the course of tradition, and the visit to the grave ascribed to Peter only, which, since the importance of Peter threw all others into the shade, is easily conceivable, we might rest contented with this conclusion regarding these two parallel narratives by themselves. But in connection with the whole suspicious position, which the fourth Gospel assigns to John in relation to Peter, the contrary relation of the two narratives must here again be held the more probable, as in the entrance into the high priest's palace, so in the visit to the grave of Jesus only in the fourth Gospel is John given as a companion to Peter, as in the former case it is he who gains an entrance for Peter, so in the latter he runs before him, and casts the first glance into the grave, a circumstance which is repeatedly mentioned. That afterwards Peter is the first to enter into the grave is only an apparent advantage, which is allowed him out of deference to the common idea of his position, for after him John also enters, and with a result of which Peter could not boast, namely that he believed in the resurrection of Jesus, and thus was the first who attained to that degree of faith. From this effort to make John the firstborn among the believers in the resurrection of Jesus may also be explained the divergency that, according to the narrative of the fourth Gospel alone, Mary Magdalene hastens back to the two disciples before she has yet seen an angel, for had she beforehand witnessed an angelic appearance which she would not any more than the women in Matthew have mistrusted, she would have been the first believer, and would have won the precedence of John in this respect. But this is avoided by representing her as coming to the two disciples immediately after perceiving the emptiness of the grave, and under the disquietude excited in her by this circumstance. This presupposition serves also to explain why the fourth Gospel makes the woman returning from the grave go not to the disciples in general, but only to Peter and John, as namely the intelligence which, according to the original narrative, was brought to all the disciples occasioned, according to Luke, only Peter to go to the grave, and as moreover according to Mark Roman 5, the message of the women was destined more especially for Peter. The idea might easily be formed that the news came to this disciple alone, with whom the object of the fourth evangelist would then require that he should associate John only after the two disciples had come to the grave, and his John had attained faith. Could the author of the fourth Gospel introduce the appearances of the angel and of Jesus himself, which were said to have been granted to the women, that instead of these collectively he names only Mary Magdalene, although, as has been earlier remarked, he Roman 20 presupposes at least a subsequent meeting between her and other womenthis, might certainly under other circumstances be regarded as the original representation, whence the synoptical one arose by a process of generalization. But it might just as 716 well be the case that the other women, being less known, were eclipsed by Mary Magdalene. The description of the scene between her and Jesus, with the non-recognition of him at the first moment, etc., certainly does honor to the ingenuity and pathos of the author. 92. But here also there is an unhistorical superfluity, similar to that in Matthew, for here the angels have not, as in the other evangelists, to announce the resurrection to Mary Magdalene, and to make a disclosure to her, but they merely ask her, "Why weepest thou?" whereupon she complains to them of the disappearance of the body of Jesus, but without waiting for any further explanation, turns round and sees Jesus, standing thus as in Matthew. The appearance of Jesus, since it is not represented as the principal and effective one, is a superfluous addition to that of the angel, so here the angelic appearance is an idle ostentatious introduction to the appearance of Jesus. If we turn to the third account, that of Mark, to ascertain whether he may not perhaps be the nearest to the fact, we find it so incoherent, and composed of materials so little capable of being fitted together, that such a relation is not to be thought of after it has been already narrated that early in the morning of the day succeeding the Sabbath, the women came to the grave of Jesus, and were informed by an angel of his resurrection, but, out of fear, said nothing to anyone of the appearance which they had seen. Roman 168, at Roman 5, as if nothing had previously been said either of the resurrection, or of the time at which it happened. The narrator proceeds now, when Jesus was risen early the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils. This statement also does not suit the foregoing narrative, because this is not formed on the supposition of an appearance specially intended for Mary Magdalene. On the contrary, as she is said to be informed by an angel of the resurrection of Jesus together with 2 other women. Jesus could not have appeared to her beforehand, while afterwards on her way to the city she was in company with the other women, when according to Matthew, they were all actually met by Jesus, whether on this account we are to regard the end of the Gospel of Mark from Roman 5 as a later addition 93, is indeed doubtful from the want of decisive critical grounds, and still more from the abruptness of the conclusion, for they were afraid which the Gospel would then present. But in any case, we have here a narrative which the author, without any clear idea of the state of the fact, and the succession of the events hastily compiled out of the heterogeneous elements of the current legend, which he knew not how to manage. In the narrative of Luke, there would be no special difficulty, but it has a suspicious element in common with the others, namely the angelic appearance, and moreover in a twofold form. What had the angels to do in this scene? Matthew tells us to roll away the stone from the grave, on which it has already been remarked by Celsus that according to the orthodox presupposition, the Son of God could find no such aid necessary for this purpose. 94. He might indeed find it suitable and becoming in Mark and Luke. The angels appear more as having to impart information and commissions to the women. But, as according to Matthew and John, Jesus himself appeared immediately after and repeated those commissions, the delivery of them by angels was superfluous, hence nothing remains. But to say the angels belonged to the 717 embellishment of the great scene as celestial attendants who had to open to the Messiah the door by which he meant to issue forth as a guard of honor on the spot, from which the once dead had just departed with recovered life. But here occurs the question, does this species of pomp exist in the real court of God, or only in the childish conception formed of it by antiquity? Hence commentators have labored in various ways to transform the angels in the history of the resurrection into natural appearances, setting out from the account of the first gospel, in which the angel is said to have a form or countenance like lightning, and to effect the rolling away of the stone and the prostration of the guards, while an earthquake is connected with his appearance. It no longer lay far out of the way to think of a flash of lightning, which struck the stone with force sufficient to shatter it, and cast the guards to the earth, or of an earthquake which, accompanied by flames bursting out of the ground, produced the same effect, in which case the flames and the overwhelming force of the phenomenon were taken by the watching soldiers for an angel, but partly the circumstance that the angel seated himself on the stone after it had been rolled away partly, and still more decidedly the statement that he spoke to the women renders this hypothesis insufficient. Hence, an effort has been made to complete it by the supposition that the sublime thought Jesus is risen, which on the discovery that the grave was empty began to arise in the women, and gradually to subdue their first doubts, was ascribed by them, after the oriental mode of thought and language, to an angel. But how comes it that in all the Gospels the angels are represented as clothed in white shining garments? Is that too an oriental figure of speech? The oriental may indeed describe a good thought which occurs to him as being whispered to him by an angel, but to depict the clothing and aspect of this angel passes the bounds of the merely figurative even among orientals. In the description of the first Gospel, the supposed lightning might be called to aid in the conjecture that the effect thereby produced on the senses of the women was ascribed by them to an angel, which with reference to that lightning they depicted as one clothed in shining garments. But according to the other evangelists, the rolling away of the stone ex hypothesi by the lightning was not seen by the women. On the contrary, when they went or looked into the grave, the white forms appeared to them in a perfectly tranquil position. According to this, it must have been something within the grave which suggested to them the idea of white-robed angels now in the grave. According to Luke and John, there lay the white linen clothes in which the body of Jesus had been wrapped, these which were recognized simply as such by the more composed and courageous men, might, it is said, by timid and excited women in the dark grave, and by the deceptive morning twilight, be easily mistaken for angels. But how should the women, who must have expected to find in the grave a corpse enveloped in white, be prompted by the sight of these clothes to a thought so strange, and which then lay so remote from their anticipations, as that they might be an angel who would announce to them the resurrection of their deceased master? It has been thought in another quarter quite superfluous here to advance so many ingenious conjectures as to what the angels may have been, since among the 4 narratives 2 expressly tell us what they were, namely natural men. Mark, calling his angel 718 a young man; Luke, his 2 angels 2 men. Whom then are we to suppose these men to have been? Here again, the door is opened for the supposition of secret colleagues of Jesus, who must have been unknown even to the 2 disciples. These men seen at the grave may have been the same who met him in the so-called Transfiguration, perhaps the scenes white being worn by this sector, whatever else of the like, conjectures the antiquated pragmatism of Abart or Venturini, has to offer, or will it rather be chosen to suppose a purely accidental meeting, or lastly with Paulus to leave the matter in an obscurity from the midst of which so soon as it is endeavoured to clear it up by definite thoughts, the two forms of the secret colleagues invariably present themselves. A correct discernment will here also rather recognize the forms of the Jewish popular conception by which the primitive Christian tradition held it necessary to glorify the resurrection of its Messiah, a recognition which at once solves in the most simple manner the differences in the number and modes of appearance of those celestial beings. Herewith, however, it is at the same time acknowledged that we can succeed no better with the plan of selection than with that of incorporation, but must rather confess that in all the evangelical accounts of these first tidings of the resurrection, we have before us nothing more than traditional reports. Appearances of the risen Jesus in Galilee, and in Judea, including those mentioned by Paul and by apocryphal writings. The most important of all the differences in the history of the resurrection turns upon the question: what locality did Jesus design to be the chief theatre of his appearances after the resurrection? The two first Gospels make Jesus before his death, when retiring to the Mount of Olives, utter this promise to his disciples: "After I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee." Matt Roman 26, Mark Roman 14. The same assurance is given to the women by the angels on the morning of the resurrection, with the addition, "There shall ye see him." Matt Roman 28, Mark Roman 16. And in Matthew, besides all this, Jesus in his own person commissions the women to say to the disciples that they go into Galilee, "And there shall they see me." Roman 28. In Matthew, the journey of the disciples into Galilee, with the appearance of Jesus, which they there witness, the only one to the disciples recorded by this evangelist, is actually narrated in the sequel Mark, after describing the amazement into which the women were thrown by the angelic appearance, breaks off in the enigmatical manner already mentioned and appends some appearances of Jesus which, the first happens immediately after the resurrection, and therefore necessarily in Jerusalem, and no change of place is mentioned before the succeeding ones, while the earlier direction to go into Galilee is lost sight of, must all be regarded as appearances in and around Jerusalem. John knows nothing of a direction to the disciples to go into Galilee, and makes Jesus show himself to 719 the disciples on the evening of the day of resurrection, and again 8 days after in Jerusalem. The concluding chapter, however, which forms an appendix to his Gospel, describes an appearance by the Sea of Galilee in Luke. On the other hand, not only is there no trace of an appearance in Galilee, Jerusalem, with its environs being made the sole theatre of the appearances of Christ, which this Gospel relates, but there is also put into the mouth of Jesus when on the evening after the resurrection, he appears to the assembled disciples in Jerusalem, the injunction "Tarry ye in the city of Jerusalem" in the Acts, Roman 1, more definitely expressed by the negative that they should not depart from Jerusalem until ye be endued with power from on high. Roman 24. Here two questions inevitably arise. First, how can Jesus have directed the disciples to journey into Galilee, and yet at the same time have commanded them to remain in Jerusalem until Pentecost? And 2. NDLY, how could he refer them to a promised appearance in Galilee, when he had the intention of showing himself to them that very day in and near Jerusalem? The first contradiction, which presents itself more immediately between Matthew and Luke, has by no one been more pointedly exhibited than by the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, if he writes it be true as Luke says that Jesus appeared to his disciples in Jerusalem on the day of his resurrection and commanded them to remain there, and not to depart thence until Pentecost. Then is it false that he commanded them within the same period to journey into Galilee, that he might appear to them there, and vice versa? The harmonists indeed affected to regard this objection as unimportant, and only remarked briefly that the injunction to remain in a city was not equivalent to an arrest, and did not exclude walks and excursions in the neighborhood, and that Jesus merely forbade the removal of residents from Jerusalem, and the going out into all the world to preach the gospel before the given term should arrive. But the journey from Jerusalem to Galilee is not a mere walk, but the longest expedition which the Jew could make within the limits of his own country. As little was it an excursion for the apostles, but rather a return to their home, while what Jesus intended to prohibit to the disciples in that injunction cannot have been the going out into all the world to preach the gospel, since they would have no impulse to do this before the outpouring of the Spirit. nor can it have been the removal of residents from Jerusalem, since they were there only as strangers visiting at the feast. Rather, Jesus must have meant to deter them from that very journey, which it was the most natural for them to take Roman 1e from the return to their native province Galilee, after the expiration of the feast days. Besides this, and even Michaelis confesses himself obliged to wonder here if Luke does not mean by that prohibition of Jesus to exclude the journey into Galilee. Why is it that he alludes to this by no single word? And in like manner, if Matthew knew that his direction to go into Galilee was consistent with the command to remain in the metropolis, why has he omitted the latter together with the appearances in Jerusalem? This is certainly a plain proof that the accounts of the two evangelists are based on a different idea as to the theatre on which the risen Jesus appeared. In this exigency of having to reconcile two contradictory commands, given on the same day, the comparison with the Acts presented a welcome help, by indicating a distinction of the times. Here, namely, the command of Jesus that the disciples should not leave Jerusalem is placed in his last appearance 40 days after the resurrection, and immediately before the ascension at 720. The close of the Gospel of Luke is likewise in the last interview, terminating in the ascension, that the above command is given now, though from the summary representation of the Gospel taken by itself, it must be believed that all occurred on the very day of the resurrection. We nevertheless see it is said from the history of the Acts, by the same author, that between Roman 5 and 44 in the last chapter of his Gospel, we must interpose the 40 days from the resurrection to the ascension herewith. Then the apparent contradiction between these two commands vanishes, for one who in the first instance indeed enjoins a journey into Galilee, may very well 40 days later, after this journey has been made and the parties are once more in the metropolis now, forbid any further removal from thence. But as the dread of admitting a contradiction between different New Testament authors is no ground for departing from the natural interpretation of their expressions, so neither can this be justified by the apprehension that the same author may in different writings contradict himself, since if the one were written somewhat later than the other, the author may in the interim have been on many points otherwise informed than when he composed his first work. That this was actually the case with Luke in relation to that part of the life of Jesus which followed his resurrection, we shall have reason to be convinced when we come to the history of the Ascension, and this conclusion removes all ground for interposing nearly 5 weeks between the Roman 5 and Roman 5, in defiance of their obviously immediate connection. At the same time, however, it does away with the possibility of reconciling the opposite commands of Jesus in Matthew and Luke by a distinction of times. Meanwhile, even admitting that this contradiction might be in some way or other removed still, even without that express command, which Luke mentions, the mere facts as narrated by him and his predecessor and successor remain irreconcilable with the injunction which Jesus gives to the disciples in Matthew. For asks the fragmentist if the disciples collectively twice saw him, spoke with him, touched him, and ate with him in Jerusalem, how can it be that they must have had to take the long journey into Galilee in order to see him? 1. For the harmonists, it is true, boldly reply, when Jesus causes his disciples to be told that they will see him in Galilee, it is by no means said that they will see him nowhere else, still less that they will not see him in Jerusalem. But the fragmentist might rejoin after his manner, as little as one who says to me, go to Rome, there you shall see the Pope, can mean that the Pope will indeed first come through my present place of residence, so as to be seen by me here, but afterwards I must yet go to Rome in order to see him again. There's so little with the angel in Matthew, and Mark, if he had had any anticipation of the appearance in Jerusalem on the very same day, have said to the disciples, go into Galilee, there will Jesus show himself to you, but rather be comforted, you shall yet see him here in Jerusalem before evening. Wherefore the reference to the more remote event, when there was one of the same kind close at hand, wherefore an appointment by means of the women for the disciples to meet Jesus in Galilee, if the latter foresaw that he should on the same day personally speak with the disciples. With reason does the latest criticism insist on what Lessing had previously urged 106, namely, that no rational person would make an appointment with his friends through a third party for a joyful reunion at a distant place, if he was certain of seeing 721 them repeatedly on the same day in their present locality. If thus the angel and Jesus himself, when they in the morning, by means of the directed the disciples to go into Galilee, cannot yet have known that he would show himself to them on the evening of the same day in and near Jerusalem, he must in the morning have still held the intention of going immediately into Galilee, but in the course of the day have embraced another purpose. According to Paulus 108, an indication of such an original intention is found in Luke in the travelling of Jesus towards Emmaus, which lay in the direction of Galilee, while the reason for the alteration of plan is supposed by the same expositor with whom in this instance Alshausen agrees 1:9 to have been the belief of the disciples, as more particularly manifested to Jesus on occasion of the journey to Emmaus, how so erroneous a calculation on the part of Jesus can consist with the orthodox view of his person is Alshausen's care, but even regarding him in a purely human character, there appears no sufficient reason for such a change of mind, especially after Jesus had been recognized by the two disciples going to Emmaus. He might be certain that the testimony of the men would so accredit the assertion of the women as to lead the disciples with at least a glimmering ray of faith and hope into Galilee. But in general, if a change of mind and a diversity of plan in Jesus before and after that change really existed, why does no one evangelist take any notice of such a retractation? Why does Luke speak as if he knew nothing of the original plan, Matthew as if he knew nothing of a subsequent alteration, John as if the principal theatre of the appearances of the risen Jesus had been Jerusalem, and he had only by way of supplement at length showed himself in Galilee? Lastly, why does Mark speak so as to make it evident that having gathered the original direction to go into Galilee from Matthew and the succeeding appearances in Jerusalem and its environs from Luke or elsewhere, he was unable, nor did he even make the attempt in any way to reconcile them, but placed them together as he found them rough-hewn and contradictory? According to this, we must agree with the latest criticism of the Gospel of Matthew, in acknowledging the contradiction between it and the rest in relation to the locality of the appearances of Jesus after the resurrection, but it must be asked, can we also approve the verdict of this criticism when it at once renounces the representation of the first Gospel in favor of that of the other evangelists, if setting aside all presuppositions as to the apostolic origin of this or that Gospel, we put the question which of the two divergent accounts is the best adapted to be regarded as a traditional modification and development of the other? We can here refer not merely to the general nature of the accounts, but also to a single point at which the two touch each other in a characteristic manner. This is the address of the angel to the women, in which according to all the synoptists Galilee is mentioned, but in a different way in Matthew. The angel, as has been already noticed, says of Jesus, he goeth before you into Galilee. Lo, I have told you. Romans 28 in Mark. He says the same, except that instead of the latter addition by which in Matthew the angel seeks to impress his own words on the women, he has the expression, as he said unto you, with which he refers to the earlier prediction of Jesus concerning this circumstance. If we first compare these two representations, the confirmatory I have told you might easily appear superfluous 722, and nugatory, while on the other hand the reference to the earlier prediction of Jesus by he said might seem more appropriate, and on this the conjecture might be founded that perhaps Mark has here the correct and original phrase, Matthew, variation not unaccompanied by a misunderstanding. But if we include the account of Luke in the comparison, we find here, as in Mark, the words remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, a reference to an earlier prediction of Jesus, not however referring to Galilee, but delivered in Galilee. Here the question occurs, is it more probable that Galilee, from being the designation of the locality in which the prophecy of the resurrection was uttered, should at a later period be erroneously converted into a designation of the locality where the risen one would appear, or the contrary? In order to decide this, we must ascertain in which of the two positions the mention of Galilee is the more intrinsically suited to the context, now that on the announcement of the resurrection it was an important point whether and where the risen Jesus was to be seen is self-evident. It was of less moment in referring to an earlier prediction to specify where this prediction was uttered. Hence, from this comparison of the passages, it might already be held more probable that it was originally said, the angels directed the disciples to go into Galilee there to see the risen one Matt, but afterwards, when the narratives of the appearances of Jesus in Judea had gradually supplanted those in Galilee, a different turn was given to the mention of Galilee in the address of the angel, so as to make it imply that already in Galilee Jesus had predicted his resurrection. Luke, whereupon Mark appears to have taken a middle course, since he with Luke refers the changed into to Jesus, but with Matthew retains Galilee as the theatre not of the earlier prediction of Jesus, but of the coming appearance. If we next take into consideration the general character of the two narratives and the nature of the case, there exist the same objections to the supposition that Jesus after his resurrection appeared several times to his disciples in and near Jerusalem, but that the remembrance of this fact was lost, and the same arguments in favor of the opposite supposition as we have respectively applied to the analogous alternatives in relation to the various journeys to the feasts and Judean residences of Jesus, that the appearances of the risen Jesus in Jerusalem should undesignedly, that is, by a total obliteration of them from the minds of individuals, have sunk into oblivion in Galilee, where according to this presupposition the tradition of Matthew was formed, is difficult to conceive both from the preeminent importance of these appearances, which as for example those before the assembled 11, and before Thomas involved the surest attestations of the reality of his resurrection, and also from the organizing influence of the community in Jerusalem, while that the Judean appearances of Jesus were indeed known in Galilee, but intentionally suppressed by the author of the first Gospel in order to preserve the honor for his province alone, would presuppose an exclusivism and opposition of the Galilean Christians to the church at Jerusalem, of which we have not the slightest historical trace. The other contrary possibility, that perhaps originally only Galilean appearances of the risen Jesus were known, but that tradition gradually added appearances in Judea and Jerusalem, and that at length these completely supplanted the former, may on many grounds be heightened into a probability. First, as respects 723, the time the tidings of the resurrection of Jesus were the more striking the more immediately his appearances followed on his burial and resurrection. If however he first appeared in Galilee, such an immediate sequence of the events could not exist further, it was a natural idea that the resurrection of Jesus must have been attested by appearances in the place where he died. Lastly, the objection that Jesus after his pretended resurrection only appeared to his own friends, and in a corner of Galilee, was in some degree repelled, when it could be alleged that on the contrary, he walked as one arisen from the dead in the metropolis in the midst of his furious enemies, though indeed he was neither to be taken nor seen by them. But when once several appearances of Jesus were laid in Judea and Jerusalem, the appearances in Galilee lost their importance, and might thenceforth either be appended in a subordinate position, as in the fourth Gospel, or even be entirely overlooked, as in the third, this result drawn from the possible mode of legendary formation not being opposed, as in the inquiry concerning the theatre of the ministry of the living Jesus, by a contrary one drawn from the circumstances and designs of Jesus, we may, in contradiction to the criticism of the day, decide in favor of the first Gospel, whose account of the appearance of the risen Jesus recommends itself as the more simple and free from difficulty. As regards the appearances of the risen Jesus taken singly, the first Gospel has 2:1 on the morning of the resurrection to the women Roman 28f, and 1 the time of which is undetermined before the disciples in Galilee Roman 28f. Mark, in what is indeed a merely summary statement, enumerates 3 the first to Mary Magdalene on the morning of the resurrection Roman 16, f a second to 2 disciples going into the country Roman 16, and a third to the 11 as they sat at meat doubtless in Jerusalem Roman 16. Luke narrates only 2 appearances, that before the disciples going to Emmaus on the day of the resurrection Roman 24ff, and the last before the 11 and other disciples in Jerusalem, according to Roman 24ff on the evening of the same day, according to the Acts Roman 1ff 40 days later. But when the travellers to Emmaus on rejoining the apostles are greeted by them before Jesus has appeared in the midst of them with the information the Lord is risen indeed, and hath appeared to Simon Roman 24, here a third appearance is presupposed, which was granted to Peter alone. John has 4 such appearances, the first to Mary Magdalene at the grave Roman 20ff, the second to the disciples when the doors were shut Roman 20ff, the third likewise in Jerusalem 8 days later, when Thomas was convinced Roman 20ff, the fourth of which the time is unspecified at the Galilean Sea Roman 21. But here we have also to take into consideration a statement of the Apostle Paul, who 1 Cor Roman 15ff, if we deduct the appearance of Christ granted to himself, enumerates 5 appearances after the resurrection, without however giving any precise description of them, 1 to Cephas, 1 to the 12, 1 before more than 500 brethren, at once 1 to James, and lastly 1 before all the apostles. Now how shall we make an orderly arrangement of these various appearances? The right of priority is in John, and still more expressly in Mark, claimed for that to Mary Magdalene the second must have been the meeting of Jesus, with the women returning from the grave in Matthew. But as Mary Magdalene was likewise among these, and there is no indication that she had previously seen Jesus, these 2 appearances cannot be regarded as 724 distinct, but rather as one under 2 different garbs. Paul, who in the above-named passage speaks as if he meant to enumerate all the appearances of the resuscitated Christ, of which he knew omits the one in question, But it may perhaps be said in explanation of this, that he did not choose to adduce the testimony of women, as the order, in which he enumerates his Christophanies to judge from the succession of and the conclusion with appears to be the order of time 114 according to him, the appearance before Cephas, was the first that happened before a man. This would agree well with the representation of Luke, in which the journeyers to Emmaus on rejoining the disciples in Jerusalem are met by them with the information that Jesus is really arisen, and has appeared to Simon, which might possibly be the case before his interview with those two disciples as the next appearance. However, according to Luke, we must number that last named, which Paul would not mention perhaps, because he chose to adduce only those which were seen by apostles, and from among the rest only those which happened before great masses of witnesses, or more probably, because it was unknown to him. Mark Romans 16, F evidently refers to the same appearance. The contradiction that while in Luke the assembled disciples meet those coming from Emmaus with the believing exclamation, "The Lord is risen," etc., in Mark, the disciples are said to have remained incredulous even to the account of those two witnesses, probably proceeds from nothing more than an exaggeration of Mark, who will not lose his hold of the contrast between the most convincing appearances of Jesus and the obstinate unbelief of the disciples. The appearance on the way to Emmaus is in Luke immediately followed by that in the assembly of the 11 and others. This is generally held to be identical with the appearance before the 12 mentioned by Paul, and with that which John narrates when Jesus on the evening after the resurrection entered, while the doors were closed among the disciples, out of whose number however Thomas was wanting. It is not fair to err in opposition to this identification, the 11 of Luke as at variance with the statement of John, that only 10 apostles were present any more than the 12 of Paul, from which number Judas at least must be deducted. Moreover, the similar manner in which the two evangelists describe the entrance of Jesus by and the greeting cited in both instances appear to indicate the identity of the two appearances. Nevertheless, if we consider that the handling of the body of Jesus, which in John first happens 8 days later, and the eating of the broiled fish, which John assigns to the still later appearance in Galilee, are connected by Luke with that seen in Jerusalem on the day of the resurrection, it is evident that either the third evangelist has here compressed several incidents into one, or the fourth has divided one into several. Whichever alternative may be chosen, this appearance before the apostles in Jerusalem, however, as has been above remarked according to Matthew, could not have happened, since this evangelist makes the 11 journey to Galilee in order to see Jesus. Mark and Luke in his Gospel annex the ascension to this appearance, and thus exclude all subsequent ones, as the next appearance the Apostle Paul has that before 500 brethren, which is generally regarded as the same with the one which Matthew places on a mountain in Galilee 1:15. But at this only the 11 are stated to have been present, and moreover the discourse of Jesus on the occasion, consisting principally of official instructions, appears more suited to this narrow circle. Paul next adduces an appearance to James, of which there is also an 725 apocryphal account in the Hebrew Gospel of Jerome, according to which, however, it must have been the first of all. Here there would be space for that appearance, in which according to the fourth Gospel 8 days after the resurrection of Jesus Thomas was convinced, wherewith Paul would closely agree if his expression to all the apostles Roman 5, which he uses in relation to this appearance, were really to be understood of a full assembly of the 11 in distinction from the earlier one when Thomas was not present, which however, as Paul according to the above presupposition had described this also as an appearance before the 12, is impossible. On the contrary, the apostle intends as well by the 12 as by all the apostles, the collective body of apostles whose proper number was then indeed incomplete by one man, in opposition to the individuals Cephas and James, of whom in each case he had just before spoken as having witnessed a Christophany. If however we were nevertheless to regard the fifth appearance of Jesus, according to Paul, as identical with the third in John, it would only be the more clearly evident that the fourth of Paul before the 500 brethren cannot have been the one in Galilee recorded by Matthew, for as in John the third took place in Jerusalem, the fourth in Galilee Jesus, and the apostles must in that case have gone into Galilee after the first appearances in Jerusalem, and have met on the mountain, then have returned to Jerusalem, where Jesus showed himself to Thomas, then again have proceeded into Galilee where the appearance by the sea occurred, and lastly have once more returned to Jerusalem for the ascension in order to avoid this useless journeying backwards and forwards. And yet to be able to combine those two appearances, Alshausen lays the appearance before Thomas in Galilee an inadmissible violence, since not only is there no mention of a change of place between this and the foregoing, which is by implication represented as happening in Jerusalem, but the place of assembly is in both instances described in the same manner. Nay, the addition the doors being shut will not allow the supposition of any other locality than Jerusalem, because in Galilee, where there was less excitement against Jesus from the enmity of the priesthood, there cannot be supposed to have been the same reason for that precaution in the fear of the Jews. Thus first, where the Judean appearance is close with that happening 8 days after the resurrection, we should obtain room to insert the Galilean appearances of Matthew and John. But these have the peculiar position that each claims to be the first, and that of Matthew at the same time, the last by the tenor of his whole narrative, and expressly by adding after the statement that the disciples went to a mountain in Galilee, the words where Jesus had appointed them. Matthew marks this appearance as the one to which Jesus had referred on the morning of the resurrection, first by the angel, and then in his own person, but no one concerts a second meeting in a particular place, leaving the first undetermined. Consequently, as an unforeseen earlier meeting is incompatible with the evangelical 726 idea of Jesus, that meeting, since it was the concerted one, was also the first in Galilee. If thus the appearance at the Sea of Tiberias in John cannot possibly be placed before that on the mountain in Matthew, so the latter will just as little suffer the other to follow it, since it is a formal leave-taking of Jesus from his disciples. Moreover, it would be more than ever difficult to understand how the appearance in John could be made out in accordance with the evangelist's own statement, to be the third of the risen Christ before his disciples, Romans 21, if that of the first gospel must also be supposed to precede it. Meanwhile, even allowing the priority to the former, this numerical notice of John remains sufficiently perplexing. We might, it is true, deduct the appearances before the women, because though John himself narrates that to Mary Magdalene, he does not take it into his account. But if we number that to Cephas as the first, and that on the way to Emmaus as the second, then this Galilean appearance as the third would fall between the above, and that before the 11 on the evening of the resurrection, which would presuppose a rapidity of locomotion totally impossible. Nay, if that appearance before the assembled 11 is the same with the one at which, according to John, Thomas was absent, the third appearance of John would fall before his first. Perhaps, however, when we consider the expression showed himself to his disciples, we ought to understand that John only numbers such appearances as happened before several disciples at once, so that those before Peter and James should be deducted. In that case, we must number as the first the appearance to the 2 disciples going to Emmaus, as the second that before the assembled 11 on the evening of the resurrection. And thus in the 8 days between this and the one before Thomas, the journey into Galilee would fall somewhat more conveniently, but also the third appearance of John would fall before his second perhaps. Then the author of the 4th Gospel held the 2 disciples, whom Jesus met on the way to Emmaus, too small a number to entitle this Christophany to rank as are on this supposition. The entrance of Jesus among the assembled disciples in the evening would be the first appearance. Hereupon the 500 brethren, to whom Jesus showed himself at once, would surely be numerous enough to be taken into the reckoning, so that the Galilean appearance of John, that is his third, must be inserted after this. But then it would still fall before that to Thomas and all the apostles which John enumerates as the second. Perhaps, however, the appearance of Jesus before the 500 is to be placed later, so that after that entrance of Jesus among the assembled disciples would first follow the scene with Thomas, after this the appearance at the Sea of Galilee, and only then the sight of Jesus granted to the 500. But if the appearance before Thomas is to be reckoned the same with the 5th in Paul's enumeration, this apostle must have reversed the order of his 2 last appearances, a transposition for which there was no reason. On the contrary, it would have been more natural to place last the appearance before the 500 brethren as the most important. Thus nothing remains but to say John understood under the word merely a greater or a smaller assembly of the apostles. But among the 500 there was no apostle, hence he omitted these also, and thus correctly numbered the appearance at the Sea of Tiberias as the third, if indeed this could have happened before the one on the mountain in Galilee, which we have seen to be inconceivable. The above expedients resorted to by way of accommodation are in part ridiculous enough, but Kern has lately surpassed them all by a suggestion which he advances with great 727 confidence, namely, that John here intends to number not the appearances, but the days on which appearances took place, so that this is now the 3rd time that Jesus showed himself to the disciples. Means, now, had Jesus already appeared to his disciples on 3 separate days, namely 4 times on the day of the resurrection, then once 8 days after, and now again some days later, renouncing such expedients, nothing remains but to acknowledge that the fourth evangelist numbers only those appearances of Jesus to his disciples, which he had himself narrated. And the reason of this can scarcely have been that the rest from some cause or other appeared to him less important, but rather that he knew nothing of them. And again Matthew, with his last Galilean appearance, can have known nothing of the two in Jerusalem recorded by John, for if in the first of these 10 apostles had been convinced of the reality of the resurrection of Jesus, and in the second Thomas also, it could not have been that at that later appearance on the mountain in Galilee, some of the 11, for only these are represented by Matthew as going thither, still doubted. Romans 5. Lastly, if Jesus here delivered to his disciples the final command to go into all the world teaching and baptizing, and gave them the promise to be with them until the end of the existing age, which is manifestly the tone of one who is taking leave, he cannot subsequently, as is narrated in the introduction to the Acts, have communicated to them his last commands, and taken leave of them at Jerusalem, according to the conclusion of the Gospel of Luke. This farewell departure, on the contrary, occurs much earlier than can be supposed in accordance with Matthew, and in the close of the Gospel of Mark, where Jesus is represented as parting from his disciples in Jerusalem on the very day of his resurrection. Partly, the same words are put into his mouth as, according to Matthew, are spoken in Galilee, and in any case later than on the day of the resurrection. The fact that the two books of the same author Luke diverge so widely from each other in relation to the time during which Jesus appeared to his disciples after his resurrection, that one determines this time to have been a single day, the other 40 days, cannot be taken into more particular consideration until we have reached a farther point of our inquiry. Thus the various evangelical writers only agree as to a few of the appearances of Jesus after his resurrection. The designation of the locality in one excludes the appearances narrated by the rest. The determination of time in another leaves no space for the narratives of his fellow evangelists. The enumeration of a third is given without any regard to the events reported by his predecessors. Lastly, among several appearances recounted by various narrators, each claims to be the last, and yet has nothing in common with the others. Hence nothing but willful blindness can prevent the perception that no one of the narrators knew, and presupposed what another records, that each again had heard a different account of the matter, and that consequently at an early period there were current only uncertain and very varied reports concerning the appearances of the risen Jesus. This conclusion, however, does not shake the passage in the first epistle to the Corinthians, which, it being undoubtedly genuine, was written about the year 59, after Christ, consequently not 30 years after his resurrection. On this authority, we must believe that many members of the primitive church, who were yet living at the time when this epistle was written, especially the apostles, were convinced that they had witnessed appearances of the risen Christ. Whether this involves the admission that some objective reality lay at the foundation of these appearances will hereafter become the subject of inquiry. Concerning the present point, the divergencies of the evangelists, especially in relation to the locality, the passage of Paul offers nothing decisive, since he has given no particular description of any of those appearances. Quality of the body and life of Jesus after the resurrection. But how are we to represent to ourselves this continuation of the life of Jesus after the resurrection, and especially the nature of his body in this period? In order to answer this question, we must once more cast a glance over the separate narratives of his appearances when risen. According to Matthew, Jesus, on the morning of the resurrection, meets the women as they are hastening back from the grave. They recognize him, embrace his feet in sign of veneration, and he speaks to them at the second interview on the Galilean mountain. The disciples see him, but some still doubt, and here also Jesus speaks to them of the manner in which he came and went. We have here no precise information. In Luke, Jesus joins the two disciples who are on their way from Jerusalem to the neighboring village of Emmaus. They do not recognize him on the way, a circumstance which Luke attributes to a subjective hindrance produced in them by a higher influence, and only Mark, who compresses this event into few words, to an objective alteration of his form on the way. Jesus converses with the two disciples after their arrival in the village, complies with their invitation to accompany them to their lodging, sits down to table with them, and proceeds according to his wont to break and distribute bread. In this moment, the miraculous spell is withdrawn from the eyes of the disciples, and they know him. 1:22, but in the same moment he becomes invisible to them. Just as suddenly as he here vanished, he appears to have shown himself immediately after in the assembly of the disciples, when it is said that he all at once stood in the midst of them, and they, terrified at the sight, supposed that they saw a spirit. To dispel this alarming idea, Jesus showed them his hands and feet, and invited them to touch him, that by feeling his flesh and bones, then might convince themselves that he was no spectre. He also caused a piece of broiled fish, and of honeycomb to be brought to him, and ate it in their presence. The appearance to Simon is in Luke described by the expression Paul in the first epistle to the Corinthians uses the same verb for all the Christophanies there enumerated, and Luke in the Acts comprises all the appearances of the risen Jesus during the 40 days under the expressions Roman 1 and Roman 10 in the same manner. Mark describes the appearance to Mary Magdalene by, and those to the disciples on the way to Emmaus, and to the 11 by John, describes the appearance at the Sea of Tiberias by, and to all the Christophanies narrated by him. He applies the word Mark and Luke add as the close of the earthly life of the risen Jesus, that he was 729, taken away from before the eyes of the disciples, and by a cloud according to Acts Roman 1, carried up to heaven. In the fourth Gospel, Jesus first stands behind Mary Magdalene. As she is turning away from the grave, she however does not recognize him even when he speaks to her, but takes him for the gardener, until he in the tone so familiar to her calls her by her name. When on this she attempts to manifest her veneration, Jesus prevents her by the words "touch me not," and sends her with a message to the disciples. The second appearance of Jesus in John occurred under peculiarly remarkable circumstances. The disciples were assembled from fear of the hostile Jews, with closed doors, when all at once Jesus came and stood in the midst of them, greeted them, and presented apparently to their sight only his hands and feet, that they might recognize him as their crucified master. When Thomas, who was not present, refused to be convinced by the account of his fellow disciples of the reality of this appearance, and required for his satisfaction himself to see and touch the wounds of Jesus, the latter, in an appearance 8 days after, granted him this proof, making him touch the marks of the nails in his hands, and the wound in his side. Lastly, at the appearance by the Sea of Galilee, Jesus stood on the shore in the morning twilight without being known by the disciples in the ship, asked them for fish, and was at length recognized by John through the rich draught of fishes, which he procured them. Still, however, the disciples, when come to land, did not venture to ask him whether it were really he. Hereupon he distributed among them bread and fish, of which he doubtless himself partook, and finally held a conversation with John and Peter. Now the general ideas which may be formed of the life of Jesus after his resurrection are two: either it was a natural and perfectly human life, and accordingly his body continued to be subject to the physical and organic laws, or his life was already of a higher superhuman character, and his body supernatural and transfigured, and the accounts taken unitedly present certain traits to which on the first view each of these two ideas may respectively appeal: the human form with its natural members, the possibility of being known by means of them, the continuance of the marks of the wounds, the human speech, the acts of walking and breaking bread. All these appear to speak in favor of a perfectly natural life on the part of Jesus, even after the 730 resurrection, if it were possible still to demur to this, and to conjecture that even a higher heavenly corporeality might give itself such an aspect, and perform such functions. All doubts must be quelled by the further statement that Jesus after the resurrection consumed earthly food and allowed himself to be touched. Such things are indeed ascribed even to higher beings in old myths, as for example eating to the heavenly forms from whom Abraham received a visit, Gen Roman 18, and palpability to the God that wrestled with Jacob, Gen Roman 32 ff. But it must nevertheless be insisted that in reality both these conditions can only belong to material, organized bodies. Hence not only the rationalists, but even orthodox expositors consider these particulars as an irrefragable proof that the body and life of Jesus after the resurrection must be regarded as remaining still natural and human. This opinion is further supported by the remark that in the state of the risen Jesus there is observable precisely the same progress as might be expected in the gradual natural cure of a person severely wounded in the first hours. After the resurrection, he is obliged to remain in the vicinity of the grave in the afternoon. His strength suffices for a walk to the neighboring village of Emmaus, and only later is he able to undertake the more distant journey into Galilee. Then also in the permission to touch his body, there exists the remarkable gradation that on the morning of the resurrection Jesus forbids Mary Magdalene to touch him, because his wounded body was as yet too suffering and sensitive, but 8 days later he himself invites Thomas to touch his wounds. Even the circumstance that Jesus after his resurrection was so seldom with his disciples, and for so short a time, is according to this explanation a proof that he had brought from the grave his natural human body, for such an one would necessarily feel so weak from the wounds and torture of the cross, as always after short periods of exertion, to require longer intervals of quiet retirement. But the New Testament narratives, as we have seen, also contain particulars which favor the opposite idea of the corporeality of Jesus after the resurrection. Hence, the advocates of the opinion hitherto detailed must undertake so to interpret these apparently antagonistic features that they may no longer present a contradiction. Here it may seem that the very expressions by which the appearances of Jesus are ordinarily introduced, as used of the appearance in the burning bush, exod Roman 3, Roman 70, of the appearance of the angel in Tobit, Roman 12, of the angelic appearances in Matt, Roman 1 and Roman 2, may seem already to point to something supernatural, as still more decided indications, the idea of a natural going and coming which may be presupposed in some scenes is contradicted in others by a sudden appearance, and disappearance. The supposition of an ordinary human body is opposed by the frequent non-recognition on the part of friends, nay, by the express mention of another form. Above all, the palpability of the body of Jesus appears to be opposed by the capability, which according to the first impression from the text is lent to him in John, namely that of entering through closed doors, but that Mary Magdalene mistook Jesus at first for the gardener, is thought even by commentators, who ordinarily are not diffident of the miraculous, to be most probably accounted for by the supposition that Jesus had borrowed clothes from the gardener, who very likely dwelt near to the grave. Moreover, say these writers, both in this instance and in the journey to Emmaus, the disfiguration of the countenance of Jesus by the sufferings of crucifixion may have contributed to prevent his 731 being recognized, and these two circumstances are alone to be understood from the expression another form in Mark, as to the disciples going to Emmaus in the joyful astonishment caused by the sudden recognition of him whom they had believed dead. Jesus, it is said, may easily have withdrawn from them, unobserved, in the most natural manner, which however they to whom the whole fact of the resuscitation of Jesus was a miracle might regard as a supernatural disappearance, nor, we are told, do the expressions, or he stood in the midst of them, especially in John, where they are accompanied by the ordinary words he came, and he comes, imply anything supernatural, but merely the startling arrival of one who had just been spoken of without his being expected, and the assembled disciples took him for a spirit, not because he entered in a miraculous manner, but because they could not believe in the real resuscitation of their deceased master. Lastly, even the trait which is supposed to be decisive against the opinion that the body of the risen Jesus was a natural and human one, coming when the doors were shut in John, has long been interpreted, even by orthodox theologians, so as no longer to present any obstacle to that opinion. We will not discuss explanations, such as that of human, according to which the doors were not those of the house in which the disciples were assembled, but the doors of Jerusalem in general, and the statement that they were shut is an intimation of its having been that hour of the night in which it was customary to close the doors, while the fear of the Jews represents the motive not for the closing of the doors, but for the assembling of the disciples. Apart from these expedients, Calvin himself pronounces the opinion that the body of the risen Jesus passed per medium ferrum et assers to be plurals arguti, for which the text gives no occasion, since it does not say that Jesus entered per Januas clauses, but only that he suddenly appeared among his disciples, cum claus essent Janu. Still Calvin upholds the entrance of Jesus, of which John here speaks, as a miracle, which must consequently be supposed to consist in this, that Jesus entered cum fors claus fuissent, sed domino venient subito paterunt, ad nutum divin majestatis ejus, while more modern orthodox divines only contend for the less definite position, that in the entrance of Jesus some miracle took place. Its precise character, being unascertained, rationalism has found means entirely to banish the miraculous from the event. The closed doors, we are told, were opened to Jesus by human hands, which John omits to notice only because it is understood as a matter of course. Nay, it would have been absurd of him to say they opened the doors for him, and he went in. But in thus interpreting the words, theologians have been by no means unprejudiced, least of all Calvin, for when he says the papists maintain a real penetration of the body of Jesus through closed doors, in order to gain support for their tenet that the body of Christ is immense, and contained in no place ut corpus Christi immensum esse nulloque loco continere obtinent, it is plain that he combats that interpretation of the words of John merely to avoid giving any countenance to the offensive 732 doctrine of the ubiquity of Christ's body. The more modern expositors, on the other hand, were interested in avoiding the contradiction which to our perceptions is contained in the statement that a body can consist of solid matter, and yet pass without hindrance through other solid matter. But as we know not whether this was also a contradiction in the view of the New Testament writers, the apprehension of it gives us no authority to discard that interpretation, providing it be shown to be in accordance with the text. We might certainly, on a partial consideration, understand the expression "the doors being shut" as an intimation of the anxious state into which the disciples were thrown by the death of Jesus, but already the circumstance that this particular is repeated on the appearance of Jesus before Thomas excites doubts, since if the above was the only meaning, it was scarcely worthwhile to repeat the observation. But as in fact in this second instance, the above cause for the closing of the doors no longer exists, while the words are immediately united with "he comes," what was before the most apparent meaning, namely that they are intended to determine the manner of the coming of Jesus, is here heightened into a probability. Further, the repeated statement that Jesus came when the doors were closed is again followed by words which, even in connection with to which they are related, as a more precise determination, imply that Jesus suddenly presented himself without his approach having been seen, whence it is undeniably evident that the writer here speaks of a coming without the ordinary, means consequently of a miraculous coming. But did this miracle consist in passing through the boards of the doors? This is combated even by those who espouse the cause of miracles in general, and they confidently appeal to the fact that it is nowhere said he entered through the closed doors. But the evangelist does not mean to convey the precise notion that Jesus, as Michaelis expresses himself, passed straight through the pores of the wood of which the doors were made. He merely means that the doors were shut and remained so, and nevertheless Jesus suddenly stood in the chamber walls, doors, in short all material barriers, forming no obstacle to his entrance. Thus, in reply to their unjust demand of us to show them in the text of John a precise determination, which is quite away from the intention of this writer, we must ask them to explain why he has not noticed the miraculous opening of the doors, if he presupposed such a circumstance. In relation to this point, Calvin very infelicitously refers to Acts Roman 12 ff, where it is narrated of Peter that he came out of the closed prison. No one, he says, here supposes that the doors remained closed, and that Peter penetrated through wood and iron assuredly, not because here it is expressly said of the iron gate of the prison, which led into the city, that it opened to him of its own accord. Roman 5. This observation serves to give so lively and graphic an idea of the miracle that our evangelist would certainly not in two instances have omitted a similar one, if he had thought of a miraculous opening of the doors. Thus, in this narrative of John, the supernatural will not admit of being removed or diminished, nor is the natural explanation more satisfactory in relation to the expressions by which Luke describes the coming and going of Jesus. For if, according to this evangelist, his coming was a standing in the midst of the disciples, his going a becoming invisible to them, the concurrence of these two representations, 733, taken in connection with the terror of the disciples, and their mistaking him for a spirit, will hardly allow the supposition of anything else than a miraculous appearance. Besides, if we might perhaps form some idea how Jesus could enter in a natural manner, without being observed, into a room filled with men, we should still be at a loss to imagine how it could be possible for him, when he sat at table at Emmaus, apparently with the two disciples alone, to withdraw himself from them unobserved, and so that they were not able to follow him. That mark under the words understands a form miraculously altered ought never to have been denied. 136. But this is a point of minor importance, because it involves only the narrator's own interpretation of the circumstance, which had been already stated, but with a different explanation by Luke, namely, that the two disciples did not know Jesus, that Mary Magdalene took Jesus for the gardener, was hardly, in the view of the evangelist, the consequence of his having borrowed the gardener's clothes. Rather, the spirit of the narrative would require us to explain her not knowing him, by supposing that her eyes were held, Luke Roman 24, or that Jesus had assumed another form, while her taking him for the gardener might then be simply accounted for by the fact that she met the unknown man in the garden. Nor are we authorized by the evangelical narratives to suppose a disfiguration of Jesus by the sufferings of the cross and a gradual healing of his wounds. The words "touch me not" in John, if they were to be regarded as a prohibition of a touch as painful, would be in contradiction, not merely with Matthew, according to whom Jesus on the same morning that of the resurrection allowed the women to embrace his feet, but also with Luke, according to whom he on the same day invited the disciples to handle him, and we must then ask which representation is correct. But there is nothing at all in the context to intimate that Jesus forbade Mary to touch him for fear of pain. He may have done so from various motives, concerning which, however, the obscurity of the passage has hitherto precluded any decision. But the most singularly perverted inference is this, that the infrequent and brief interviews of Jesus with his disciples after the resurrection are a proof that he was as yet too weak for long and multiplied efforts, and consequently was undergoing a natural cure. On this very supposition of his needing bodily tendance, he should have been not seldom, but constantly with his disciples, who were those from whom he could the most immediately expect such tendance, for where are we to suppose that he dwelt in the long intervals between his appearances, in solitude in the open air in the wilderness, and on mountains that was no suitable abode for an invalid, and nothing remains, but to suppose that he must have been concealed among secret colleagues of whom even his disciples knew nothing, but thus to conceal his real abode even from his own disciples, to show himself to them only seldom and designedly, to present and withdraw himself suddenly, would be a kind of double-dealing and affectation of the supernatural which would exhibit Jesus and his cause in a light foreign to the object itself, so far as it lies before us in our original sources of information, and only thrown upon it by the dark lantern of modern, yet already obsolete conceptions. The 734 opinion of the evangelists is no other than that the risen Jesus, after those short appearances among his followers, withdrew, like a higher being, into invisibility, from which on fitting occasions he again stepped forth. Lastly, on the presupposition that Jesus by his resurrection returned to a purely natural existence, what conception must be formed of his end in consistency? He must be supposed, whether at the end of a longer 139 or a shorter time after his resuscitation, to have died a natural death, and accordingly Paulus intimates that the too intensely affected body of Jesus, notwithstanding it had recovered from the death-like rigidity produced by crucifixion, was yet completely worn out by natural maladies and consuming fever. That this is at least not the view of the evangelists concerning the end of Jesus is evident, since two of them represent him as taking leave of his disciples, like an immortal, the others as being visibly carried up to heaven. Thus before the ascension at the latest, if until then Jesus had retained a natural human body, it must have undergone a change which qualified him to dwell in the heavenly regions. The sediment of gross corporeality must have fallen to the earth, and only its finest essence have ascended. But of any natural remains of the ascended Jesus, the evangelists say nothing, and as the disciples who were spectators of his ascension must have observed them, had there been such, nothing is left for the upholders of this opinion but the expedient of certain theologians of the Tübingen school, who regard as the residuum of the corporeality of Jesus the cloud which enveloped him in his ascension, and in which what was material in him is supposed to have been dissolved, and as it were evaporated, as thus the evangelists neither represent to themselves the end of the earthly life of Jesus after the resurrection as a natural death, nor mention any change undergone by his body at the ascension, and moreover narrate of Jesus in the interval between the resurrection and ascension things which are inconceivable of a natural body. They cannot have represented to themselves his life after the resurrection as natural, but only as supernatural, nor his body as material and organic, but only as transfigured. In the point of view held by the evangelists, this conception is not contradicted even by those particulars which the friends of the purely natural opinion respecting the life of the risen Jesus are accustomed to urge in their support. That Jesus ate and drank was the circle of ideas within which the Gospels originated, as far from presupposing a real necessity as the meal of which Jehovah partook with two angels in the tent of Abraham. The power of eating is here no proof of a necessity for eating that he caused himself to be touched was the only possible mode of refuting the conjecture that an incorporeal spectre had appeared to the disciples. Moreover, divine existences, not merely in Grecian, but also according to the passage above quoted, Gen. Roman 32 in Hebrew antiquity, sometimes appear palpable in distinction from unsubstantial shades, though they otherwise showed themselves as little bound by the laws of materiality as the palpable Jesus. When 735 he suddenly vanished, and was able to penetrate without hindrance into a room of which the door was closed. It is quite another question whether on our more advanced position, and with our more correct knowledge of nature, those two different classes of particulars can be held compatible with each other. Here we must certainly say a body which consumes visible food must itself be visible. The consumption of food presupposes an organism, but an organism is organized matter, and this has not the property of alternately vanishing and becoming visible again, at will, more especially if the body of Jesus was capable of being felt and presented perceptible flesh and bones. It thus exhibited the impenetrability of matter proper to it, as solid. If on the other hand he was able to pass into closed houses and rooms, Unhindered by the interposition of walls and doors, he thus proved that the impenetrability of solid matter did not belong to him, since then, according to the evangelical accounts, he must at the same time have had, and not have had the same property, the evangelical representation of the corporeality of Jesus after the resurrection is manifested to be contradictory, and this contradiction is not of such a kind that it is divided among the different narrators, but the account of one and the same evangelist includes those contradictory features within itself. The brief account of Matthew, it is true, implies in the embracing of the feet of Jesus by the women Roman 5 only the attribute of palpability, without at the same time presenting an opposite one. With Mark, the case is reversed, his statement that Jesus appeared in another form Roman 5 implying something supernatural, while on the other hand, he does not decidedly presuppose the opposite in Luke. On the other hand, the permission to touch his body, and the act of eating speak as decidedly in favor of organic materiality, as the sudden appearance and disappearance speak against it. But the members of this contradiction come the most directly into collision in John, where Jesus immediately, after he has entered into the closed room unimpeded by walls and doors 145, causes the doubting Thomas to touch him. Debates concerning the reality of the death and resurrection of Jesus. The proposition a dead man has returned to life is composed of two such contradictory elements that whenever it is attempted to maintain the 736 one, the other threatens to disappear. If he has really returned to life, it is natural to conclude that he was not wholly dead. If he was really dead, it is difficult to believe that he has really become living. When we form a correct opinion of the relation between soul and body, not abstractly separating the two, but conceiving them at once in their identity, the soul as the interior of the body as the exterior of the soul, we know not how to imagine, to say nothing of comprehending, the revivification of a dead person. What we call the soul is the governing center, which holds in combination the powers and operations of the body. Its function, or rather the soul itself, consists in keeping all other processes of which the body is susceptible in uninterrupted subjection to the superior unity of the process of organic life, which in man is the basis of his spiritual nature. So soon as this regulating power ceases to act, the supremacy in the various parts of the body is assumed by these other inferior principles, whose work in its prosecution is corruption. When once these have acceded to the dominion, they will not be inclined to render it back to their former monarch, the soul, or rather, this is impossible because, quite apart from the question of the immortality of the human spirit, Geist, the soul seal as such, ceases in the same moment with its dominion and activity, which constitute its existence. Consequently, in a revivification, even if resort be had to a miracle, this must consist in the direct creation of a new soul. Only in the dualism which has become popular on the subject of the relation between body and soul is there anything to favor the opinion of the possibility of a revivification, properly so called. In this system, the soul in its relation to the body is represented as like a bird which, though it may for a time have flown out of the cage, can yet be once more caught and replaced in its former abode, and it is to such figures that an imaginative species of thought cleaves in order to preserve the notion of revivification. But, even in this dualistic view, the inconceivability of such an event is rather concealed than really diminished, for in the most abstract separation, the coexistence of the body and soul cannot be held as indifferent and lifeless as that of a box, and its contents. On the contrary, the presence of the soul in the body produces effects which again are the conditions whereby that presence is rendered possible. Thus, so soon as the soul has forsaken the body, there is a cessation in the latter of those activities, which according to the dualistic idea were the immediate expressions of the influence of the soul. At the same time, the organs of these activities, brain, blood, etc., begin to stagnate, a change which is coincident with the moment of death. Thus, if it could occur to the departed soul, or be imposed on it by another to re-enter its former dwelling place, it would find this dwelling, even after the first moments, uninhabitable in its noblest parts, and unfit for use to restore in the same way as an infirm member the most immediate organs of its activity, is an impossibility to the soul, since in order to effect anything in the body it has need of the service of these very organs. Thus the soul, although remanded into the body, must suffer it to decay from inability to exercise any influence over it, or there must be added to the miracle of its reconveyance into the body, the second miracle of a restoration of the lifeless bodily organs, an immediate interposition of God in the regular course of nature, irreconcilable with enlightened ideas of the relation of God to the world. Hence the cultivated intellect of the present day has very decidedly stated the following dilemma: either Jesus was not really dead, or he did not really rise again. 737. Rationalism has principally given its adhesion to the former opinion the short time that Jesus hung on the cross together with the otherwise ascertained tardiness of death by crucifixion, and the uncertain nature and effects of the wound from the spear, appeared to render the reality of the death doubtful, that the agents in the crucifixion, as well as the disciples themselves, entertained no such doubt, would be explained not only by the general difficulty of distinguishing deep swoons and the rigidity of syncope from real death, but also from the low state of medical science in that age, while at least one example of the restoration of a crucified person appeared to render conceivable a resuscitation in the case of Jesus. Also, this example is found in Josephus, who informs us that of 3 crucified acquaintances, whose release he begged from Titus, 2 died, after being taken down from the cross, but one survived. How long these people had hung on the cross Josephus does not mention, but from the manner in which he connects them with his expedition to Thecco, by stating that he saw them on his return, from thence they must probably have been crucified during this expedition, and as this from the trifling distance of the above place from Jerusalem might possibly be achieved in a day, they had in all probability not hung on the cross more than a day, and perhaps a yet shorter time. These 3 persons then can scarcely have hung much longer than Jesus, who according to Mark was on the cross from 9 in the morning till towards 6 in the evening, and they were apparently taken down while they still showed signs of life, yet with the most careful medical tendance, only one survived truly. It is difficult to perceive how it can hence be shown probable that Jesus, who when taken from the cross showed all the signs of death, should have come to life entirely of himself, without the application of medical skill. According to a certain opinion, however, these 2 conditions, some remains of conscious life and careful medical treatment, were not wanting in the case of Jesus, although they are not mentioned by the evangelists. Jesus, we are told, seeing no other way of purifying the prevalent messianic idea from the admixture of material and political hopes, exposed himself to crucifixion, but in doing so relied on the possibility of procuring a speedy removal from the cross by early bowing his head, and of being afterwards restored by the medical skill of some among his secret colleagues, so as to inspirit the people at the same time by the appearance of a resurrection. Others have at least exonerated Jesus from such contrivance, and have admitted that he really sank into a death-like slumber, but have ascribed to his disciples a preconceived plan of producing apparent death by means of a potion, and thus, by occasioning his early removal from the cross, securing 738 his restoration to life. But of all this our evangelical sources give no intimation, and for conjecturing such details we have no ground. Judicious friends of the natural explanation, who repudiate such monstrous productions, system which remodels history, will have hence renounced the supposition of any remains of conscious life in Jesus, and have contented themselves for the explanation of his revivification with the vital force which remained in his still young and vigorous body, even after the cessation of consciousness, and have pointed out, instead of premeditated tendance by the hands of men, the beneficial influence which the partly oleaginous substances applied to his body must have had in promoting the healing of his wounds, and united with the air in the cave, impregnated with the perfumes of the spices in reawakening feeling and consciousness in Jesus. 151, to all which was added, as a decisive impulse, the earthquake, and the lightning which on the morning of the resurrection opened the grave of Jesus. Others have remarked in opposition to this that the cold air in the cave must have had anything rather than a vivifying tendency, that strong aromatics in a confined space would rather have had a stupefying and stifling influence. 153, and the same effect must have been produced by a flash of lightning bursting into the grave, if this were not a mere figment of rationalistic expositors. Notwithstanding all these improbabilities, which are against the opinion that Jesus came to life after a merely apparent death by the operation of natural causes, this nevertheless remains so far possible that if we had secure evidence of the resuscitation of Jesus, we might, on the strength of such certainty as to the result, supply the omissions in the narrative, and approve the opinion above presented with the rejection, however, of all precise conjectures. Secure evidence of the resurrection of Jesus would be the attestation of it in a decided and accordant manner by impartial witnesses, but the impartiality of the alleged witnesses for the resurrection of Jesus is the very point which the opponents of Christianity, from Celsus down to the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, have invariably called in question Jesus showed himself to his adherents only, why not also to his enemies, that they too might be convinced, and that by their testimony posterity might be precluded from every conjecture of a designed fraud on the part of his disciples. 154. I cannot certainly attach much weight to the replies, by which apologists have sought to repel this objection from that of Origen, who says Christ avoided the judge who condemned him and his enemies, that they might not be smitten with blindness. 155. To the opinions of the modern theologians, who by their vacillation between the assertion that by such an appearance the enemies of Jesus would have been compelled to believe, and the opposite one that they would not have believed even on such evidence, mutually confute one another, nevertheless, it can still be urged in reply to that objection, that 739, the adherents of Jesus from their hopelessness, which is both unanimously attested by the narratives, and is in perfect accordance with the nature of the case here, rise to the rank of impartial witnesses, if they had expected a resurrection of Jesus, and we had then been called upon to believe it on their testimony alone, there would certainly be a possibility, and perhaps also a probability, if not of an intentional deception, yet of an involuntary self-delusion on their part. But this possibility vanishes in proportion as the disciples of Jesus lost all hope after his death. Now, even if it be denied that any one of the Gospels proceeded immediately from a disciple of Jesus, it is still certain from the epistles of Paul and the Acts that the apostles themselves had the conviction that they had seen the risen Jesus. We might then rest satisfied with the evangelical testimonies in favor of the resurrection, were but these testimonies in the first place sufficiently precise, and in the second in agreement with themselves, and with each other. But in fact the testimony of Paul, which is intrinsically consistent, and is otherwise most important, is so general and vague, that taken by itself, it does not carry us beyond the subjective fact that the disciples were convinced of the resurrection of Jesus, while the more fully detailed narratives of the Gospels, in which the resurrection of Jesus appears as an objective fact, are from the contradictions of which they are convicted incapable of being used as evidence, and in general, their account of the life of Jesus after his resurrection is not one which has connection and unity, presenting a clear historical idea of the subject, but a fragmentary compilation. 157, which presents a series of visions rather than a continuous history. If we compare with this account of the resurrection of Jesus the precise and internally consistent attestation of his death, we must incline to the other side of the dilemma above stated, and be induced to doubt the reality of the resurrection rather than that of the death. Hence Celsus chose this alternative, deriving the alleged appearance of Jesus after the resurrection from the self-delusion of the disciples, especially the women either dreaming or waking, or from what appeared to him still more probable intentional deception. 158, and more modern writers, as for example the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, have adopted the accusation of the Jews in Matthew, namely, that the disciples stole the body of Jesus and afterwards fabricated with slender agreement stories of his resurrection and subsequent appearances. This suspicion is repelled by the remark of Origen that a spontaneous falsehood on the part of the disciples could not possibly have animated them to so unflinching an announcement of the resurrection of Jesus amid the greatest perils. 160. And it is a just argument of modern apologists that the astonishing revolution from the deep depression and utter hopelessness of the disciples at the death of Jesus to the strong faith and enthusiasm with which they proclaimed him as the Messiah on the succeeding Pentecost would be inexplicable unless in the interim something extraordinarily encouraging had taken place, something, in fact, which had convinced them of his resurrection. 740. But that this cause of conviction was precisely a real appearance of the risen Jesus, that, indeed, it was necessarily an external event at Ali's, by no means proved. If we chose to remain on supernatural ground, we might with Spinoza suppose that a vision was produced by miraculous means in the minds of the disciples, the object of which was to make evident to them in a manner accordant with their powers of comprehension and the ideas of their age that Jesus by his virtuous life had risen from spiritual death, and that to those who followed his example he would grant a similar resurrection with one foot. At least on the same ground stands the supposition of Weiss that the departed spirit of Jesus really acted on the disciples whom he had left behind, in connection with which he refers to the apparitions of spirits, the impossibility of which remains unproved. In order to escape from the magic circle of the supernatural, others have searched for natural external causes which might induce the belief that Jesus had risen and had been seen after his resurrection. The first impetus to this opinion, it has been conjectured, was given by the circumstance that, on the second morning after the burial, his grave was found empty, the linen clothes, which lay in it being taken first for angels, and then for an appearance of the risen Jesus himself, 164. But if the body of Jesus was not reanimated, how are we to suppose that it came out of the grave? Here it would be necessary to recur to the supposition of a theft, unless the intimation of John that Jesus, on account of haste, was laid in a strange grave, were thought available for the conjecture that perhaps the owner of the grave caused the corpse to be removed, which however the disciples must subsequently have learned, and which in any case has too frail a foundation in the solitary statement of the fourth Gospel. Far more fruitful is the appeal to the passage of Paul 1 Cor Roman 15 ff, as the most appropriate starting point in this inquiry, and the key to the comprehension of all the appearances of Jesus after his resurrection, when Paul there places the Christophany which occurred to himself in the same series with the appearances of Jesus in the days after his resurrection. This authorizes us, so far as nothing else stands in the way of such an inference, to conclude that for aught the apostle knew, those earlier appearances were of the same nature with the one experienced by himself, now with respect to the latter, as narrated to us in the Acts Roman 9, ff Roman 22, ff Roman 26. It is no longer possible after the analysis of Eichhorn 166 and Ammon 167 to retain it as an external objective appearance of the real Christ. Even 741 Neander 168 does not positively dare to maintain more than an internal influence of Christ on the mind of Paul, only appending in a very beseeching manner the supposition of an external appearance, and even that internal influence he himself renders superfluous by detailing the causes which might in a natural manner produce such a revolution in the disposition of the man. Thus the favourable impression of Christianity of the doctrine, life, and conduct of its adherents which he had here and there received, especially on the occasion of the martyrdom of Stephen, threw his mind into a state of excitement and conflict, which he might indeed for a time forcibly repress, perhaps even by redoubled zeal against the new sect, but which must at last find vent in a decisive spiritual crisis, concerning which it need not surprise us that in an Oriental it took the form of a Christophany, if according to this we have in the Apostle Paul an example that strong impressions from the infant Christian community might carry an ardent mind that had long striven against it to a pitch of exaltation which issued in a Christophany, and a total change of sentiment. Surely the impression of the sublime personality of Jesus would suffice to inspire into his immediate disciples, struggling with the doubts concerning his messiahship, which his death had excited in them, the experience of similar visions, they who think it necessary and desirable, in relation to the Christophany of Paul, to call in the aid of external natural phenomena, as thunder and lightning, may also seek to facilitate the explanation of the appearances of the risen Jesus, which his immediate disciples believed themselves to have previously had by the supposition of similar incidents. Only it must be observed that as Eichhorn's explanation of the event in the life of Paul proved a failure from his maintaining as historical every single detail in the New Testament narrative as the blindness of Paul, and his cure the vision of Ananias, and so, on which he could only transform into natural occurrences by a very strained interpretation, so it would inevitably render impossible the psychological explanation of the appearances of Jesus to acknowledge as historical all the evangelical narratives concerning them, especially those of the tests which Thomas applied by touching the wounds of Jesus, and which Jesus himself afforded by taking material nourishment. And indeed these narratives, from the contradiction which they are shown to present, have not the slightest claim to such a character. The two first Gospels, and our chief informant in this matter, the Apostle Paul, tell us nothing of such tests, and it is quite natural that the Christophanies which in the actual experience of the women and apostles may have floated before them as visions of much the same character as that which Paul had on the way to Damascus, when once received into tradition, should by reason of the apologetic effort to cut off all doubts as to their reality be continually more and more consolidated, so that the mute appearances became speaking ones, the ghost-like form was exchanged for one that ate, and the merely visible body was made palpable also. Here, however, there presents itself a distinction which seems at once to render the event in the history of Paul unavailable for the explanation of those earlier appearances to the Apostle Paul, namely, the idea that Jesus had risen and appeared to many persons was delivered as the belief of the sect which he persecuted. He had only to receive it into his conviction and to vivify it in his imagination, until it became a part of his own experience. The earlier disciples, on the contrary, had before them as a fact merely the death of their Messiah notion of a resurrection on his part, they could nowhere 742 gather, but must, according to our conception of the matter, have first produced it, a problem which appears to be beyond all comparison more difficult than that subsequently presented to the Apostle Paul. In order to form a correct judgment on this subject, we must transport ourselves yet more completely into the situation and frame of mind into which the disciples of Jesus were thrown by his death during several years' intercourse with them. He had constantly impressed them more and more decidedly with the belief that he was the Messiah, but his death, which they were unable to reconcile with their messianic ideas, had for the moment annihilated this belief. Now, when after the first shock was past, the earlier impression began to revive, there spontaneously arose in them the psychological necessity of solving the contradiction between the ultimate fate of Jesus and their earlier opinion of him, of adopting into their idea of the Messiah the characteristics of suffering and death, as however with the Jews of that age to comprehend meant nothing else than to derive from the sacred scriptures. They turned to these to ascertain whether they might not perhaps find in them intimations of a suffering and dying Messiah. Foreign as the idea of such a Messiah is to the Old Testament, the disciples who wished to find it, there must nevertheless have regarded as intimations of this kind all those poetical and prophetic passages which, like Issa Roman 53 ps Roman 22, represented the man of God as afflicted and bowed down even to death. Thus Luke states as the chief occupation of the risen Jesus in his interview with the disciples that, beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded unto them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. Roman 1e, that Christ ought to have suffered such things. Roman 24f 44ff. When they had in this manner received into their messianic idea ignominy, suffering and death, the ignominiously executed Jesus was not lost, but still remained to them by his death. He had only entered into his messianic glory. Luke Roman 24, in which he was invisibly with them, always even unto the end of the world. Matt Roman 28. But how could he fail out of this glory in which he lived to give tidings of himself to his followers? And how could they, when their mind was opened to the hitherto hidden doctrine of a dying Messiah contained in the scriptures, and when in moments of unwanted inspiration their hearts burned within them? Luke Roman 24, how could they avoid conceiving this to be an influence shed on them by their glorified Christ, an opening of their understanding by him? Roman 5, nay, an actual conversing with him. 170. Lastly, how conceivable is it that in individuals, especially women, these impressions were heightened in a purely subjective manner into actual vision, that on others, even on whole assemblies, something or other of an objective nature, visible or audible, sometimes perhaps the sight of an unknown person, created the impression of a revelation or appearance of Jesus, a height of pious enthusiasm, which is wont to appear elsewhere in religious societies peculiarly oppressed and persecuted. But if the crucified Messiah had truly entered into the highest form of blessed existence, he ought not to have left his body in the grave, and if in precisely such Old Testament passages as admitted of a typical relation to the sufferings of the Messiah, there was at the same time expressed the hope, "Thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thy Holy One to see corruption." Ps. Roman 16 Acts Roman 2. While in Issa Roman 53, he who had been represented as led to the slaughter and buried, was yet promised a prolongation of his days. What was more natural to the disciples than to reinstate their earlier Jewish ideas which the death of Jesus had disturbed, namely, that the Christ remaineth forever? John Roman 12, through the medium of an actual revivification of their dead 743 Master, and as it was a messianic attribute, one day to call the dead bodily from the grave, to imagine also as returning to life in the manner of a resurrection. Meanwhile, if the body of Jesus was interred in a known place, and could there, so far as we are not at liberty to suppose a theft or an accidental removal, be sought for and exhibited, it is difficult to conceive how the disciples in Jerusalem itself, and not quite 2 days after the interment, could believe and declare that Jesus was risen without refuting themselves, or meeting with refutation from their adversaries, to whom however they appear to have made the first disclosure as to the resurrection of their Messiah at Pentecost, by ocular demonstration at the grave. Now, it is here that the narrative of the first gospel, which has been unjustly placed below the others, presents an explanatory and satisfactory indication. According to this gospel, also the risen Jesus does indeed appear in Jerusalem, but only to the women, and so entirely as a mere preparation for a succeeding interview, nay, so superfluously, that we have already questioned the truth of this appearance, and pronounced it to be a later modification of the legend of the angelic appearance, which Matthew nevertheless also included in his narrative. The sole important appearance of Jesus after the resurrection occurs according to Matthew in Galilee, whither an angel and Jesus himself on the last evening of his life, and on the morning of the resurrection, most urgently directed his disciples, and where the fourth Gospel also in its appendix places an appearance of the resuscitated Jesus that the disciples, dispersed by their alarm at the execution of their Messiah, should return to their home in Galilee, where they had no need, as in the metropolis of Judea, the seat of the enemies of their crucified Christ, to shut the doors for fear of the Jews. Was natural. Here was the place where they gradually began to breathe freely, and where their faith in Jesus, which had been temporarily depressed, might once more expand with its former vigor. But here also, where no body lay in the grave to contradict bold suppositions, might gradually be formed the idea of the resurrection of Jesus, and when this conviction had so elevated the courage and enthusiasm of his adherents that they ventured to proclaim it in the metropolis, it was no longer possible, by the sight of the body of Jesus, either to convict themselves or to be convicted by others. According to the Acts, it is true the disciples, so early as on the next Pentecost, 7 weeks after the death of Jesus, appeared in Jerusalem with the announcement of his resurrection, and were themselves already convinced of it on the second morning after his burial, by appearances which they witnessed. But how long will it yet be until the manner in which the author of the Acts places the first appearance of the disciples of Jesus with the announcement of the new doctrine precisely on the festival of the announcement of the old law be recognized as one which rests purely on dogmatical grounds, which is therefore historically worthless, and in no way binds us to assign so short a duration to that time of quiet preparation in Galilee? As regards the other statement, it might certainly require some time for the mental state of the disciples to become exalted in the degree necessary before this, or that individual amongst them could, purely as an operation of his own mind, make present to himself the risen Christ in a visionary manner, or before whole assemblies in moments of highly wrought enthusiasm, could believe that they heard him in every impressive sound, or saw him in every striking appearance. But it would nevertheless be conceived that as it was not possible that he 744 should be held by the bonds of death, Acts Roman 2, he had passed only a short time in the grave. As to the more precise determination of this interval, if it be held an insufficient explanation that the sacred number 3 would be the first to suggest itself, there is a further idea which might occur, whether or not it be historical, that Jesus was buried on the evening before a Sabbath, namely, that he only remained in the grave during the rest of the Sabbath, and thus rose on the morning after the Sabbath, which by the known mode of reckoning might be reconciled with the round number of 3 days. When once the idea of a resurrection of Jesus had been formed in this manner, the great event could not be allowed to have happened so simply, but must be surrounded and embellished with all the pomp which the Jewish imagination furnished. The chief ornaments which stood at command for this purpose were angels. Hence these must open the grave of Jesus, must after he had come forth from it keep watch in the empty place, and deliver to the women who, because without doubt women had had the first visions, must be the first to go to the grave, the tidings of what had happened, as it was Galilee, where Jesus subsequently appeared to them. The journey of the disciples thither, which was nothing else than their return home somewhat hastened by fear, was derived from the direction of an angel, nay, Jesus himself must already before his death, and as Matthew 2 zealously adds once more after the resurrection, also have enjoined this journey on the disciples. But the further these narratives were propagated by tradition, the more must the difference between the locality of the resurrection itself and the appearances of the risen one be allowed to fall out of sight as inconvenient. And since the locality of the death and resurrection was not transferable, the appearances were gradually placed in the same locality as the resurrection in Jerusalem, which as the more brilliant theatre, and the seat of the first Christian church, was especially appropriate for them. 745. 1. The Evangeliconomy makes the Jews very absurdly maintain there happened an eclipse of the sun, in the ordinary course Roman 100 Roman 11 p. 592 ap Thelo. 2. Thus Paulus and Quinal in Locke Hayes Roman 50 J 143, Neander Roman 50 J chr. S 639 f. 3. Comp Fritz and de Wet in Locke Maths. 4. Turtle Apologit Roman 100 Roman 21, Orig Roman 100 Cells Roman 259. 5. Euseb can Kron Adol 202, Annam 4 Comp Paulus, S 765 ff. 6. Serve ad Virgil Jorg Roman 1 ff Constat Oxize. Cicere in senetu pridi idis martius solis, fuis defectum abhora sexta usque ad noctem. 7 Etcher R Roman 3. 8 R Becicard Hacema cum insignis rabbinus fato considerat dixit, quidem ist dies gravis est Israeli ut, cum sol occidit ipso meridi. 9 Succor F Roman 29, dixerunt doctors quatra decausis sol, deficit prima, ab patrum domus judici mortium cui exequi, non fiant ut disset etc. 10 Vid Fritsch in Locke Camp, also de wet exeg handiby, 1 S 238 Thale zur Biager Jesu 36. 11 Hieron ad Hedib ep Roman 149, camp his calm in Locke in Evangelio, autem quad Hebraecis litteris, scriptum est, legimus non velum templicissum, sed superliminare templi mere magnitudinis coruis. 12 The possibility of this is admitted by Neander also, but with the presupposition of some fact as a groundwork S 640 f. 13 Uber den Lucas, S 293 Camp de wet exeg handiby, 1 S 240. 14 Georg Roman 1 ff. 15 When Hayes 143 writes the earth trembled mourning for her greatest son, we see how the historian in speaking of this feature, which he maintains to be historical, involuntarily becomes a poet. And when in the second edition the author qualifies the phrase, by the addition of an as it were, it is further evident that his historical conscience had not failed to reproach him for the license. 16 Only such must be here thought of, and not sectators Christi as Communal maintains in the Evang Nicodemi Roman 100 Roman 17. There are indeed adherents of Jesus, namely Simeon Luke Roman 2, and his 2 sons among those who come to life on this occasion, but the majority in this apocryphal book also, and as well in the Thelo p. 810, according to Epiphanius Auret in Sepulchrum chr 275, Ignat ad Magnis Roman 9, and others comp Thelo p. 780 ff, are Old Testament persons, as Adam and Eve the patriarchs and prophets. 17 Comp the various opinions in Thelo p. 783 f. 18 Comp especially Eichhorn Einel in Roman 500 nt 1, s 446 ff. 19 Strauss von Interpolation and im Evang Math in Eichhorn's Repertorium 9, s 139. It is hardly a preferable expedient to regard the passage as an addition of the Greek translator C. Kern Uber den Ursper des Evang Math, s 25, and 100. 20 Thus Paulus and Communal in Locke, the latter calls this explanation a mythical one. 21 Leben Jesu 148. 22 Uber den Ursper s 67. 23 Paulus exeg handiby 3b s 798. 24 Dial Roman 100 Triff, Roman 113. 25 See the collection of passages relative to this subject in Scottgen 2p 570 ff, and in Berthold's Christologia 35. 26 See the passages collected by Wettstein. 27 See this idea further developed in the Evang Nicod Roman 100 Roman 18 ff. 28 The instances are collected in Paulus exeg handiby 3b s 781, ff Weiner Bibel Realreturb, 1 s 672 ff, and Hayes 144. 29 According to Tertullian, by the former according to Grotius, by the latter see Paulus s 784 annum. 30 Thus Gruner and others at Paulus s 782, ff Hayes ut sup Neander Roman 50 jchr, s 647. 31 Orig Roman 100 Cells, Roman 2 Camp Euthymia in Locke. 32 Schuster in Eichhorn's Bibel 9, s 1036 ff. 33 Gruner Kam de Mort jchr Vera p. 47 Thalak, Kam z Jo s 318. 34 Camp Hayes ut sup. 35 Weiner ut sup. 36 Camp the similar statement of an anatomist in de Wet in Locke, and Thalak ut sup. 37 Wettstein and Alshausen in Locke Camp Hayes ut sup. 38 Luck in Locke. 39 Thus les Offerstehingsgeskicht S95 F Thalak in Locke, according to Weiss die Evang, Jesh 1 S 102 2, S 237 ff. The evangelist referred to a passage of the apostolic epistle under a misapprehension of its meaning, namely to 1 John Roman 5. 40 Camp Kaiser Bibel Theal 1 S 253. 41 Rosenmuller Skal in Roman 5t7, 4p 340. 42 Vid ap Rosenmuller in Lark Skatgen 2p 221, Berthold 17 not 12. 43 Comp Joseph B.J. Roman 4 Roman 5, Sanhedrin Roman 6 ap Lightfoot p 499. 44 Vid Lipsius de Cruz Roman 50 Roman 2 cap 14. 45 Comp Weiner 1 s 802. 46 Sanhedrin ap Lightfoot p 499. 47 Ulpian Roman 48 1 ff. 48 Val Roman 280. 49 Michaelis Begrabnis und Offerstehungsgeschichte, S68 ff. 50 Thus Grodius les Offerstehungsgeschichte, S165. 51 See the fifth fragment in Lessing's Virtum Beitrag zur Geschichte und Literatur, S467 f. Comp. Concerning these differences, also Lessing's Duplik. 52 Michaelis ut sup S102 ff. 53 Q&Al in Luke p. 721. 54 Thus Thalak in Lark. 55 See the fragments ut sup S469 ff. 56 Michaelis ut sup S99 f. Q&Al and Luck leave open the choice between this expedient and the former. 57 Comp de Wet in Lark Math. 58 Michaelis ut sup S45 ff. 59 Q&Al in Math p. 786 Hays, 145 Thalak, Calm S320. 60 A confusion of the garden near to the place of execution, where according to John, Jesus was buried with the Garden of Gethsemane, where he was taken prisoner, appears to have given rise to the statement of the Evang Nicodemi, that Jesus was crucified in the garden, where he was apprehended Roman 100 Roman 9 p. 580 apthela. 61 The next day that followed the day of the preparation is certainly a singular periphrasis for the Sabbath, for it is a strangely inappropriate mode of expression to designate a solemn day as the day after the previous day. Nevertheless, we must abide by this meaning, so long as we are unable to evade it in a more natural manner than Schneckenberger in his chronology of the Passion Week Beitrage S3 ff. 62 The former ut sup S437 ff, the latter in the Exeg Handyby 3b S837 ff. Comp Kaiser Bibel Theol 1 S253. 63 Michaelis Begrabnis und Offerstehungsgeschichte, S206, Alshausen 2 S506. 64 Michaelis ut sup. 65 Alshausen overlooks the latter point when he ut sup, says the watch had not received the command to prevent the completion of the interment. 66 Alshausen indeed is here still so smitten with awe that he supposes Pilate to have been penetrated with an indescribable feeling of dread on hearing this communication from the Sanhedrists S505. 67 Alshausen S506. 68 Michaelis ut sup S198 f. 69 Strauss in Eichhorn's Repertorium 9, S141. 70 Kern über den Ursprung, des Ev Machtub Zeitschrift, 1834-2, S100 f. Comp. 123, compare my review Jarbutcher F. Wis Critic Nav 1834 now in the Charakteristiken U, Kritiken S280. 71 Hays Roman 50 J 145. 72 Comp Thale zur Biager Jesu 37 Weiss die Evang, Jesh 2, S 343 f. 73 Comp Thale ut sup. 74 Comp Fritz in Lark and Kern Tub Zeitcher, 1834-2, S 102 f. 75 Q&Al in Mark P, 194 f. 76 Michaelis ut sup S 112. 77 Schneckenberger über den Ursprung des ersten Kanon Evang, S62 f. Comp. The Wolfenbüttel Fragmentist in Lessing's Virtum Beitrag, S472 ff. On the other hand, Lessing's Duplik work Donnerosh Osk 6 thl, S394 f. 78 De Wet in Lark. 79 Michaelis S150 ff. AD Paulus Exeg Handyby 3b S825. AD1 Michaelis S117. AD2 Michaelis S146 Celsus stumbled at this difference respecting the number of the angels, and Origen replied that the evangelists mean different angels Matthew, and Mark the one who had rolled away the stone Luke, and John those who were commissioned to give information to the women Roman 100 cells Roman 5. AD 3 Paulus in Lark Maths. AD 4 I subjoin the table sketched by the fragmentist ut sup, s 477 f. 1 Luke Roman 24 Peter, ran to the grave John Roman 20 Peter, and John ran. Luke Roman 5 Peter looked in John Roman 5 John looked in. Luke Roman 5 Peter saw the clothes lying alone John Roman 5 7 Peter saw the clothes lie, and the napkin not lying with the clothes. Luke Roman 5 Peter went home John Roman 5 Peter, and John went home again. AD 5 Communal in Matt's p. 800 f. AD 6 Prager de Fontibus under Evangelist Suas de Resurrection, Domini narrations Hosser and Apusk, Acad ed Gabeler vol 2 p. 241 ff. AD 7 Kamp Schneckenberger ut sup s 64 f annum. AD 8 on this subject Kamp de Wettig zeg Handiby, 1 s 245, Ammon Fortbildung des Christenthums zur Weltreligion, 2 s 6 Thale zur Biager Jesu 37. AD 9 Scholz über des Abendmahl s 321, f Schneckenberger ut sup, s 61 ff. 90 Val Roman 274. 91 Concerning this sense of, and its not being contradicted by Roman 5 see the correct view in Locke. 92 Weiss is of a different opinion ut sup s 355 annum. 93 As Paulus Fritz Kredner Einleitung 149 Kamp, de Wettig zeg Handiby, 12 s 199, f a middle view in Hug Einl in Roman 500 nt, 269. 94 Orig Roman 100 cells Roman 5. 95 Schuster in Eichhorn's Alg Bibliath 9, s 1034 ff Communal in Math p. 779. 96 Friedrich über die Engel in der Offerstangsgeschichte in Eichhorn's Alg Bibel, 6 s 700 ff Communal ut sup. 97 Thus a treatise in Eichhorn's Alg Bibel, 8 s 629 ff, and in Schmidt's Bibel 2, s 545 f, also Bauer Heber Myth 5 s 259. 98 Paulus exeg Handiby 3b s 829, 55 60 62. 99 Fritsch in Mark in Lark Nemaquispium, primi temporis Christianis tam dignus vidri potret qui demescia in vitam reverso nuntium ad homines perferit, quam angelus Dei minister divinorum conciliarum interpres. Et adjuta then on the differences in relation to the number of the angels etc., nimerum inspirato, Jesu Messi, in vitam reditui miracula, adjecir alii alia cavangelist religios quem admardum, ab, sues octoribus exceperant literis mandarunt. 100 Kaiser Bibel Cial 1 s 254 ff. 101 in Lessing's Beitragen ut sup s 485. 102 Michaelis s 259, f Communal in Luke p. 743. 103 Schleiermacher über den Lukas, s 299 f Paulus s 910. 104 ut sup s 486. 105 Griesbach Vorlesungen über Hermeneutik, des Nt mit Anwendung auf die Leidens und Auferstehungsgeschichte Christi Herausgegeben von Steiner, s 314. 106 Duplicate Work, 6 BDS 352. 107 Schneckenberger über den Ursprung des ersten Kanon Evang, S17f. 108 Exeg Handiby 3b S 835. 109 Bibel Calm 2 S 524. 110 This is done by Scholz über des Abendum S 321, Schneckenberger ut sup. 111 on which account Michaelis S 118f is of opinion, that was the original reading in Matthew also Comp Weiss die Evang, Jesh 2, S 347f. 112 Val Roman 157. 113 the opinion that the true locality of the appearances of the risen Jesus before the disciples was Galilee is concurred in by Weiss 2, S 358 ff, but in accordance with his fundamental supposition concerning the synoptical Gospels, he gives the preference to the narrative of Mark before that of Matthew. 114 Vid Billroth's commenter in Lark. 115 Paulus exeg Handiby 3b S 897, Alschossen 2, S 541. 116 Hieron de viris illuster Roman 2 Evangelium quoque quad appellata secundum, Hebris post resurrectionem salvatoris, refert dominus autem postquam dedicet syndonum, servo sacerdotes apparently in relation to the watch at the grave, which is here represented as a sacerdotal, instead of a Roman guard. Roman 504 Credno Batrige zur Einel, in des NT.S. 406 f, ivit ad Jacobum, et apparut I juraverat enim Jacobus sinan, comestrum panem abila hora qua biberat calisum domini donac vidrit eam resurgentum, adormiantibus on the inconceivableness of such a vow, despairing as the disciples were comp Michaelis, S 122 Rursusc post Polulum, affert 8 Dominus mensum, et panem statimc addita, celit panem et benedixit ac fregit, et dedit Jacobo justo, et dixit I frater, mica med panem tuum quia resurrexit filius, homines adormiantibus. 117, Lessing duplic S 449 ff. 118, as Kern admits Hauptthats tub Zeicher, 1836 3 S 57. 119 Haupthatsaschen ut sup S 47. 120, Kamp de Wettig zeg Handiby, 13 S 205, 210 Weiss die Evange, Jesch 2 S 409. 121 Kamp Kaiser Biddle Theal, 1 S 254 ff, de Wet ut sup Amen Fortbildung 2, 1 Cap 1 Weiss die Evange, Jesch 2 7 Tess Butch. 122, that it was the marks of the nails in the hand, which became visible in the act of breaking bread, by which Jesus was recognized. Paulus exeg, Handiby 3b s 882, Qinal in Luke p 734, is without any intimation in the text. 123, the part of this conversation which relates to John has already 116 been considered, in that relating to Peter the thrice-repeated question of Jesus lovest, thou me has reference according to the ordinary opinion to his as often repeated denial, but to the words when thou wast young thou girdedst thyself, and walkedst whither thou wouldest, but when thou shalt be old thou shalt stretch forth thy hands and another shalt gird thee, and carry thee whither thou wouldest. Not Roman 5 f. The evangelist himself gives the interpretation that Jesus spoke them to Peter, signifying, by what death he should glorify God he must here, have alluded to the crucifixion which according to the ecclesiastical legend Turtle de Prisca her Roman 36 Euseb he Roman 2, was the death suffered by this apostle, and to which in the intention of the evangelist the words follow me Roman 5, and 22 Roman 1, follow me in the same mode of death, also appear to point. But precisely the main feature in this interpretation, the stretching forth of the hands, is here so placed as to render a reference to crucifixion impossible, namely before the leading away against the will on the other hand. The girding, which can only signify binding for the purpose of leading away, should stand before the stretching forth of the hands on the cross, if we set aside the interpretation, which as even Luck S 703 admits, is given to the words of Jesus ex eventu by the narrator. They appear to contain nothing more than the commonplace of the helplessness of age, contrasted with the activity of youth, for even the phrase shall carry thee whither thou wouldest not does not outstep this comparison, but the author of John Roman 21, whether the words were known to him as a declaration of Jesus, or otherwise, thought them capable of being applied in the manner of the fourth Gospel, as a latent prophecy of the crucifixion of Peter. 124 Paulus exeg Handiby 3b s 834, ff Roman 50j 1b s 265, ff Ammon ut sup Hace Roman 50j 149 Michaelis ut sup s 251, f Comp, also Neander Roman 50j chr s 650. 125 Tharlach in Locke Comp Paulus exeg Handiby 3b s 866, 881. A similar natural explanation has lately been adopted by Luck from Hug. 126 Paulus ut sup s 882. 127 Paulus ut sup 883-93 Luck 2 s 684 f. 128 Calvin Carmen Joe in Locke p 363 f eds Tharlach. 129 Thus suicer these s Roman 5 Comp Michaelis s 265. 130 Tharlach and Alshausen in Locke. 131 Griesbach Vorlesungen über Hermeneutik, S 305 Paulus S 835 Comp, Luck 2 S 683 ff. 132 Vids Tharlach and de Wet in Locke. 133 Comp Alshausen 2 S 531 Annam. 134 Thus besides Calvin Luck, ut sup Alshausen 530 f. 135 Ulshausen ut sup s 530. 136 Comp. Fritzsch in Mark p. 725. 137 See the various explanations in Thalach and Luck, of whom the latter finds an alteration of the reading necessary, even Weiss's interpretation of the words, 2s 395 ff. Although I agree with the general tenor of the explanation of which it forms a part, I must regard as a failure. 138 Comp on this subject, especially Weiss ut sup s 339 ff. 139 Brenneck Biblische, Beweis das Jesus nach seiner Auferstehung nach 27 Jahr leibhaftig auf Erden gelebt und zum Wohl der Menschheit in der still fortjucht habe 1819. 140 ut sup s 793 925 Comp Brief über den Rationalismus s 240. 141 nach etwas über die Frage warum haben die Apostel Matthäus und Johannes nicht ebenso wie die zwei Evangelisten Markus und Lukas die Himmelfahrt ausdrücklich erzählt in Suskind's Magazine 17, s 165 ff. 142 Johann Damask de f. Orth 41. 143 The vagueness of the conception which lies at the foundation of the evangelical accounts is well expressed by Origen, when he says of Jesus after the resurrection he existed in a form which held the mean between the materiality of his body before his passion, and the state of the soul when altogether destitute of such body. Roman 100 cells Roman 2. 144 Hence even Kern admits that he knows not how to reconcile that particular in Luke with the rest, and regards it as of later traditional origin. Hauptthats ut sup s 50. But what does this admission avail him, since he still has from the narrative of John the quality of palpability, which equally with the act of eating belongs to the conditions of earthly life, the relations of the material world, to which the body of the risen Jesus, according to Kern's own presupposition, was no longer subjected. 145 Many fathers of the Church and orthodox theologians held the capability thus exhibited by Jesus of penetrating through closed doors, not altogether reconcilable with the representation that for the purpose of the resurrection the stone was rolled away from the grave, and hence maintained resurrexit Christus clauso sepulchro, sive non dum ab osteo sepulchri revoluto, per angelum lapide quenstet theal didact polum 3p 542. 146 Comp Schleiermacher's Weihnachtsfeier, s 117 f. 147 Joseph Vita 75. And when I was sent by Titus Caesar with Cerealius and 1,000 horsemen to a certain village called Thecoa, in order to know whether it were a place fit for a camp, as I came back I saw many captives crucified, and remembered 3 of them, as my former acquaintance. I was very sorry at this in my mind, and went with tears in my eyes to Titus and told him of them, so he immediately commanded them to be taken down, and to have the greatest care taken of them in order to their recovery. Yet 2 of them died under the physician's hands, while the 3rd recovered. For the arguments of Paulus on this passage see Exeg Handyby 3b s 786, and in the appendix s 929 ff. 148 Brechneder über den Angeblichen, Scheintod Jesuum Cruz in Ulmans und Umbrates Studien 1832-3, s 625 ff. Hug Beitridge zur Geschichte des Verfahrens, bei der Todesstrafe, der Kreuzigung Freiburger Zeitschrift 7, s 144 ff. 149 Bart Ausführung des Plans, Unzwex Jesu Kamp. On the other hand, Paulus Exeg Handyby 3b 793 f. 150 Xenodoxian in der Ab Joseph, und Nicodemus Kamp. On the other hand, Kleber's Studien der Württemberg Geistlichkeit 22 s 84 ff. 151 Paulus Exeg Handyby 3b s 785 ff. Roman 50 j 1b s 281 ff. 152 Schuster in Eichhorn's Alg Bibliath 9 s 1053. 153 Weiner Bibel Realwer 1 s 674. 154 Orig Roman 100 cells Roman 267 Comp. The Wolfenbüttel Fragmentist in Lessing s 450 60 92. Ff. Woolston Disc. 6 Spinoza ep 23, ad Oldenburg p. 558 f. ed G. Frora. 155 ut sup 67. 156 Comp Marsheim in his translation of the work of Origen against Celsus on the passage above quoted Michaelis annum zum Funfen fragment S 407. 157 Hays Roman 50J 149. Dis Librorum Sacrorum de JCHR, a mortuis revocato atkin clum sublato narrationum collatis vulgaribus, ilatate judorum de mort, opinionibus interpretari canatus est, Roman 100 A Friedrich p. 12, F. Weiss die Evang, Jesch 2, S. 362 ff. 158 Orig Roman 100 sells Roman 2 the pierced hands of Jesus, and in general his appearances after the resurrection. 159 the fifth fragment in Lessing's fourth Beitrag Woolston Disc 8. 160 Art Sup 56. 161 Ullmann was Setz die Stiftung der Christlichen Kirche durch einen Gekreuzigten Voraus, in his Studien 1832-3, S. 589, F. Roher Brief über den Rationalismus, S. 28 236 Paulus, Exeg Handyby 3b S. 826, F. Hays 146. 162 Spinoza ut sup apostolos omnis omnino credidis quad Christus, amort resurrexerit et ad clum revera, ascenderico non nego nam ips etiam, Abrahamus credidit quad Deus apud ipsum pransus furit cum tamen hc. Et plura alia hugismodi apparitions su revelations, furint captui, et opinionibus aerum hominum accommodat, quibus Deus mentum suum erstum reveler voluit, concludo it ac Christia mortuis, resurrectionem revera spiritualum, et solis fidelibus, ad aerum captum revelata fuis nemp, quad Christus ternitate donatus fuit, et a mortuis mortuos hic intelligo eo sensu, quo Christus dixit sinite mortuos sepilia, mortuos suus surrexit simul ac vita, et mort singularis sanctitatis, exemplum dedit, et etenus discipulos, suus a mortuis suscitat quatenus ipsi hoc vita Jews, et mortis exemplum sequuntur. 163 Die Evang Jesch 2, S 426 ff. 164 Versuch über die Auferstehung Jesu in Schmidt's Bibliothek, 24 S, 545 ff. 165 Ibid S 537, Kaiser, Bibel Theol, 1 S 258 F. Friedrich ut sup p. 13. 166 in his Alg Bibliothek, 6 1 S 1 ff. 167 Karmig zeg de repentina sola conversion, in his Arpusk Theol Fortbildung, des Christenth, 2, 1 cap 3 comp, also my Straitreffen 2 tes heft S 52 ff. 168 Jesch der P. Flanzung, und Leitung der Christelkirche durch die Apostel 1 S 75 ff. 169 This is done in the treatise in Schmidt's Bibliothek, and by Kaiser ut sup. 170 Comp Weiss ut sup p. 398 ff. 171 Comp Friedrich in Eichhorn's Biblioth, 7 S 223. 172 Comp also Schmidt's Biblioth 2 S 548. 173 May the 3 days abode of Jonah in the whale have had any influence on this determination of time, or the passage in Hosea, quoted above 111 note 3. The former is indeed only placed in this connection in one Gospel, and the latter is nowhere used in the NT. 174 Compare with this explanation, the one given by Weiss in the 7th chapter of his work above quoted. He agrees with the above representation in regarding the death of Jesus as real, and the narratives of the grave being found empty as later fabrications. The point in which he diverges is that above mentioned that, in his view, the appearances of the risen Jesus are not merely psychological and subjective, but objective magical facts. Chapter Roman 5 The Ascension. The last commands and promises of Jesus. In the last interview of Jesus with his disciples, which according to Mark and Luke, closed with the Ascension, the 3 first evangelists, the 4th, has something similar on the very first interview, represent Jesus as delivering testamentary commands and promises, which referred to the establishment and propagation of the messianic kingdom on earth. With regard to the commands Jesus in Luke Roman 24, F. Acts Roman 1 in parting from his disciples, appoints them to be witnesses of his messiahship, and charges them to preach repentance and remission of sins in his name from Jerusalem to the uttermost parts of the earth in Mark Roman 16. F. He enjoins them to go into all the world, and bring to every creature the glad tidings of the messianic kingdom founded by him. He who believes and is baptized will be saved. He who believeth not will in the future messianic judgment be condemned in Matthew Roman 28. F. The disciples are also commissioned to make disciples of all nations, and here baptism is not mentioned incidentally merely as in Mark, but is made the subject of an express command by Jesus, and is besides more precisely described as a baptism in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. The impediments to the supposition that Jesus delivered to his disciples the express command to carry the announcement of the gospel to the Gentiles have been already pointed out in an earlier connection, but that this more definite form of baptism proceeded from Jesus is also opposed by the fact that such an allocation of Father, Son, and Spirit does not elsewhere appear, except as a form of salutation in apostolic epistles, 2 Cor Roman 13 the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ etc., while as a more definite form of baptism, it is not to be met with throughout the whole New Testament save in the above passage of the first Gospel, for in the apostolic epistles and even in the Acts baptism is designated as or baptizing in Christ Jesus, or in the name of the Lord Jesus, or their equivalent Roman 6 Gal Roman 3, Acts Roman 2 Roman 8 Roman 10 Roman 19, and the same threefold reference to God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit is only found in ecclesiastical writers, as for example Justin. Indeed, the formula in Matthew sounds so exactly as if it had been borrowed from the ecclesiastical 746 ritual that there is no slight probability in the supposition that it was transferred from thence into the mouth of Jesus, but this does not authorize us to throw the passage out of the text as an interpolation 3, since if everything in the Gospels which cannot have happened to Jesus, or which cannot have been done or spoken by him in the manner there described, were to be pronounced foreign to the original text, the interpolations would soon become too numerous. So far it is with justice that others have defended the genuineness of the baptismal formula 4, but their grounds for the assertion that it was delivered in this manner by Jesus himself are insufficient. The two opinions then resolve themselves into a third, namely, that this more definite form of baptism does indeed belong to the original context of the first Gospel, but without having been so delivered by Jesus. Jesus had during his life predicted in divers ways the propagation of his kingdom beyond the limits of the Jewish nation, perhaps also had intimated the introduction of baptism to be his will, and whether it be the fact that, as we learn in the fourth Gospel, the disciples already practiced baptism in the lifetime of Jesus, or that they first made this rite a sign of reception into the new messianic society after his death. In any case, it was entirely in the manner of the legend to place the injunction to baptize as well as to go out into all the world in the mouth of the departing Christ as a last declaration of his will. The promises which Jesus gives to his adherents in parting from them are in Matthew, where they are directed exclusively to the 11, limited simply to the assurance that he to whom, as the exalted Messiah, all power was delivered, both in heaven and on earth, would be invisibly with them during the present age until at the consummation of this term he should enter into permanent visible communion with them, precisely the expression of the belief which was formed in the first Christian community when the equilibrium was recovered after the oscillations caused by the death of Jesus. In Mark, the last promises of Jesus seem to be gathered from the popular opinion concerning the gifts of the Christians, which was current at the period of the composition of this Gospel, of the signs which are here promised to believers in general, the speaking with new tongues in the sense intended 1 Cor Roman 14, not in the manner described in Acts Roman 2, which is a mythical modification. 6 actually appeared in the primitive church, as also the casting out of devils, and it may even be conceived that sick persons were cured in a natural manner by faith in the laying on of hands by a Christian. On the contrary, the taking up of serpents, comp Luke Roman 10, and the power of drinking poisons with impunity have never had any existence except in the superstitious belief of the vulgar, and such signs of discipleship would have been the last to which Jesus would have attached any value. In Luke, the object of the last promise of Jesus is the power from on high, which, according to the promise of the Father, he would send on the apostles, and the impartation of which they were to await in Jerusalem. Roman 24. And in Acts Roman 1 ff, Jesus more precisely designates this impartation of power as a baptism with the Holy Spirit, which in a few days would be granted to the disciples in order to qualify them for the announcement of the gospel. These passages of Luke, which place the impartation of 747, the Holy Spirit, in the days after the Ascension, seem to be in contradiction with the statement of the fourth Gospel that Jesus communicated the Holy Spirit to his disciples in the days of his resurrection, nay, on his very first appearance in the circle of the 11 in John Roman 20. We read that Jesus, appearing among the disciples when the doors were closed, breathed on them, and said, "Receive ye the Holy Ghost," wherewith he connected the authority to remit and retain sins. If this were the only passage relating to the impartation of the Spirit, everyone would believe that the disciples had it communicated to them by Jesus when he was personally present among them, and not first after his exaltation to heaven. But in accordance with the harmonizing interest, it has been concluded first by Theodore of Mopsuestia, and recently by Tholuck VII, that the word receive in John must be taken in the sense of ye shall receive, because according to Luke the Holy Spirit was not imparted to the disciples until later at Pentecost, but as if he wished to preclude such a wresting of his words, the Jesus of John adds to them the symbolical action of breathing on the disciples, which unmistakably represents the receiving of the Holy Spirit. As a present fact, it is true that expositors have found out a way of eluding even this act of breathing, by attributing to it the following signification: as certainly as Jesus now breathes upon them, so certainly will they at a future time receive the Holy Ghost. But the act of breathing upon a person is as decided a symbol of a present impartation as the laying on of hands, and as those on whom the apostles laid their hands were immediately filled with the Spirit, Acts Roman 8 Roman 19, so according to the above narrative, the author of the fourth Gospel must have thought that the apostles on that occasion received the Spirit from Jesus in order to avoid the necessity of denying, in opposition to the clear meaning of John, that an impartation of the Spirit actually took place immediately after the resurrection, or of coming into contradiction with Luke, who assigns the outpouring of the Spirit to a later period. Expositors now ordinarily suppose that the Spirit was granted to the apostles both at the earlier and the later period, the impartation at Pentecost being only an increasing and perfecting of the former, or more correctly, since Matthew Roman 10 speaks of the Spirit of the Father as already sustaining the disciples in their first mission, it is supposed that they were first endowed with some extraordinary power before that mission in the lifetime of Jesus, that on the occasion in question shortly after his resurrection, he heightened this power, but that all the fullness of the Spirit was not poured out upon them until Pentecost. What constitutes the distinction between these steps, and especially in what the increase of the gifts of the Spirit consisted in the present instance, is, however, as Michaelis has already remarked, not easy to discern. If in the first instance the apostles were endowed with the power of working miracles, Matt Roman 10:8, together with the gift of speaking freely Parrhesia before tribunals Roman 5, it could only be a more correct insight into the spirituality of his kingdom that Jesus communicated to them by breathing on them. But of this they were still destitute immediately before the ascension, when, according to Acts Roman 1, they asked whether with the impartation of the Spirit within the next few days would be associated the restoration of the kingdom to Israel. If, however, it be supposed that each 748 successive impartation of the Spirit conferred no new powers on the disciples, but was merely an addition in measure to that which was already present in all its diversified powers 12, it must still be held surprising that no evangelist mentions, together with an earlier impartation, a later amplification, but instead of this, besides an incidental mention of the Spirit as enabling the disciples to defend themselves before tribunals in Luke Roman 12, which, since it is not here as in Matthew connected with a mission, may be regarded merely as a reference to the time after the later outpouring of the Spiritage of the evangelists, mentions only one impartation, and represents this as the first and last. This is indeed a clear proof that to place in juxtaposition 3 impartations, and to regard them as so many different degrees, is only an effort to harmonize the Gospels by introducing into them what is foreign to the text. Thus there are in the New Testament 3 distinct opinions concerning the impartation of the Spirit to the disciples of Jesus, and in 2 respects they form a climax. As regards the time, Matthew places the impartation the earliest within the period of the natural life of Jesus, Luke the latest in the time after his complete departure from the earth, John in an intermediate position in the days of the resurrection. As regards the conception of the fact, it is the simplest, Matthew the least perceptible to the senses, for he has no special and external act of impartation. John already has such a feature in the act of breathing on the disciples, while with Luke in the Acts the gentle breathing has become a violent storm which shakes the house, and with which other miraculous appearances are united. These 2 series of gradations stand in opposite relations to historical probability, that the Spirit, which, whether it be regarded as natural or as supernatural, is in either case the animating power of the messianic idea in its Christian modification, was communicated to the adherents of Jesus, so early as Matthew narrates, is contradicted by his own representation, for according to him that Christian modification, the introduction of the characteristics of suffering and death into the idea of the Messiah, was not comprehended by the disciples long after the mission described in Matt Roman 10, and as the discourse of instructions there given contains other particulars also which will only suit later times and circumstances, it is easy to imagine that the promise in question may have been erroneously referred to that earlier period, only after the death and resurrection of Jesus. Can we conceive what the New Testament calls the to have been developed in the disciples, and in so far the representation of John stands nearer to reality than that of Matthew, but as certainly the revolution in the sentiments of the disciples described in the foregoing section had not taken place so early as 2 days after the crucifixion, the account of John does not approach so near to the truth as that of Luke, who allows an interval of at least 50 days for the formation of the new opinions in the disciples. The position of the narratives with respect to historical truth is reversed by the other climax, for in proportion as a narrative represents the impartation of a spiritual power as perceptible to the senses, the formation of a sentiment which might spring from natural causes, as miraculous the origin of a faculty which can only have been developed gradually as instantaneous, in the same proportion does such a narrative diverge from the truth. And in this respect, Matthew would stand at the least distance from the truth, Luke at the greatest. If we therefore recognize in the representation of the latter the most mature product of tradition, it may be wondered how tradition can have wrought in 2 opposite ways, receding 749 from the truth, in relation to the determination of the manner and form of the impartation, approaching the truth, in relation to the determination of the time. But this is explained as soon as it is considered that in the changes in the determination of the time tradition was not guided by critical inquiry, after truth-eyes might well have caused surprise, but by the same tendency that led to the other alteration, namely to present the impartation of the Spirit as a single miraculous act. If Jesus was said to have shed the Spirit on his disciples by a special act, it must seem appropriate to assign this act to his state of glorification, and thus either with John to place it after the resurrection, or with Luke after the ascension. Indeed, the 4th evangelist expressly remarks that in the lifetime of Jesus the Spirit was not yet given, because Jesus was not yet glorified, Romans 7. This interpretation of the opinion of the 4th evangelist concerning the impartation of the Spirit to the disciples is attested as the correct one by the fact that it throws unexpected light on an obscurity in his gospel, with respect to which we were previously unable to come to a decision. In relation to the farewell discourses of Jesus, it was not possible to settle the dispute whether what Jesus there says of his return is to be referred to the days of his resurrection or to the outpouring of the Spirit, because the description of that return as a seeing again seemed to speak as decidedly for the former as the observation that in that time they would no longer ask him anything, and would understand him fully for the latter, a dispute which is decided in the most welcome manner, if it can be shown to be the opinion of the narrator that the impartation of the Spirit fell in the days of the resurrection. At first indeed it might be thought that this impartation, especially as in John it is connected with the formal appointment of his disciples as his envoys, and the communication of the authority to remit and retain sins, comp. Matt. Roman 18, would have been more appropriate at the close than the commencement of the appearances of the risen Jesus, and in a full assembly of the apostles, than in one from which Thomas was absent. But on this account to suppose with Alshausen that the evangelist, for the sake of brevity, merely appends the impartation of the Spirit to the first appearance, though it really belonged to a later interview, is an inadmissible violence, and we must rather allow that the author of the 4th Gospel regarded this first appearance of Jesus as the principal one, and the one 8 days later as merely supernumerary in favour of Thomas. The appearance chap Roman 21 is also a supplement which the author, when he wrote his Gospel, either had not known, or at least did not recollect. The so-called ascension considered as a supernatural and as a natural event. The ascension of Jesus is reported to us in the New Testament in 3 different narratives, which in point of fullness of detail and picturesqueness of description form a progressive series. Mark, who in the last portion of his Gospel is in general very brief and abrupt, only says that after Jesus had spoken to the disciples for the last time he was received up into heaven and sat on the right hand of God, Romans 16, with scarcely more definiteness, it is said in the Gospel of Luke that Jesus led his disciples out as far as Bethany, and while he here with uplifted hands 750, gave them his blessing, he was parted from them, and carried up into heaven, whereupon the disciples fell down and worshipped him, and forthwith returned to Jerusalem with great joy. Roman 24 ff. In the introduction to the Acts, Luke gives more ample details concerning this scene on the Mount of Olives, where Jesus delivered to his disciples his last commands and promises. He was taken up before their eyes, and a cloud received him out of their sight. While the disciples were watching him as he went up into heaven on the cloud, there suddenly stood by them 2 men in white apparel, who induced them to desist from thus gazing after him, by the assurance that the Jesus now taken from them would come again from heaven in the same manner, as he had just ascended into heaven, on which they were satisfied, and returned to Jerusalem. Roman 112. The first impression from this narrative is clearly this, that it is intended as a description of a miraculous event, an actual exaltation of Jesus into heaven, as the dwelling place of God, and an attestation of this by angels, as orthodox theologians, both ancient and modern, correctly maintain. The only question is whether they can also help us to surmount the difficulties which stand in our way when we attempt to form a conception of such an event. One main difficulty is this: how can a palpable body, which has still flesh and bones and eats material food, be qualified for a celestial abode? How can it so far liberate itself from the laws of gravity as to be capable of an ascent through the air? And how can it be conceived that God gave so preternatural a capability to Jesus by a miracle? 14. The only possible reply to these questions is that the grosser elements which the body of Jesus still retained after the resurrection were removed before the ascension, and only the finest essence of his corporeality as the integument of the soul was taken by him into heaven. But as the disciples who were present at the ascension observed no residuum of his body which he had left behind, this leads either to the above-mentioned absurdity of an evaporation of the body of Jesus, or to Althussen's process of subtilization, which still incomplete even after the resurrection was not perfected, until the moment of the ascension, a process which must have been conducted with singularly rapid retrograde transitions in these last days, if the body of Jesus, when penetrating into the closed room where the disciples were assembled, is to be supposed immaterial immediately after, when Thomas touched him, material, and lastly in the ascension again immaterial. The other difficulty lies in the consideration that according to just idea of the world, the seat of God, and of the blessed to which Jesus is supposed to have been exalted, is not to be sought for in the upper regions of the air, nor in general in any determinate place. Such a locality could only be assigned to it in the childish limited conceptions of antiquity. We are well aware that he who would attain to God, and the circle of the blessed, would make a superfluous circuit if he thought it necessary for this purpose to soar aloft into the higher regions of the firmament, and the more intimately Jesus was acquainted with God and divine things, the farther certainly would he be from making such a circuit, or from being caused to make it by God. Thus there would be no other resource than to suppose a divine accommodation to the idea of the world in that age, and to say God in order to convince the disciples of the return of Jesus into the higher world, although this world is in reality by no means to be sought for in the 751 upper air, nevertheless, prepared the spectacle of such an exaltation. But this is to represent God as theatrically arranging an illusion. As an attempt to set us free from such difficulties and absurdities, the natural explanation of this narrative must needs be welcome. This distinguishes in the evangelical accounts of the ascension what was actually beheld, and what was inferred by reasoning. Certainly, when it is said in the Acts, while they beheld he was taken up the exaltation to heaven, seems here to be represented as a fact actually witnessed. But the rationalists tell us that we are not to understand as signifying an elevation above the earth, but only that Jesus, in order to bless the disciples, drew up his form, and thus appeared more elevated to them. They then bring forward the word he was parted from them in the conclusion of Luke's Gospel, and interpret it to mean that Jesus, in taking leave of his disciples, removed himself farther from them. Hereupon they continue in the same way, as on the Mount of Transfiguration, a cloud was interposed between Jesus and the disciples, and, together with the numerous olivetries on the mount, concealed him from their sight, a result which on the assurance of 2 unknown men they regarded as a reception of Jesus into heaven. But when Luke in the Acts immediately connects with the statement, and a cloud received him, he implies that the taking up was an introduction to the being received by the cloud, which it would not be if it were a mere drawing up of the body, but only if it were an exaltation of Jesus above the earth, since only in this case could a cloud float under Kerry and envelop him, which is the idea expressed by again in the Gospel of Luke. The fact that he was parted from them is represented as something which took place, while he blessed them. Now no one, when pronouncing a benediction on another, will remove from him, whereas it appears very suitable that Jesus, while communicating his blessing to the disciples, should be carried upward, and thus while rising have continued to extend over them his outstretched hand as a symbol of his blessing. Thus the natural explanation of the disappearance in the cloud falls to the ground of itself, while in the supposition that the two individuals clothed in white apparel were natural men Paulus only disguises a final and strongly marked essay of the opinion, espoused by Barth and Venturini, that several epochs in the life of Jesus, especially after his crucifixion, were brought about by the agency of secret colleagues, and Jesus himself, what, according to this opinion, must we suppose to have become of him after this last separation from his disciples? Shall we with Barth dream of an Essene lodge into which he retired after the completion of his work, and with Brenneck appeal in proof that Jesus long continued silently to work for the welfare of mankind, to his appearance for the purpose of the conversion of Paul, but taking the narrative of the Acts as historical, this was connected with circumstances and effects which could be produced by no natural man, even though a member of a secret order? Or shall we with Paulus suppose that shortly after the last interview, the body of Jesus sank beneath the injuries it had received? This could not well have happened in the very next moments after he had appeared still active among his disciples, so that the two men who joined them might have been witnesses of his decease, who, even admitting this, would not have spoken in accordance with the truth. But if he continued to live for any length of time, he must have had 752 the intention to remain for that period in the concealment of a secret society. And to this must then be supposed to belong the two men clothed in white, who, doubtless with his previous sanction, persuaded the disciples that he had ascended into heaven. But this is a mode of representation from which, in this instance, as in every other, a sound judgment must turn away with aversion. Insufficiency of the narratives of the Ascension, mythical conception of those narratives. Among all the New Testament histories of miracles, the Ascension least demanded such an expenditure of perverted acumen, since the attestations to its historical validity are peculiarly we not only to us, who, having no risen Jesus, can consequently have no ascended one, but apart from all prior conclusions, and in every point of view. Matthew and John, who, according to the common idea, were the two eyewitnesses among the evangelists, do not mention it. It is narrated by Mark and Luke alone, while in the rest of the New Testament writings decided allusions to it are wanting. But this absence of allusions to the Ascension in the rest of the New Testament is denied by orthodox expositors when say they Jesus in Matthew Roman 26 declares before the high priest that hereafter the Son of Man will be seen sitting at the right hand of God. This presupposes an exaltation thither, consequently an ascension, when in John Roman 3 he says no one hath ascended into heaven, but the Son of Man who came from heaven, and at another time Roman 6 tells the disciples that they will hereafter see him ascend, where he was before further, when on the morning of the resurrection he declares that he is not yet ascended to his Father, implying that he is about to do so. Roman 20, there could hardly be more explicit allusions to the ascension again, when the apostles in the Acts so often speak of an exaltation of Jesus to the right hand of God. Roman 2, Roman 5, comp. Roman 7, and Paul represents him as ascended up far above all heavens. F's Roman 4, Peter as gone into heaven. 1 Pet Roman 3. There can be no doubt that they all knew of his ascension. All these passages, however, with the exception perhaps of John Roman 6, where a seeing the Son of Man ascend is spoken of, contain only in general his exaltation to heaven, without intimating that it was an external visible fact that took place in the presence of the disciples. Rather, when we find Paul in 1 Cor Roman 15 ff ranking the appearance of Jesus to himself, which occurred long after the alleged ascension, with the Christophanies before this epoch, so entirely without any pause or indication of a distinction, we must doubt not merely that all the appearances which he enumerates besides his own can have occurred before the ascension 21, but whether the apostle can have had any knowledge at all of an ascension as an external fact which closed the earthly life of Jesus. As to the author of the fourth gospel, in his metaphorical language, we are not compelled by the word, any more than by the in relation to the angels ascending and descending upon Jesus. Roman 1, to ascribe to him a knowledge of 753, the visible ascension of Jesus, of which he gives no intimation at the conclusion of his gospel. Commentators have, it is true, taken all possible pains to explain the want of a narrative of the ascension in the first and fourth gospels, in a way which may not prove inimical either to the authority of the writings or to the historical value of the fact. They maintain that the evangelists who are silent on the subject held it either unnecessary or impossible to narrate the ascension. They held it unnecessary, say these expositors, either intrinsically from the minor importance of the event, 22, or extrinsically, on the consideration that it was generally known as a part of the evangelical tradition. 23 John in particular supposed it to be known from Mark and Luke. 24, or lastly, both Matthew and John omitted it, as not belonging to the earthly life of Jesus, to the description of which their writings were exclusively devoted, but we must contend on the contrary that the life of Jesus, especially that enigmatical life which he led after his return from the grave, absolutely required such a close as the ascension, whether it were generally known or not, whether it were important or unimportant, simple aesthetic interest, which dictates even to an uncultivated author that a narrative should be wound up with a conclusion, must have led every evangelical writer who knew of the ascension to mention it, though it were but summarily at the end of his history, in order to avoid the strange impression left by the first gospel, and still more by the fourth, as narratives losing themselves in vague obscurity. Hence our apologists resort to the supposition that the first and fourth evangelists held it impossible to give an account of the ascension of Jesus, because the eyewitnesses, however long they might gaze after him, could still only see him hovering in the air and encircled by the cloud, not entering heaven and taking his place on the right hand of God, but in the ideas of the ancient world, to which heaven was nearer than to us, an entrance into the clouds was in itself a real ascent into heaven, as we see from the stories of Romulus and Elijah. Thus it is undeniable that the above evangelists were ignorant of the ascension, but the conclusion of the most recent criticism that this ignorance is a reproach to the first evangelist, as a sign of his unapostolic character, 27, is the less in place here because the event in question is rendered suspicious not merely by the silence of two evangelists, but also by the want of agreement between those who narrate it. Mark is at variance with Luke, nay, Luke is at variance with himself. In the account of the former it appears as if Jesus had ascended into heaven immediately from the meal in which he appeared to the 11, consequently, from out of a house in Jerusalem. For the phrases he appeared with the 11 as they sat at meat, and upbraided them, and he said so then, after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven, etc., have an immediate dependence on each other, and it is only by violence that a change of place or a distinction of time can be introduced. Now an ascent into 754, heaven directly out of a room, is certainly not easy to imagine, hence Luke represents it as taking place in the open air in his gospel. He makes Jesus immediately before his ascension lead out his disciples as far as Bethany, but in the Acts he places the scene on the mount called Olivet. This, however, cannot be imputed to him as a contradiction, since Bethany lay in the neighborhood of the Mount of Olives, but there is a more important divergency in his statement of time, for in his gospel, as in Mark, we are left to infer that the ascension took place on the same day with the resurrection, whereas in the Acts it is expressly remarked that the two events were separated by an interval of 40 days. It has already been remarked that the latter determination of time must have come to the knowledge of Luke in the interim between the composition of the Gospel and that of the Acts. The more numerous the narratives of appearances of the risen Jesus, and the more various the places to which they were assigned, the less would the short space of a day suffice for his life on earth after the resurrection, while the determination of the lengthened period, which had become necessary to 40 days, precisely had its foundation in the part which this number is known to have played in the Jewish, and already in the Christian legend. The people of Israel were 40 years in the wilderness. Moses was 40 days on Mount Sinai. He and Elias fasted 40 days, and Jesus himself, previous to the temptation, remained the same length of time without nourishment in the wilderness. As then all these mysterious intermediate states and periods of transition were determined by the number 40, this number presented itself as especially appropriate for the determination of the mysterious interval between the resurrection and ascension of Jesus. As regards the description of the event itself, it might be thought admissible to ascribe the silence of Mark and of Luke in his Gospel concerning the cloud and the angels purely to the brevity of their narratives, but since Luke at the close of his Gospel narrates circumstantially enough the conduct of the disciples, they fell down and worshipped the ascended Jesus, and returned to the city with great joy, so he would doubtless have pointed out the information communicated to them by angels as the immediate source of their joy had he known anything of such a particular at the time when he composed his first writing. Hence, this feature seems rather to have been gradually formed in tradition in order to render due honor to this last point also in the life of Jesus, and to present a confirmation of the insufficient testimony of men as to his exaltation into heaven by the mouth of two heavenly witnesses. As according to this those who knew of an ascension of Jesus had by no means the same idea of its particular circumstances, there must have been in general two different modes of conceiving the close of the life of Jesus, some regarding it as a visible ascension, Others not so when Matthew makes Jesus before the tribunal of the high priest predict his exaltation to the right hand of the divine power Romans 26, and after his resurrection declare that now all power is given to him in heaven and earth Romans 28, and nevertheless has nothing of a visible ascension, but on the contrary puts into the mouth 755 of Jesus, the assurance I am with you always even unto the end of the world Romans 5, it is evident that the latent idea on which his representation is founded is that Jesus doubtless immediately on his resurrection ascended invisibly to the Father, though at the same time remaining invisibly with his followers, and that out of this concealment he as often as he found it expedient revealed himself in Christophanies. The same view is to be discerned in the Apostle Paul, when in 1 Cor Romans 15 he undistinguishingly places the appearance to himself of the Christ, already ascended into heaven, in one series with the earlier Christophanies, and also the author of the fourth Gospel, and the rest of the New Testament writers, only presuppose what must necessarily be presupposed according to the messianic passage, "Sit thou at my right hand," P.S. Romans 110, that Jesus was exalted to the right hand of God, without deciding anything as to the manner of the exaltation, or representing to themselves the ascension as a visible one. The imagination of the primitive Christians must, however, have felt a strong temptation to depict this exaltation as a brilliant spectacle. When it was once concluded that the Messiah Jesus had arrived at so exalted a position, it would appear desirable to gaze after him, as it were on his way thither, if it was expected in accordance with the prophecy of Daniel, that his future return from heaven would be visible descent in the clouds. This would naturally suggest that his departure to heaven should be represented as a visible ascent on a cloud. And when Luke makes the two white-apparelled angels, who joined the disciples after the removal of Jesus, say, "This same Jesus who is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven," Acts Romans 1, we need only take the converse of this declaration, in order to have before us the genesis of the conception of the ascension of Jesus for the mode of conclusion. Was this, as Jesus will at some future time return from heaven in the clouds, so he must surely have departed thither 32 in the same manner. Compared with these primary incentives, the Old Testament precedents, which the ascension of Jesus has in the translation of Enoch Gen Romans 5 comp. Wise Romans 44 Romans 49 Heb Romans 11, and especially in the ascension of Elijah 2 Kings Romans 2 comp. Wise Romans 48 1 Mac Romans 2, together with the Grecian and Roman apotheoses of Hercules and Romulus, recede into the background apart from the question whether the latter were known to the second and third evangelists. The statement relative to Enoch is too vague, while the chariot and horses of fire that transported Elijah were not adapted to the milder spirit of Christ. Instead of this, the enveloping cloud, and the removal while holding a farewell conversation, may appear to have been borrowed from the later representation of the removal of Moses, which, however, in other particulars, has considerable divergencies from that of Jesus. Perhaps also one trait in the narrative of the Acts may be explained out of the history of Elijah, when this prophet before his translation is entreated by his servant Elisha that he will bequeath him a double measure of his spirit. Elijah attaches to the concession of this boon the condition, "If thou see me when I am taken from thee, it shall be so unto thee, but if not, it shall not be so," whence we might perhaps gather the reason why Luke Acts Romans 1 lays 756 stress on the fact that the disciples beheld Jesus as he went up, namely, because according to the narrative concerning Elijah, this was necessary if the disciples were to receive the spirit of their master. 757. 1 Val Roman 268. 2 Apal Roman 1. 3 As is done by Teller im, excurs 2 ad Bernetti Roman 1 defied, et offic Christ, p. 262. 4 The work of Beckhaus über die Eichzeit der Sog, Tofformal 1794, met with general approval. 5 Comp de Wettig zeg Handyby, 1 S 246. 6 Comp Bohr in the Tübinger Zeitschrift für Theologie Jahrgang, 1832, S 75 ff. 7 Com Z Joe S 332. 8 Luck Com Z Joe 2, S 686, de Wet S 204. 9 Les Offerstehingsgeschicht, S 281 Quinal in Luck. 10 Luck S 687. 11 Vid ab Michaelis Begrabnis und Offerstehingsgeschicht, S 268, Alshausen 2, S 533. 12 This is Thalak's opinion up. 13 Comp Weiss die Evangeschicht 2, S 418. 14 Gabeler in the Neuesten Theoljournal 3, S 417, and in the Vored zu Griesbachs Apusk, Acad P. Roman Comp Cunal, in Mark P. 222. 15 Sailor ap Cunal ut sup S 223. 16 Comp Paulus exeg Handiby 3b S 921, De wet Religion und Theologie, S 161. 17 Kern Hauptsachen Tub Zeitschrift 1836-3, S 58, Comp Studel Glaubenslehre, S 323, who supposes the ascension to have been a vision, which God produced in the disciples against this Comp, my Straitreffen 1 S 152 ff. 18c especially Paulus ut sup S 910, ff Roman 50j 1b, S 318 ff. 19 Brief über den Rationalismus, S 146 annum 28. 20 Sailor ap Cunal ut sup S 221, Alshausen S 591, F Comp Griesbach, Locorum NT, ad Ascensionum Christi in Clum Spectantium Sillag in his Apusk, Acad ed Gabeler vol 2, S 484 ff. 21 Schneckenberger über den Ursper, USFS 19. 22 Alshausen S 593 f. 23 Even Fritz Schwery at the conclusion of his labor writes in Math, p. 835 Mathus, Jesu in Clum, abitum non commemoravit quip, nemini ignatum. 24 Michaelis ut sup 352. 25 The treatise Warum haben nicht alle Evangelisten die Himmelfahrt Jesu Austriklich Mittersalt in Flat's Magazine, 8s 67. 26 The above-named treatise in Flat's Magazine. 27 Schneckenberger ut sup S19f. 28 as by Cunal p. 208, f 217. 29 Nevertheless Comp de wet on the Acts Roman 1. 30 Vid Val Roman 156, and the authors there cited the reference to a reckoning in Daniel in Paulus, exeg, Handiby 3b s 923, appears to me too artificial. 31 on this subject Comp, especially Amanuensis, J.C. in Clum Historia Biblica, in his Apusk Nav p. 43, ff. Fortbildung, des Christenth 2 1 s 13, ff. Also Kaiser Bibel Theal 1 s 83, ff. De wet exeg Handiby 1 1 s 247 Weiss die Evange, Jesh 2 p. 375 ff. 32 This is also Haz's opinion Roman 50 j 150. 33 Joseph Antic Roman 4 Roman 8 It is said of Moses, and as he was going to embrace Eleazar and Joshua and was still discoursing with them, a cloud stood over him on a sudden, and he disappeared in a certain valley, although he wrote in the holy books that he died, which was done out of fear, lest they should venture to say that because of his extraordinary virtue, he went to guard Philo. However Vita Moses op ed mangi val Roman 2 p. 179, makes the soul only of Moses ascend into heaven. Concluding dissertation. The dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Necessary transition from criticism to dogma. The results of the inquiry, which we have now brought to a close, have apparently annihilated the greatest and most valuable part of that which the Christian has been wont to believe concerning his Saviour Jesus, have uprooted all the animating motives which he has gathered from his faith, and withered all his consolations, the boundless store of truth and life, which for 18 centuries has been the aliment of humanity, seems irretrievably dissipated the most sublime, levelled with the dust God, divested of his grace man of his dignity, and the tie between heaven and earth broken piety, turns away with horror from so fearful an act of desecration, and strong in the impregnable self-evidence of its faith pronounces, that let an audacious criticism attempt what it will all which the Scriptures declare, and the Church believes of Christ will still subsist as eternal truth, nor needs one iota of it to be renounced. Thus, at the conclusion of the criticism of the history of Jesus, there presents itself this problem to re-establish dogmatically that which has been destroyed critically. At the first glance, this problem appears to exist merely as a challenge, addressed by the believer to the critic, not as a result of the moral requirements of either. The believer would appear to need no re-establishment of the faith, since for him it cannot be subverted by criticism. The critic seems to require no such re-establishment, since he is able to endure the annihilation resulting from his own labours. Hence it might be supposed that the critic, when he seeks to rescue the dogma from the flames which his criticism has kindled, acts falsely in relation to his own point of view, since to satisfy the believer he treats what is valueless for himself as if he esteemed it to be a jewel, while in relation to the believer, he is undertaking a superfluous task, in laboring to defend that which the latter considers in no way in danger. But on a nearer view the case appears otherwise. To all belief not built on demonstration doubt is inherent, though it may not be developed. The most firmly believing Christian has within him the elements of criticism, as a latent deposit of unbelief, or rather, as a negative germ of knowledge, and only by its constant repression can he maintain the predominance of his faith, which is thus essentially a re-established faith. And just as the believer is intrinsically a skeptic or critic, so on the other hand, the critic is intrinsically a believer in proportion as he is distinguished from the naturalistic theologian, and the freethinker in proportion as his criticism is conceived in the spirit of the 19th century, is filled with veneration for every religion 758, and especially for the substance of the sublimest of all religions, the Christian, which he perceives to be identical with the deepest philosophical truth, and hence, after having in the course of his criticism exhibited only the differences between his conviction and the historical belief of the Christian, he will feel urged to place that identity in a just light. Further, our criticism, though in its progress it treats of details, yet on becoming part of our internal conviction, resolves itself into the simple element of doubt, which the believer neutralizes by an equally simple veto, and then spreads anew in undiminished luxuriance all the fullness of his creed. But hereby the decisions of criticism are only dismissed, not vanquished, and that which is believed is supported by no intermediate proof, but rests absolutely on its own evidence. Criticism cannot but direct itself against this absence of intermediate proof, and thus the controversy which seemed ended is renewed, and we are thrown back to the beginning of our inquiry, yet with a difference which constitutes a step forward in the discussion. Hitherto our criticism had for its object the data of Christianity as historically presented in the evangelical records. Now these data, having been called in question in their historical form, assume that of a mental product, and find a refuge in the soul of the believer, where they exist not as a simple history, but as a reflected history, that is a confession of faith, a received dogma against this dogma, presenting itself totally unsupported by evidence. Criticism must indeed awake, as it does, against all deficiency of proof, in the character of a negativing power, and a contender for intermediate proof. It will, however, no longer be occupied with history, but with doctrines. Thus our historical criticism is followed up by dogmatical criticism, and it is only after the faith has passed through both these trials that it is thoroughly tested and constituted science. This second process through which the faith has to pass ought, like the first, to be made the subject of a distinct work. I shall here merely give a sketch of its most important features, that I may not terminate an historical criticism without pointing out its ultimate object, which can only be arrived at by dogmatical criticism as a sequel. The Christology of the Orthodox system, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus, implicitly received and developed on this basis, constitutes the orthodox doctrine of the Christ. Its fundamental principles are found in the New Testament. The root of faith in Jesus was the conviction of his resurrection. He who had been put to death, however great during his life, could not, it was thought, be the Messiah. His miraculous restoration to life proved so much the more strongly that he was the Messiah, freed by his resurrection from the kingdom of shades, and at the same time elevated above the sphere of earthly humanity. He was now translated to the heavenly regions, and had taken his place at the right hand of God. Acts Roman 2, ff Roman 3, ff Roman 5 ff, and elsewhere. Now his death appeared to be the chief article in his messianic destination. According to Issa Roman 53, he had suffered for the sins of his people and of mankind. Acts Roman 8 ff comp. Matt Roman 20 John Roman 136 1 John Roman 2, his blood poured out on the cross operated, like that, which on the great day of atonement the high priest sprinkled on the mercies at Rome. Roman 3, he was the pure lamb, by whose blood the believing are redeemed. 1 Pet Roman 1 f the 759 eternal sinless high priest, who by the offering of his own body at once effected that which the Jewish high priests were unable to effect by their perpetually repeated sacrifices of animals. Heb Roman 10 ff etc. But thenceforth the Messiah, who was exalted to the right hand of God, could not have been a common man. Not only was he anointed with the divine Spirit in a greater measure than any prophet. Acts Roman 4 Roman 10, not only did he prove himself to be a divine messenger by miracles and signs. Acts Roman 2, but also according as the one idea or the other was most readily formed. Either he was supernaturally engendered by the Holy Spirit. Matt and Luke Roman 1, or he had descended as the word and wisdom of God into an earthly body. John Roman 1. As before his appearance on the earth, he was in the bosom of the Father in divine majesty. John Roman 17. So his descent into the world of mortals, and still more his submission to an ignominious death, was a voluntary humiliation to which he was moved by his love to mankind. Phil Roman 2 ff. The risen and ascended Jesus will one day return to wake the dead and judge the world. Acts Roman 1 Roman 17. He even now takes charge of his church. Rome Roman 8 1 John Roman 2, participating in the government of the world as he originally did in its creation. Matt Roman 28, John Roman 1 10 Carl Roman 1 f. In addition to all this, every trait in the image of the Messiah, as sketched by the popular expectation, was attributed with necessary or gratuitous modifications to Jesus. Nay, the imagination once stimulated invented new characteristics. How richly fraught with blessing and elevation, with encouragement and consolation, were the thoughts which the early church derived from this view of the Christ, by the mission of the Son of God into the world, by his delivery of himself to death. For the sake of the world, heaven and earth are reconciled. 2 Cor Roman 5, FFF Roman 1 Carl Roman 1. By this most stupendous sacrifice, the love of God is securely guaranteed to man. Rome Roman 5, FF Roman 8, FF 1 John Roman 4. And the brightest hopes are revealed to him. Did the Son of God become man, then are men his brethren, and as such the children of God and heirs with Christ to the treasure of divine bliss. Rome Roman 8 f 29. The servile relation of man to God as it existed under the law has ceased. Love has taken the place of the fear of the punishment threatened by the law. Rome Roman 8 Gal Roman 4 ff. Believers are redeemed from the curse of the law by Christ's sacrifice of himself, inasmuch as he suffered a death on which the law had laid a curse. Gal Roman 3 Now there is no longer imposed on us the impossible task of satisfying all the demands of the law. Gal Roman 3 Far task, which as experience shows no man fulfills. Rome Roman 1 Roman 3, which by reason of his sinful nature no man can fulfill. Rome Roman 5 ff, and which only involves him who strives to fulfill it more and more deeply in the most miserable conflict with himself. Rome Roman 7 ff, whereas he who believes in Christ and confides in the atoning efficacy of his death possesses the favor of God not by works and qualifications of his own, but by the free mercy of God, is the man who throws himself on that mercy just before God, by which all self-exaltation is excluded. Rome Roman 3 ff, as the Mosaic law is no longer binding on the believer, he being dead to it with Christ. Rome Roman 7 ff, as moreover by the eternal and all-sufficient sacrifice of Christ, the Jewish sacrificial and priestly service is abolished. Heb, therefore the partition wall which separated the Jews and Gentiles is broken down. The latter, who before were aliens and strangers to the theocracy, without God and without hope in the world, are now invited to participate in the new covenant, and free access is open to them to the paternal God, so that the two portions of mankind formerly separated by hostile opinions are now at peace with each other, members in common of 760, the body of Christones in the spiritual building of his church. F Roman 2 ff, but to have justifying faith in the death of Christ, virtually to die with him. Spiritually, that is to die to sin, and as Christ arose from the dead to a new and immortal life, so must the believer in him arise from the death of sin to a new life of righteousness and holiness, put off the old man and put on the new. Rome Roman 6 ff. In this Christ himself aids him by his Spirit, who fills those whom he inspires with spiritual strivings, and makes them ever more and more free from the slavery of sin. Rome Roman 8 ff. Nor alone spiritually will the Spirit of Christ animate those in whom he dwells, but corporeally also, for at the end of their earthly course God through Christ will resuscitate their bodies, as he did the body of Christ. Rome Roman 8, Christ, whom the bonds of death and the nether world could not hold, has vanquished both for us, and has delivered the believer from the fear of these dread powers, which rule over mortality. Rome Roman 8, F1 Cor Roman 15 ff. Heb Roman 2. His resurrection not only confers atoning efficacy on his death. Rome Roman 4, but at the same time is the pledge of our own future resurrection, of our share in Christ in a future life in his messianic kingdom, to the blessedness of which he will at his second advent lead all his people. Meanwhile, we may console ourselves that we have in him an intercessor who, from his own experience of the weakness and frailty of our nature which he himself assumed, and in which he was in all points tempted as we are but without sin, knows how much indulgence and aid we need. Heb Roman 2 f Roman 4 f. The expediency of describing in compendious forms the riches of their faith in Christ was early felt by his followers, They celebrated him as Christ that died, yea, rather that is risen again, who is even at the right hand of God, who also maketh intercession for us. Roman 8, or with more particularity as Jesus Christ our Lord, who was made of the seed of David, according to the flesh, and declared to be the Son of God with power, according to the Spirit of holiness, by the resurrection from the dead. Roman 1f. And as confessedly the great mystery of godliness, the following propositions were presented: God was manifest in the flesh, justified in the spirit, seen of angels, preached unto the Gentiles, believed on in the world, received up into glory. 1 Tim Roman 3. The baptismal formula Matt Roman 28, by its allocation of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, presented a sort of framework in which to arrange the materials of the new faith. On this basis was constructed in the first centuries what was called the rule of faith, regula fidei, which in divers forms, some more concise, others more diffuse, some more popular, others more subtle, is found in the different fathers. The more popular form at length settled into what is called the Creed of the Apostles. This symbol, in that edition of it which is received in the Evangelical Church, has in its second and most elaborate article on the Son the following points of belief: et credo ingessum Christum filium ejus de patris unicum dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto natus ex Maria Virgin passus sub Pontio Pilato crucifixus mortus, et sepultus descendit, ad inferna tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad close sedit, ad dextrum de patris omnipotentis, indeventurus est judicer vivos, et mortuos. 761. Together with this popular form of the confession of faith in relation to Christ, there was also framed a more rigorous and minute theological digest, occasioned by the differences and controversies which early arose on certain points. The fundamental thesis of the Christian faith, that the Word was made flesh, or God was manifested in the flesh, was endangered on all sides: one questioning the Godhead, another the manhood, and a third the veritable union of the two natures. It is true that those who, like the Ebionites, denied the Godhead, or like that sect of the Gnostics called Docet the manhood of Christ, separated themselves too decidedly from the Christian community, which on her part maintained that it was necessary that the mediator of God and man should unite both in friendship and harmony by means of a proper relationship to each, and that, while he represented man to God, he should reveal God to man, but when it was merely the plenitude of the one nature or the other which was contested, as when Arius maintained that the being who became man in Christ was indeed divine, but created and subordinate to the supreme God, when while ascribing to Christ a human body he held that the place of the soul was occupied by that superior being, when Apollinaris maintained that not only the body of Jesus was truly human, but his soul also, and that the divine being only served in the stead of the third principle in man. The understanding these were opinions to which it was easier to give a Christian guise. Nevertheless, the Church rejected the Arian idea of a subordinate God become man in Jesus for this reason, among others less essential, that on this theory the image of the Godhead would not have been manifested in Christ 3, and she condemned the idea of Arius and Apollinaris that the human nature of Christ had not the human soul or the human understanding, for this reason chiefly, that only by the union of the divine with an entire human nature could the human race be redeemed. Not only might the one or the other aspect of the nature of Christ be defaced or put out of sight, but in relation also to the union of the two there might be error, and again in two opposite directions. The devout enthusiasm of many led them to believe that they could not draw too closely the newly entwined bond between heaven and earth. Hence, they no longer wished to distinguish between the Godhead and manhood in Christ, and since he had appeared in one person, they acknowledged in him only nature that of the Son of God made flesh. Others, more scrupulous, could not reconcile themselves to such a confusion of the divine and the human. It seemed to them blasphemous to say that a human mother had given birth to God. Hence, they maintained that she had only borne the man whom the Son of God selected as his temple, and that in Christ there were two natures united indeed, so far as the adoration of his followers was concerned, but distinct as regarded their essence to the Church. Both these views appeared to encroach on the mystery of the Incarnation. If the two natures were held to be permanently distinct, then was the union of the divine and human, the vital point of Christianity, destroyed. If a mixture of the two were admitted, then neither nature in its individual quality was capable of a union with the other, and thus again no true unity would be attained. Hence both these opinions 762 were condemned, the latter in the person of Eutyches, the former not with equal justice in that of Nestorius, and as the Nicene Creed established the true Godhead of Christ, so that of Chalcedon established his true and perfect manhood, and the union of the two natures in one undivided person, when subsequently there arose a controversy concerning the will of Christ analogous to that concerning his nature, the Church, in accordance with its previous decisions, pronounced that in Christ as the God-man there were two wills distinct, but not discordant, the human will being subordinate to the divine. In comparison with the controversies on the being and essence of Christ, the other branch of the faith, the doctrine of his work was developed in tranquility. The most comprehensive view of it was this: the Son of God, by assuming the human nature, gave it a holy and divine character. 7. Above all, he endowed it with immortality. 8. While in a moral view the mission of the Son of God into the world, being the highest proof of the love of God, was the most efficacious means of awakening a return of love in the human breast. To this one great effect of the appearance of Christ were annexed collateral benefits. His salutary teaching, his sublime example, were held up to view. 10. But a special importance was attached to the violent death which he suffered. The idea of substitution, already given in the New Testament, was more fully developed. The death of Jesus was regarded now as a ransom paid by him to the devil, for the liberation of mankind, who had fallen into the power of the evil one through sin, now as a means devised by God for removing guilt, and enabling him to remit the punishment threatened to the sins of man, without detriment to his truthfulness. Christ having taken that punishment on himself, the latter idea was worked up by Anselm, in his book entitled Cur Deus Homo, into the well-known theory of satisfaction, by which the doctrine of Christ's work of redemption is placed in the closest connection with that of his person. Man owes to God perfect obedience, but the sinner and such are all men withholds from God the service and honor which are his due. Now God, by reason of his justice, cannot suffer an offense against his honor, therefore either man must voluntarily restore to God that which is 763 God's, nay, must for complete satisfaction render to him more than he has hitherto withheld, or God must as a punishment take from man that which is man's, namely the happiness for which he was originally created. Man is not able to do the former, for as he owes to God all the duties that he can perform in order not to fall into sin, he can have no overplus of merit wherewith to cover past sins. On the other hand, that God should obtain satisfaction by the infliction of eternal punishment is opposed to his unchangeable goodness, which moves him actually to lead man to that bliss for which he was originally destined. This, however, cannot happen consistently with divine justice, unless satisfaction be made for man, and according to the measure of that which has been taken from God, something be rendered to him greater than all else except God, but this can be none other than God himself. And as on the other hand man alone can satisfy for man, it must therefore be a God-man who gives satisfaction. Moreover, this cannot consist in active obedience in a sinless life, because every reasonable being owes this to God on his own behalf, but to suffer death, the wages of sin, a sinless being is not bound, and thus the satisfaction for the sins of man consists in the death of the God-man, whose reward, since he himself as one with God cannot be rewarded, is put to the account of man. This doctrinal system of the ancient Church concerning the person and work of Christ passed also into the confessions of the Lutheran churches, and was still more elaborately developed by their theologians. With regard to the person of Christ, they adhered to the union of the divine and human natures in one person, according to them, in the act of this union unitio personalis, which was simultaneous with the conception. It was the divine nature of the Son of God which adopted the human into the unity of its personality. The state of union, the unio personalis, was neither essential, nor yet merely accidental, neither mystical, nor moral, still less merely verbal, but a real and supernatural union, and eternal in its duration. From this union with the divine nature there result to the human nature in Christ certain preeminent advantages, namely what at first appears a deficiency, that of being in itself impersonal, and of having personality only by its union with the divine nature; further impeccability, and the possibility of not dying. Besides these special advantages, the human nature of Christ obtains others also from its union with the divine. The relation of the two natures is not a dead external one, but a reciprocal penetration, an union not like that of two boards glued together, but like that of fire and metal in glowing iron, or of the body and soul in man. This communion of natures, communio naturarum, is manifested by a communication of properties, communicatio idiomatum, in virtue of which the human nature participates in the advantages of the divine, and the divine in the redeeming work of the human. This relation is expressed in the propositions concerning the person, propositionibus personalibus, and those concerning the properties, idiomaticis. The former are propositions in which the concrete of the one nature, Roman 1, the one nature as conceived in the person of Christ, is predicated of the other, as in 1 Cor Roman 15, the second man is the Lord from heaven. The latter are propositions in which determinations of one or the other nature are referred to the entire person genus idiomaticum, or in which acts of the entire person are referred to one or the other nature genus apotlismaticum, or lastly, in which attributes of the one nature are transferred to the other, which, however, is only 764 possible from the divine to the human, not from the human to the divine genus orchematicum. In passing through the successive stages of the work of redemption, Christ with his person, endowed with two natures experienced according to the expression of the dogmatical theologians, founded on Phil Roman 2, ff2, states statum exinanitionis and statum exaltationis, his human nature in its union with the divine, participated from the moment of conception in divine properties, but as during his earthly life Jesus made no continuous use of them, that life to the time of his death and burial is regarded as a state of humiliation, whereas with the resurrection, or even with the descent into hell, commenced the state of exaltation, which was consummated by the cessio ad dextrum patris. As to the work of Christ, the doctrine of our Church attributes to him a triple office. As prophet he has revealed to man the highest truth, the divine decree of redemption, confirming his testimony by miracles, and he still unceasingly controls the announcement of this truth. As high priest, he has on the one hand by his irreproachable life fulfilled the law in our stead obedientia activa, on the other he has borne in his sufferings and death the punishment which impended over us obedientia passiva, and now perpetually intercedes for us with the Father. Lastly, as king, he governs the world, and more particularly the Church, which he will lead from the conflicts of earth to the glory of heaven, completing its destiny by the general resurrection and the last judgment. Objections to the Christology of the Church. The Reformed Church did not go thus far with the Lutherans in their doctrine of the person of Christ, for they did not admit the last and boldest consequence drawn by the latter from the union of the manhood and Godhead, the communicatio idiomatum, or communication of properties. The Lutherans themselves did not hold that the properties of the human nature were communicated to the divine, nor that all the properties of the divine nature, eternity for example, could be communicated to the human 13, and this gave occasion on the part of the Reformed Church to the following objection: the communication of properties must be reciprocal and complete, or it is none at all. Moreover, by the communication of the properties of an infinite nature to a finite one, the latter is not less annihilated as to its essence than an infinite nature would be were it to receive the properties of a finite one. When the Lutherans sought shelter in the position that the properties of the one nature were only so far shared by the other as according to its character is possible uti per suam indolum potest 15, they in fact did away altogether with the communicatio idiomatum, and indeed this doctrine has been explicitly given up even by orthodox theologians since Reinhard.